Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. Fang Shihao, a time traveler, has spent 18 years on Hylon Star. He found himself in a world similar to Earth, but drastically changed due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. In this world, humans have lost their dominant position as they can't practice cultivation, and beast masters have risen as the new rulers. Armed with memories and wisdom from his past life, Fang Shihao is determined to make a name for himself. Born into poverty, with his father passing away early, Fang Shihao was raised by his mother and grandmother. To ease the family burden, he worked at a seafood shop while diligently studying beast mastery. His beast companion is an ordinary red fox named Xiaoguai. However, Fang Shihao harbors a secreth possesses a system that allows him to absorb life essence from other beings to enhance his beast's power. With the college entrance exams approaching, Fang Shihao decided to participate in the exam's secret realm trial to prove his capabilities. In this dangerous realm, he encountered various threats but managed to overcome them using Xiaoguai's exceptional performance and his own intelligence. He defeated formidable opponents like the mud shell boar and the wind god pterosaur, amassing a significant amount of life essence. During the trial, Fang Shihao met Cui Siye, a talented girl from an influential family. When Cui Siye's wind god pterosaur was injured in a battle with a thunderbird, Fang Shihao offered his assistance, leading to a cooperative relationship. Impressed by Fang Shihao's strength and potential, Cui Siye proposed he become her vassal, but he declined. After the exams, Fang Shihao returned to school, only to be humiliated by his homeroom teacher, Li Lihua. She questioned his scores and insulted his late father. Unable to tolerate her behavior, Fang Shihao challenged Li Lihua to a duel. During the duel, he unleashed Xiaoguai, showcasing its formidable strength, and successfully silenced Li Lihua, earning the respect of the entire school. Subsequently, Fang Shihao received an invitation from Qingqiu University. The admissions director, Du Lindong, personally visited, offering him a generous scholarship and resource support. Fang Shihao accepted the invitation, deciding to pursue further studies at Qingqiu University. Before heading to Qingqiu University, Fang Shihao aimed to continue enhancing his skills. He took on a mission from the Beastmaster Guild to attend the hunting celebration at Beta Oil Company. There, he collaborated with numerous beastmasters, successfully hunting a large number of awakened beasts, earning substantial rewards and life essence. At the hunting celebration, Fang Shihao met Wang Huayu, and the two worked harmoniously together to defeat the powerful Nebula Leopard. Xiaoguai's remarkable performance in battle allowed it to evolve into a king-level three-tailed fire fox. Fang Shihao's capabilities were once again proven, and his reputation in the Beastmaster community grew significantly. Cui Siye invited Fang Shihao to assist her in hunting the Rock Mountain Demon. He gladly accepted. In the battle, Fang Shihao's three-tailed fire fox, Xiaoguai, excelled in restraining the demon, creating an opportunity for Cui Siye's wind god pterosaur. Ultimately, they defeated the Rock Mountain Demon, further solidifying Cui Siye's recognition of Fang Shihao's prowess. After the battle, Cui Siye gifted Fang Shihao a mountain demon core. Utilizing his system's power, he hatched the core into a stone giant, naming it Xiaoshi. The addition of Xiaoshi brought new strength to Fang Shihao's beast team. With the high school league approaching, Fang Shihao participated as a representative of second high school. In the league, he faced a formidable opponent, Jiang Ruoshui, and engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle. Xiaoguai and Jiang Ruoshui's Thornflower Demon clashed intensely, but Xiaoguai, with its immense strength and Fang Shihao's strategic guidance, ultimately triumphed over the Thornflower Demon. Fang Shihao's performance in the league garnered widespread attention, and his strength and potential were acknowledged by all. He not only earned glory for himself, but also brought honor to second high school. After the league, Fang Shihao decided to continue his studies at Qingqiu University, embarking on a new journey. That's the recap for part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start with part 1 in the comments or playlist below. Now, let's start the storyline of part 2. Do you remember the conflict I had with Wan Zhongwei at the welcome party? Fang Shihao asked, his fingers subconsciously rubbing the armrest of his chair. I could have taken his life at any moment, yet he still refused to back down. He's clearly a tough nut, but he hasn't come looking for revenge yet. Cui Siye chuckled lightly. That just proves he's all bark and no bite. He's afraid of you. Fang Shihao shook his head. It's not that simple. I suspect Cui Zhiyun warned him, which is why he's laying low for now. As long as Cui Zhiyun can keep him in check, we're fine. But once he's gone, Wan Zhongwei might come after me. As someone who always felt targeted, Fang Shihao kept track of everyone he had ever crossed, watching their every move. If he detected any signs of retaliation, he would act immediately, just like he did with the Shoutao Society, using Yang Fa to gather intel within their territory. If he sensed any intent to rally beast tamers for revenge, he would strike first. The Shoutao Society thugs wouldn't dare provoke a beast tamer, But Wan Zhongwei is different. He's got a spine. So what are you planning to do? Cui Xia asked, tilting her head. I'll be taking regular walks in the park over the next few days. If Wan Zhongwei really wants revenge, he'll be watching my movements closely once he hears that Cui Zhiyun is returning to Tianlan City. The moment you all board the plane, he'll ambush me at my usual spot, and I'll be ready with a counter-ambush to take him down. Cui Xia was taken aback. Isn't that a bit much? You're practically outsmarting yourself against thin air. Better safe than sorry. If he's truly a noble person, my plans won't affect him. If he's a scoundrel, then he deserves what he gets. That makes sense. Let me give you 2 pieces of advice, Cui Xia said seriously. Go ahead. First, don't make a move in the Dongwang district. If you cause trouble there, even if you're in the right, it won't look that way, and I might not be able to protect you. Got it. Second, spare Wan Zhongwei's life. Leave room for future encounters. Just disable his beast. No problem. I'll do as you say. For the next week, Fang Shihao went to Jinshan Park every day at 4 o'clock after school, staying for 2 or 3 hours. He noticed someone following him from the school to the park, and he was certain it was Wan Zhongwei tracking his movements. During this time, he continued to frequent the Beast Arena, winning match after match. The seasoned gamblers began to recognize the figure in the fox mask commanding the Mayun vine, with some starting to bet on him, while others remained cautious. 10 days later, Cui Zhiyun and Cui Xia staggered their return to Tianlan City. Cui Zhiyun left a day earlier, and Cui Xia boarded her flight the next afternoon. That same afternoon, Fang Shihao went to Jinshan Park as usual, finding a seat along the tree-lined path. The sound of footsteps approached, and Wan Zhongwei came into view, a cruel smile on his face. Well, if it isn't our Cui family son-in-law. A pleasure to see you. Shouldn't you be staying in the Dongwang district instead of wandering around the park? You know, the outside world is a dangerous place, not suitable for a little bird like you. Wan Zhongwei hoped to see an expression of surprise and fear on Fang Shihao's face, but to his disappointment, Fang Shihao remained unusually calm. Fang Shihao's gaze moved past him to look at Cui Xia's subordinates, who were setting up a blockade around the forest in the distance. I had to come to the park to draw you out, Fang Shihao said, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. 3 figures emerged from the dense woods. The first was Luo Jin, whose main beast was a king-class rock-digging mountain demon, and who had previously collaborated with Fang Shihao. The second was Cui Yuzhu, a staunch supporter of Cui Xia and a member of her extended family, who controlled a king-class terror bird. The last was Tang Ling, a highly skilled professional-level insect beastmaster. These 3 were the strongest underlings of Cui Xia, aside from Fang Shihao, and had been dispatched to support him. The smile vanished from Wan Zhongwei's face and appeared on Fang Shihao's instead. You little bastard. You set me up. Wan Zhongwei's expression turned dangerously dark. My target is the deceitful, and your narrow-mindedness has led you to this plight. Fang Shihao replied sternly. Now, you're at my mercy. But considering you're a retainer of the young lady, I won't use numbers to my advantage. Today, right here, we'll unleash all our beasts and fight to the death. Fine. Wan Zhongwei responded through gritted teeth. Both men stepped back, simultaneously releasing their beasts. From Fang Shihao's embrace, a small creature soared into the air, revealing its true form, a 3-tailed firefox, 4.3 meters long and weighing 800 kilograms. Flames engulfed its body, instantly igniting the surrounding dry leaves. Following it, a colossal rock giant appeared, standing 10 meters tall and weighing 50 tons, easily reaching the highest treetops. The least conspicuous was a half-meter-tall verdant cloud-piercing vine, which even Wan Zhongwei had overlooked. Fang's beast lineup is impressive. Even beast masters from established families can't match him, and his beasts have great potential, Tang Ling whispered through the intercom. As spectators, they held the second lady's secret orders, ready to decapitate Wan Zhongwei if necessary. Look, Wan Zhongwei isn't simple either. It's no wonder he was recruited by the young lady. Cui Yuzhu pointed to the right. Among Wan Zhongwei's 3 beasts, the most striking was his primary Biasta Triceratops, measuring 11.5 meters long, 3 meters tall, and weighing 20 tons. This ancient beast was deep red with dark green stripes, its bony headplate perfectly protecting its vulnerable neck. The sharp horns on its forehead and the short horn on its nose were harder and sharper than ivory, its muscles bulging like an armored tank. Following closely was a 3-meter-tall hairy ghost king, its blue body bare, fangs exposed, with wild red hair flowing, exuding an intimidating aura. Wan Zhongwei's 3rd beast is a slick, black leech, similar in size to a python. This extraordinary auxiliary beast is called the blood-infused leech. Unlike regular blood-sucking leeches, it can heal other beasts through a transfusion method. Its primary skill, universal blood therapy, can convert absorbed blood into a universal elixir for healing injuries and toxins. For auxiliary beasts, the practicality of their skills is far more important than their rank. Even a beast at the awakening level can be considered good if it possesses excellent skills. The strength of both sides seemed evenly matched, but Luo Jin, who had previously fought alongside Fang Shihao, asserted, Wan Zhongwei will undoubtedly lose. Just wait and see Master Fang's potential far exceeds your imagination. Although Cui Yuzhu from the Cui family branch seemed unconvinced, the battle had already begun. Fang Shihao quickly devised a strategy. Little Stone would face the Triceratops, as this power-type beast was well suited for a strength-to-strength battle. The versatile hairy Ghost King would be countered by Little Guai, and the Cloud Vine would burrow underground to target the auxiliary blood-infused leech. The fight erupted instantly. The Triceratops and the Stone Giant shattered the ground tiles as they charged and collided, while on the other side of the battlefield, the outcome was already clear. Little Guai swiftly closed in, and the hairy Ghost King saw a flash of fire before its chest was brutally struck by 3 fox tails as strong as steel whips, sending it flying with charred skin and flesh. In a panic, Wan Zhongwei ordered the blood-infused leech to provide aid. The leech opened its mouthparts, and blood flowed through a transparent conduit in the air toward the hairy Ghost King. However, at that moment, 8 vine tendrils as thick as barrels burst from the ground, encircling the leech. The Death Octagon skill activated, and the vines began rhythmically lashing, one strike severing the leech in half, staining the ground with blood. The hairy Ghost King barely stood up when the 3-tailed fire fox attacked again, its form swelling to 3 times the size of the stone giant in its eyes. The massive fox's front paw slammed down, crushing it deep into the ground. A system notification immediately sounded. Your beast Cloudvine has killed the blood-infused leech, plundering 85 life essence points. Your beast 3-tailed firefox has killed the hairy Ghost King, plundering 1060 life essence points. In a mere 5 seconds, Wan Zhongwei lost 2 beasts, leaving him dazed and mentally shattered. With the more potent hairy Ghost King instantly defeated, the remaining Triceratops stood no chance of turning the tide. The 3 onlookers, witnessing this astonishing display of power, understood that in their place, they would have fared even worse. Cui Yuzhu watched Fang Shihao's performance and finally understood why the second young lady held this outsider in such high regard. As a member of the Cui family's branch, he had always harbored resentment towards Fang Shihao, who quickly rose to become the second young lady's confidant through sheer ability, often speaking ill of him within the retainer circles. Being assigned to guard Fang Shihao filled him with complaints. However, witnessing Fang Shihao's astonishing combat prowess firsthand, Cui Yuzhu was completely convinced. On the battlefield, after Xiao Guai finished off the Ghost King with disheveled hair, it retreated to rest, and the Mo Yun Vine withdrew underground, leaving the dueling space to Xiao Shirtu and the Triceratops. The clash between these 2 colossal beasts was awe-inspiring. The Triceratops launched a fierce charge, but Xiao Shirtu was undaunted, intercepting the charge with a powerful collision and then delivering a heavy punch that cracked the Triceratops' toughest head armor. In just this round, everyone present, including the Triceratops' owner, Wan Zhongwei, could see the outcome. The Triceratops, limited by its form to a pure strength approach, had encountered the absolute ruler of this path, the rock giant. The battle between the 2 giant beasts was extraordinarily fierce, each collision like thunder on flat ground. In their wake, trees snapped, and the ground shattered. Though tourists fled in terror, the park executives couldn't stop grinning at the impending compensation. Long before the duel began, they had been bribed by Fang Shihao to completely seal off the area. In this doomed battle, the Triceratops fought with all its might. Its head armor shattered, sharp horns broken, and body covered in wounds. As its life neared its end, it glanced sorrowfully at its already despairing owner. In that moment, memories surged. The owner's disappointment at contract signing, the rare joy when acquiring a new Ghost King, and its own resentment and jealousy. When the Ghost King died in battle, it secretly rejoiced, hoping to return to the past. But now, facing this overwhelmingly powerful stone monster, everything would become eternal regret. Master, farewell. Let me protect you one last time. In this moment, it's just you and me. No one but Wan Zhongwei could sense the changes in the heart of the dying Triceratops. As the outcome seemed inevitable, a strange, demonic red flame suddenly ignited on the Triceratops. Its body began to swell visibly. 12 meters, 13 meters, 15 meters, 18 meters. Its size doubled. The crimson blood flame, transformed from its own blood, erupted like a volcano, instantly setting the surrounding forest ablaze. Good, good. Wan Zhongwei cried tears of joy. Breaking through in battle, you truly are my beast. He never expected the Triceratops to surpass its limits in a desperate situation, ascending to an epic-level blood flame Triceratops. The sudden shift in the situation left Cui Yuzhu panicked. Damn, this isn't right. Should we take out Wan Zhongwei now? Tang Ling sneered. If you have the guts, go ahead. Can you withstand an epic-level beast seeking revenge? His words immediately deflated Cui Yuzhu. What do we do now? Luo Jin asked. Don't ask me. Let's see what young Master Fang thinks. Everyone stay out of it. The fight isn't over yet, Fang Shihao declared. Even faced with the epic-level Bloodflame Triceratops, he chose to engage with a 3-0 strategy. Fang Shihao, kneel and beg for mercy. Even the heavens are on my side. Do you still dare to fight me? Wan Zhongwei, now wielding an epic-level beast, was gloating. Shut up and watch. Fang Shihao, furious at the slipping victory, retorted. The ascended Bloodflame Triceratops charged like an enraged bull towards the small boulder. The beast, ablaze with bloodflame, had its strength and speed dramatically increased. A headbutt bent the small boulder's wrist, sending its massive body stumbling back. Seizing the advantage, the Bloodflame Triceratops charged again, knocking the small boulder to the ground. Here's our chance. The Bloodflame Triceratops intended to fully topple the massive rock giant. However, it underestimated the opponent's numerical advantage. A crack appeared in the dry ground, and the Mo Yun vine lashed out with thick tendrils, entangling its right foreleg and attempting to strangle its neck. The Bloodflame Triceratops slowly lifted its restrained foreleg, engaging in a power struggle with the Mo Yun vine. Fang Shihao's 3 beasts were all known for their strength. The rock giant was formidable, the 3-tailed fox, Xiaoguai, was balanced in power and agility, and the Mo Yun vine was notorious for its brute force. Yet, in this contest, the Bloodflame Triceratops was clearly dominant, gradually pulling the Mo Yun vine from the ground. At a crucial moment, the Bloodflame Triceratops demonstrated remarkable intelligence. It suddenly relaxed its foreleg, then stomped down heavily. In this extreme tension and release, the Mo Yun vine snapped into dozens of pieces, green sap splattering from the broken ends. Little Stone was the first to fall, and Mo Yun vine suffered a setback in the skirmish. Knowing that a direct confrontation would lead to defeat, Xiao Guai didn't rush in recklessly, but instead waited patiently for the right moment to strike. While Mo Yun vine struggled to buy time, Little Stone prepared to unleash his signature move. The ground trembled, and the world seemed to shake. The Bloodflame Triceratops struggled to maintain its balance amidst the violent earthquake, with each lifted leg threatening to topple it. Meanwhile, Little Stone's quicksand trap silently took shape, and the massive beast soon found itself sinking into the soft sand. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal meteor, 30 meters in diameter, hurtled down, targeting the trapped Bloodflame Triceratops with precision. Little Stone stepped forward and delivered a straightforward punch, shattering the meteor into fragments that devastated the surrounding forest. Yet, no notification of a kill appeared. The Bloodflame Triceratops had turned the surrounding sand into glass, and though its body was fractured and wounded, it still stood defiantly amidst the rubble. This display of strength from an epic-level beast left Fang Shihao in awe. The battle entered its second phase. Little Stone switched to a defensive strategy, focusing on containment. Xiao Guai maneuvered on the flanks, launching surprise attacks that added new fractures to the Triceratops' ribs with each strike. And Mo Yun vine, having regained its strength, relentlessly entangled the opponent to restrict its movements, even at the cost of burning its vines. I've seen through your weakness, Fang Shihao said calmly. Without the blood leech to supply blood, your Bloodflame Triceratops will eventually exhaust itself to death. Wan Zhongwei's face changed dramatically at these words. Young Master Fang, I admit defeat. I swear I will never oppose you again. Just spare my Bloodflame Triceratops. Back then, even with a knife to my throat, I wouldn't bow down. Now, for the sake of a beast, you are willing to yield. Fang Shihao remained unmoved. But I won't spare it. This is not only about obtaining the essence of life, but also about eradicating the threat completely. Human nature is fickle, and only a fool would trust promises. With trembling fingers, Wan Zhongwei, having reached a dead end, initiated a video call with Cui Zhiyun. He couldn't bear to watch his hard-earned Bloodflame Triceratops face death. Cui Zhiyun was enjoying a rare moment of family togetherness. The dining table was laden with birthday delicacies, and the family of 5 was in high spirits. Particularly, the sisters, Cui Zhiyun and Cui Siya, seemed to have set aside past grievances, displaying an unbelievable closeness. As her phone vibrated, Cui Zhiyun glanced at the caller ID with a frown. She gracefully stood up and moved to a quiet corner to answer the video call. On the screen, Wan Zhongwei appeared covered in dust, his clothes in disarray, with deafening explosions echoing in the background. I was gone for just a day, and you've ended up like this? Who dares to touch my people? Cui Zhiyun's demeanor shifted instantly, her eyes sharp, contrasting her earlier gentle demeanor. With her hair in a bun and black-framed glasses, she exuded an air of authority. Wan Zhongwei dared not mention the ambush on Fang Shihao, simply saying, the Ghost King you gave me has died, but my Triceratops evolved into an epic Bloodflame Triceratops during the battle. That's fantastic. Cui Zhiyun's eyes lit up. She understood the significance of an epic beast, which meant Wan Zhongwei would be an even stronger ally. However, she quickly sensed something was wrong. Wan Zhongwei's expression was filled with despair, clearly not a bearer of good news. Turn the camera around, she commanded sharply, as the sound of roars and explosions filled the air. The scene shifted, revealing a three-tailed fire fox, a giant rock golem, and a cloud vine attacking the blood flame triceratops. Cui Zhiyun's expression turned icy. You ignored my orders, went against my wishes, and now you dare ask for my help. Miss, I was wrong. Wan Zhongwei fell to his knees with a thud, tears cutting through the dust on his face. Please, for the sake of the blood flame triceratops, save it. It finally found a miracle, and I don't want it to die. Sister, what are you doing? Cui Siye's voice suddenly interjected. Thinking quickly, Wan Zhongwei said, Miss, the second miss set me up. She sent people to protect Fang Shihao. Shut up, shameless fool. If you hadn't harbored evil thoughts, how could you have been tricked? Cui Zhiyun scolded, then explained the situation to Cui Siye. Xiaoye, should we release or not? I told Fang Shihao earlier, just kill Wan Zhongwei's beast and spare his life, that's my bottom line. Cui Siye stated firmly. Without another word, Cui Zhiyun ended the call and blocked Wan Zhongwei. I thought you would defend Wan Zhongwei, and I was ready to confront you, Cui Siye remarked with a hint of surprise. Fang Shihao is not just your retainer but also your chosen husband, practically part of the Cui family. Wan Zhongwei attacking a member of the Cui family was a mistake, and defying my orders compounded it. He deserves what he got, Cui Zhiyun replied decisively. Cui Zhiyun smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, besides, Fang Shihao only listens to you. My orders mean nothing to him. If you don't speak up, there's nothing I can do. I might as well accept the reality that I've been abandoned. These words struck Wan Zhongwei like a sledgehammer. His head buzzed, and he fell once again into a state of dejection and bewilderment. Even the blood flame triceratops, which had reached its talent limit, was powerless to break through and save him from this dire situation. The sound of sirens echoed all around as the nearby police stations, having received numerous emergency calls, scrambled to respond. However, Wan Zhongwei's glimmer of hope upon seeing the police cars quickly vanish. The officers didn't even have the courage to approach the battlefield, where three king-level beasts were besieging an epic-level beast in a cataclysmic showdown. The blood flame triceratops was in an increasingly precarious position, its injuries mounting and nearing its limits. Wan Zhongwei could no longer bear to watch and shut his eyes tightly. Moments later, the last thread of mental connection snapped, and the blood flame triceratops fell. A system notification appeared. Your beast, rock giant, has killed the blood flame triceratops, plundering 5,370 life essence points. Current empty skill slots, 4. Available skills to plunder: Multi-Stab, Savage Stomp, Legacy, Blood to Flame. Fang Shihao was delighted to discover the blood flame triceratops' signature skill, Blood to Flame, and even more thrilled that it was a legacy-level skill. Although Xiaoguai might not use it, such a rare legacy skill was a must-have for him. The battle concluded with all of Wan Zhongwei's beasts perished, while Fang Shihao gained over 6,000 life essence points, bringing Xiaoguai closer to the goal of evolving into a six-tailed fire fox. I told you I'd spare your life. Live well. If you ever get the chance to rise again, feel free to come find me for revenge. Leaving these words behind, Fang Shihao led his group away from the devastated park. After this battle, Wan Zhongwei was removed from Fang Shihao's list of enemies. Having lost all his beasts, he was now an ordinary person, and even if he managed to rise again someday, Fang Shihao's growth would likely have made him a formidable figure by then, capable of crushing him with ease. The police remained outside the cordoned area, reluctant to cross the line. When Fang Shihao and his companions emerged, an inspector with a flower on his shoulder cautiously inquired about the situation with a forced smile. Cui Yuzhu feigned ignorance, claiming they were just passing by as ordinary citizens. Though the inspector knew this was a lie, he didn't dare press further and allowed them to leave. The evening news gave a brief account of the incident. A rogue merchant's beast accidentally entered Jinshan Park, where it was promptly neutralized by the police, ensuring the safety of the citizens with zero casualties. A few days later, the event faded from people's memories. Citizens continued to stroll through Jinshan Park, only recalling the epic battle when they passed by the restricted area under renovation. During Cui Siye's absence, Fang Shihao participated in 2 more beast battles, pushing his stored experience points past the 10,000 mark. As the date for the 4-school joint exercise approached, he began to prepare. At the moment, he was in a corner of Qingqiu University's library, intently reading travelogues and expedition notes documenting the wilderness. Surrounded by 3 charming girls, Xin Wanwen, Yu Xiaowei, and Xiang Wanqing, Fang Shihao listened intently as they detailed the current exercise. Since reconnecting, these 3 girls often found themselves gravitating towards Fang Shihao. It's no wonder, given that Fang Shihao was not only the most accomplished young beast master they knew, but also someone with whom they had shared many perilous experiences. I heard the selection process at the Golden Summit Feline Beast Master Academy is particularly brutal, Shun Wanwen, always in the know thanks to the campus network, shared her insights. They open up a secret realm and throw the applicants into a simulated wilderness environment, only admitting the last 100 survivors. It said that over a dozen students died during the selection. Fang, did you get selected? Yu Xiaowei looked at Fang Shihao with anticipation in her eyes. Yes, I did. Fang Shihao replied calmly. I confirmed it a few days ago when discussing the exercise with the principal. The rules are similar to college entrance exams. Hunt beasts to earn points, and scores are tallied at the end. The top 10 receive cash prizes, and the top 4 get relic equipment. Speaking of relic equipment, Fang Shihao had 2 items. One was a foam pearl, capable of releasing large amounts of fury-extinguishing foam, which was invaluable to firefighters but not particularly useful to him. He had been looking for an opportunity to trade it for something more suitable, yet was reluctant to sell it outright. The other item was a tail from the original nine-tailed flame fox, though the school had loaned it to him and he didn't have ownership rights. Did you sign up? Fang Shihao asked the 3 girls. No, Shun Wenwen and Yu Xiaowei replied in unison, shaking their heads. With our abilities, it would be a death sentence. Xiang Wanqing hesitated, biting her lip before quietly admitting, I signed up. What? Yu Xiaowei immediately grew concerned. With your temperament, in the wilderness? It's okay, Shun Wenwen reassured her. The teacher mentioned that first-year students are rarely selected. Just then, a senior with slicked-back hair hurried over, waving a list in his hand. Wanqing, there you are. Good news, we've all been selected. His familiar way of addressing her showed they were well acquainted, instantly contradicting Shun Wenwen's earlier statement. The senior with slicked-back hair saw Xiang Wanqing and her roommates smiling as usual, but when he noticed Fang Shihao sitting across from the 3 girls, his eyes widened, and his facial muscles twitched with anger. Wanqing, who is this guy? Why are you hanging out with him? Guanpeng asked, suppressing his anger. What does it have to do with you? Guanpeng, just because your last name is Guan doesn't mean you can control everything. Does Wanqing need to report to you about who she befriends? The outspoken Yu Xiaowei retorted, rolling her eyes. Ignoring Yu Xiaowei's sarcasm, Guanpeng arrogantly addressed Xiang Wanqing. Wanqing, you should avoid mingling with these commoners. Don't forget our status. This remark hinted that they might come from prestigious families. However, Fang Shihao smirked inwardly, knowing that true aristocratic families chose Binghuang University. Qingqiu University could at best attract third-rate families. Even though he was a Qingqiu student himself, after experiencing the educational resources at Binghuang University, he no longer held any high regard for top-tier universities. Wanqing has told you countless times that she doesn't have feelings for you. Why are you still clinging on? Yu Xiaowei's voice involuntarily grew louder, prompting the librarian to slam the table twice as a warning. Unable to watch any longer, Fang Shihao tried to reason, Buddy, relationships are about fate. Only mutual affection leads to happiness. Being one-sided won't help you win a girl over. It only moves yourself. Who left their fly open and let you out? Who do you think you are, lecturing me? Guanpeng blurted out, immediately regretting it, but his anger had clouded his judgment. Leave. Xiang Wanqing's usually gentle voice carried an unusual hint of threat. Wanqing. Leave. Her tone was even more resolute. Guanpeng glared at Fang Shihao. Watch your step from now on, he threatened before storming off. After Guanpeng left, Xiang Wanqing gradually calmed down. I'm sorry for making everyone upset because of my personal issues. It's okay. It's all Guanpeng's fault. Yu Xiaowei comforted her, then sighed. Oh, my poor sister. Now I'm even more worried about you. The wilderness is already dangerous enough, and you have to deal with Guanpeng's ill intentions. Maybe I should ask the counselor if you can withdraw from the exercise? Shen Wenwen suggested. No need, I can handle it. Xiang Wanqing firmly declined the kind offer. Don't worry too much. I'll step in if there's any danger, Fang Shihao promised. Oh, right. I almost forgot that Senior Fang will also participate in the exercise. With him there, you'll definitely be safe. Shen Wenwen had complete confidence in Fang Shihao, believing he could handle any trouble, and gave Xiang Wanqing a polite smile. On September 15th, the day the exercise began, 10 dark green armored vehicles drove neatly into the campus, attracting the attention of all the students and teachers. The participating students lined up, ready to board the vehicles and head to the assembly point. The campus buzzed with excitement as cheers of "Go Team" raised the prestige of Qingqiu University. Qingqiu will win, filled the air, with crowds lining the roads to see them off. The boarding order was carefully arranged, with the strongest, Fang Shihao, standing at the front of the first row, followed by the seniors from the third and fourth years. Principal Xue Jing's intention was clear through this clever arrangement. It subtly suggested that Fang Shihao was the strongest student this year, and the smart ones knew whom to follow. To ensure student safety, Qingqiu University sent 3 exceptionally skilled teachers to accompany the students. Leading the team was Ruan Danqiu, the head of the Firefox department, who was also Fang Shihao's personal instructor. The other 2 were teacher Kangzhen, whose main beast was the king-level Moonlight Spirit Fox, and teacher Xian Hanyin, who controlled the Jade-Faced Demon Fox. These teachers' beasts represented the highest combat power of fox-type beasts, excluding the mythical 9-tailed lineage. The system had provided Xiaoguai with 3 evolution paths, advancing to the king-level Moonlight Spirit Fox, the epic-level Fox Immortal, and the mythical-level 9-tailed Flame Fox. The Moonlight Spirit Fox was renowned for its combat prowess. Even a Nightclaw Fox at the Awakening level could tear apart tigers and leopards, though it was limited to the king level. The Fox Immortal was famous for its mysterious witchcraft and illusions, being the strongest fox type next to the 9-tailed Flame Fox. The faculty lineup at Qingqiu University was impressive, with 2 seasoned professional-level beastmasters and a well-known expert-level beastmaster from Jingchuan City. However, at the student level, Qingqiu University's overall strength was the weakest among the 4 schools. This was partly due to its narrow recruitment focus. Unlike Xingqiu University's inclusive approach, Guilong Volcano University's acceptance of fire-type beasts, and Golden Summit Feline Beast Academy's focus on feline beasts, Qingqiu only attracted fox-type beastmasters. The strength of fox-type beasts varied greatly, ranging from excellent to mediocre. Half an hour after leaving the city, the roads became increasingly rugged. Inside the vehicle, the students maintained a tense silence as they approached the wilderness. The juniors and seniors, including the student council president, frequently glanced at the unfamiliar Fang Shihao, but no one initiated a conversation, and Fang Shihao remained silent as well. Soon, the convoy of the 4 schools gathered outside the city at a feed factory. Shang Wuyang, the principal of Guilong Volcano University and the initiator of this joint exercise, stood among dozens of school buses to explain the rules. The wilderness survival exercise spans 7 days, with activities confined to the area of Chuanxi Town. The rules are straightforward. Leaving the boundaries of Chuanxi Town results in disqualification, and points are awarded based on the number of beasts defeated. Solo kills earn full points, while joint kills split the points equally. As the armored vehicle jostled along, Fang Shihao was busy searching for information about Chuanxi Town on his phone. The historical records displayed on the screen intrigued him. Chuanxi Town was established in the new calendar year 198, reclaimed by the Qinglong army from the Beast King. However, it fell again in new calendar year 235, and has remained in that state for 30 years. This history reflects the ongoing tug-of-war between humans and the Beast King. Jingchuan City has stood steadfast as the human frontline base for a century, but areas outside the city fluctuate like tides, expanding and establishing towns during human dominance, only to be reclaimed by the Beast King and returned to the wild. Chuanxi Town is a testament to this struggle. During the 4-hour bumpy journey, the convoy encountered an acidic termite nest blocking the road once, and 3 beast attacks, all of which were safely resolved by the teachers. When the armored vehicle finally stopped outside Chuanxi Town, it was already 10 a.m. Fang Shihao jumped out of the vehicle, holding his breath at the sight before him. Dilapidated buildings stood tall, with weeds and vines running rampant among the ruins, and beasts roamed freely on the deserted streets. This place perfectly illustrated the symbiosis of city and jungle. All right, kids, get ready to start your 7-day wilderness survival training. We'll pick you up at the town gate in 7 days. Enjoy yourselves, said Shang Wuyang, as the armored convoy turned around and left, leaving 400 students in this perilous hunting ground. The students quickly dispersed. Some ventured alone, while others formed groups, soon disappearing into the alleys of Chuanxi Town. As a lone adventurer, Fang Shihao chose not to venture directly into the depths, but to start his exploration from the outskirts. Heading westward, an abandoned villa came into view. Rusty iron fences leaned precariously, the courtyard was overgrown with wild grass, and a giant abandoned bird's nest on the second-floor balcony silently told of the passage of time. Master, we've entered the territory of a lord-level beast, said Little Fox, who had detected the scent marking the territory. Fang Shihao immediately became alert and summoned Little Stone for protection. The rock giant's gaze passed over the villa, settling on the backyard pool. Despite it being mid-autumn with no rain for weeks, the pool was still filled with murky water, a sign of some lurking danger. Dad, the backyard pool, danger, warned Little Stone. Little Fox, go check it out, Fang Shihao ordered as he stepped onto Little Stone's palm, which lifted him to shoulder height to directly observe the backyard situation. Little Guai still maintained the appearance of a small fox, taking a few steps and sniffing around, perfectly mimicking a predator. As it approached within 10 meters of the pool, a pair of cold, merciless brown eyes emerged from the dirty, calm water. Little Guai immediately sensed danger, and Xiao Shitu also noticed something unusual, but Fang Shihao's human vision couldn't detect subtle changes from dozens of meters away. In an instant, the warty, poisonous head of a toad burst through the water, its bright red tongue shooting out like lightning, sticking to Little Guai and retracting swiftly. Such hunting scenes had played out countless times at this villa, but this time was destined to be different. Just as it was about to be swallowed, little Guai transformed from its fox form, its flaming crimson claws piercing the giant toad's throat. Flames erupted inside the creature, the intense heat quickly drying out its fragile insides. The giant toad didn't have time to react before it was roasted alive. Little Guai dragged it out of the pool by its charred tongue, causing the water level to drop by half. A system notification sounded. Your beast, the three-tailed fire fox, has killed the giant toad, seizing 410 life essence points. Everything happened so quickly that Fang Shihao hadn't even processed it before hearing the kill notification. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, I'll surely be among the top 4, he thought, quickly scanning the toad's skill list and deciding to move on without looting since there was nothing particularly useful. He continued along the town's edge. Just 5 minutes after leaving the villa, at an abandoned gas station, little Guai picked up the scent of a lord beast's pheromones. Playing the bait once again, it provocatively urinated. As expected, an enraged Malayan sun bear with decayed claws charged out. Its fate was sealed the moment it spotted the seemingly harmless little fox on the road. The fox transformation was instantly lifted, and the 3 flaming tails whipped through the air, blasting the sun bear apart, its flesh and blood raining down around the gas station. Well done, little Guai. This abandoned town is like your personal hunting ground. Fang Shihao praised sincerely, then reassured. Xiao sure to. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for you when the real battles come. Over the next hour, they encountered several lord-level beasts. The black water python in the sewers managed to escape, but the stone-skinned boar herd was completely annihilated, and the human-faced spider lying in wait at the highway entrance was burned to a crisp. These lord-level beasts, which required effort to locate in the exam's secret realm, were as common as local residents in the real wilderness, each occupying their own territory. By 3:10 p.m., having harvested 1,500 life essence points, Fang Shihao arrived at the landmark of Chuanxi Town Xiangyang High School. Xiangyang High School was built on the outskirts of Chuanxi Town, with Lianbi Mountain as its backdrop. Fang Shihao stood in front of the school gate, observing the abandoned building before him. The teaching building faced him, with rows of shattered windows staring back like hollow eyes, as a biting cold wind swept through, making him shiver involuntarily. Xiaoguai's nose twitched slightly, detecting the presence of various spirit beasts, including those of king-level status. It was a treasure trove, but clearly not one easy to excavate. Being cautious, Fang Shihao didn't let Xiaoguai take the risk of entering. Instead, he sat down at a small convenience store across the street and released a clone of the Mayan vine as a scouting pioneer. The clone first infiltrated the security room, where it was greeted by the sight of several skeletons that had been picked clean, with rats scurrying beneath the tattered security uniforms. The remnants of this tragedy caused a pang in Fang Shihao's heart. As the Mayun vine clone entered the overgrown playground, a sudden change occurred. The moist grass suddenly gave way, and the 10-meter-long clone was swallowed by some underground creature in an instant, without even a chance to struggle. This discovery made cold sweat bead on Fang Shihao's forehead had he sent Xiaoguai in. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Xiangyang High School was evidently a treasure trove filled with hidden dangers. Sending in his main spirit beast for a frontal assault was too risky. If they encountered a powerful king-level beast and got injured, the next 7 days would have to be spent on recovery. Yet, abandoning it entirely felt like such a waste. Just as Fang Shihao found himself in a dilemma, 2 students from Guelong Volcano High School approached with their fire spirit yak and red-horned dragon-scaled steed. Although the thought of using them as pathfinders crossed his mind, he kindly warned them, "Classmates, don't enter Xiangyang High School. It's very dangerous inside." "We know it's dangerous, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward," said the owner of the red-horned dragon-scaled steed. Recognizing the fox in Fang Shihao's arms, he suggested, "Would our friend from Qingqiu University like to team up?" After a brief consideration, Fang Shihao shook his head. Teaming up means splitting the rewards. "No thanks, I prefer going solo." "In that case, please leave. We've claimed Xiangyang High School for Guelong Volcano University," declared the owner of the red-horned dragon-scaled steed with a wave of his hand, intent on taking over the entire school. Fang Shihao couldn't stand their arrogant behavior and immediately retorted coldly, "Chuanxi Town is unclaimed territory. What gives you the right to monopolize it?" "Because we are from Guelong Volcano University, united as one," the owner of the red-horned dragon scale horse said proudly, thumping his chest. "Everyone in our school carries a communication snail, and with one word, we can gather all our classmates here. Let me tell you, we're going to take the top 10 spots in this exercise." His companion straightened up beside him and added, "Ungrateful. We're offering you a share, and you refuse. You better leave while you can because you'll regret it once our classmates arrive." Fang Shihao glanced at the 2 of them and calmly said, "Good luck." He then turned and walked away. With 7 days for the field exercise, there was no need to compete there and then. Since they insisted on heading towards Shangyang School, they might as well act as scouts. Although their attitude was arrogant, they hadn't crossed Fang Shihao's bottom line. There was no need for a confrontation, and it helped him make a decision. Fang Shihao walked briskly along the town's border. In the distance, flames occasionally flared up within the town, indicating that others had already started moving. He quickened his pace, planning to thoroughly scout the outskirts of Chuanxi town that day, confirming the terrain, marking exits, and planning escape routes were all crucial for safety. Staying true to his cautious nature, whenever Fang Shihao encountered a formidable beast during his exploration, he marked it on the map to deal with later when he was stronger. By nightfall, he had successfully circled Chuanxi town, highlighting two dangerous areas. One near Lianbi Mountain's Shangyang School, where mountain beasts frequently appeared, and the other in the southeast at the Hongxing Auto Repair Shop, where a swarm of striped gas beetles resided. Though these thumbnail-sized awaken-level beasts were weak, they were exceptionally troublesome. They could spray high-temperature venom and release foul-smelling toxic clouds, even forcing king-level beasts to detour. However, Fang Shihao's little stone had an extremely strong defense, which was perfect for countering these gas beetles. As he looked toward the auto repair shop, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Although the rewards for taking down an awaken-level beast are not significant, Fang Shihao understands the importance of accumulating small gains over time. He glanced at the setting sun about to disappear below the horizon and decided to seize the Hongxing Auto Repair Shop before nightfall. This repair shop is the lair of the tiger-striped gas beetles, and other beasts keep their distance from this area, making it an ideal stronghold. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao summoned the rock giant. Little Rock, it's time for your tough battle. Capture the Hongxing Auto Repair Shop for me. As you wish, Little Rock responded in a deep, resonant voice, tinged with a hint of excitement. Its massive form strode forward, directly entering the repair shop. The tiger-striped gas beetles, nestled among heaps of abandoned cars, immediately noticed the intruder. In unison, they turned and aimed their yellow and black-striped abdomens at the rock giant, spraying corrosive venom. In an instant, the entire backyard of the repair shop was enveloped in a yellow toxic cloud. The decaying cars hissed as the venom corroded them, and countless streams of scalding venom sprayed onto Little Rock. This venom wasn't your typical circulatory or neurotoxin. It was a chemical toxin capable of eroding stone. The gray surface of the rock giant became mottled with yellow, as if suffering from jaundice, and acrid white smoke rose from the rocks as the venom ate away at them. However, for an elemental creature, this damage was akin to a minor burn from a cigarette. Without hesitation, Little Rock unleashed its most powerful move, Meteor Shower. At dusk, students in the town exclaimed and pointed at the sky. A massive meteor, cloaked in golden twilight and trailing a fiery tail, was plummeting toward the southeast of the town. With a thunderous crash, the meteor, brimming with destructive power, struck the ground. The short-legged gas beetles had no chance to escape the impact zone, and the towering piles of metal debris crumbled instantly under the meteor's force. The blast tore apart the rusted car shells, and countless tiger-striped gas beetle corpses were flung into the air along with the debris, while many more were crushed to death beneath the meteor. This move nearly wiped out all the gas beetles, leaving only a few stragglers to be dealt with individually. With that, Fang Shihao successfully captured the Hongxing Auto Repair Shop. The stale air slowly dissipated from the old factory as the windows were opened for ventilation. Night had already fallen, and Fang Shihao lit a few animal-repelling candles that emitted a unique scent, their flickering light dancing across the spacious room. He efficiently cleaned up the space and retrieved a folding wire bed from his beast-taming space, laying soft bedding on it. In this wilderness, while battles could rely on beast companions, basic living necessities had to be managed by oneself. Fang Shihao was long accustomed to living independently, organizing everything meticulously. He set up an alcohol stove and poured a pre-prepared beef dish into a pot, quickly filling the room with its aroma. A steaming bowl of beef soup was just the comfort his weary body and mind needed. After swiftly finishing his dinner, Fang Shihao took Xiao Guai for another patrol around the factory, ensuring there were no other wild beasts aside from the striped gas beetle colony. For the final preparations before nightfall, he summoned an invisible jellyfish from his beast-taming space, sending it into the sky to serve as a round-the-clock scout. This creature, unique to the Chui family, had been genetically modified to survive by absorbing moisture in the air, even outside its aquatic habitat. Though not highly ranked, its invisible nature and ability to establish a mental connection with its tamer made it an indispensable functional beast. Under the night sky, the factory was heavily guarded. Vines quietly entwined around the iron gate, the rock giant sat vigilantly inside, and a warm little fox curled up at Fang Shihao's feet. Despite being in the wilderness, Fang Shihao felt no threat, only a sense of safety, as if he were at home. The city at night belonged to the beasts, their howls echoing through the air. Fang Shihao tossed and turned, recalling the day's events. Xiang Wanqing's mystery intrigued him. Whether it was the icewind fox mentioned by Shen Wanwan, the hunting fox spoken of by Yu Xiaowei, or his own three-tailed fire fox. Everyone's beast information was public except for Xiang Wanqing, who kept hers a secret. He had wanted to travel with her, but she skillfully avoided him, choosing to follow the group that first entered Chuanxi town. The ambition of Guilong Volcano University was evident, aiming to monopolize the top 10 positions, and their aggressive approach was bound to provoke resistance from other beast tamers. Thinking about the return of the second young lady in 2 days, Fang Shihao's thoughts slowly blurred, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his internal clock woke him up on time. Splashing cold water on his face to shake off sleepiness, he had a quick breakfast of bread with fried eggs and bacon, and began a new day of hunting. On the road into the city, large patches of drying blood indicated a fierce battle had occurred there the previous night. The bodies were either taken by beast tamers or devoured by wild beasts. Master, there's the sound of fighting ahead. Xiao Guai suddenly alerted him. Fang Shihao followed the sound to a residential area. In a pavilion at the center of a flower bed, a student from Qingqiu University was desperately commanding his 2 Biasa remarkable level Night Fox and a remarkable level Thunder Frojin a fierce struggle. The Night Fox is a precursor to the Moonlight Spirit Fox. Its fur is glossy and black, its limbs are sturdy and powerful, and its size is comparable to that of a leopard. Its companion, the Thunder Frog, although only the size of a water tank, possesses remarkable strength. Its unique sonic skill, Thunderous Roar, can unleash a powerful control effect at close range. The closer to the center of the sound wave, the stronger the effect. At this moment, this duo is facing a Lord-level fierce black leopard. This beast's entire body is covered in fur that shines like satin, and its long canine teeth are stained with the Night Fox's blood. Although the Thunder Frog moves slowly and can't keep up with the agile leopard, it stays close to the Night Fox. If the leopard dares to advance, it immediately uses its thunderous roar to restrain it. Thanks to the Thunder Frog's cover, the Night Fox, which is not as strong as the leopard, has managed to hold on until now. Brother, help me take it down, and you can have the spoils. Seeing Fang Shihao rushing over, the student, feeling like he'd found a savior, urgently requested assistance. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao sprang into action. The green vine bracelet on his wrist glowed as he controlled the cloud vine from dozens of meters away to launch a fierce attack. The massive vine shot out like a long whip, unleashing a powerful and destructive lash. The fierce black leopard, entangled with the Night Fox, sensed danger and quickly dodged, but the cloud vine had already blocked all its escape routes. With a loud thud, the leopard was slammed hard, crashing through a wall. Even with broken bones and bleeding from its nose and mouth, the beast struggled to get up, driven by a strong will to survive. At this moment, a vine suddenly sprang from the ground, swiftly wrapping around the severely injured leopard and decisively strangling it. A system notification sounded. Your beast, Cloud Vine, has killed the fierce black leopard, gaining 295 life essence points. My name is Yi Bowen, a sophomore at Qingqiu University. Thank you for your righteous assistance, Yi Bowen said, bowing in gratitude. His face was weary, his jacket covered in mud, and his eyes were bloodshot. His 2 beasts were also badly injured. I'm Fang Shihao, a freshman at Qingqiu University. A junior, huh? What a coincidence. Your plant beast is really fierce, killing a Lord-level fierce black leopard like it was nothing. I didn't know there was such a strong person among the freshmen, Yi Bowen said, visibly more relaxed upon learning they were schoolmates. Fang Shihao asked, how did you end up in this place, senior? Yi Bowen waved his hands. I don't deserve the title of senior. I'm far behind you. My beast, the Night Fox, excels at night concealment, suitable for nocturnal activities. We rest during the day and hunt at night. After a productive night, I plan to rest in this area, but this fierce black leopard suddenly appeared. If it weren't for your help, I'd be in real danger today. He shuddered at the thought, realizing the leopard had been stalking him for a while, waiting to strike when he and his beasts were exhausted. It's not safe to rest in the city, Fang Shihao said. If you trust me, you can rest at a stronghold I secured on the edge of town. I trust whatever you say. Where's the stronghold? Exit the neighborhood and head southeast along the main road. It's the Hongxing Auto Repair Shop. Yi Bowen expressed his thanks repeatedly. The 2 parted ways, one to rest, the other to continue on. Chuanxi town is neither too big nor too small. At the intersection ahead, Fang Shihao encountered another student from the Golden Peak Feline Beast Academy, who was commanding a Lord-level Longman lion in a battle against a pair of extraordinary-level terrestrial bird beasts. The student truly had it under control, letting his Longman lion handle 2 beasts on its own, not even bothering to summon any auxiliary beasts. When Fang Shihao passed by, the student watched him warily, afraid he might steal his prey. Fang Shihao, however, had no interest in such behavior, and simply kept his distance. This caution soon paid off. Lu Xiao, a student from the Golden Top Feline Beast Academy, approached him with important information. Don't go any further. I just came from there. There's a monarch-level forest python queen in the mall, surrounded by hundreds of forest pythons. But the people from Gilong Volcano University have sealed off the area, not letting anyone in. Fang Shihao was intrigued at first, but lost interest upon hearing that Gilong Volcano University had claimed the area. Seeing his dissatisfaction, Lu Xiao continued to complain. Those bastards are so unreasonable. They don't deal with the pythons themselves but block others from doing so. It's like they're hogging the bathroom and not using it. They'll get what's coming to them sooner or later. Changing direction to continue his search, Fang Shihao found a ghost-faced owl nesting with bones in a roadside supermarket. After a brief stare down, he shook his head and moved on. This wasn't his first encounter with flying beasts, and lacking aerial capabilities left him feeling powerless. He urgently needed a flying beast to expand his tactical options, but mythical-level potential flying beasts were extremely rare. Even the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the pride of Ice Phoenix University, only reached a legendary level. Pursuing perfection would likely mean missing opportunities in the short term. By the afternoon, Fang Shihao had gathered less than 1,000 life essences. Many areas had been cleared or were currently under combat. Unwilling to brazenly steal others' monsters, he had to give up, resulting in fewer gains than the previous day. Other beastmasters were also seizing safe opportunities to harvest life essences, so it seemed he would have to take a risk. After a half-hour break, Fang Shihao decided to head for the Forest Python Queen's Mall. Upon arrival, he found a dozen people gathered, including Lu Xiao from the morning. The scene was chaotic, with someone shouting angrily, "If you can fight, then fight. If not, step aside. Who said you can just claim the area? You're students, not bandits. Get lost, you bunch of losers. Move it." Someone else cursed crudely. 3 students from Gilong Volcano University stood their ground, arms crossed. Final warning, leave immediately. This area is contracted to us by Gilong Volcano University. 3rd warning, 4th warning, 5th warning, I'll shout it for you. What can you do about it? Su Chunglin from the Golden Top Feline Beast Academy's 4th year mocked. Leading the resistance, he was the group's backbone. Suddenly, everyone sensed danger approaching. Danger! Get out of the way. The Beastmasters, relying on their strong mental powers, quickly scattered. Fang Shihao's wrist flashed green as a vine hook latched onto the top of a residential building, pulling him swiftly to the rooftop. That's when he saw the source of the attack, a monarch-level, 8-meter-long wyvern, drool dripping from its mouth. The explosive fireball it spewed at the crowd was like both a high-explosive grenade and an incendiary bomb, instantly turning the street into a sea of flames. In this sudden aerial assault, everyone displayed their abilities to escape. A student from the Golden Top Feline Beast Academy was forced to summon a lion-tiger beast to take the hit, resulting in the beast being blown away and the student severely burned, barely surviving. Another student from Star University, slower to react, was consumed by the flames, leaving a charred corpse. Thus, Fang Shihao witnessed the first internal conflict of this year's 4-school joint exercise. Murder! Murder! The terrified scream pierced the sky. A beast master from Xingqian University, who had just escaped, looked pale and wide-eyed. Moments ago, he had been fighting alongside his classmates, who now lay in a pool of blood. The sudden turn of events left him utterly shattered. The faces of the other students were equally grim, their angry eyes fixed on the arrogant figure hovering in midair. Yang Yongla, riding on the back of his 2-footed dragon. Outside the mall, 3 station students immediately stood at attention. "Welcome, Chairman." Their eyes gleamed with admiration. The chairman truly lives up to his reputation, settling everything with a single move. Yang Yongla replied coldly as he leaped down from his dragon. He surveyed the crowd from above. Who was it that dared to speak out? Step forward. The leader, Su Yang, hesitated, taking half a step forward. Although his main beast, the demon pattern tiger, was also of king level, it was clearly outmatched by Yang Yongla's top-tier 2-footed dragon. He wrestled with his thoughts. If he stepped forward and faced retaliation, both his future and life could be at stake. While Su Yang was undecided, the others remained silent with fear. Some sighed and turned away. A bunch of cowards. Yang Yongla sneered. From now on, when you see anyone from Guilong Volcano University, stay far away. His blatant contempt failed to ignite any resistance among the crowd. Their spirits were broken. Su Yang felt deeply ashamed, knowing someone had been hurt or killed because of him, yet he remained silent among the crowd. It was too late for regrets. Stepping out now would only make him a laughingstock. He could only hang his head and leave. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Fang Shihao standing at the edge of the rooftop. "Why are you still here?" Yang Yongla asked impatiently. Fang Shihao smirked. "Why should I leave? They may have surrendered, but I haven't. Those who kill will be killed in return." He was determined to make a bold move if it came to killing. He might as well start with this arrogant guy. "Wow, bold as ever. I like bold people. Come on, Let's see what you've got. Yang Yongla, fiery by nature, immediately took to the skies on his dragon. Fang Shihao's little companion had already crouched slightly, ready to spring. His gaze swept over the three on the ground as he secretly commanded his Mo Yunvine to burrow underground, preparing for a decapitation strike. His plan was to quickly eliminate the three on the ground to cut off support, then focus all efforts on Yang Yongla, aiming to secure victory before reinforcements arrived, using Yang Yongla's body to intimidate any subsequent enemies. However, the battle was interrupted before it even began. Yang Yongla received a message from a snail, indicating trouble elsewhere. He assessed Fang Shihao, thinking that this guy seemed confident, suggesting formidable strength, and might not be easily defeated in a short time. Wait here, Yang Yongla said. I'll deal with matters elsewhere and come back for you. With that, he flew off on his dragon. Fang Shihao frowned as he watched Yang Yongla's departing figure, knowing that waiting here would be a complete waste of time. After a brief consideration, Fang Shihao coldly stared at the three gatekeeping students who had attempted to stop him, his voice carrying an undeniable threat. Tell your president this, you've stopped me twice. There won't be a third time. Anyone who dares to block my way again will be dealt with harshly. Before his words fully settled, he deftly threw out a vine hook and swiftly descended to the ground to continue on his way. As he turned the corner, he found someone had been waiting. Hello, big brother. I'm Lu Xiao, the newcomer said eagerly. I saw what you did just now. You're a real tough guy. The owner of the main lion spoke with admiration. He explained that he had originally followed Senior Su Yang to protest against the overbearing actions of Guilong Volcano University, but Su Yang had backed down after the incident. I thought you all left, Lu Xiao said bluntly. I can't speak for the others, but I can't swallow this. I plan to wait here and give those Guilong University people a hard time when they went in to confront the queen of the jungle anaconda. Fang Shihao replied expressionlessly. Attacking from behind isn't heroic. I'll handle them heathen next time. Count me in. I've had enough of them too, Lu Xiao immediately requested. All right, together, Fang Shihao agreed readily. This straightforward follower was just what he needed. Participating in the four-school joint exercise, Fang Shihao had clear goals. Primarily to hunt beasts to acquire life essence and secure a good ranking to earn relic rewards. Secondly, to make a name for himself and lay the groundwork for future achievements. He believed that by next spring, he could train Xiaoguai into a six-tailed fire fox, which would make him a notable figure at Binghuang University with an epic-level beast. To better coordinate, Lu Xiao introduced his beast lineup. His main force was the 5-star Lord Main Lion, supported by the 2-star Lord Lake Maiden. This Lake Maiden was a precursor to the renowned epic-level beast, the Lake Fairy, with impressive potential and excellent healing abilities. Big brother, I've shown my hand. Lu Xiao ventured. Could you share if you have any other beasts besides the Cloud Vine? This question precisely showcased his keen eye. He recognized the Cloud Vine just from the green vine bracelet on Fang Shihao's wrist, a sharpness that surpassed Yi Bowen, who failed to identify it even after witnessing its use in the morning. Fang Shihao decided to test Lu Xiao's insight. I can only tell you that the Cloud Vine is my third beast, and its rank is 7-star Monarch. In a flash of insight, Lu Xiao realized the underlying connections and immediately felt a sense of respect. From just a couple of sentences from Fang Shihao, he deduced that there must be significant backing behind him after all. A resource-consuming creature like the Mo Yun Vine couldn't be maintained by an average beast tamer. More importantly, being able to control such a rebellious beast indicated that Fang Shihao's other beast-taming abilities must far exceed the 7-star king level. Just as Lu Xiao was becoming increasingly intrigued by Fang Shihao's beast-taming prowess, a strong scent of blood wafted from the direction of a nearby nursery. The two followed the smell and were met with a gruesome sight. 3 bloodied human heads were impaled on an iron railing, and a ferocious black bear was devouring a human leg. It was clear that the bear had stashed other beast corpses in its den as reserves. Upon discovering intruders, the savage black bear showed no fear. Instead, it pointed at the heads on the railing with a cruel grin, bits of flesh still clinging between its teeth. Seeing his classmates' lifeless, unavenged state, Fang Shihao was enraged. The battle was imminent. The small creature in his arms quickly transformed into its combat form, the rock giant leaping out from the beast's space, while the Mo Yun Vine swiftly ensnared the bear's right leg with its tendrils. Let me at it. You weak and foolish beast. Angering my master is unforgivable, roared Little Stone, demanding to fight, prompting even the ever-ready little one to step aside. The 10-meter-tall rock giant completely disregarded the black bear, which only reached its waist. In 2 strides, the giant was upon the bear, its heavy fist colliding with the bear's paw. In that moment, the black bear understood the futility of its resistance. The giant continued its assault. The first punch crushed the bear's arm into a pulp, the second caved in half of its body, and the third shattered its chest cavity. The bear's agonized roar echoed across the area, driving away beasts for miles. The battle was brutally swift. The savage black bear was no match for the triceratops in strength, and against the rock giant, it was like a mere punching bag. After a dozen blows, it was beaten to death. The system promptly notified, Rock Giant has slain the savage black bear, earning 12 10 life essence points. The outcome of the battle left Lu Xiao in awe. He had initially released two beasts, bracing for a tough fight, but witnessing Fang Shihao's three main beasts, the three-tailed fire fox which had reverted to little fox, the rock giant, and the Mo Yun Vine display such overwhelming power was beyond his expectations. Staring at this impressive lineup of beasts, Lu Xiao silently resolved. He must hold tightly onto Fang Shihao's powerful support. After burying the bodies of the three students, Fang Shihao stood silently in the wilderness. At that moment, his understanding of the wild deepened here. There is no place for warmth, and every move could be the last struggle for life. The dying roar of the ferocious bear scattered the beasts for miles around. Although finding new prey would require venturing further, Fang Shihao was content, having harvested the life essence of a king-level beast, and decided to end his hunt for the day. As night fell, Fang Shihao arrived outside the Hongxing repair shop. Lu Zhao's attention was immediately drawn to the massive meteorite that had destroyed several cars and was embedded in the ground. Was that meteorite yesterday evening you're doing? Yeah, it was the skill of the rock giant, Fang Shihao replied briefly. Impressive. Lu Xiao genuinely admired. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Bowen, who had just woken up, came out to investigate. The three quickly exchanged names and backgrounds. Lu Xiao was a student at Jinding Feline Beast Academy, sharing similar ideals with Fang Shihao. Yi Bowen was a student at Qingqiu University, who had been ambushed by a vicious panther that morning, only to be saved by Fang Shihao. As the cold autumn wind began to rise, Fang Shihao invited the two inside. To show his gratitude, Yi Bowen had prepared a meal in advance and tasted each dish first to demonstrate his sincerity. During the meal, the two shared with Yi Bowen the domineering actions of Guilong University, monopolizing the area. They may rule the day, but they have to rest at night, right? Yi Bowen suggested a night raid. Lu Xiao looked to Fang Shihao, who was clear about his stance. If we're going to fight, let's do it openly and make them fear us. Sneaky tactics aren't my style. Guilong University has 100 people. Just the three of us aren't enough for a heathen clash, but I can call in reinforcements from my school, Lu Xiao said firmly. Yi Bowen also expressed that he could bring a few friends, and although worried about being the first to act, he was willing to join Fang Shihao in battle as a gesture of gratitude. Fang Shihao suddenly stood up. The exercise is halfway through, and people won't tolerate Guilong University monopolizing the best areas anymore. I'm willing to be the first to act and unite students from 3 schools to eliminate Guilong University. Great. Tomorrow, I'll definitely gather a team of over 50 people, Lu Xiao exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Brother Fang, whatever crazy thing you're planning, count me in. I owe you my life, Yi Bowen stated earnestly. Yi Bowen didn't have grand ambitions. He simply believed in repaying kindness. As their glasses clinked, Fang Shihao patted both of them on the shoulders, his eyes gleaming with determination. Good brothers, let's finish this drink. Tomorrow, we'll kick Guilong University out of the game. Considering the important action planned for tomorrow, Yi Bowen decided to forego hunting tonight. Having slept enough during the day, he stayed up on watch until 2 a.m. before heading to bed. In the early hours, the operation began. Yi Bowen and Lu Xiao split up to gather people, while Fang Shihao waited for their return at the Red Star Auto Repair Shop. Yi Bowen headed straight for the stronghold of Feng Shichen, the student council president of Qingqiu University, a location he had discovered during his inquiry the previous night. Pushing open the conference room door, Feng Shichen was in the middle of a meeting with several junior and senior students. Yi Bowen took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and walked in. Bowen, come on in. Feng Shichen recognized the somewhat well-known junior from Qingqiu University and greeted him warmly. President, what are you discussing? Just about to tell you, we plan to reclaim the Beast Master Guild from Guilong University. You're just in time. Want to join us? Yi Bowen got straight to the point. To be honest, we also want to go against Guilong University, and we're not talking about small skirmishes. We aim to kick them out completely. So, you're not here to help, but to persuade us. Tell me, who sent you? Lindy, a senior student, squinted and questioned. Feng Shichen waved his hand. Lin, don't be so hostile. Ultimately, we share the same goal. Bowen, go on. If your leader is strong enough, we can lend a hand. My big brother is Fang Shihao, a freshman. Before he could finish, the entire room burst into laughter. Lindy laughed so hard he almost doubled over. A freshman? Are you kidding me? Yi Bowen, you're a sophomore, and you follow someone younger than you as a leader? That's a first. The laughter was suddenly halted when Feng Shichen remembered something. His expression serious. Wait, the Fang Shihao you're talking about. Is he the student who sat in the first row on the first day? That's him. The laughter ceased abruptly. Everyone exchanged glances, aware of the legendary mysterious freshman, the owner of the three-tailed fire fox. Is his beast really the three-tailed fire fox? Feng Shichen pressed for confirmation. Yes, Yi Bowen answered firmly. The room fell silent instantly, with all eyes on Student Council President Feng Shichen, awaiting his decision. In that case, we'll lend him our support, Feng Shichen decided swiftly. Zhao Ziliang, go inform Guanpong and the others. Lin, get Peng Goen and the three of them. Let's all support Fang Shihao. Feng Shichen understood clearly that Fang Shihao, with his three-tailed firefox, was a treasured asset of Qingqiu University, with strength and potential far surpassing ordinary students. Such a figure was destined to become a pillar of the university in the future. As the student council president, Feng Shichen was astute and immediately decided to lower his stance and cater to this potential. As soon as they were called, the two sprang into action. Just before stepping out the door, Lin Di paused and turned to face Yi Bowen. Brother Bowen, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn without knowing the full story. I sincerely apologize to you and Fang Shihao. Let's put this behind us, shall we? Yi Bowen nodded in acceptance, and Lin Di immediately extended a warm invitation. Come, Brother Bowen, have a seat and try this freshly brewed Mingqian Longjing tea. Yi Bowen sighed inwardly, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. One moment he was mocked, the next he was an honored guest. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's recruitment efforts were progressing smoothly. Standing in the Jiangmen Fish House within the Golden Summit Feline Beast Academy's stronghold, he delivered a rousing speech. We are the noble masters of feline beasts, tigers on the mountain, lions in the valley. As natural predators with footprints around the globe, how can we bow to those fire-breathing jesters? The crowd was fired up, with someone shouting, well said. Screw Gue Long Volcano University. Lu Xiao seized the momentum. We're at a crossroads now. To the left is submission and concession. To the right is resistance and dignity. Tell me, which path should we take? Of course, the right. Better to die standing than live kneeling. Big cats never surrender. The crowd responded in unison. Suddenly, someone poured cold water on the enthusiasm. We did resist before, but we failed. One died, and another was seriously injured. We lost 2 brothers. The speaker was a member who had followed Su Yang in a previous failed attempt, left disheartened by the defeat. Lu Xiao stood firm. An army is only as strong as its leader. Yesterday, we followed the wrong leader. Lions should not be led by sheep. I have found a true Lion King. He may not be one of us from Golden Summit, but he shares our spirit of resistance. Moreover, he can easily crush a king-level beast. I've seen it with my own eyes. This declaration reignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and many eagerly asked to join. Power is the most convincing argument. Threats without power are as harmless as a kitten's purr. Riding this wave, Lu Xiao contacted several hunting teams from Xingqiu University, using the pretext of avenging fallen comrades to stir their anger, successfully recruiting 19 new members. In Chuanchi Town, tensions simmered beneath the surface, while students from Guilong Volcano University continued to flaunt their dominance, oblivious to the approaching storm. Around 8 a.m., supporters began to arrive at the Red Star Auto Repair Factory. In the open area of the factory, a rock giant constructed neat rows of 100 stone chairs. The first to arrive were Fang Shihao's classmates from Qingqiu University, many of whom had been among the elite aboard the first armored vehicle. Student Council President Feng Shichen was quick to express support. Hello, Feng. I'm Feng Shichen. Trusted by teachers and classmates, I've been appointed as Student Council President. Upon hearing of your plans to challenge Guilong University's monopoly, everyone is eager to contribute. Just point us in the direction, and we'll charge without hesitation. Please take a seat, everyone. We'll discuss the main issues once everyone is here, Fang Shihao said as he glanced around at the students arriving one by one. Being a student at Qingqiu University, he understood that his classmates would be crucial for his future endeavors, whether it was forming a mercenary group to explore the wilderness or starting a company. Among the early arrivals, his gaze lingered on a familiar figure, Guanpong. This classmate from the western capital was known for his relentless pursuit of Xiang Wanqing. To follow her, Guanpong had arrived at Qingqiu University a year early, despite not being particularly skilled in taming fox-type beasts. However, Xiang Wanqing, focused on her studies, remained indifferent to his advances, and his increasingly extreme pursuit only made her more averse. Guanpeng's almost pathological possessiveness had been evident since high school. Any boy who dared to approach Xiang Wanqing faced his violent retaliation, resulting in no one daring to befriend her throughout high school. Recently, because Xiang Wanqing's 3 dorm mates had been spending time with Fang Shihao, Guanpong had shifted his hostility towards him. His presence at the gathering clearly suggested ill intentions. The number of attendees at the gathering gradually increased. Lu Xiaoyan brought along 55 students, and with Yi Bowen and Feng Shichen bringing 20 more from Qingqiu University, the group size was now enough to rival Guilong Volcano University. Look at that huge meteorite. Boss Fang Shihao is incredible. The students were awestruck by the massive meteorite that had once destroyed the striped gas beetle colony inside the auto repair shop, their eyes filled with reverence. With Lu Zhao's assistance, the students found their seats. Dozens of eyes turned to Fang Shihao, filled with anticipation, admiration, or skepticism. Clad in a bespoke high-end suit tailored by Cui Siya, his strong physique and commanding presence complemented each other perfectly. My name is Fang Shihao, a student at Qingqiu University, he began directly. Like you all, I've been expelled multiple times by Guilong Volcano University. On my first day in Chuanxi Town, I discovered a large gathering of beasts at Xiangyang High School, but before I could act, 2 students from Guilong University declared it their territory. Luckily you didn't act, or you'd be dead. Guilong University lost 6 people attacking Xiangyang High School. Guanpeng interrupted suddenly. Feng Shichen immediately turned and glared at Guanpeng. What are you doing, undermining your own brother? Fang Shihao maintained his smile and continued. It's poetic justice they should pay for their actions. I believe there are many students like me who have been forcefully driven away or had their gains snatched by Guilong University. They want to monopolize the top 10 positions in this year's 4-school joint exercise, which means taking over all areas where beasts gather. Even places they can't use, they won't let us touch. In the face of the oppressive actions of Guilong University, I, Fang Shihao, am willing to stand at the forefront and seek justice for all students who have been bullied. Fang Shihao proclaimed from the podium, his voice resolute and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. The students of Xingqiu University, in particular, resonated deeply with the pain of their fellow student who was ambushed and killed by Yang Yongla. They raised their arms and responded enthusiastically. At this moment, the habitual contrarian Guanpeng interrupted, clearly intent on opposing Fang Shihao. His interference immediately sparked outrage. Students from Qingqiu shouted angrily, Guanpeng, are you crazy? If you're sick, go home and take your medicine. The Xingqiu University students were even more incensed, yelling, can you shut up? Who invited this idiot? If you want to fight, take it outside. Amidst the angry shouts, Guanpeng lowered his head, secretly pondering how to continue his disruption. Unlike before, Fang Shihao had already won the crowd's approval, making Guanpeng's objections the target of their ire. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Shihao fixed his sharp gaze on Guanpeng and said, it seems this friend has some issues with me. Why not come up and say it to my face? Encouraged by the crowd, Guanpeng finally couldn't hold back and strode up to the stage. Pretending not to know me, huh? You're just a scumbag who steals other people's girlfriends. Guanpeng hurled baseless accusations. A cold glint flashed in Fang Shihao's eyes. I've only met Miss Xiang Wanqing a few times and have no relationship beyond friendship. But you've become so obsessed that you've started believing your own dreams. Having been slandered, Fang Shihao was unwilling to say more. You insulted me first and then slandered me. Now, bring out your beasts, let's settle this with a beast battle. The crowd below was fired up, shouting in unison, fight, fight, don't chicken out. No one cared about their personal grievances, they just wanted to witness Fang Shihao's true strength. Guanpeng, reveling in the attention, exclaimed, fight? Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. Wanqing, I'll prove to you that I'm your true destiny. With that, he released 2 of his beasts. Despite his lack of clarity, his strength was undeniably formidable. Guanpeng's primary beast is a 6-star Lord-level fierce Fang war elephant, clad in heavy iron armor, with 2 sharp tusks resembling long spears. On its back is a meticulously crafted ironwood fortress, inside which hides his second beast, a 4-star extraordinary bomb squirrel. This bomb squirrel is an extreme case. It boasts incredible attack power but is so fragile that even an ordinary person could subdue it. Its special skill, Pinecone Bomb, is its true trump card, capable of transforming regular pine cones into explosive devices with the power equivalent to 1 kilogram of TNT. A dozen of these pinecone bombs could easily level the entire Hongqing auto repair shop. When the fierce Fang war elephant and bomb squirrel are paired together, their synergy is near perfect. The elephant's defense compensates for the squirrel's fragility, allowing it to recklessly hurl bombs from the protection of the ironwood fortress, creating destruction that surpasses even typical lord-level beasts. Wow, this guy's got something. Fierce Fang war elephant and bomb squirrel, a classic combo. Everyone acknowledged Guanpeng's strength, not top tier, but certainly formidable. However, Fang Shihao merely glanced at his opponent and summoned the Mayun vine. The thick vine whip lashed out, raging across the battlefield like a frenzied whip. The fierce Fang war elephant, facing the overwhelming green vines, could only resist with its trunk but was battered into pieces. The bomb squirrel desperately threw pinecone bombs, causing the venue to erupt in flames and deafening explosions. The Mayun vine withstood all the explosions, and although its surface showed charred necrotic patches, its ferocious assault was unaffected. In just 3 seconds, the tough-skinned fierce Fang war elephant was beaten into an unrecognizable pulp, and the bomb squirrel was instantly killed by a single vine whip. The system notification immediately sounded. Your beast, Mayun vine, killed the bomb squirrel, plundering 60 life essence points. Your beast, Ma Yun Vine, killed the fierce Fang war elephant, plundering 710 life essence points. Everyone was stunned. A moment ago, they were marveling at the beast duo's balanced attack and defense, only to witness their instant obliteration under the frenzied vines of the Ma Yun Vine. The process was so swift that no one could finish a complete sentence. Good job. He deserved it for running his mouth. Cheers erupted throughout the auto repair shop venue. Blood slowly trickled down the stone steps, seeping into the soil. Fang Shihao had defeated Guan Peng with the force of a thunderstorm, not only boosting morale but also allowing the long-frustrated students to vent their anger. Guan Peng sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless. His beast was dead, and the immense financial loss coupled with the collapse of his confidence left this once arrogant man utterly dejected, likely with little chance of recovery. Strike while the iron is hot. Lu Xiao kept signaling to Fang Shihao. Fang understood, raising his arms and shouting, "Classmates, today is the day for revenge. Let's wipe out Guilong Volcano University together. There is no place for them in Chuanxi town. Let them leave." The allied forces of the three schools were fired up, their blood boiling. However, when two students pushed open the large iron door of the auto repair shop, the clamorous crowd fell into a dead silence. Outside, a brown-skinned wyvern stood tall and proud. Its sharp claws glinted coldly in the sunlight, its heavy breaths released scalding steam, and its amber eyes surveyed the crowd with indifference. Every student it gazed upon shivered involuntarily, their earlier bravado evaporating. "Heard someone has a problem with our Guilong Volcano University?" Yang Yongla, sitting atop the wyvern, looked down with contempt. Behind him, over 50 students from Guilong Volcano University stood in formation, each summoning their fire-type beasts like red-horned scaled steeds, fire spirit yaks, explosive fire monkeys, and lava giant lizards. The heat exhaled by these beasts pushed the surrounding temperature to 40 degrees, as if they were standing in a furnace. The crowd began to stir. Some stepped back, others hastily summoned their beasts, and many pinned their hopes on Fang Shihao. This ragtag group, as Yang Yongla said, could only fight when the odds were in their favor. They were not prepared to risk their lives with Fang Shihao. Well, justice is served. Fang Shihao, you're finished. Guan Peng laughed hysterically. Lu Xiao stepped forward swiftly, delivering a slap that loosened Guan Peng's teeth and filled his mouth with blood. "Shut up, loser. Watch closely." The crowd parted to form a path. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Shihao calmly approached Yang Yongla. "Ha, I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. If you're in such a rush to meet your end, I'd be happy to oblige." Yang Yongla glared menacingly downwards. Half an hour ago during an aerial patrol, he had noticed a large group gathering at the town's edge, immediately suspecting someone was planning an uprising against Guilong Volcano University. Sure enough, the leader was none other than Fang Shihao, who had challenged him the day before. Fang Shihao had long been dissatisfied with Yang Yongla's condescending attitude. He immediately summoned his beast master space. From the rift, a towering 10-meter rock giant emerged, its massive stone hand lifting Fang Shihao onto its shoulder. The shift from looking up to looking down bolstered Fang Shihao's aura. "It's a rock giant," the onlookers exclaimed in awe. This was a truly top-tier king among beasts, making even the two-legged dragon seem ordinary in comparison. The crowd buzzed with chatter. "It's enormous. My ice fox isn't even as big as its foot." In Beast Master rules, size equals strength. The bigger, the stronger. Brother Fang will surely win. Fang Shihao's commanding presence instilled great confidence in his troops. Just like a lion leading a flock of sheep would surely defeat a sheep leading a pride of lions, a powerful and fearless leader can inspire even the most hesitant followers. Those who had been silenced by fear now appeared revitalized, as if victory was already within reach. Facing such a formidable opponent, Fang Shihao remained calm and said, "Thank you for coming to me. It saves me the trouble of finding you." His voice grew louder. "I thought I'd just have to teach a few foolish students a lesson, but now you've brought so many people. Are you declaring an all-out war?" The rock giant accompanied Fang Shihao's words with a subsonic roar that sent shivers down the spines of Yang Yongla's followers, causing them to step back. Fang Shihao sneered and continued, "Aren't the people around you just fair-weather friends? They follow you when you're strong and abandon you when you're weak. Yesterday, I wanted to defeat you, but you escaped by chance. Today, you won't be so lucky." With Fang Shihao's command, not only did the allied forces under his control step aside, but even the people from Guilong Volcano University dared not intervene in this showdown. "You sharp-tongued bastard." Yang Yongla could no longer contain his anger and ordered his two-legged dragon to unleash explosive fireballs. Fang Shihao was prepared, using the Mo Yun Vine to release tendrils, hooking onto the second-floor rooftop of the auto repair shop to watch the battle from above. The fireball struck the rock giant's chest, leaving a scorched mark and causing a few stone flakes to fall. The giant merely swayed slightly before forming a solid, sharp-edged stone in its palm, hurling it like a cannonball. Just as the small stone couldn't evade the fireball, the two-legged dragon found it equally difficult to dodge the giant's stone throw. As the wyvern attempted to take flight, it was unexpectedly struck by a massive boulder right in the chest. Its scales shattered, and its muscles were crushed to pulp, but its sturdy dragon bones remained intact. This was precisely the tactic meticulously designed by Fang Shihao, knew all too well that any beast with dragon in its name was formidable, and allowing a wyvern to take to the skies would be disastrous. The boulder hurled by the rock giant was only the beginning. With the earth shaking, 8 thick cloud vine tendrils burst from the ground. 2 tightly gripped the wyvern's legs, while 2 others wrapped around its neck, pulling it downward. Yet, the wyvern's power was astonishing, as it continued to ascend slowly even under such constraints. Fang Shihao quickly adjusted his strategy, commanding the remaining 4 tendrils to join in the entanglement, forming an impenetrable web. Simultaneously, the rock giant, Little Stone, grabbed onto the vines for additional leverage, and together, they finally dragged the colossal creature down to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, Little Stone seized the opportunity, ignoring the wyvern's fiery breath, and landed a heavy punch right on its jaw. The dragon breath exploded inside its mouth, burning its own throat. Supporters of the Tri-School Alliance began to cheer in celebration, but a sharp-eyed spectator noticed something amiss. Yang Yongla, flung aside, had bloodshot eyes and swiftly released his 3 auxiliary beasts. The 4-star Lord-level Riftwing Golden Eagle, the 4-star Extraordinary-level Dewdrop Hummingbird, and the 1-star Lord-level Stormcalling Lark. This was a carefully crafted tactical system. The Riftwing Golden Eagle was to sever the bindings, the Dewdrop Hummingbird would heal injuries with its restorative dew, and the Stormcalling Lark was ready to create an updraft to aid in the escape. However, Fang Shihao was prepared, and his most powerful trump card was finally revealed. Xiao Guai reverted from its heavenly fox form to reveal its true self as a 3-tailed fire fox. Larger than a tiger, it appeared before the Riftwing Golden Eagle with speed beyond the limits of the naked eye. Before the eagle could unleash its talons capable of crushing rocks, Xiao Guai shattered its head with a single strike. Then, like a red lightning bolt, the 3 fiery tails lashed out simultaneously, precisely targeting the wyvern's throat, incinerating the Dewdrop Hummingbird in the process. With a single explosive attack, 3 kill notifications appeared, and the outcome was decided. Fang Shihao set his sights on the last Gale Stormbird. This young creature, barely 3 months out of its shell, stood alone on a power pole, bewildered by the loss of its companions in battle. Its owner, Yang Yongla, was in a state of shock, his mind blank as the simultaneous severance of 3 mental links left him momentarily stunned. At that moment, the silent ivy stealthily extended a vine, slowly climbing up the pole. Once the vine brought the inexperienced Gale Stormbird within its attack range, it struck swiftly. The young beast had no time to react before it was mercilessly strangled by the vine. Yang Yongla, once the esteemed president of Guilong Volcano University's student council and a prodigy on the verge of becoming a professional beastmaster, was reduced to a state of ruin, much like Guanpeng. The drastic fall shattered him, and he roared in despair, tears streaming down his face. Fang Shihao, you've gone too far, leaving me with nothing. You've crushed all my hopes, and I'll fight you to the end. With a mixture of blood and saliva spewing from his mouth, Yang Yongla charged at Fang Shihao like a wild beast. This reaction surprised everyone present. Most beastmasters become timid after losing their beasts, but he chose to fight desperately. Foolishness, Fang Shihao said coldly, preparing the silent ivy for a lethal strike. However, 2 Guilong students' beasts intervened just in time. We're sorry, Brother Fang. They quickly pleaded for mercy. Our president has lost his mind. Please don't hold it against him. We'll leave Chuanxi town immediately. Fang Shihao issued his final ultimatum with a frosty tone. Leave by noon. If I see you here in the afternoon, you'll face the consequences. The 2 hurriedly agreed, dragging the defeated Yang Yongla away. The once intimidating group from Guilong University now retreated like defeated dogs. Their previous arrogance vanished. Supporters in the crowd erupted in cheers, with the 3-tailed fox and the rock giant standing protectively behind Fang Shihao like guardian deities. As the cheers subsided, Fang Shihao spoke. Driving Guilong Volcano University away was not my achievement alone. Without everyone's help, Yang Yongla would not have faced me alone. The glory belongs to all of us. His humble words sparked another wave of enthusiastic cheers, as the crowd looked at Fang Shihao with admiration, seeing in him the ideal leader they had been longing for. Now that Guilong Volcano University has quietly exited, the control over Chuanxi town has been completely lifted. Standing at the center of the crowd, Fang Shihao surveyed the eager faces around him and announced loudly, the previously restricted areas are now open for free access. While these places are rich in beast-taming resources, they are also highly dangerous, so everyone must proceed with caution. I hereby officially declare Chuanxi Town fully open. The crowd erupted into cheers, and many beast tamers with specific goals eagerly bid farewell to Fang Shihao, heading towards their desired areas. The success of this operation greatly enhanced Fang Shihao's reputation. His decisive actions in expelling the arrogant Guilong Volcano University not only relieved everyone's frustration, but also showcased the terrifying power of top-tier king-level beasts. The departing students were still animatedly discussing the unmatched prowess of the two top-tier beasts, their enthusiasm resembling that of fervent fans. As the crowd gradually dispersed, among the remaining dozen people, apart from the ever-loyal Lu Xiao, all were students from Qingqiu University. This underscored Fang Shihao's strategic foresight in uniting his alumni. Those with shared roots are more trustworthy. Feng Shichen, the president of Qingqiu University's student council, bowed deeply to Fang Shihao. Brother Hao, your performance today was astounding. You are the pride of Qingqiu University, and on behalf of all students, I am willing to follow your leadership. Leading by example, Feng Shichen and the other senior students pledged their allegiance. Fang Shihao's plan to make a name for himself was already showing results, establishing an unshakable authority in the hearts of students participating in this year's four-school exercise. He responded warmly, "There is strength in numbers. I genuinely hope that several of the top 10 this year will be from Qingqiu University." Turning to shake Lu Zhao's hand, Fang Shihao said earnestly, "Brother Lu, I owe this success to your support." Lu Xiao replied with excitement, "Meeting a talent like you is my good fortune. No matter the challenges, I, Lu Xiao, will stand by you." Their firm handshake conveyed their mutual sincerity. After getting to know everyone's skills and abilities, Fang Shihao decisively suggested, "I propose we first target the Anaconda Queen in the mall. I'll handle the king-level opponent, and the snake swarm is up to you. Just say the word, Brother Hao, and we'll follow your lead." Everyone responded in unison. The group had fully embraced Fang Shihao's leadership. Without delay, the group of beast tamers led their beasts through the streets. Their presence was so formidable that even the lurking predators dared not make a move. The three-tailed fire fox walked proudly at the front, with Xiao Guai, as usual, loving the attention. The beast tamers from Qingqiu University looked at it with admiration and envy. Outside the mall, two students from Xingqiu University were waiting. They had followed Fang Shihao half an hour earlier and now quickly approached him. "We wanted to lure some anacondas to hunt, but we're afraid of disturbing the Anaconda Queen. With you here, there's nothing to worry about. We'll do whatever you say. Follow me," Fang Shihao said. He was usually gentle and humble with friends, but in the face of the situation, he opted for a direct assault. Xiao Shitu charged forward, smashing the revolving door of the dilapidated mall to pieces. Concrete chunks and glass shards flew everywhere as the entire four-story building was breached by its battering gram-like impact. The howling wind rushed in, disturbing the hundreds of anacondas coiled together for warmth in the center of the mall. These cold-blooded creatures fixed their icy gaze on the intruders. In the midst of the snakes, the Anaconda Queen was particularly conspicuous. Its massive body coiled up to 3 meters high, and even its slenderest tail tip was thicker than the body of an average anaconda. Fang Shihao immediately sensed something was amiss. The size of this Anaconda Queen far exceeded that of a king-level fierce anaconda, and its fully extended length might rival that of Xiao Shitu. Among the snakes were hundreds of fierce anacondas, ranging from awakening level to king level. 2 king-level fierce anacondas guarded the queen, yet their size was less than a third of hers. Fang Shihao was instantly on alert. This was likely a legendary king beast. Unlike ordinary king-level beasts, a king beast is akin to a queen ant or a wolf king, ruler of its species capable of commanding the entire group, even with just awakening level strength. In Jingchuan City, there are 3 beast tamers with king beasts: the bee queen, the rat king, and the dog king, each controlling tens of thousands of beasts. Shinhimo, one of the top 10 goddesses of Binghuang University, is the daughter of the rat king. The birth of a king beast has strict conditions. It must come from a social beast with a complete societal structure. Just like in a wolf pack, the strongest male becomes the wolf king through combat, selects a wolf queen, and establishes a stable hierarchy. Below the wolf king is the beta wolf, responsible for maintaining order, and the new wolf king will emerge from the beta wolves after the current one dies. The Anaconda Queen lazily raised its head, meeting Fang Shihao's gaze from hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, the previously languid snake swarm erupted into chaos, with a dense mass of anacondas surging from all directions, turning Fang Shihao's surroundings into a pit of snakes. "Don't be afraid, master, watch me." Xiao Guai fearlessly unleashed an explosive fireball. The fireball landed precisely in the densest part of the snake swarm, and the blast obliterated over a dozen pythons, their remains turning to charred cinders in the ensuing flames. This was a skill Fang Shihao had taken from a bipedal dragon in a previous battle, providing Xiao Guai with a new ability through over 2,000 points of life essence. Although they hadn't acquired the strongest dragon breath, This explosive fireball was more than powerful enough for the current situation. The siege had no effect on the three-tailed fire fox. Facing the overwhelming swarm of snakes, Xiao Guai stood tall at the mall entrance, engulfed in flames that leaped over 10 feet high. The intense heat forced the beast tamers to retreat, leaving only their beasts to fight on the front lines. Xiao Guai stood guard at the entrance, while the rock giant wreaked havoc in the center of the mall. Xiao Shirtu moved with long strides, unstoppable, crushing the raging pythons underfoot or tearing them apart with his bare hands, displaying an extremely ferocious fighting style. At this time, the gigantic queen python slowly rose, her scales grinding against each other and sparking. When the blood-soaked rock giant charged at her, she lashed her tail, meeting Xiao Shitu's descending fist, and their first clash ended in a stalemate. As a king-level beast, the queen python's size far exceeded the limits of her species, spanning over 60 meters in length, as thick as a water barrel, shattering tiles wherever she moved. Despite her massive size, her speed was undiminished, her thick tail as fast as lightning, with power comparable to Xiao Guai's fiery tail whip. Several consecutive tail strikes forced Xiao Shirtu to stagger and retreat. Seizing the moment, the queen python suddenly attacked, her body springing up to break through Xiao Shitu's defense, her flexible body quickly coiling around his upper half. She towered over her prey, her massive jaws engulfing most of Xiao Shitu's head. Trapped and furious, Xiao Shirtu swung his fists wildly but failed to harm the python, instead breaking pieces off himself. This was exactly according to Fang Shihao's plan. Xiao Shirtu was perfectly executing the task of holding the queen python. Although the python's method of killing was simple, relying solely on the constriction of its dense muscles, strangling the rock giant was clearly unrealistic. The two were locked in a stalemate, unable to overcome each other. In Fang Shihao's tactical framework, Xiao Shirtu was meant to play this tank role, creating an opening for Xiao Guai to attack. Usually, Xiao Shirtu performed so well that he could directly destroy the enemy's core, but this time he returned to his primary function. Two king-level ferocious pythons were sent to reinforce, but they ran right into the three-tailed fire fox, which had already charred dozens of pythons. In a flash, Xiao Guai instinctively lashed out with multiple fiery tail whips, instantly killing one of the king-level pythons. This scene, if slowed down tenfold, would show the three-tailed fire fox moving normally while all other beasts appeared sluggish. In a flash, Xiao Guai demonstrated speed far surpassing that of the king anaconda, a difference akin to that between modern artillery and a catapult. One king anaconda fell on the battlefield, while another immediately coiled around Xiao Guai, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Faced with the anaconda's deadly constriction, Xiao Guai didn't resist directly, but instead unleashed its heavenly fox transformation. Its expanding body easily broke free from the bind, and it then lowered its head to spew explosive fireballs, reducing the fallen king anaconda to a charred corpse. Meanwhile, the anaconda leader was still entangled with the rock giant, helplessly watching its subordinate perish under the claws of the three-tailed fire fox. The entire clan was retreating under the onslaught of numerous beasts. Even with death looming, all the anacondas faithfully executed the queen's orders, buying her time with their lives. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Fang Shihao realized that Xiao Guai was about to unleash a powerful attack and quickly ordered all beasts to withdraw from the mall. The serpent's desperate charge bought the queen a precious 5 seconds. By the time the allies had retreated, Xiao Guai's eyes turned crimson, and it roared skyward, releasing excessive flames from every pore. A new rare skill it had mastered, Flame Storm. The firestorm engulfed the entire mall in an instant. Trash, expired goods, and plastic mannequins, all combustible materials, turned into fuel, transforming the space into an inferno. Heat waves surged out from the damaged doors, forcing those outside to shield their faces with their hands, still feeling the scorching pain on their skin. In such terrifying heat, anacondas below the Lord level perished instantly. Even Lord level strong ones suffered severe injuries if they dared to charge at Xiao Guai, effectively marching to their deaths. Kill notifications flashed continuously, but Fang Shihao had no time to check them. He urgently used spirit possession to share Xiao Guai's vision, as the anaconda queen had yet to be subdued. Through the sea of fire, they saw Little Stone engaged in a final battle with the fleeing anaconda queen. When Xiao Guai attempted to assist, it received a warning from Little Stone to leave, it's dangerous. Just as they exited the mall, a meteor pierced through the atmosphere, trailing a long fiery tail as it crashed into the mall. This was the second meteor strike Spring Creek Town had suffered in 3 days, both orchestrated by Little Stone. With a thunderous explosion, the battered Little Stone emerged from the ruins, dragging the corpse of the anaconda queen. A system prompt popped up. Your beast, the rock giant, has killed the ferocious anaconda king, plundering 2,770 life essence points. You currently have 4 available skill slots. You may plunder skills: Death Coil, Devour, King's Might, Anaconda. Despite the victory, Fang Shihao frowned. Little Stone had fought too fiercely in this battle, forcibly confronting the Anaconda Queen within the flame storm. Though it succeeded in defeating the enemy, it was severely wounded itself. Its body was blackened like charcoal, covered in cracks, and large sections of its rocky exterior had fallen off, losing at least 10 tons from its original 50-ton weight. Well done, Little Stone. You have shown great courage and drive. Just remember, don't let anger control you. Reason is our strongest weapon, Fang Shihao said with a mix of praise and admonition. I understand, father, Little Stone replied wearily. Fang Shihao sent it back to the beast space to recover, knowing it would be some time before Little Stone could fight again. In front of a charming garden villa on Lingnan Road in the Eastern King District, a dozen maids in uniform lined up to welcome their mistress. Miss, you're back. Jin Tao, the head maid who was the same age as Cui Xie, greeted her with a smile. Yes, how many days has Fang Shihao been gone? Cui Xie asked, recalling that Fang Shihao was to participate in the joint exercise of 4 schools. Young Master Fang left on the morning of the 15th. It's been 3 days. He should be back in 4 days. Cui Xie murmured the date to herself as she stepped through the door. Jin Tao followed closely, a teasing smile on her face. It's only been a few days, and you're already counting down the days until you reunite. Is this what love feels like? You cheeky girl, you always have something to say. Just keep it to yourself and don't blurt out nonsense in front of him. Cui Xie turned and gave her a playful glare. Don't worry, miss, I can keep a secret, Jin Tao whispered as she leaned in. Besides, your feelings are written all over your face. There's no hiding it from young Master Fang. I even saw him sneak your photo album into his room the other day, and only come out half an hour later to put it back. Half an hour. Cui Xie bit her lower lip, her cheeks tinged with red. As she was lost in thought, a phone call from Cui Jiyun snapped her back to reality. What do you want? Cui Xie's tone was unfriendly. Although their relationship had slightly improved since returning home, they still regarded each other with disdain. Is Fang Shihao participating in the 4-school joint exercise? How do you know that? What are you planning? Cui Xie asked warily, instinctively suspecting that Cui Jiyun, who returned on the same day, might be planning to harm Fang Shihao for revenge. Mom was right. Love really lowers a woman's IQ. If I wanted to do something to him, would I warn you beforehand? Idiot. Cui Jiyun retorted before getting to the point. I just received news that an epic-level support beast, the 9-colored deer, has appeared near Chuanxi town. The joint exercise led by Guilong Volcano University is happening right there. You should know what the 9-colored deer signifies. Xie Mingqing has already taken people to capture it. If you don't want your little boyfriend to get hurt, you'd better give Xie Mingqing a heads up. Got it, thanks, sis. It's rare to hear a thanks from you. I have things to do, bye. After the call ended, Cui Xie immediately contacted Xie Mingqing to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, outside a shopping mall, the flames were slowly dying down as a group of beastmasters entered to scavenge for loot. For beastmasters, beasts are a treasure trove, and raising their beasts requires consuming the high-nutrient, high-energy flesh of other beasts. The roasted forest pythons were quickly stored in the beast space by the beastmasters to feed their beasts. If only we could capture the young ones, that would be a windfall. But the flame storm was too powerful in the enclosed space, and the juvenile forest pythons couldn't survive. Fang Shihao, who earns a 9-figure monthly salary, wasn't concerned about these details. He sat on the curb across the street from the mall, meticulously counting the spoils of the battle. The most important gain was the life essence. He had gathered over 6,000 points from this battle, and combined with what he had earned from slaying young Yongla's beast half an hour earlier, his profits had already surpassed the total from the previous 2 days. There were approximately 1,300 forest pythons in the abandoned mall, and he had killed over 60% of them. After skimming through hundreds of kill notifications, Fang Shihao noticed a pattern. As Fang Shihao increased his hunting of the forest pythons, he noticed a pattern. The life essence harvested from the same type of beast tamer decreased over time. During the first 100 kills, he could consistently gather life essence, but for the subsequent hundreds, the system indicated that the amount of life essence plundered had dropped to 0. This discovery, along with the previous observation that the Mayun vine could continue to extract life force from beast tamers whose life essence had already been plundered by the system, led Fang Shihao to form a new hypothesis about the system. He mused to himself. Could it be that the system is merely using me to collect DNA information from the beasts? Am I not the master of the system, but merely a worker? Despite Fang Shihao's doubts, the system remained silent. However, he wasn't bothered by the truth. In a world where family background is paramount, he needed the system's assistance to rise above. Working for someone is still working. Besides, this system boss pays well and doesn't demand much, he thought wryly. Some instinct told him that his relationship with the system was far deeper than it appeared. During the early days of his transmigration, in the haze of the womb, he seemed to have forgotten some crucial memories that might explain the system's origins. As his beast tamer level increased, his mental strength grew, and he believed that one day he would be able to awaken these forgotten memories. Beyond life essence, Fang Shihao also acquired numerous skills. Most ferocious forest pythons possessed the innate skills Death Coil and Devour Alive. While Devour Alive didn't suit his beasts, Death Coil complemented the Mayun Vine. Although the Mayun Vine already had a similar skill, Vicious Vine Coil, Fang Shihao decided to enhance Death Coil. He plundered hundreds of Death Coil skills, carefully selecting versions from Lord level and King level pythons to fill his skill slots, and activated the Forge module for refinement. Despite the low success rate of combining 4 common skills into a rare one, he eventually obtained an enhanced version of Death Coil that better suited the Mayun Vine, replacing the original Vicious Vine Coil and adding a more lethal single-target control skill to its arsenal. Among all his gains, the most notable was a unique skill exclusive to the Python Queen, a system highlighted Majesty of the King. Forest Python. This skill was the source of the Queen Beast command over its swarm, though the name suggested it only worked on the Python species. Even though this skill couldn't currently match any of his existing beasts, Fang Shihao was determined to acquire it. He planned to find an ordinary forest python and bestow it with the Majesty of the King, confident that, with his training, he could develop it into a being more formidable than the current Python Queen. For Fang Shihao, this was a rare opportunity not to be missed. This hunt transformed Fang Shihao's approach. Previously, he chose skills based on his beasts, but now he intended to cultivate a suitable beast specifically for this rare skill. This shift signified his growth on the path of a beast tamer. Fang Shihao decided to firmly grasp the power of the king's might in his hands. When choosing his 4th beast companion, he prioritized selecting a snake-type beast with excellent traits and significant potential. Even if he couldn't find an ideal snake beast, he had a backup plan in mind to hunt 2 more king-level beasts, gather 3 different types of king's might, and use the fusion module to synthesize a king's might that suited his existing beasts. This skill would never go to waste, and would certainly come in handy at some point. Reviewing his gains over the past few days, Fang Shihao was most pleased with the significant increase in life essence. From just over 10,000 when he left the city, it had soared to 21,805 points in just 3 days, surpassing what he could earn in a month of hard work in the arena. This reinforced his belief that the wilderness was the true testing ground for beast tamers. However, Fang Shihao only saw the rich rewards of the wilderness and overlooked its lurking deadly dangers. The so-called, disappeared, renowned beast tamers in the wilderness were simply those who had perished there. Some compared the wilderness to Russian roulette. The longer one stayed, the higher the chance of confronting death. As his victories accumulated, Fang Shihao gradually lost the most precious trait, caution. Even though he was aware of the unknown dangers at Xiangyang High School and knew that even Guilong Volcano University had suffered losses there, he stubbornly believed that it was due to Guilong University's incompetence. He was confident that he could achieve different results. For now, while the rock giant was recovering, Fang Shihao decided to hold off on any major actions. He planned to spend the next 2 days clearing out the scattered beasts in Chuanxi Town and then, on the 6th day when the rock giant was healed, launch an attack on Xiangyang High School. While Fang Shihao was sharpening his skills in Chuanxi Town, the situation outside the town took a dramatic turn. The roar of engines grew louder as Guilong Volcano University's president, Shang Wuyang, drove an armored vehicle back to the temporary camp with a grim expression. Ruan Danqiu playfully tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and teased, "Isn't Principal Shang supposed to be taking the students back to the city? Why are you back so soon? Did you get angrier the more you thought about it on the way and decide to come back for revenge?" An hour earlier, students from Guilong Volcano University had walked out of Chuanxi Town, dejected. The teachers, who had pretended to leave but stayed just outside the town, immediately approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Fang Shihao from Qingqiu University not only defeated the student council president Yang Yongla but also eliminated all of Guilong University's participants, Ruan Danqiu laughed so hard her mouth twisted. She recalled that a few days ago, during a teacher's drinking session, Shang Wuyang had arrogantly declared that they would sweep the top 10 spots in the exercise. When someone asked why, Shang Wuyang had proudly revealed all the students' plans. The ambitious student council president, Yang Yongla, personally rented 100 telephone snails and distributed them to his classmates. He conspired with his peers to block all high-risk, high-reward areas in Chuanxi Town, aiming to monopolize the top 10 positions in this year's drill. While the plan was not complex, the unprecedented unity of Guilong students and Yang Yongla's powerful influence were impressive. When teachers from the other 3 schools learned of this, they were visibly upset. To them, Yang Yongla's actions seemed like an attempt to make a name for himself at the expense of the 3 schools, and if successful, it would be a significant blow to their reputations. However, the situation took a dramatic turn on the 3rd day. Led by Fang Shihao from Qingqiu, students from the 3 schools launched a counterattack. They not only expelled the Guilong students, but also decisively defeated 4 of Yang Yongla's beasts, bringing the once high-spirited student council president back down to earth. Upon hearing the news, Shang Wuyang was furious, his face turning blue with anger. After a harsh reprimand, He led the Guilong students away in a huff. Yet, only half an hour later, he returned looking even more displeased. The beast masters of the Xie family have sealed off this area, allowing entry but not exit, Shang Wuyang said in a low voice. He deliberately avoided meeting the gaze of Ruan Danqiwa, notoriously fierce woman in the academic circles. Even he dared not provoke her lightly. Why? We didn't receive any prior notification. Teacher Peng Hao from Xingchen University looked aggrieved, questioning the reason but not daring to challenge the Xie family's authority. In Jingchuan City, the southernmost military stronghold of the empire, the Xie family's reputation was terrifying. Having tamed ghost kings for generations, the Xie family had long been assimilated with their beasts, displaying a fierce and tyrannical nature. Their numerous atrocities included massacring the families of those who insulted them and displaying the bodies, drowning critics in excrement, leaving the naked bodies of investigators in the streets, and selling their wives and daughters into misery. Even the governor did not dare to interfere with their infamous deeds, which cemented the Xie family's fearsome reputation. The Xie family made a sudden decision, citing confidentiality, even keeping the end date of the lockdown a secret. Shang Wuyang recalled the arrogance of the Cui family beastmaster, his chest heaving with anger. Should we cancel the drill and bring the students back? Bring them back for what? To be just as helpless with us? The drill continues. Shang Wuyang declared decisively. We'll wait a few more days. Maybe the Xie family will leave after finishing their business. If they don't, I'll contact the Prosecutor General and Lieutenant General Meng Huiliang to apply pressure. Can they really keep 400 of our best students from 4 schools indefinitely? As leaders of a prestigious school that had trained countless generations of beast masters, they were not afraid of the Xie family. They decided to wait 4 more days, giving the Xie family ample face. If, by then, they still refused to relent, they would leverage their connections to force the Xie family to comply. After all, in talent-rich Jingchuan City, the Xie family, though dominant locally, could not achieve the same level of hidden dominance as the Cui family in Guangning province. The drill continued, with students unaware of the changes outside. Time passed, reaching the 6th day of the drill. It was an overcast day, with light snow falling. The moist easterly wind carried snowflakes, which melted as they landed on the streets of Chuanxi town, making the roads wet and slippery. Today was the day Fang Shihao planned to attack Xiangyang High School. Let's move out, Fang Shihao said softly. The group, dressed in thick autumn clothes, was ready to set off towards Xiangyang High School. This team, composed of Qingqiu students, had built a preliminary trust and rapport within just 2 days. Whenever someone found themselves in a perilous situation during a battle, Mo Yunvine would always emerge from the ground just in time to avert the crisis. This reliable protection had instilled an almost blind confidence in Fang Shihao among the older students, who saw him as an all-powerful figure. Finally, we have a tough fight ahead. The past 2 days of minor skirmishes nearly bored me to death, one team member said excitedly. Look who's talking. Weren't you the one shouting for help the loudest when the giant spider had you wrapped up the day before yesterday? Someone teased. That's different. It caught me off guard last time. If another one shows up, I'll take it down for sure. Heh, just don't end up needing sure how to save you again. Lindy, you've owed me 300,000 from our card games over the past 2 days. Don't think you can dodge it when we get back to school. No way I dodge it, buddy. Just having a streak of bad luck lately. I'll win it back when we're back. Despite the looming battle, the team was in high spirits. With a strong leader and a large team to rely on, they no longer needed to be as tense as when they were on their own. Fang Shihao remained silent, quietly observing everyone. After 3 days together, he had accurately distinguished the talented from the slackers in the team. In his eyes, only 3 people were truly valuable. Lu Xiao was the one he valued most. This articulate student was not only knowledgeable but also commanded a highly promising elemental beast, the Lake Water Maiden. In battle, Lu Xiao could accurately predict the situation, providing water shields or healing springs to teammates in need, earning everyone's praise. The student council president, Feng Shichen, excelled with his 3 Lord-level fire beasts Blaze Fox, Flaming Bat, and Fireweaver Spider. Their coordination was near perfect, making him second only to Fang Shihao in combat strength. Once dreaming of raising a 3-tailed fire fox, Feng Shichen accepted reality and willingly stepped back to support Fang Shihao upon learning that he had a 3-tailed fire fox. The third noteworthy person was Zhang Ziyu from Xingchen University, who chose to follow Fang Shihao after the battle against the forest anaconda in the shopping mall. Star University is a school for gifted individuals from humble backgrounds, where each student is paired with a unique astral dragon as their designated companion beast. Although these beasts, with potential reaching king level, lack combat abilities, their signature skill, stellar armor, envelopes teammates in a layer of energy armor resembling a blue aurora, adorned with silver star patterns. This not only creates a stunning appearance, but also significantly enhances the beast's strength, agility, and defensive capabilities. Zhang Ziyu was born into the most humble beginnings, abandoned at an orphanage as a child. Through diligent study, He showcased his talents in high school entrance exams and subsequently signed a 30-year labor contract with a local mining company, earning a Transcendent level beast, the Cross-Sea White Crane. In just 5 years, he nurtured this beast into a king-level celestial crane, becoming an unrivaled force in aerial combat. At this moment, while others continued to chat and laugh, Fang Shihao's admired trio each displayed their unique traits. Lu Xiao followed closely behind Fang Shihao, quietly observing the surroundings. Feng Shichen was visibly displeased with the group's lax attitude, but restrained himself due to his role as an assistant. Zhang Ziyu occasionally appeared momentarily distracted, but was actually using the celestial crane's high-altitude perspective to search for potential ambushes. Upon arriving at the gates of Xiangyang High School, Fang Shihao released the rock giant, whose towering and robust figure provided a sense of security akin to a stabilizing force. He quickly issued a series of commands, instructing the rock giant, affectionately called Little Stone, to erect a wall encircling the campus, dispatching Feng Shichen to lead the Firefox squad to lie in wait on either side, ready to ignite at the signal for a full assault, and directing Zhang Ziyu to continuously monitor the forest's movements. Despite successive victories, Fang Shihao remained vigilant of the wilderness. He was acutely aware that the real threat from Xiangyang High School lurked underground, and a direct assault would lead to a disadvantageous position. Thus, he opted for a fire attack to flush out the enemy, using the high walls to concentrate the flames while preventing them from spreading to the forest, avoiding unnecessary complications. In just 10 minutes, a 5-meter-high rock wall had sealed off the entire campus. During the wall's construction, some alert beasts managed to escape into the forest, while those less responsive were trapped inside. Team members set up ladders to climb atop the wall and poured gasoline, quickly filling the campus with a pungent odor. At Fang Shihao's command, the 4 firefoxes unleashed flames from each corner. Fueled by the gasoline, the blaze rapidly spread toward the center, forcing hidden predators to emerge. Suddenly, the ground of the playground cracked open, and a colossal insectoid creature burst for the formidable 8-star king-level burrower, capable of effortlessly cutting through rock, its body encased in obsidian-like scales, and its 4 pairs of spiked, robust limbs menacingly terrifying. Upon seeing the earth-boring creature emerge from the ground, Fang Shihao's expression immediately turned grim. These creatures were notoriously difficult to deal with. They could tunnel through mountains and earth with ease, their scales as tough as diamonds. The most troublesome aspect was that if they couldn't win, they would simply burrow underground, making them impossible to catch. Xiao Guai, you're up. Don't go too hard on it, or it might get scared and run away. I'll block its escape route. Fang Shihao quickly devised a strategy. He closed his eyes, concentrating fully on maneuvering the Mayun vine to set up an ambush underground. The surface fire was already affecting the underground environment, causing the soil's moisture to evaporate rapidly and hardening the ground. The Mayun vine swiftly wove a massive capture net 2 meters below the surface. Brother Hao, forget the escape route. Look at the battlefield. Lu Zhao's alarmed shout interrupted Fang Shihao's focus. Fang Shihao had underestimated the power of this earth-boring creature. It was not only fierce but also had rich combat experience. Taking advantage of the moment Xiao Guai held back, the creature's crescent moon-like mandibles nearly severed Xiao Guai's front leg, causing Lu Xiao to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Xiao Guai's reflexes were incredibly fast. It immediately distanced itself and retaliated by spewing a powerful explosive fireball. Don't panic. Everything is under control. Fang Shihao reassured Lu Xiao with a pat on the shoulder. Facing the incoming fireball, the creature decisively curled into a ball, using its toughest back scales to withstand the impact. The explosion's shockwave intensified the flames, lighting up the sky. However, as the flames subsided, the creature's scales remained unscathed, still dark and shiny. It uncurled its body, its mandibles clicking in a taunting manner. Master, I can't hold back any longer. Xiao Guai bared its fangs, its eyes burning with anger. Then don't hold back. The time is right, take it down. Fang Shihao's gaze was sharp as a knife. Blazing Inferno, unleash. Xiao Guai's form suddenly expanded to 5 times its size. Using the flames to obscure its movements, it leaped gracefully into the air like a dancer. Above the creature, 3 fiery tails struck down hard on the curled-up creature. This multi-tail fire whip was a move that even the often practicing Xiao Shi didn't dare to face head-on. The power of the fiery tails was as strong as a normal punch, and the force multiplied with the transformation of the celestial fox. With a dull thud, the creature's scales, now glowing red-hot, finally shattered, its body sinking deep into the ground as yellow-green viscous liquid oozed from its wounds. Great! Reel it in. Fang Shihao cheered as the long-buried Mayun vine tightened upwards. As the burrowing worm prepared to dive into the ground, the tendrils of the Moya vine ensnared it like a dense fishing net, quickly tightening to execute a deadly constriction. Meanwhile, Little Stone quietly set up a quicksand trap around the area, transforming the solid ground into soft yellow sand as a second line of defense for Fang Shihao. However, the injured burrowing worm refused to surrender. It twisted violently within the tightening vine net, its glossy black external mouthparts cutting through the moya vine as easily as slicing tofu. It tore open a large hole and fell into the quicksand below. Little Stone acted immediately, catching the burrowing worm with a massive stone hand, trying to crush it as stone fragments fell from his palm. But the worm's shell was as hard as diamond, even wearing down the stone giant's hand. Worse still, the worm suddenly exerted force and bit off one of Little Stone's fingers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the burrowing worm leapt out of the quicksand trap. Its jointed limbs began digging rapidly the moment it hit the ground, flinging soil aside and quickly creating a large hole. Although Xiaoguai tried to intercept, the burrowing worm slipped away like an eel. The battle in the center of the field left everyone astonished. Even with Fang Shihao's extensive preparations, the slippery burrowing worm managed to break through the defenses and escape. Don't worry about it. Victory and defeat are common in battle, and the burrowing worm is indeed tricky, Lu Xiao consoled. He could see that Fang Shihao had done his best, though the result was disappointing. Fang Shihao snapped out of his contemplation and sighed. This burrowing worm taught me a lesson. Never underestimate any beast. Since the burrowing worm had escaped, Fang Shihao decided to shift his focus to other wild beasts inside the school building. He immediately ordered Xiaoguai to enter and begin a sweep, and the other beast tamers followed suit. The battle quickly erupted inside the building, with continuous booming noises as the beast's skills further damaged the already crumbling walls. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning shot through the entire floor, leaving everyone stunned by the spectacle. My beast is dead. Mine was taken out in an instant. Retreat. There's a high-star king inside. Fang Shihao quickly sent the Moya vine to investigate. The thick tendrils pierced through 3 floors, finally discovering the king-level beast, releasing the lightning on the 3rd floor, a lightning essence. This humanoid creature was made entirely of pure electricity, its hollow eyes devoid of emotion. With a raise of its hand, a snake of lightning shot forth. Though the Moya vine was struck, its insulating properties meant it only suffered minor burns. However, its physical attacks were ineffective against this being of pure energy. The 2 distinct king-level creatures found themselves in a stalemate. Xiaoguai, there's a lightning wraith on the 3rd floor. Come quickly, Fang Shihao shouted as he maneuvered the Mo Yun vine. This rare slip-up had Fang Shihao seething, and the appearance of the lightning wraith presented a perfect outlet for his frustration. But a question lingered in his mind. Why was the lightning wraith in the school building? School buildings are typically where nocturnal beasts rest during the day, making the sunny Yangyang School adjacent to the Lianbi Mountains an ideal habitat. However, as an undead spirit, the lightning wraith neither needed to eat nor hunt, making its presence there suspicious. Xiaoguai swiftly pierced through the building, descending to the 3rd floor amid a cloud of dust. In the battleground, the lightning wraith and the 3-tailed firefox stood on opposite sides, with the Mo Yun vine in the middle like a referee. As the standoff was about to erupt, the Mo Yun vine suddenly writhed violently. The 3-tailed firefox, ready to charge, changed its expression and smashed through the wall to escape the building, leaping from the 3rd floor. As a tool lacking pain and even self-awareness, the Mo Yun vine's intense reaction was due to one reason: its master, Fang Shihao, was attacked. A poisoned arrow had traveled hundreds of meters, embedding itself precisely in Fang Shihao's left shoulder, just 3 centimeters from his heart. The intense pain snapped him out of the spiritual trance he used to control the Mo Yun vine. Looking towards the arrow's origin, he saw a man with an ox head pattern branded in an oracle bone script style on his face, poised with a bow in the treetops. Brother Hao's been attacked. Someone help. Lu Xiao, though anxious, remained composed. He supported Fang Shihao while commanding the water maiden to cast a protective shield, enveloping Fang Shihao in a transparent bubble to guard against a potential second attack. Healing water flowed forth, not only nourishing the wound but also neutralizing the poison. The arrow wound was dangerously close to the heart, and the neurotoxin had already spread through Fang Shihao's body, paralyzing him completely, rendering him unable to even move his eyes or speak. Fortunately, the water maiden's timely treatment was effective, quickly purging the toxin. Fang Shihao gritted his teeth and painfully extracted the arrow, with the wound immediately ceasing to bleed and beginning to heal. Be careful. They're beast slaves in the forest, Fang Shihao weakly warned. Sensing its master's severe injury, Xiaoguai rushed back, its usually handsome fox face now fearsome and alert, scanning the surroundings while its bushy fiery tail shielded Fang Shihao. The rock giant let out a thunderous roar, hurling massive stones and creating deep grooves in the lush forest, leaving a trail of broken trees in its wake. This ferocious assault finally flushed out the hidden enemies. Over 30 beast slaves, marked with Beast King insignias, charged from the woods, each accompanied by their respective beasts, heading straight for Fang Shihao and his group. Don't let any of them escape. Leave no one alive. The beast slave leader, his face painted with war paint, ordered coldly. This leader, who had almost shot Fang Shihao with an arrow moments ago, was now controlling a lightning spirit, emerging from the school building to launch an attack on the students' camp. Fang Shihao finally understood the mystery that had troubled him for so long. The beast slaves had hidden in the school building to ambush them. The reason was simple. Beast masters and beast slaves were natural enemies. Beast masters despised these traitors who sided with the beast king, while beast slaves believed they had chosen the right path, convinced that evolved beasts were the true rulers of the world and mocking the beast masters for going against the tide. In this centuries-long conflict, beast masters had the upper hand, yet the beast slaves were never eradicated. The beast king behind them was like an insurmountable mountain for human beast masters. The beast slaves are here, everyone. Let's kill them together, shouted Feng Shichen, Zhang Ziyu, and others. The moment they faced off, it was destined to be a fight to the death. Protect my father, shouted Little Stone, fueled by rage, as he led the rock giant, known as the King of the Mountains, to confront the approaching beast horde. His fury turned the beast slaves' beasts at the front into cannon fodder. The rock giant, glowing with golden flames, unleashed its full strength, slamming its fists into the ground. The earth's core trembled, triggering a magnitude 9 earthquake. The teetering school building collapsed with a roar, and the surrounding beasts stumbled. Little Stone seized the opportunity to rush in, crushing the skull of a nearby ferocious gorilla with a single blow. Stop it! The beast slave leader commanded the lightning spirit. The lightning spirit, floating in the air, glowed and shot a blinding lightning bolt. Little Stone ignored defense, enduring the attack that left a basin-sized dent in his body, while simultaneously slapping a magic-marked wild ox to death. Other beast masters' beasts launched long-range attacks from outside the earthquake's reach, taking down the beast slaves' beasts. The students, high on morale, fought with fervor. However, this victory-induced euphoria dulled their vigilance, and even Zhang Ziyu sent his celestial crane into battle, losing air superiority. No one noticed that the burrowing insect, which had previously escaped, had returned with other beast slaves' beasts, secretly digging a tunnel behind the students. When the terror bat suddenly appeared from behind and emitted a dizzying shriek, everyone was caught off guard, except for Fang Shihao, who was protected by a water bubble. Lu Xiao was in critical condition, having collapsed to the ground with a ruptured eardrum from the soundwave attack of the terror bat. The lake water maiden could only focus on tending to her master, unable to assist her other injured companions. Tong Jia, who was closest to the terror bat, suffered the worst fate, dying instantly from bleeding from his 7 orifices, while other beast tamers also fell to the ground incapacitated. In this dire moment, a blade mantis seized the opportunity, unfurling its sharp wings and lunging straight at Fang Shihao. It deliberately avoided Xiao Guai, who was guarding Fang Shihao, intending to take the master's life directly. This group of infiltrating beasts had clearly marked Fang Shihao as their primary target, with Tong Jia being an accidental casualty of the soundwave attack. Xiao Guai reacted with astonishing speed, crushing the mantis into the ground with its flaming claws. It then roared skyward, unleashing a stream of scorching fire that incinerated a diving, ferocious eagle into ashes. The beasts employed by these beast slaves used a reckless tactic, charging at Fang Shihao with a suicidal fervor. This desperate strategy was something Fang Shihao had never encountered from human beast tamers. Fortunately, Xiao Guai's vigilant defense prevented significant losses from the soundwave attack alone. Cloud Vine quickly wove itself into a vine cage, protecting the unconscious companions inside. Meanwhile, the beast tamer's own beasts sensed their master's peril and hurried back to assist. The Ghost Needle Bee, Blackheart Peacock, and other beasts launched successive assaults, only to be slain by Xiao Guai one by one. When the most formidable 6-star leader, the Storm Giant Wolf, had its throat torn out by Xiao Guai, the ambush finally came to an end. The beast slave leader, seeing his meticulously planned assassination attempt fail, the heavy casualties on the front lines, and the stalemate with the rock giant, abandoned the idea of continuing the assault. He ordered the lightning spirit to launch a frenzied attack to cover the retreat of his forces into the depths of the forest. Thus, although Fang Shihao's first encounter with the beast slaves was sudden, it concluded rather abruptly. In this skirmish, the beast slaves demonstrated combat skills far superior to those of Fang Shihao's team. They were focused, acted swiftly, and once they locked onto a target, they launched an attack with reckless abandon, like a rabid dog going after its prey. They moved with agility, retreating quickly if they missed their mark, showing no hesitation, reminiscent of ancient assassins. When Fang Shihao awoke from his unconsciousness, his head was throbbing with pain. The group silently watched Tong Jia's lifeless body, blood streaming from his orifices, creating a suffocating scene. Let's retreat, Fang Shihao said wearily, his voice filled with defeat. The outcome of the battle was devastating. They lost a teammate, and 2 of their main beasts were killed. Although they managed to slay several of the beast slaves' creatures, those were merely bait intentionally set by the enemy. Throughout the battle, Fang Shihao gained only a little over 1,000 life essence points. Once the dominant force in Chuanxi town, Fang Shihao's team now returned to the auto repair shop in a sorry state. It wasn't long before Zhang Ziyu from Xingqian University and his companion bid farewell. Brother Hao, we've gained a lot following you these past few days. The exercise ends tomorrow, so we'll head out first. Go ahead. Thank you, Brother Hao. We'll treat you to a meal when we have the chance. Fang Shihao only responded softly, his face expressionless. After they left, Lu Xiao spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. They stick around when things are good but run at the first sign of trouble. Short-sighted fools. They'll never amount to anything. Don't say that, Fang Shihao said calmly. Someone like Zhang Ziyu wouldn't stay under someone else's wing forever. He was bound to leave. Is there anyone else who wants to go? No one, Lu Xiao said, his eyes red. They're preparing an ice coffin for Tongzha. The brothers said we'll leave together or stay together. No one gets left behind. It's all my fault for being overconfident. Fang Shihao blamed himself. Lu Xiao quickly consoled him. Brother Hao, we joined this exercise to adapt to the wilderness early. No one forced us to come. A beast master's destiny lies in the wild. We were prepared for this. Without your guidance, there could have been more casualties. Life and death are fate. Wealth and honor are in the heavens. Fang Shihao lowered his head, engulfed in deep remorse. I've been getting a bit carried away lately, used to being the center of attention, thinking I could do anything. One mistake like this is enough. Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, falling asleep. Lu Xiao felt his forehead, which was burning hot. The boss has a fever. Lu Xiao quickly helped Fang Shihao to bed, covered him with a thick blanket, and gave him some cold medicine. Xiao Guai, in its fox form, anxiously licked its owner's cheek. Don't worry, with Brother Hao's constitution, he'll be fine after a good sleep. I'll stay here and watch over him. Despite this setback, Fang Shihao's reputation remained unshaken. In the battle, he still showcased remarkable strength, almost single-handedly repelling the beast slaves and saving most of the team. As for Tongzha's unfortunate fate, it was something no one could have foreseen. Fang Shihao slept until evening, and when he opened his eyes, he found that the tent was surrounded by classmates who had come to visit. They all tried to console him, telling him not to blame himself too much. But the exhausted Fang Shihao only managed a few polite responses before falling back into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the next morning, after sleeping for more than 20 hours, that Fang Shihao fully awoke. Although he still felt a bit chilly, a hot bowl of meat porridge quickly revitalized him. Today marked the 7th day in the wilderness and the last day of the exercise. By this point, nobody was eager to hunt or push themselves further, as the days of outdoor living had left everyone physically and mentally drained. The students began to pack up their gear and headed towards the main gate of Chuanxi town. Fang Shihao rode slowly on the back of Xiaoguai, his large three-tailed firefox, which had become his most distinctive feature. As he passed by, students greeted him warmly. Fang Shihao's leadership in repelling Yang Yongla with the students from the 3 schools had become well known over the past few days. Except for those from Guilong Volcano University, who still harbored some resentment, the rest of the teachers and students viewed Fang Shihao as a hero who upheld justice. However, Fang Shihao was well aware that this exercise could be described as a story of initial success followed by a disappointing end. The smooth progress at the start was marred by a heavy setback at the last moment, leaving a sense of regret. Standing at the town gate, Ruan Danqiu spotted Fang Shihao and his group from afar. She immediately tapped out the ashes from her pipe and shouted loudly, "Let's give a warm round of applause to the hero of Qingqiu University, Fang Shihao." The applause erupted like thunder, startling the birds in the forest to take flight. Fang Shihao's teammates experienced this hero's welcome for the first time, and their steps became more spirited. Ruan Danqiu, who had once clashed with Fang Shihao over differing views, had now completely changed her opinion. Fang Shihao dismounted from the fox and approached her, humbly saying, "I just did what I should have, as long as I didn't cause trouble for the school. Don't overthink it. Enjoy your moment of glory, kid," Ruan Danqiu replied with a smile. Afterwards, students from each school regrouped, and Lu Xiao arranged to meet Fang Shihao again before parting ways. Compliments about Fang Shihao and his 3 great beasts continued to echo around him, making him feel a bit elated, prompting him to repeatedly remind himself to stay humble. At this moment, Xiang Wanqing, usually quiet and reserved, came forward to greet him. "Brother Fang, I didn't expect you to accomplish so much during the exercise." "That's impressive." "Not too bad. But what about you? What have you been up to these 7 days?" "No one saw you," Fang Shihao asked, somewhat surprised. "I was acting alone," Xiang Wanqing replied hesitantly. "I'm not interrogating you. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to." "Thank you," Xiang Wanqing said, returning to her shy demeanor. "Oh, there's something else I need to tell you," Fang Shihao said seriously. "Your fellow townsman, Guan Pong, is dead." but it wasn't by my hand. When I gathered people to deal with Yang Yongle, he opposed me, and I only took down his beast. I intended to let him go, but someone else took his life, perhaps to vent anger on my behalf. If this blood debt is to be blamed on me, I'll accept it. Another acquaintance is gone. Fang Shihao sighed quietly. I'm sorry to hear that. Xiang Wanqing replied with an indifferent tone. Is that all you feel? Regret? Fang Shihao stared at Xiang Wanqing. Of all the people I know, Guan Peng was the one I disliked the most. His death is actually a relief for me. Xiang Wanqing's cold reaction left Fang Shihao silent for a while, before he finally muttered, a sycophant never meets a good end. As noon approached, Principal Shang Wuyang, the organizer of the exercise, watched the clock intently. Anyone not back by 12 would be presumed lost. The moment the hands of the clock aligned, he decisively announced, all right, everyone is accounted for. Line up and prepare for score tallying. Guilong University's early exit had put Shang Wuyang in a foul mood. He retrieved a six-sided palace lantern from his beast space, its purple glow intense, with a blood-red tassel exuding an eerie aura. The lantern floated in midair as he turned to leave. Under the purple light, everyone's faces turned as pale as paper, trees twisted and deformed, and the bright midday sun suddenly took on a ghostly atmosphere. Ruan Dancio introduced the lantern to the students. This six-sided palace lantern is called Vision of Death. Once illuminated by the purple light, the spirits of the creatures you've killed during this period will appear. Each slain creature has a corresponding score, and the accountant will tally your total kills over the past 7 days. The top 10 will receive rewards, with a total prize pool of 2 billion, distributed from 44% for the champion to 2% for the 10th place. Additionally, each university will offer a relic, to be chosen in order by the top 4. When mentioning the champion's first pick, Ruan Dancio gave Fang Shihao a meaningful look. With his skills, the championship and the 88 million prize seemed almost assured. Indeed, while other students stood in front of the Vision of Death lantern for just a few seconds, Fang Shihao remained for a full 2.5 minutes. The phantom images of countless beasts like the giant-tongued toad, tiger-striped beetle, ferocious black panther, vicious black bear, and bipedal dragon appeared one after another, leaving the onlooking students in awe. An hour and 40 minutes later, Guilong University teacher Ding Yang unemotionally announced the results. The results of this year's 4-school joint wilderness survival exercise are as follows. First place, Fang Shihao from Qingqiu University. Second place, Zhou Jiran from Jinding Feline Beast Academy. Third place, Yang Yongle from Guilong Volcano University. Fourth place, Lin Dongxue from Xingchen University. Fifth place, Feng Shichen from Qingqiu University. Ninth place, Zhang Ziyu from Xingchen University. And 10th place, Xiang Wanqing from Qingqiu University. The announcement brought mixed emotions. Except for Yang Yongle, Guilong University was completely defeated, while Jinding Feline Beast Academy and Xingchen University achieved expected results. The biggest winner of this year's exercise is undoubtedly Qingqiu University. Securing 3 spots in the top 10, including the coveted championship, their achievement was unprecedented. As the results were announced, Fang Shihao became an overnight sensation, and Student Council President Feng Shichen drew significant attention, while Xiang Wanqing became a mysterious figure sought after by Qingqiu students. Faced with the sudden attention, Xiang Wanqing kept her head down, as if trying to hide herself. She clearly had a strong aversion to being in the spotlight. Seeing this, Fang Shihao quickly intervened. No need to look for her. Miss Xiang Wanqing is my friend, and she doesn't like being in the limelight. If you want to offer congratulations, just say it to me. The surrounding students suddenly understood. No wonder she's so impressive. She's friends with Hao. The circles of big shots are indeed filled with big shots. Fang Shihao quietly pondered Xiang Wanqing's true capabilities. Even with the advantage of being on his team, Zhang Ziyu from Xingchen University only managed to secure 9th place, while the solitary Xiang Wanqing claimed 10th, suggesting her skills might surpass Zhang Ziyu's. What surprised him even more was Yang Yongle's 3rd place achieved solely based on points from the first 2 days. Had Yang Yongle not been expelled on the 3rd day, he might have undoubtedly won, and Guilong University's ambition to sweep the top 10 would have succeeded. At that moment, Yang Yongle was hiding in an armored vehicle, glaring at Fang Shihao through the window, his eyes filled with unresolved hatred. At the awards ceremony, teachers from the 4 schools presented their respective relics, for highly practical treasures suspended in midair. The host announced, the prize money will be transferred to the top 10 students' accounts later. Now, please have the top 4 choose their relics in order. Shang Wuyang's expression softened. As he retrieved the observation lamp, at least Yang Yongle maintained a top 4 finish. What should I choose? Fang Shihao asked his teacher, Ruan Dancio. Don't choose our school's meteor fire fan, Ruan Dancio advised. You already have the complete 9-tailed flame foxtail, so you don't need the fan made from its fur. Although the meteor fire fan, capable of launching meteor fire streams, was indeed superior to Fang Shihao's current foam pearls, considering that Xiaoguai might comprehend the prerequisite skill 9-star beads, an eternal level skill, from the 9-tailed flame foxtail. This choice wasn't wise. The other 3 relics had their own unique features. Jinding Feline Beast Academy's Golden Lion Knight armor boasted incredible defense and could unleash a fearsome lion's roar to intimidate enemies. Guolong Volcano University's Fire Tree Branch could cast a fire rain spell, which, though moderate in damage, could affect a large area. Xingshan University's Bottle of Lightning had dual relic and beast attributes, capable of releasing lightning and potentially nurturing a new lightning spirit. Faced with these equally tempting relics, Fang Shihao was in a dilemma. But he quickly made up his mind. Only a child would say they want everything. I'll choose the Golden Lion Knight armor. Fang Shihao reached out to touch the floating Golden Lion Knight armor. Instantly, the armor transformed into countless beams of golden light, converging at his chest to form a golden diamond-shaped metal piece that fit snugly against his skin. This convenient storage method pleased him greatly at the mere thought. The armor could materialize and cover his entire body. The reason for choosing the Golden Lion Knight armor was practical. As a relic, it not only possessed excellent control skills with the Golden Lion Roar, but was also the only piece among the 4 relics that provided protection. Subconsciously, Fang Shihao touched the scar above his heart where an arrow had once struck. That experience taught him a lasting lesson. A slight misstep could mean death. Although modern biotechnology could easily erase scars, he chose to keep it as a permanent reminder of life's fragility. With the goal of becoming a professional beast master within reach, Fang Shihao needed this armor to protect him in the final sprint. Moreover, the skill strength of the Golden Lion Knight armor was on par with the other relics. Next were the choices of others. As expected, Zhou Jiaran, the runner-up from the Golden Summit Feline Beast Academy, chose the Fire Tree Branch. This relic would fetch a fortune at auction due to its immense strategic value. Yang Yongla opted for the Bottle of Lightning, a relic with the potential to revive as a beast. Finally, Feng Shila gleefully acquired the Meteor Fire Fan, a fan woven from the fur of a 9-tailed flame fox, which he regarded as nothing short of a divine artifact. Just as everyone thought they could head home, Shang Wuyang delivered some unwelcome news. Kids, there's been a sighting of the top-tier auxiliary beast, the 9-colored deer, near Chuanxi town. The Xie family is organizing a hunt, and no one can leave until the deer is captured. This news immediately sparked discontent among the students. Days of wilderness training had left them physically and mentally exhausted, and they longed to return to the warmth of their homes. However, faced with the notorious Xie family, even the most disgruntled only dared to grumble in private. Those who boasted about standing their ground would likely be the first to flee if confronted by the Xie family's beast masters. Quiet! Shang Wuyang gestured for silence, his eyes scanning the restless crowd. Over this period, they hadn't been idle. They had uncovered the reason for the Xie family's lockdown and reached a mutually agreeable solution. The students' murmurs gradually subsided as Shang Wuyang continued. The Xie family has agreed to let us return to the city, but there's a condition: everyone must open their beast space for inspection to ensure no one is hiding a 9-colored deer. This demand made the students uneasy. The beast space is a beast master's most private realm, respected even between spouses. However, under the Xie family's pressure, they had no choice but to comply. The armored convoy slowly approached the checkpoint set up by the Xie family. Along the road stood imposing ghost kings, glaring menacingly at the passing students. Armed personnel on the temporary watchtower stood ready. The inspector was a beast master from a collateral branch of the Xie family, with narrow eyes full of malice and thin lips that hinted at sarcasm. Instead of starting the inspection, he asked, "Is there anyone named Fang Shihao among you?" Shang Wuyang asked cautiously, "What do you want?" The young master instructed that Fang Shihao doesn't need to be checked. "We've arranged a private car to take him home." This revelation made Shang Wuyang realize, so this kid is also from a noble family. He then went to find him among the Qingqiu University group. When Fang Shihao learned he could leave, he hesitated, glancing at his fellow passengers. Feng Shichen quickly intervened. "How? You should go home and recover. We'll catch up after the inspection." Other students agreed, secretly impressed by Fang Shihao's connections. The Xie family had prepared a bulletproof Lincoln SUV for Fang Shihao, its luxurious interior a harmonious blend of beige and burgundy. Fang Shihao gave his address, 221, Linan Road, then leaned back in his seat, reflecting on the exercise. Over the 7-day wilderness journey, Fang Shihao nearly achieved all his goals. He made a name for himself across 4 schools, becoming a taboo figure at Guilong University and a hero at the other 3. Especially at Qingqiu University, he transformed from an unknown into a renowned figure in just 7 days. In terms of life essence collection, the first 3 days were fruitful, particularly the 3rd day with nearly 10,000 points. On the 4th and 5th days, he was poised for success, but the 6th day was nearly disastrous, almost costing him his life. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. which is why he chose the Golden Lion Knight armor. Although he didn't fully achieve his goal, he amassed over 16,000 life essence points during the exercise. With his previous accumulation, he was now just 10,000 points away from advancing his companion, the six-tailed fire fox, to the epic level. It took an hour to calculate the scores and another 2 hours to drive back to the city from the remote countryside. Fang Shihao entered the bustling city right at 3 p.m. The warm sunlight streamed through the car window, wrapping him in a comfortable warmth. The streets were bustling with activity on this Saturday afternoon, with vendors calling out to passers-by. As the car turned onto Lingnan Road, the noise gradually faded away. In this affluent neighborhood, elegantly dressed women sipped afternoon tea in salons, while the men discussed business on the golf course. In the gardens, servants and gardeners busily attended to their tasks. "We've arrived, young master," the driver announced as he parked the car steadily in front of the villa. "Thank you," Fang Shihao replied as he stepped out and walked into the house. In the living room, Cui Xia lounged lazily on the sofa, wearing a loose bathrobe, a face mask, and cucumber slices over her eyes. Jean Tao was crouched at her feet, meticulously painting her toenails. Fang Shihao quietly opened the door and gestured for Jean Tao to keep silent as she was about to speak. He discreetly took her place, carefully cradling Cui Xia's delicate feet as if they were works of art, and continued to apply the nail polish. The sunlight cast a golden glow on his focused profile. Jean Tao watched in fascination, finally understanding why the young lady was so taken with this seemingly ordinary man at this moment. Fang Shihao radiated a captivating charm. In truth, Cui Xia had long realized that Fang Shihao had taken over, but she didn't want to disrupt the tender moment. The rough texture of his hands against her smooth skin gradually warmed, wandering from her ankles to her calves. Curious, Cui Xia lifted the cucumber slices from her eyes slightly, only to be met with Jean Tao's mischievous grin. "When did you get back?" she asked, feigning surprise and eager to send Jean Tao away. "Just about 10 minutes ago," Fang Shihao replied, his touch still gentle. "Tell me about your wilderness exercise experience," Cui Xia said, turning to Jean Tao. "We have important matters to discuss, so please leave us." "But I want to hear too," Jean Tao whined. "No," Cui Xia insisted firmly. Jean Tao left reluctantly. As soon as she was gone, Cui Xia withdrew her gentle demeanor, pulling her foot back with a playful indignation. "Enjoyed yourself, you pervert," she teased, lightly kicking Fang Shihao in the chest. What seemed like a gentle nudge landed right on Fang Shihao's injury. He winced, a pained expression crossing his face. Human bodies are far less resilient than beasts, and even the best healing skills are less effective on people. Although his wound had healed on the surface, it hadn't fully recovered internally, leaving him vulnerable to chills and fever. "What's wrong?" Cui Xia asked as she noticed Fang Shihao's unusual expression and immediately stepped forward to inquire. Nothing, just a minor issue." Fang Shihao tried to brush it off, but Cui Xia had already reached out and pulled aside his clothing. Her face turned frighteningly cold when she saw the fresh, bleeding scar above his heart. "Who did this?" "It would be hard for you to avenge me." "It was the beast's slaves," Fang Shihao said with a bitter smile. "Let me tell you the whole story." He began recounting his 7-day ordeal during the exercise. He described the harrowing attack by the beast slaves with a surprisingly calm tone. When he mentioned how the leader's arrow missed his heart by just 3 centimeters, Cui Xia couldn't hold back any longer and hugged him tightly. Through the thin fabric of his pajamas, Fang Shihao could feel the warmth of her body. The unexpected intimacy left him distracted, and he struggled to continue his story. "Promise me, don't venture into the wilderness again until you've advanced to a professional-level beast master," Cui Xia said seriously. "I promise you," Fang Shihao nodded. "I've come to realize that dying due to lack of skill is one thing, but being assassinated is just too unjust." After discussing his own situation, he remembered his classmates still detained in the wilderness. "By the way, do you know about the Xie family's hunt for the 9-colored deer?" "I do. I've already spoken to the Xie family." "They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" "Not really, but all my classmates are still being held." "Don't worry," Cui Xia explained. "The Xie family, no matter how overbearing, wouldn't dare harm students from the top 4 elite schools in the wilderness. The combined family backgrounds of hundreds of students are a formidable force, and those 4 universities are not to be trifled with." Hearing this explanation, Fang Shihao felt somewhat relieved, but another question arose. Why is the Xie family so fixated on the 9-colored deer? Cui Xia explained the Xie family's unique situation in detail. Each generation's heir must raise 3 ghost kings, which need to fight among themselves, with the victor consuming the defeated to become the supreme ghost king. However, because the 3 ghost kings are equally matched, this process is extremely risky and could lead to total destruction. This is why the Xie family is so desperate for a top-tier support beast like the 9-colored deer, to aid their specially trained ghost king at critical moments. "I see," Fang Shihao said, enlightened. He then asked, "How did you do at the birthday banquet?" "Not great," Chui Xie replied with a roll of her eyes. The star of the banquet was my sister, and those clueless old folks were all fawning over her. Fang Shihao keenly noticed that Chui Xie started referring to Chui Zhiyun as sister, indicating their relationship had somewhat improved. I'll help you win this battle, Fang Shihao whispered, making a promise to Chui Xie and a vow to himself. Fang Shihao spent the entire weekend at home. Chui Xie was particularly concerned about his health and insisted he take it easy, despite the medical team's assurance that he was in good health. Meanwhile, the students and teachers who participated in the exercise finally returned to the city on Sunday afternoon. They were forced to stay under the Xie family's scrutiny for a full 24 hours, but the search ultimately yielded nothing, failing to find any trace of the nine-colored deer. Although the hunt continued, it was no longer Fang Shihao's concern. As Fang Shihao had expected, the students from Qingqiu University eagerly uploaded videos of his combat performance during the exercise onto the campus network. Those who witnessed it described his brave and fearless leadership in vivid detail, turning Fang Shihao into a hot topic on campus. On Monday morning, the cold wind was biting. Fang Shihao donned a white lightweight down jacket and a gray knit hat, preparing to attend Ruan Danqia's private lesson at Qingqiu University. About 200 meters from the school gate, he spotted a group of senior and junior students in cheerleader uniforms waiting in the cold, their pale legs trembling in the chill. Could there be an official inspection? Fang Shihao wondered, thinking it was unreasonable to have students dressed like this in such weather, and decided to mention it to teacher Ruan. But as he approached and recognized the cheerleading captain Ruan Danqia's face, he realized this grand welcome was evidently for him. Welcome back, hero. Principal Xue Jing's enthusiastic shout marked the start of the ceremony. The cheerleaders immediately launched into a lively dance, and applause surged through the campus. Fang Shihao maintained a businesslike smile as he was escorted into the campus by the cheerleading squad. Principal, with teacher Ruan being so informal, how can you join in on this? Isn't this a bit over the top? Fang Shihao quietly complained as he passed by Xue Jing. Qingqiu University has been stifled for too long. It's about time we celebrated a little, Xue Jing replied with a smile. Just enjoy the treatment of being a hero. Seeing the admiration and anticipation on the faces of the teachers and students around him, Fang Shihao's smile gradually became genuine, and his sense of belonging to Qingqiu University quietly grew. Moved by the atmosphere, he decided to say a few words. Thank you all for preparing this welcome ceremony right after returning to the city. I have nothing to offer in return, but I promise you this is just the beginning. I will lead Qingqiu University to new heights. The crowd was silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers that almost shook the entire campus. Amidst the noise, reunited friends gathered closely, whispering their thoughts to each other. Yu Xiaowei gazed at Fang Shihao with admiration and lamented, I must have been blind not to notice how handsome Senior Fang was when we were on the train. Xin Wenwen quickly reminded her, whether he's handsome or not doesn't really matter to you. Senior Fang is the one Miss Second has her eyes on. Although she also had a simple admiration for Fang Shihao, she had heard rumors about him and Chui Xie back in her hometown. Well, even if it doesn't lead to anything serious, dating him would be nice. Yu Xiaowei said, still hopeful, turning to Xiang Wanqing. Wanqing, you've spent the most time with Senior Fang. Do you think there's any chance for me and him? The two friends had learned last night that Xiang Wanqing ranked 10th in the drill, but they assumed it was due to Fang Shihao's help. Despite spending so much time together, they couldn't quite figure out Xiang Wanqing, as she was too low-key and unassuming. Hard to say, Xiang Wanqing replied softly, trying to offer some comfort to Yu Xiaowei, though her voice was too quiet to be heard. The celebration lasted half an hour before the cold weather drove the students back to their classrooms. Fang Shihao, meanwhile, followed Ruan Danqiu for a private lesson. Ruan Danqiu, like a lively young girl, hopped barefoot on the beach, excitedly saying, I'm so happy. I've studied at Qingqiu University for 4 years and taught for 6, making a total of 10 years, yet I've only seen such lively scenes in old videos. She suddenly turned to Fang Shihao. I once thought I would be the one to lead Qingqiu University out of the depths, but I couldn't do it. Will you be that person? If anyone can cultivate the nine-tailed flame fox in this era, it will be me, Fang Shihao said confidently. Good luck. If you really can do it, I'll give you a chance, Ruan Danqiu hinted. Come on, sis. You're making it sound like a reward for me when you talk about the older woman dating the younger man. Even if you're willing, I'm not, Fang Shihao replied, feigning seriousness. In her early 30s, Ruan Danqiu was at the height of her beauty, enough to make one forgive any of her faults. Ruan Danqiu raised an eyebrow and asked, You don't like it? As her strap slipped gently off her shoulder. Don't look at things you shouldn't. Fang Shihao quickly closed his eyes, saying earnestly, I have a girlfriend. Don't tempt me into making mistakes. Heh, is this girlfriend you speak of the wealthy lady who supports you? If she hears this self-indulgent talk, she might just kick you out, Ruan Danqiu teased. Hearing the sound of clothing being adjusted, Fang Shihao opened his eyes, feeling a tinge of regret. He brushed off Ruan Dancho's skepticism with a smile. Through their interactions, he was sure Cui Xia harbored feelings for him, and he liked her too. However, now wasn't the best time to confess. Cui Xia was career-driven with clear life plans, and it wasn't the right moment for romance. With her bold personality, if she wanted to date, she would have already made it clear. That day's classes moved straight into practical sessions. Little Guai and the six-tailed firefox, Zhuru, sparred for 3 hours in the Golden Sands secret realm before parting ways. In the afternoon, Fang Shihao had to attend classes at Binghuang University. Although he was thriving at Qingqiu University, he was still relatively unknown at Binghuang University, and his modest fame there was mostly due to frequently appearing with campus goddess Cui Xia. Some of her admirers mistakenly thought they were a couple and were eager to see Fang Shihao embarrass himself. At noon, Fang Shihao went to meet his appointment. He had arranged to have lunch with Lu Xiao the previous night, and this meeting was significant for him. They had first met in the wilderness, where the lone Lu Xiao sought refuge and turned to Fang Shihao for help. However, now that they had returned to civilized society, maintaining that relationship was uncertain. Fang Shihao understood that recruiting reliable subordinates was not easy when his own power was yet to be established. The Golden Peak Feline Beast Academy was located in the Qinglin district, a bustling area second only to the Dongwang district and far from Qingqiu University. Fang Shihao had specifically reserved a private room at a restaurant near Qingqiu University, preparing food and drinks in anticipation of Lu Xiao's arrival. "Sorry I'm late, Brother Hao," Lu Xiao apologized as he entered the room. "Take a seat," Fang Shihao replied, unconcerned. A talent like Lu Xiao was worth the wait. "How's your cold, Brother Hao?" "After a couple of days' rest, I'm almost recovered." "I owe you thanks for easing my worries," Fang Shihao said, raising his glass in acknowledgement. "Heh, you noticed?" Lu Xiao responded with an awkward smile. Fang Shihao had noticed Guanpeng's face flash in Lu Xiao's killing records when the team was exposed to the deathlight. "I saw the way Guanpeng looked at you before he left. I was worried he might cause trouble later, so I took care of him." "I'm glad you don't mind my meddling," Lu Xiao explained, adding regretfully, "It's a pity Yang Yongla has protection. Otherwise, I would have found a chance to quietly deal with him too." "I thought I was ruthless, but you're no slouch either," Fang Shihao laughed. "You don't need to worry about Yang Yongla. I've already got someone watching him. He has a chance to start anew if he behaves, but if he seeks revenge, next year will mark his death anniversary." As he spoke, his smile grew dark. Realizing the change in his expression, Fang Shihao mocked himself. "My classmates call me a hero, but I look more like a villain." "That's not true. How can a hero achieve great things without decisive means?" Lu Xiao said with a deep gaze. "I may not have what it takes to be a hero myself, but I'm willing to be the sharpest blade in a hero's hand, clearing obstacles from their path." "Brother, I've been waiting for you to say that. Together, we'll accomplish great things," Fang Shihao said, gripping Lu Xiao's hand with excitement. The steam from the hot pot rose around them, but it couldn't match the fervor in their hearts. With their guards down, the two began to open up and share their aspirations. As a beast master from a humble background, Lu Xiao's most pressing desire was to quickly pay off his debts. In his view, true freedom could only be achieved once his debts were cleared. Until then, other dreams were mere fantasies. "How much do you owe?" Fang Shihao asked bluntly. Lu Xiao's face clouded with worry as he slowly explained. "When I bought the Longman Lion, my family scraped together 300,000. To cover the daily training expenses, I had to take out a 5 million loan from Dafa Bank. Then, when I acquired the Lake Water Maiden, the training costs skyrocketed, and I took out another loan. The interest kept accumulating, and now I owe 47 million. If I had dared to raise a third beast, the number would be even scarier. Less than 50 million? That's nothing. I'll pay it off for you," Fang Shihao said without hesitation. "No," Lu Xiao shook his head firmly. "I can't accept something for nothing. When I achieve something great in the future, even if you don't want to give me anything, you'll have to." "All right, I'll wait for that day," Fang Shihao replied with an approving smile. The conversation shifted as Fang Shihao spoke about his own goals. In the short term, he aimed to repay the kindness of Cui Xia by helping her acquire the Ice Crystal Phoenix and ascend to the position of family head. In the long run, he wanted to train all his beasts to their limits, a goal so ambitious that any rational beast master would consider it a pipe dream. Thus, he kept his aspirations low-key and focused on diligent work. After a few rounds of drinks, the two were in high spirits. Fang Shihao saw Lu Xiao as a capable and prudent individual who could be a valuable asset, while Lu Xiao believed Fang Shihao to be exceptionally skilled and magnanimous, someone worth following. After the meal, slightly intoxicated, Fang Shihao sat drowsily in the classroom, daydreaming throughout the lesson. As he tried to clear his head after class, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. "Are you Fang Shihao?" asked a handsome guy with medium-length hair, looking down at him. "That's me. What's up?" Fang Shihao replied, the smell of alcohol still lingering. "I'm Qiao Weijia, the class president of the Elemental Class 1, the guy said, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Lately, some classmates have reported that you've been skipping class frequently. How do you explain that? Whether I skip class or not is my business. What's it to you? Fang Shihao retorted coldly. One of Xiao Weijia's sidekicks immediately shouted, "Kid, how dare you talk back to the class president? Apologize now. I've never seen such a defiant freshman, and you still want to fit in with class 1? Your skipping class affects the entire class's reputation. As the class monitor, I have the right to address this," said Xiao Weijia, standing at the door with his back straight. Fang Shihao stood up, the alcohol making his gaze a bit unfocused, but the wild aura he had brought back from his adventures was even more apparent. He looked at Xiao Weijia coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Fang Shihao understood that Xiao Weijia was deliberately making things difficult for him. He chuckled coldly. "What are you going to do if I don't comply? I'll make sure you can't stay in class 1. Xiao Weijia tried to appear fierce, but his attempt was obviously forced, like a young tiger trying to show its teeth without any real threat. "Do whatever you want, get out of my way," Fang Shihao said as he moved to leave. Having been on the brink of life and death, he felt disdain for Xiao Weijia's petty rivalry. He had already heard from Cui Xia that during his absence, Xiao Weijia had made several attempts to win her over, only to be met with her cold indifference. "If you're scared, then back off. Remember to stay away from Miss Cui. A coward like you doesn't deserve her," Xiao Weijia taunted. That hit Fang Shihao's sore spot, and he stopped. "So you really want to challenge me? Are you sure you have what it takes? Huh? What strength do you have, you freeloader? Just one of my beasts could beat you completely. If you're not convinced, meet me at the arena." Fang Shihao shook his head, giving Xiao Weijia one last chance. "Misfortune is self-invited. If you're eager to meet your end, I'll oblige. See you at the arena. No holds barred. You said it yourself, everyone here is a witness." Xiao Weijia was overjoyed, and his followers immediately chimed in. "We all heard it. Fang Shihao said it himself. No one forced him. Let's go to the arena. No more talking," the crowd urged, worried Fang Shihao might back out. As they moved towards the arena, Fang Shihao smirked coldly. Since Xiao Weijia had come looking for trouble, he wouldn't hold back. Today, he intended to take down all of Xiao Weijia's beasts. The 3 top academies of the Tenglong Empire rival many prestigious families in terms of heritage. Binghuang University transformed a precious secret realm into an arena with an ancient Roman style. Through a shimmering, water-like portal, a massive oval amphitheater unfolds before you. After Fang Shihao and Xiao Weijia registered their names, stepping through the portal felt like entering another world. A warm breeze mixed with fine yellow sand brushed against their faces, and wide steps descended into the dust-laden arena. Such an environment naturally stirs a fighting spirit, much like how a serene bamboo grove brings calm or a dim dance hall excites the senses. There are so many spectators today. Xiao Weijia's entourage keenly noticed the campus goddesses seated in the front row: Dugu Qianxue, Ji Qianqian, and Wei Ziying. These goddesses were elected by students, but the standards were high, requiring a combination of family background, strength, and beauty. Hearing that the goddesses were present, Xiao Weijia immediately straightened his chest and strode confidently towards the center of the arena, while Fang Shihao calmly followed behind. However, they were a bit late. The duel between Xiang Tianqing and Li Pinglan had already concluded, and the two were conversing at the edge of the arena. "Come and see. The class monitor of Elemental Class 1 is about to discipline the truant troublemaker." Xiao Weijia's followers energetically hyped up the atmosphere, causing the audience, who were about to leave, to stay for the spectacle. "Clowns," Xiang Tianqing remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the pair in the arena. "I agree that Xiao Weijia is a clown, but not Fang Shihao," Li Pinglan replied with a gentle smile, eyes fixed on the imminent battle. "You know him?" Xiang Tianqing maintained his usual aloof demeanor. "You really do forget things easily." At the welcome party, he sat right next to Cui Xia. He's Cui Xia's chief retainer, but from what I hear, their relationship might not be just master and servant, especially since they live together, Li Pinglan shared with a chuckle, revealing the insider information he had gathered. As for Dugu Qianxue and the others, Ji Qianqian and Wei Ziying were there for Xiang Tianqing, while Dugu Qianxue accompanied her friend Ji Qianqian, taking the opportunity to observe Xiang Tianqing's progress. Xiang Tianqing's previous opponent, Li Pinglan, was the multicolored pheasant beastmaster who had once expressed admiration for Fang Shihao. The Cui sisters are not simple characters. Fang Shihao, despite his average appearance, managed to win over Cui Xia, which certainly proves his abilities. Li Pinglan views him with unusual regard, while Xiang Tianqing watches the unfolding situation with a hint of mockery. Xiao Weijia hesitated to reveal his beast, clearly understanding the dramatic effect of a late entrance. Fang Shihao, uninterested in playing along, directly summoned the rock giant from his beast space. As the ground trembled, a 10-meter-tall giant stepped into the arena. The audience, having just witnessed the epic battle between the steel python and the colorful phoenix, showed little excitement for the rock giant's appearance. So it's the rock giant. No wonder he's so arrogant. Xiao Weijie feigned calmness. Come on, Flame Apostle. Show the world your greatness. Awesome. Go boss. Beat him. Xiao Weijie's cronies cheered loudly from the stands, displaying a clownish demeanor. The rock giant was indeed formidable. Both Li Pinglan and Xiang Tianqing knew that among king-level beasts, the rock giant was among the elite, while Xiao Weijie's 4-star Flame Apostle was quite mediocre. As the battle began, Xiao Weijie unleashed the rare skill, Flame Storm, aiming for a quick victory. The rock giant, expressionless, walked straight into the fire. Under the scorching heat, the rocks on the giant's body cracked continuously, but it only took 2 steps to break through the storm's range, with flames trailing behind like a billowing cloak. The giant raised its fist, reddened by the flames, and with its height advantage, smashed it down on the Flame Apostle. This is just a regular punch. In the thunderous impact, the Flame Apostle exploded into a shower of sparks. Fang Shihao knew this wasn't even a full-strength strike from the giant. If it were serious, it would need to activate the wrath of the Mountain King first. System notifications showed Fang Shihao gained 1860 life essence points and could plunder skills like Fire Tongue, Over Fire Seal, and the rare Flame Storm. While managing the system information, he asked Xiao Weijie, who was clutching his forehead in pain, "Do you have any other beasts? If not, I'm leaving." Xiao Weijie had no response, stumbling away from the scene, his cronies fleeing even faster. For Fang Shihao, every challenge was an opportunity for growth, and this time he gained significantly. Dugu Qinchue remarked that he was not bad among the commoner students, while Ji Qianqian's attention lingered only on Xiang Tianqing and Li Pinglan. When Wei Ziying learned of Fang Shihao's commoner background, she lost her initial interest. Exceptional talents are rare, and those like Cui Xie who can recognize Fang Shihao's potential are even rarer. After being interrupted by Xiao Weijie, Fang Shihao's last bit of intoxication vanished. He immediately called Yang Fa to drive over and pick him up. In the car, he quickly changed his appearance, putting on a drab old trench coat, a fox mask, and carefully attaching a fake beard to his smooth chin. With his fighting spirit reignited, Fang Shihao headed straight for the Shenwei arena. A week had passed since his last appearance, and his arrival stirred excitement among the audience. "The fox is here," someone cheered. The gamblers clearly hadn't forgotten this mysterious contender who had achieved 10 consecutive victories with the 7-star Ma Yun Vine. "Hey, do you know that guy with the fox mask? New here, aren't you? The fox has already won 10 times in a row. Bet on him and you're sure to win. But he's up against the Golden Blade Fireball, and plant types are weak against fire. Raw power beats any elemental disadvantage. Trust me, betting on him is a safe bet. Alright, I'll place a small bet of 2,000 and see." At precisely 4 o'clock, the host's voice echoed in the arena. In the second match, Eagle Eye's 6-star King-level Golden Blade Fireball will face off against the Fox's 7-star King-level Ma Yun Vine. As soon as the gong sounded, a section of the Ma Yun Vine burst from the ground, lunging at the Golden Blade Fireball like a giant serpent. The beast, fiery hooves blazing, swung its golden blade-like horns, preventing the vine from getting close. While the Golden Blade Fireball focused on the front, 2 thick vines suddenly erupted from the ground behind it, striking like divine whips. Although the bull managed to rear up and leave scorched hoof marks on the vines, more vines emerged from the ground. 8 vines formed a deadly octagonal cage, enclosing the Golden Blade Fireball. Some vines wrapped and restrained it, while others lashed at its vital points. Within seconds, the bull's body was broken and incapacitated. Finally, a death grip locked around its neck, and the thrashing vines relentlessly battered its head until its skull shattered. "Your Ma Yun Vine has killed the Golden Blade Fireball, extracting 1,310 life essence points." The system notification sounded. "You're crazy." Eagle Eye cursed before hastily leaving. "Sorry about that, I've been in a bad mood lately," Fang Shihao said apologetically, offering a feeble excuse. During the intense clash between the Cloud Vine and the Golden Blade Fireball, Fang Shihao's gaze remained fixed on Hawkeye, the murderous intent in his eyes making the latter shiver. As a beast fighter looking to make some extra money, Hawkeye had no intention of risking his life here. Sensing the danger in Fang Shihao's eyes, he cursed inwardly, wondering why this person seemed intent on a life-or-death struggle. Winning or losing no longer mattered to him. He just wanted to distance himself from this dangerous man. This killer instinct was thanks to the lessons from the beast's slave. Since his encounter with them, Fang Shihao had developed the habit of targeting his opponent's weak points. This gave him a deep understanding of the beast slave's combat philosophy. Was more efficient to take out the beast master than to struggle against their beasts. As dusk approached, Fang Shihao left the Shenwei Beast Arena. Passing by, he noticed several homeless people gathered around a fire, sipping cough syrup. He shook his head with a smile and got into his car to head home. On the ride back, he didn't waste time and entered the beast space in his mind to observe Xiaoguai testing a new skill, the Flame Imprint. This skill, unexpectedly acquired from a Flame Apostle, conveniently filled Xiaoguai's lack of anti-air capabilities. The principle of the flame imprint was simple. It involved gathering a flame seal above the enemy's head and smashing it down, effective against both aerial and distant targets. While its speed and power were average, it was highly versatile. When he arrived home, Fang Shihao was still humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. Cui Xia, lounging on the sofa and scrolling through her phone, glanced at him and teased, "Is defeating a love rival really worth this much happiness? I never even considered Xiao Weijie a threat." Fang Shihao replied with a confident smile. "What makes me happy is something else." "What is it?" "It's a secret. I'll surprise you next month," Fang Shihao said with confidence. After today's 2 battles, he had collected 3,000 life essence points. He was now only 7,000 points away from the 36,900 needed for Xiaoguai to evolve into an epic level 6-tailed fire fox. This was no ordinary evolution. In the 7 beast ranks awakening, extraordinary, lord, king, epic, legendary, mythical reaching the epic level marked a true transformation. 300 years of beast history had shown that challenges beyond one's level were common at lower ranks, but a king could never defeat an epic. This was the threshold of the top 3 ranks. For instance, Fang Shihao's 2 main beasts, Xiaoguai and Xiaoshitu, though top-tier kings, were helpless against Yuan Danqiu's 6-tailed fire fox, Zhu Rong. If Zhu Rong hadn't held back, Xiaoguai would have been defeated in 10 rounds, and Xiaoshitu would only last 20 at most. It better be a real surprise. "I'm not the kind of girl who gets thrilled over small gifts," Cui Xia said. "Don't worry, it'll definitely be a surprise. And I guarantee, no one else could give you a gift like this," Fang Shihao said, his eyes full of depth as he envisioned the future. On October 16th, marking the start of winter, the first snow of the season gently descended from the sky. The white snowflakes, like soft feathers, blanketed the ground, transforming the world into a silvery, fairy tale landscape. Fang Shihao sat leisurely by the fireplace in his pajamas, holding a cup of tea in one hand while flipping through the pages of a book with the other. In the 20 days since returning from the wilderness, he had participated in 2 underground beast fights each week, accumulating 5,000 points of life essence. With only 1 or 2 weeks left until his transformation, he became increasingly composed and discreet as the crucial moment approached. Every month, the Mulinson auction house hosts an auction in the middle of the month. Last month, Fang Shihao and Cui Xia missed it because she went home for a birthday celebration and he was on a wilderness exercise. This month's auction was scheduled for tonight, but when Fang wanted to ask Cui for specific rules, she had already rushed out into the wind and snow early in the morning. Around 8 o'clock, Cui Xia called with startling news. "I'm at school and just got confirmation that the ice crystal phoenix will hatch this winter, no later than 3 months. This unusual snow is likely a sign of the phoenix's impending birth." The school confirmed that it's caused by the phoenix's aura. Fang Shihao gently placed the book on the table, rubbed his temples and said, "If it were next winter, I'd be confident in helping you win the ice crystal phoenix. But this year, I can't guarantee it. Winning the phoenix mostly depends on how well I perform. You just need to cooperate. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll handle the outcome," Cui Xia replied, her words reflecting a maturity beyond her years. "The ideal situation would be if it hatched 3 years from now, after the current seniors graduate. I'd have a 90% chance then, but that wouldn't be fair. It seems I must quickly cultivate a 3rd beast. Any opportunity to enhance my strength can't be missed. Are you still going to the auction tonight?" "Yes, absolutely. There's a beast I have my eye on." The news quickly spread among the family students at Ice Phoenix University, with many secretly forming alliances to compete for the legendary beast. As night fell, the Mulinson auction house was brightly lit and filled with luxury cars. The entrance requirement was high. Only those worth over 100 million could get a ticket. As a primary member with over 1 billion in spending, Cui Xia received 2 tickets in the 3rd row. In the spacious seats, a scantily clad bunny girl brought over the list of auction items. Fang Shihao's main goal for this trip was the dragon vein carving. It is one of the 3 rare items essential for the small stone's evolution into an epic moss giant, commonly seen at auctions and reasonably priced. Fang Shihao breathed a sigh of relief after finding the dragon vein carving on the auction list. Tonight wasn't a waste after all. As he leisurely browsed through the other items, his gaze froze on a familiar name bottled lightning. "Isn't that Yang Yongla's?" he muttered, his brow furrowing with concern. "He's selling it for cash. Could it be to put a bounty on my head in the black market?" Paranoia kicked in again, and Fang Shihao's expression turned grim. He suddenly stood up and told the person next to him, "I need to make a call. I'll be right back. Hurry up, the auction's about to start." "Yes, I know." Finding a secluded corner, Fang Shihao quickly dialed Yang Yongla's number. Being a cautious person, he had not only obtained Yang's contact information but also thoroughly investigated his background and home address. If Yang dared to harbor any ill intentions, Fang wouldn't hesitate to take the most extreme measures. "Hello, who's this?" Yang Yongla's slightly uneasy voice came through the phone. "It's me, Fang. Sure. How? Yang Yongla spat out the name through gritted teeth. Why are you auctioning off bottled lightning? Fang Shihao asked bluntly. I can sell it if I want. What does it have to do with you? Yang Yongla replied coldly, his tone filled with resentment. Fang Shihao chuckled softly. You don't have to answer. As long as you're prepared to face the consequences. Are you threatening me? Yes, it's a threat. The day you get that money will be your last. Do you think I'd let an enemy have a large sum of money to use against me? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Yang Yongla knew all too well about Fang Shihao's methods. Fang had once taken everything from him, not even leaving his last spirit beast. His fear of Fang Shihao had long surpassed hatred. All right, Yang Yongla sighed deeply. I'll tell you the truth. I can't make it at Guilong University anymore. For a whole month, I haven't been able to nurture a lightning spirit from bottled lightning. The new student council president is forcing me to sell it to him for $1 million, saying if I don't, I'll be dead. Those classmates who once supported me are now trying to take bottled lightning from me. Even the principal can't be bothered to see a failure like me and has turned a blind eye to these opportunists. I just want to get rid of this hot potato and go back home to live a peaceful life. Your story is believable. I believe you. Take the money and leave quickly. Thank you for not kicking me when I'm down. I've bought a ticket for tomorrow night. As soon as the money comes through, I'm gone. Fang Shihao, you're the bane of my existence, and I sincerely hope I never see you again. May you get your wish. Hanging up, Fang Shihao returned to the auction hall. Under the spotlight, the auctioneer was introducing the first item. Did you get everything sorted out? Cui Xia asked quietly. I'm planning to bid on the 5th auction item, the bottled lightning, and the 9th item, the dragon vein carving. Fang Shihao declared his intentions. Cui Xia immediately responded. Go ahead and bid. If you run short on cash, I've got you covered. She didn't even ask for a reason, demonstrating her complete trust in Fang Shihao. He noted this gesture of friendship silently, without expressing much gratitude in words. The auction items were arranged from lowest to highest value, with the bottled lightning as the 5th item, indicating its relatively low value. This was mainly because the chances of it hatching a top-tier elemental beast, the Thunder Spirit, were slim, and it was mostly used as a relic. The previous item, a juvenile king-level beast, the Toxic Explosion Toad, had sold for 75 million. Fang Shihao estimated that the bottled lightning could be acquired for under 100 million. The auctioneer began the introduction. Esteemed guests, the 5th item of tonight's auction, the bottled lightning, is now open for bidding. It has 2 uses. As a relic, it possesses the powerful single-target attack skill, Thunderbolt, and there is a small chance it might nurture a new Thunder Spirit. However, I must remind you that this bottled lightning is 15 years old, and the likelihood of reviving a Thunder Spirit is extremely low. The starting bid is 60 million. Please place your bids. The room fell silent. The wealthy attendees and expert beast tamers present could tell that if it were only to be used as a relic, the price was obviously high. The auctioneer began the countdown. No bids? If no one bids within 10 seconds, it will be considered unsold. Just then, Fang Shihao, sitting in the 3rd row, 6th seat, raised his paddle number 36. Number 36 bids 60 million. Any higher offers? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to number 36. As the usher delivered the bottled lightning to Fang Shihao, his system suddenly sent multiple notifications, confirming that the bottled lightning still had vitality and multiple cultivation paths. Suppressing the urge to check immediately, Fang Shihao turned to Cui Xia and asked, Is there anything you want to bid on? Cui Xia cautiously sent a text message to avoid being overheard. A new batch of dinosaur egg fossils was recently unearthed from the Jinyang Old Pit, and the best specimens are at the Mulinson auction house. I'm aiming for the last 2 headline items, the Spinosaurus egg and the Tyrannosaurus egg. The Jinyang Pit is the most renowned secret realm of the empire, holding an unshakable position. At its peak, 80 of the ancient beast species in the country originated from this mysterious place. Even after 300 years of continuous development, Jinyang Pit still produces a considerable number of ancient beast eggs annually. Jinyang Pit is an old site, explained Cui Xia. 70 years ago, the rise of the 2nd largest ancient beast egg site, Xing'an Pit, challenged Jinyang Pit's monopoly. However, in the high-end ancient beast egg market, Jinyang Pit remains unmatched. It's the only place that can produce top-tier ancient beast eggs like those of the Spinosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. These are top predators from the Cretaceous period, Fang Shihao remarked in awe. Their rank must start at epic, right? These ancient rulers don't need special abilities. Their formidable physiques alone can easily elevate them to king or epic levels, with the exceptional ones reaching legendary status. Although no dinosaur has reached the mythical level, the upper limit for ancient species seems to stop at legendary. According to ancient scholars, Spinosaurus is mostly found in Africa, while Tyrannosaurus originates from America, and they shouldn't naturally appear within the Tunglong Empire. Yet, in the era of beast tamers, the basic laws of the world have changed, and the existence of secret realms defies scientific explanation. Do you want a Spinosaurus or a Tyrannosaurus? Chui Xia asked, looking at her phone. Getting a Tyrannosaurus would be ideal, but the price of a Tyrannosaurus egg might be beyond my budget, Fang Shihao replied. As one of the heirs of the Chui family, Chui Xia has received an annual funding of 3 billion since she was 14, accumulating to 10 billion over 3 years. However, with the need to support a large team of over 100 people and expenses for relics and growth resources, her financial situation isn't exactly abundant. Let's see how it goes, Chui Xia said. If it's too expensive, we'll pass, especially since the success rate of hatching is less than 20%. It's not a guaranteed beast acquisition? Of course not. If it were 100% successful, who would be willing to sell them? As the 8th auction item was sold, the usher elegantly brought the 9th item to the stage. Fang Shihao and Chui Xia both put away their phones and focused on the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please admire tonight's 9th auction item, a perfectly crafted dragon vein carving, the auctioneer announced loudly. Let me briefly introduce its 3 main uses. The most common is activating it with a drop of blood to tame dragon-blooded beasts below epic level. Whether pure blood or mixed blood, as long as they haven't reached epic level, they can't resist the pure dragon aura contained in the dragon vein carving. The purpose of the dragon vein carving made everyone present eager. First, it can be used as nourishment. When crushed into powder and dissolved in water, it can be fed to dragon blood beasts, potentially increasing their star level by 1 or 2 if they are below 12 stars. Additionally, for earth element beasts following the mountain giant path, this dragon vein carving is an indispensable breakthrough material for reaching the epic level. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bids surged in like a tide. I bid 300 million. A businessman from the back swiftly offered. 320 million. 330 million. 340 million. 350 million. The price climbed rapidly until an expert beast tamer in the front row impatiently shouted, "What's the point of increasing by 10 million? I bid 500 million. That's a sincere offer." The bidding pace then slowed, with a few tentative raises. 510 million. 530 million. Fang Shihao stood still, silently calculating his assets. Besides the 300 million salary from Chui Xia, the 88 million prize for winning the joint exercise of the 4 schools, and the 20 million earned from over 30 matches in the underground beast arena, his total assets just exceeded 400 million. After deducting the 60 million spent on bottled lightning, he only had 350 million left. "Xia, I might need to advance 2 months' salary," Fang Shihao whispered. "No problem, make your bid. I'll cover the rest," Chui Xia assured him. With her promise, Fang Shihao immediately raised his paddle, 550 million. As the auction was about to conclude, the auctioneer began the countdown. 550 million, going once, 550 million, going twice, 550 million, going 3 times. Just when Fang Shihao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a calm, almost indifferent voice came from the front row. "I bid 600 million. The bid was made by Zhu Yong, a representative from the Zhu family, known for their flying dragon lizard. Although not as prominent as the top-tier clans in Jingchuan City with legendary beasts like the Titan Python and 6-tusked white elephant, the Zhu family was a standout among the second-tier families. Their hereditary flying dragon lizard is a powerful king-level hybrid dragon beast. Zhu Yong appeared young, with a clean-shaven chin, and his son, Zhu Zhenhuana Jr. at Binghuang University was sitting beside him. The dragon vein engravings usually fetch around 500 million. But this time the situation is unique, Fang Shihao said, glancing hesitantly at Chui Xia. With the news of the imminent birth of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, students at Ice Phoenix Academy are scrambling to gather money. Not to mention, Zhu Yong wants to use it to accelerate his son's flying dragon lizard's growth. This is a rare chance for their family to leap up the social ladder. The auction atmosphere was tense. Zhu Yong called out 600 million with a stoic expression, while Chui Xia immediately countered 610 million. Bidder number 18 offers 600 million. Bidder number 35 raises to 610 million. The auctioneer announced excitedly, watching the commission climb higher. The bidding war intensified. 700 million, Zhu Yong said through gritted teeth. 710 million, 800 million. Zhu Yong's clenched fists were turning white, clearly nearing his limit. 810 million. Chui Xia continued to raise by 10 million increments. Zhu Yong finally snapped, turning angrily to Chui Xia. "You little girl, are you deliberately opposing me? Do you think you can leave this auction house after offending the Zhu family?" Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry echoed through the room. Chui Xia stood up abruptly, her small frame exuding an astonishing aura. "You dog, say that again if you dare." Chaos erupted. A server dropped a purple clay teapot, shattering it, and tea stained the carpet. Whispers spread through the crowd. "It's the second miss of the Fengshan Wyvern Chui family." Zhu Zhenhuan quickly restrained his furious father. "Dad, stop. She's from the Chui family. The Chui family from the Tenglong Empire. renowned for their Fengshan wyverns, never backed down easily. Memories of the past were vivid. Years ago, a young master from the Yin family killed a Chui family girl in a drunken rage and tried to cover it up. The Chui family responded with thunderous wrath, sending 100 Fengshan wyverns into the sky, obliterating the Yin family in just half an hour. This event shocked the nation, and since then, no one dared to underestimate the Chui family. The sight of the overwhelming wyvern swarm left a lasting fear in everyone's hearts. Since then, the Chui family stopped marrying off their daughters, only accepting sons-in-law. No one dared to risk provoking this formidable force capable of commanding 100 dragons. A cold sweat trickled down Zhu Yong's forehead as he finally realized the severe consequences his careless words might bring. I'm sorry, Miss Chui, I was confused and didn't recognize you. Zhu Yong forced a sycophantic smile, his facial muscles visibly stiff. How about this? I'll buy this dragon vein carving and give it to the second miss as an apology. Zhu Yong, who had long been in a position of power, now had to humble himself due to failing to recognize Chui Xie, a significant figure. Do I need your flattery? Chui Xie replied coldly, go home. Wash that filthy mouth of yours and get lost. Fang Shihao watched intently from the side, mesmerized by Chui Xie's fair and delicate face. Her domineering demeanor captivated him. Yes, I'll leave right away. Zhu Yong, feeling like he had been granted amnesty, hurriedly left with his son. Being scolded and resolving the issue was the best outcome for him. The auctioneer remained indifferent to the conflict in the VIP room, having witnessed such scenes many times. As long as no physical altercations occurred during the auction, it was acceptable. After all, the Mulinson auction house was a major player in the country's top-tier cities, with formidable backing. Congratulations to Lady Number 35 for acquiring the dragon vein carving at the high price of 810 million. The auctioneer announced routinely. You were really fierce just now, Fang Shihao teased, pretending to be frightened. Chui Xie rolled her eyes. Don't be ridiculous, she explained. I have to be strong in public, or people will think the Chui family is in decline. I represent the Chui family, so I have no choice. I understand you, Fang Shihao nodded in agreement. When the ceremonial attendant delivered the dragon vein carving, Chui Xie didn't even look up and directly pointed to Fang Shihao. Give it to him? Receiving such a great gift from you, I'm afraid I have no choice but to offer myself in return. Please be gentle, madam. Fang Shihao half-jokingly expressed his feelings. Go to hell. I'll deduct it from your salary. No pay for the next half year. Chui Xie said, though she would still pay him on time. The subsequent auction items didn't interest them until 4 muscular men in tight suits carried in a 2-meter-tall dinosaur egg, reigniting the excitement in the auction. This is one of tonight's highlight items, a Spinosaurus egg from the ancient Jinyang pit, the auctioneer humorously introduced. Experts from the Ancient Beast Taming Association have evaluated it with a hatch success rate of 23%. Such vibrant energy is rare in my career. The starting bid is 15 billion. Please place your bids quickly. I'm worried it might hatch on the stage. 30 billion. Chui Xie immediately doubled the price, silencing the other eager bidders. The starting bid for the dragon vein engraving was originally set at 5.5 billion, but the situation was unique. News of the imminent birth of the ice crystal phoenix this winter had spread everywhere. Major families and powerful figures were making plans for their descendants, causing prices for all rare items related to beast taming to skyrocket. At this moment, Lu Bolin, an expert-level beast tamer in the front row, stood up and bowed slightly to Chui Xie, saying, ordinarily, I would give this opportunity to the second young lady, but today I must acquire this thorn dragon egg. Please excuse me. I bid 40 billion, 41 billion, 45 billion, 48 billion. As Lu Bolin started raising the bid, more people joined in. They had remained silent earlier to avoid competing with Chui Xie, but they felt no such obligation with the less influential Lu Bolin. Everyone, calm down. There are still Tyrannosaurus eggs to come. Don't exhaust your resources. I bid 50 billion. Lu Bolin gritted his teeth and called out his final bid, nearly depleting his entire fortune. The auction hall fell silent, save for the sound of the auctioneer's gavel. The thorn dragon egg was ultimately won by Lu Bolin. Rationally, spending 50 billion on a thorn dragon egg that could only reach a king level and wasn't guaranteed to hatch seemed a losing deal. However, Lu Bolin believed that spending a decade's hard-earned money to secure a bright future for his descendants was worthwhile. If the thorn dragon successfully hatched and evolved into an epic-level phantom thorn dragon, his grandson Lu Yiming would have a chance to obtain the ice crystal phoenix, propelling their family to new heights. As the auction neared the final Tyrannosaurus egg, Chui Xie stood and left. Fang Shihao, feeling guilty, asked, would things be different if I hadn't spent 8 billion to help you buy the dragon vein engraving? Don't overthink it. It's unrelated to you. Chui Xie replied calmly. My budget was 30 billion. I wouldn't go a sin over. To her, buying dinosaur eggs was essentially gambling. Even a 50 billion gamble might not be worthwhile if won, and a loss would be disastrous. She was interested in the more promising Tyrannosaurus, but with thorn dragon eggs going for 50 billion, the Tyrannosaurus egg would likely exceed 100 billion, far beyond her budget. Upon returning home, both received a news alert. On the evening of October 16th, the Mulinson auction house set a 30-year record for the highest transaction, with a businessman purchasing the final auction item for 170 billion. Well, I've given up. I was never meant to have a Tyrannosaurus, Chui Xie sighed, throwing up her hands as she turned to her room. What's wrong with the young lady? Jintao had never seen Chui Xie so dejected. Fang Shihao silently searched for something on his phone, revealing a satisfied smile once he found it, and then went to his room to rest, thinking to himself, Xie has always taken care of me, and finally, I can help her this time. I hope it doesn't consume too much life essence. I need to have little darling complete its transformation before the ice crystal phoenix hatches. Watching the two closed doors, Jintao shook her head and sighed. How did attending an auction make both of them so strange? I can't figure out what's on their minds. I better go comfort the young lady. Inside a cylindrical glass jar the size of a fruit can, a silver glowing lightning ball continuously churns, with fierce currents darting wildly within, creating a miniature storm of lightning and thunder. Fang Shihao holds the jar of lightning, its bright glow illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. Come on, bottled lightning. Show me what surprises you have in store. Fang Shihao murmurs to himself, then summons the system to analyze the evolutionary paths of the bottled lightning. The system quickly presents 3 clear evolutionary paths. Relic Bottled Lightning Monarch Thunder Spirit 7900 Life, Essence Mythical Thunder God of the Lay Department. Relic Bottled Lightning Monarch Thunder Spirit 7400 Life, Essence Mythical Child of the Titans. Relic Bottled Lightning Monarch Thunder Spirit 3800 Life, Essence Mythical Take Kazuchi. Fang Shihao swiftly analyzes these 3 paths. The first leads to the pantheon of gods in Chinese mythology, potentially becoming one of the 36 thunder gods. The second corresponds to the legacy of Zeus in Greek mythology, as a descendant of the second generation of Titans. The third points to the Japanese thunder god, which although can also reach a mythical level, has a lower potential. After careful consideration, Fang Shihao decides not to cultivate the thunder spirit for the time being. On one hand, he is waiting for a suitable flying beast companion, and on the other, his current life essence reserves cannot support such high consumption. However, this discovery boosts his confidence in repaying Chui Xie's help. Tyrannosaurus, we will meet eventually, Fang Shihao resolves secretly. As a new day dawns, Fang Shihao, feeling refreshed, completes his morning routine and is sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, sensing his beast companion space, when the door opens. Chui Xie, dressed in a thick, bare pajama, holding a fluffy little fox, walks out of the room with a pout. Her pajamas subtly outline her increasingly mature figure. Last night, Xiao Guai noticed that Chui Xie was in a bad mood and quietly left her little nest to comfort her. Good morning, Fang Shihao greeted. Yeah, Chui Xie replied weakly, looking quite deflated. Didn't you recover after a whole night? See for yourself. Chui Xie tossed her phone over without even glancing at it. Fang Shihao took a quick look at the phone and immediately understood Chui Xie's frustration. The auctioneer wasn't lying. Both of the dinosaur eggs from last night had successfully hatched. I can't even dream of a Trex, but I was only 2 billion short of a Spinosaurus. Chui Xie rubbed her temples in annoyance. Damn, it's great to have money. Don't be upset. A Spinosaurus doesn't match the status of Miss Chui number 2. Only a Trex will do, Fang Shihao tried to console her. Easy for you to say. A Trex egg costs 17 billion. Are you going to buy it for me? Chui Xie shot him a glance. Fang Shihao flashed a bright smile. I can't afford a 17 billion Trex egg, but I can buy a 3 million one. Chui Xie rolled her eyes dramatically, seeing right through Fang Shihao's plan. I'm telling you, don't gamble on eggs. You'll lose every time. The Trex eggs sold at Wanshufeng are all duds. They can't hatch. The lucky ones you see are all just setups. Wanshufeng, the largest ancient beast egg market in Jingchuan City, is known for its low prices, often only 1/50th or even 1/100th of the market price. But these cheap ones are mostly lifeless duds or fossilized eggs, attracting only those who can't afford the real deal but dream of getting rich overnight. How do you know unless you try? Don't forget, I'm best at creating miracles, Fang Shihao said confidently. You give me a dragon vein carving, and I'll get you a Trex egg. But I don't want to go out today, Chui Xie said, pouting. Just think of it as a way to clear your mind, Fang Shihao persisted. Fine, wait for me a moment. A girl's wait a moment often requires more patience. Fang Shihao waited a whole hour until Chui Xie finished her makeup and changed into a snow-white, ethereal winter outfit resembling an ice elf. Only then did they finally set off. Wanshufeng is located in the poorest and most chaotic Heishui district of Jingchuan City, a place rampant with gangs and filled with slums. The uneven roads are daunting for luxury sports cars. Do you know how Heishui district came to be? Chui Xie suddenly asked in the car. Fang Shihao replied fluently, Originally, Heishui District wasn't even in the plans for Jingchuan City. It was just a sewage discharge area for chemical plants. After a beast tide, people realized that the military fortress of Jingchuan City could withstand external threats, leaving the city unscathed. This news was a lifeline for displaced disaster victims, who began gathering here. To maintain order in the city management placed these refugees in what is now Heishui District. The refugees built shanties here and scraped by with odd jobs in the city. After each beast tide, the population of Heishui District surged, eventually surpassing that of the city, forcing the city government to acknowledge its existence. Fang Shihao spoke confidently about the origins of the Heishui District. This area resembled a forgotten urban village, but its conditions were far worse. The most telling sign was the absence of even a single police station. The streets were uneven, with hastily laid roads full of potholes. Thick snow, left uncleaned, had been compressed into a slick ice sheet by passing vehicles, making it dangerously slippery. On the roadside, a homeless person's body was being dragged away by a vehicle, prompting Cui Siye to sigh with compassion. The unexpected heavy snowfall had claimed the lives of many who were unprepared for winter. As someone who had traversed nearly 20 years, Fang Shihao had grown accustomed to such scenes. In this era of beast tamers, survival for ordinary people was truly challenging. "Drive faster," he said. "Yes, young master." Although Fang Shihao couldn't change the world, he hoped to shield Cui Siye from its harsh realities as much as possible. In no time, the car entered the Wanshufeng area. It seemed like a different world, with smooth roads and snow already cleared. There were no beggars in sight, only affluent people spending lavishly. Inside, the warm air dispelled the chill. Two lush bonsai pine trees flanked the entrance, and in the central hall, an epic mammoth preserved in amber showcased the wealth of the place. Dinosaur eggs of various sizes filled the space, some still with fresh soil clinging to them. The three-story building was bustling with nearly 1,000 customers, indicating thriving business. On the first floor, the counters displayed lord-level dinosaur eggs such as Velociraptor, Compsognathus, Deinonychus, and Struthiomimus. While they had ornamental value, their potential for cultivation was limited. The second floor featured higher-tier king-level dinosaur eggs, including Allosaurus, Pentaceratops, and Ankylosaurus, known for their greater combat strength. The two proceeded directly to the third floor. Here, all the eggs were epic level, featuring Argentinosaurus, Mosasaurus, Giganotosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and even a Quetzalcoatlus egg. "Now you know why I didn't want you to come," Cui Siye whispered, pointing to the Quetzalcoatlus egg. The Quetzalcoatlus was the exclusive beast of the Cui family, never owned by outsiders. A discerning person would realize that the dinosaur eggs sold here were likely non-viable. Yet, Fang Shihao held on to a glimmer of hope, leading Cui Siye to the Tyrannosaurus egg display. A shrewd salesman with a goatee was enthusiastically promoting, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Tyrannosaurus eggs are genuine. Not 17 billion, but only 5 million. Buy a dream, and if it hatches, your 5 million will turn into 500 million. That's not right. Just a few days ago, they were 3 million each. Why the sudden increase?" A beast tamer questioned. "You see, this batch of Tyrannosaurus eggs is from the same excavation as the one at the auction, hence the higher price." "Is that so? I'll buy one." "This one," the beast tamer decided, choosing the egg with the most soil attached. When asked if he wanted to take it home or hatch it on site, the buyer eagerly opted for immediate verification. The hatching conditions were simple. Earth's ancient average temperature of 60 degrees, with oxygen levels 10 times higher than now. The salesman's gorilla helper placed the dinosaur egg in a glass incubation chamber, adjusting the temperature and oxygen, but the egg remained motionless, like a stubborn stone. "Unfortunately, it's a dead egg. Do you still want it?" The salesman feigned regret, though his eyes gleamed with cunning, having ensnared another gullible customer. The buyer stubbornly insisted, "Of course, I want it. It's your incubator that's faulty. I'll try it at home." With that, he reluctantly stored the $5 million stone in his beast space. The salesperson, who had just finished seeing off another customer, turned around to find Fang Shihao touching a dinosaur egg. Seeing how young he was, the salesperson immediately put on a stern face and scolded him. "Hey, what are you doing? If you're not buying, don't touch. That's the store's rule. Keep your hands to yourself." "I definitely plan to buy," Fang Shihao replied seriously. "But I need to inspect it before making a purchase, right?" In truth, when he touched the dinosaur egg earlier, his system didn't react, indicating it was a dead egg. Hearing that he intended to buy, the salesperson quickly changed to a friendly demeanor. "Oh, you're looking to buy? Please feel free to inspect. But a reminder, handle them gently. If you damage it, you'll have to pay." "Understood," Fang Shihao nodded, beginning to carefully examine each dinosaur egg. He pretended to use a magnifying glass to observe and tap them lightly, but in reality, he only needed one touch to let his system determine the egg's viability. After checking over a dozen eggs, all of which were dead, Fang Shihao felt a sinking feeling. Could they all be dead? This shop is really shady. He didn't want to disappoint Cui Xia. I promised her, and I can't leave empty-handed. Come on, shop, give me a miracle. Finally, on about the 15th egg, his system detected a faint sign of life. Fang Shihao almost laughed out loud as 3 evolutionary paths appeared before him. The first path, an ordinary Tyrannosaurus egg evolving into an epic demonized Tyrannosaurus, requiring 18,800 life essence. The second path, an ordinary Tyrannosaurus egg progressing through an epic Tyrannosaurus stage to ultimately become a legendary Dui Tyrannosaurus, requiring 12,850 life essence. The third path, an ordinary Tyrannosaurus egg transforming into a king-level skeletal Tyrannosaurus and eventually becoming an epic zombie Tyrannosaurus, needing only 3,100 life essence. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Shihao chose the second path. It was the most suitable choice for Cui Xia, offering a high potential while consuming relatively less life essence. I'll take this egg, Fang Shihao declared. Seeing he was determined to have this particular egg, the salesperson decided to take advantage. This one costs 20 million, he said, thinking to himself that this was indeed the only living egg, though its vitality was extremely low, with less than 0.9% chance of hatching. 20 million it is, transfer it, Fang Shihao said decisively. In his eyes, even 2 billion would be worth it if it meant acquiring a vibrant Tyrannosaurus egg. The salesperson gave him a thumbs up, a barely noticeable trace of mockery in his eyes. Sir, you have a keen eye. This egg is indeed the finest in the entire collection. Fang Shihao dismissed the salesperson's flattery, turning to Cui Xia with a doting smile. Shall we hatch it here? Of course. Cui Xia's eyes sparkled. What if a real Trex hatches? If it does, someone will pay the price. Their conversation ended there, a mutual understanding passing between them. Fang Shihao nodded and instructed the salesperson. Take the Trex egg to the incubation chamber. The salesperson summoned a strong gorilla porter, who carefully moved the Trex egg into the incubation chamber. Inside, the temperature and oxygen levels began to rise rapidly, but the egg remained still. Low murmurs rose from the crowd around them. What a fool! Wasting 20 million like that. I get it now, these Trex eggs are just leftovers from the last batch. The salesperson is clearly taking advantage of this naive guy. These whispers reached Fang Shihao's ears. A bunch of ignorant fools, I'll show them, he thought to himself. Cui Xia has been generous to me, so I can't be stingy. What's 13,000 life essence points, anyway? With a pained expression, Fang Shihao injected nearly 13,000 life essence points, watching his balance drop from 34,000 to 21,000 points. As the essence flowed in, the faint life within the Trex egg suddenly surged, and the young Trex inside slowly opened its eyes. I just saw the egg move. Holy crap, it really moved. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the salesperson, who had been prepared with an apology, was stunned. Staring at the incubation chamber, never before in his dull sales career had he seen a counterfeit dinosaur egg actually hatch. Thud, thud. The sound of dull thuds came from within the chamber, drawing customers from other stalls on the 3rd floor. The awakening Trex was using its head to strike the thick shell. Wow, a Trex is about to be born. I'm not even involved, but I'm so excited. Cheers erupted from the crowd. At this moment, Cui Xia's gaze was fixed on the profile of Fang Shihao. She keenly realized that this man, who seemed to defy the odds so frequently, must be someone destined for greatness. In her eyes, no rare Trex could compare to Fang Shihao's worth. The cracks on the egg widened with each impact. With one final, powerful hit, the massive Trex head finally broke through the shell. Its cold, vertical pupils scanned the crowd. Yet when it met Fang Shihao's gaze, a hint of warmth flickered in its eyes. The hidden dragon rises from the abyss, its scales and claws dancing in the air. The young tiger roars in the valley, sending all the beasts into a panic. The young Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a roar that was both tender and commanding. This sound, like the voice of an ancient emperor, announced its presence to the current era. Don't just stand there, quickly imprint your spirit and form the beast contract. Fang Shihao nudged Cui Xia's shoulder lightly. Awakened from her daze, Cui Xia walked towards the incubation chamber with determination in her eyes. Wait, don't sign the contract yet. A hurried shout came from a distance. Yang Fan, the manager of the Wanshou Pavilion, hurried over with 4 beast tamers, attempting to stop the contract from being finalized. But Cui Xia was quicker. Her palm was already pressed against the glass of the incubation chamber, and the baby T-Rex willingly stretched its head to meet her hand. The contract was completed instantly. Yang Fan watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging with urgency. Young lady, didn't you hear me say not to sign the contract? Everyone, leave immediately. The Wanshou Pavilion is closing for the day, he shouted fiercely, and the 4 beast tamers behind him released their lord-level Deinonychus, slowly advancing towards Chui Xia. More beast tamers from the Wanshou Pavilion were approaching. Such luck for a young girl. What a pity. The customers, sensing trouble, quickly evacuated the scene, not wanting to get involved. In this critical moment, the newly hatched T-Rex displayed a strong instinct to protect its owner. It smashed through the incubation chamber and, unexpectedly, stood in front of Fang Shihao, baring its teeth at the Deinonychus. This act revealed a crucial fact. The contract formed by the system's life-giving method took precedence over the beast contract. The shutters of the Wanshou Pavilion descended, dimming the room. Yang Fan's expression turned menacing. We originally only wanted the T-Rex, but since you refused my offer and forced the contract, we'll have to kill you first, then take the T-Rex. Fang Shihao and Chui Xia exchanged a knowing smile. The Wanshou Pavilion's actions were entirely within their expectations. Why would a legitimate shop be located in the gang-ridden Heishui district? Clearly, they were never clean to begin with. If you have the skill to kill me, the prize isn't just the T-Rex. You could also get the Quetzalcoatlus, Chui Xia declared confidently, then opened the portal to her beast space. The Quetzalcoatlus, with a wingspan of 20 meters, descended, its claws instantly crushing the treacherous salesperson. The nearby labor gorilla cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. The Quetzalcoatlus spread its thick wings and unleashed a chaos wind break. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, sending dinosaur fossil eggs rolling and humans tumbling like leaves, their bones nearly shattered. Fang Shihao activated his pure gold lion knight armor, protected by the lion-themed elements decorating the armor. In the wind, the young T-Rex seized the moment, leaping swiftly like lightning. Its claws shattered the skull of one Deinonychus, then it swiftly bit through another's neck. In mere seconds, all 4 Deinonychus lay dead, providing Fang Shihao with thousands of life essence points. Miss Chui, please hold on. Give this old man a chance. The voice of an elder echoed from the first floor. Fang Shihao stood by the railing, looking down. Clad in golden armor that shimmered under the lights, he resembled a small golden statue. Below, an elderly man in his 70s, holding a dragon-head cane, was surrounded by a dozen beast tamers, shouting upwards. This elderly man was Shen Yufu, the owner of Wanshufang, a powerful figure in the Heishui district. He was well aware of the ironclad rule of the world. Aristocratic families were the apex predators of the food chain, while people like him were merely the toothpicks scavenging between the crocodile's teeth. A mere yawn from the crocodile could end their lives. Miss, let's talk this over. Please stop the fighting. If this continues, my shop will collapse. Whatever compensation you want, just name it, and I won't haggle. Shen Yufu's tone was pleading. This situation was actually playing into his hand. She had set the rule that if anyone unleashed an epic beast on the 3rd floor, the place would be cleared immediately, regardless of whether the intent was robbery or murder. The goal was singular, to capture an epic beast. An ancient 3rd-year epic beast cub was valued at billions, a sum Wanshufang might not earn in decades. To Shen Yufu, securing an epic beast would be worth closing the shop on the spot. However, he never expected that the one to unleash an epic beast would be the 2nd young lady of the Chui family from Guangning. Shen Yufu was already well aware of the events at the auction house last night. When he saw the appearance of the wind god wyvern, he immediately understood that Miss Chui was trying her luck after coming up empty-handed yesterday. She had indeed hit the jackpot, much to his dismay. 5 billion, and I can overlook all unpleasantness, Chui Xia declared, riding atop the wind god wyvern like a valkyrie, looking down on everyone. Isn't that a bit too much, miss? Shen Yufu's face darkened. A mere offense demanding 5 billion in compensation was equivalent to the entirety of Wanshufang's income for 3 years. If you think my dignity isn't worth 5 billion, then discuss compensation with the Council of Elders, Chui Xia replied coldly. It's worth it. If you say it's worth it, it is. Shen Yufu hastily agreed. He knew all too well what the Council of Elders represented: an assembly of retired, powerful beast tamers from noble families, the strongest force that, once mobilized, would fight to the death. Ultimately, Chui Xia happily accepted the compensation and returned triumphantly with her newly tamed Tyrannosaurus. In high spirits, she even shared a 10 billion bonus with Fang Shihao. For him, the money came at just the right time, allowing him to purchase beast resources. Being a beast tamer, the most expensive profession in the world, one could never have enough money. How did you do it? Chui Xia finally asked on the way home. I'm good at creating miracles, Fang Shihao replied casually. Let's just say you got lucky. Chui Xia chose not to delve into Fang Shihao's secrets. In her view, everyone has personal matters they can't share, and she also has things she can't tell Fang Shihao. Respecting each other's secrets is a fundamental part of friendship. To help Chui Xia acquire the Tyrannosaurus, Fang Shihao spent 12,850 life essence points. This means that Xiaoguai's transformation will have to be postponed by a month, and he will need to visit the underground beast arena more frequently in the coming days. On Monday morning, Fang Shihao took a car to school alone. Cui Xia had used her family's connections to find a beast master skilled in nurturing the Dui Tyrannosaurus. To avoid taking any wrong steps, she took a half-month leave to study under the master. As the heir of a prominent family, getting leave from Binghuang University was a mere formality. Even Xie Mingxing, who left school for over a month to hunt the nine-colored deer, never faced any objections. Compared to the stone-digging mountain monster, Cui Xia clearly invested more thought into the Tyrannosaurus. Her initial choice of the stone-digging mountain monster was due to its fast growth and the fact she had some suitable relics on hand. In terms of combat power and potential, the stone-digging mountain monster couldn't compare to the Tyrannosaurus, which rivaled the wind god pterosaur. Since acquiring the Tyrannosaurus, Cui Xia's obsession with the ice crystal phoenix had diminished. Although the ice crystal phoenix theoretically could advance to a mythological level, it remained a theory, with no one having achieved it. In contrast, with proper nurturing, advancing the Tyrannosaurus to the Dui Tyrannosaurus wasn't difficult. Additionally, the Cui family held the method to advance the wind god pterosaur to legendary status, making it likely that Cui Xia would eventually possess two legendary beasts, promising her a bright future. Despite the tedious learning process, Fang Shihao had reasons to be pleased. After 2 months of training, Xiaoguai had automatically advanced to 7 stars, and Xiaoshitu's advancement was imminent, expected to be completed this month. Without Cui Xia and Jin Tao, the house felt particularly empty. That evening, Fang Shihao stayed in the library reading until it closed. Walking on the snowy night road, he passed someone and caught a whiff of strong perfume. It was Professor Crow. "Good evening, Professor. I didn't expect to run into you here. Thank you for your help with the transfer last time," Fang Shihao said sincerely. He had always respected this professor who had not only helped him but was also highly regarded by Cui Xia. Professor Crow stopped and looked at Fang Shihao through the lenses of her birdbeak mask. In a slightly raspy voice she said, "Ah, it's you. I remember you. How's life at Binghuang University?" "It's going well. By the way, Cui Xia asked me to apologize on her behalf. She took a half-month leave due to an unexpected event and left in a hurry, unable to inform you personally. She feels quite sorry about it." A gentle laugh came from behind the birdbeak mask. "It's nice to know she thinks of me. Whatever she's doing, I wish her all the best." After a pause, she asked, "The students are saying you and Xia are a couple. Is that true?" "I didn't expect you to be so interested in gossip, Professor," Fang Shihao chuckled, shaking his head. "No, it's not like that yet. Professor Wuya, covered in sores, has to use a lot of perfume to mask the putrid smell. Despite his bravery in taking on a curse to protect the beasts, society still views him as an outcast, avoiding him whenever possible. Would you like to come to my office for a chat?" Professor Wuya eagerly invited Fang Shihao, pleased to meet a student willing to engage with him as an equal. "I'd love to. I have some questions I'd like to ask you." Due to his strained relationships with colleagues, Professor Wuya built a small cabin by the lake, referred to by students as the Raptor Shack. Though it appeared to be only 20 or 30 square meters from the outside, Fang Shihao was astonished by the interior. It was as large as a granary, with a ceiling reaching 100 meters high. Thousands of bird nests lined the walls, and several hundred-meter-long steel pipes served as perches for the raptors. This awe-inspiring space was expanded using rare spatial beast taming techniques. Vividly colored peacocks and robust land birds roamed the ground, while hundreds of flying beasts like crows, eagles, sparrows, cranes, swallows, and falcons soared overhead, overwhelming Fang Shihao with their diversity. "Incredible. It's my first time seeing so many different types of beasts together," Fang Shihao exclaimed. His little fox peeked out of his backpack, eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "My master loves slaughter. If I were to kill all these birds, he'd be thrilled." The keen birds quickly sensed the threat. The timid ones retreated to their nests, while the kingly raptors spread their wings in warning. Fang Shihao quickly tapped the fox's head. "Behave." The fox reluctantly withdrew back into the backpack. Professor Wuya's living quarters were extremely simple, consisting only of a bed, a fridge, and a table, all crammed into a corner by the door. He laboriously dragged out a chair from the beast's space. "I don't usually have visitors here. Please, have a seat." Seeing his frail state, Fang Shihao hastily stopped him from preparing refreshments. "No need to go to any trouble. I'm just visiting for a bit. As long as you don't mind the simplicity. Whether simple or luxurious, it's just a lifestyle choice. As an expert beast tamer, you could have any luxury, yet you choose a humble life, dedicating all resources to nurturing beasts. That spirit is something we should learn from. Don't follow my example. As students, you should focus on developing your main beasts and not spread resources too thin. Speaking of nurturing beasts, I have a question. My current lineup is a three-tailed firefox, a rock giant, and a cloud vine. For the fourth, I want a flying beast, but I have a fixation it must have potential to reach 15-star mythology level, or I won't invest in it. Do you think this is feasible?" Do you have any recommendations? Three-tailed fire fox, rock giant, cloud vineyard going for an main beast lineup. That's a tough path, but admirable. Professor Wuya peered at Fang Shihao through the lenses of his birdbeak mask and continued. I agree with choosing a flying beast. A beast tamer without one is incomplete. But aiming for a flying beast with 15-star mythical potential is, frankly, quite challenging. Why? You know Chui Xia well and should be familiar with the Chui family's signature beast, the wind god pterosaur, known as the king of aerial combat, right? Yes, I've heard that. And what rank is the wind god pterosaur? Epic. Exactly. Even the gold-crowned wind god pterosaur Arista, which earned the title of king of aerial combat, is only of legendary rank. Compared to the countless mythical beasts on land and sea, mythical-level aerial beasts are extremely rare. Theoretical creatures like the phoenix, the vermilion bird extinct 200 years ago, the royal family's unhatched golden-winged rock obtaining other mythical birds is nearly impossible. I support choosing a flying beast, but fixating on a 15-star mythical bird is a path fraught with difficulty. Professor Crow's words indeed brought Fang Shihao back to reality. At this stage, it is unrealistic to hope for a top-tier flying beast with the mythical potential of 15 stars. This realization put his mind at ease, and he decided to make the Thunder Spirit his fourth beast. Their conversation lasted until midnight. Although Professor Crow warmly invited him to stay the night, Fang Shihao politely declined. He needed to go home and rest for the underground beast battle the next day. Before he left, Professor Crow reminded him that high school mainly focuses on theoretical knowledge, and it is in college where the system is perfected, emphasizing practical training with beasts. The next morning, Fang Shihao completed his disguise in the car, as was his routine. He donned a long coat and a fox mask and headed to the Shenwei battleground. His attire had gained some notoriety among the contestants, and those who had faced him before showed a hint of wariness in their eyes when they saw him in the lounge. After registering for the competition, Fang Shihao was scheduled for the first match at 10 a.m. against a contestant nicknamed Wildman and his Rockheart Marmot. He found a crowded spot to sit and soon overheard two keywords that caught his attention: superior soil and Shun Yufu. A few days ago, Shin Yufu collided with the second miss of the Chui family and nearly went bankrupt, paying 50 billion. He couldn't even afford the tribute to the Dugu family this month, so he resorted to illegal activities, said a contestant wearing a skull mask. Fang Shihao recognized him as his opponent from his first underground beast battle and a regular here. Isn't superior soil strictly controlled by the royal family? Someone asked. That's only for ordinary people, the skull mask explained. Every beast master who advances to the master level receives superior soil from the royal family. But trying to get it for free is harder than marrying a princess. Besides, many royal family members secretly sell it when they need money. It's a monopoly business. They can set any price they want. When is it sold? What's the price? Fang Shihao interjected. Is Brother Fox interested in superior soil too? The skull mask laughed. The price is fair, 1 billion per gram. It can expand the beast space by 1,000 meters and slightly increase energy concentration, making it a better deal than buying intermediate soil. Shin Yufu said he's selling 500 grams this weekend. First come, first served. 500 grams is too little, Fang Shihao said. Looks like I'll have to line up early, or I won't be able to buy any. Fang Shihao stroked his chin and murmured, that's what I was thinking too. By 10 o'clock, the arena was buzzing with excitement. In this match, Fang Shihao's Mo Yunvine once again demonstrated its overwhelming strength. Although the opponent, a stone heart marmot, had tough skin and could manipulate rocks, it was helplessly entangled by Mo Yunvine's thick tendrils and quickly defeated. This victory earned Fang Shihao 1,400 life essence points and an excellent earth skill called Rolling Stone Array. This skill, which could create a mass of rolling rocks, had impressive crowd control effects, and Fang Shihao immediately bestowed it upon Xiao Shitu. After leaving the Shenwei arena, Fang Shihao's thoughts were already on the weekend. As a crucial material for Xiao Shitu's evolution into an epic moss giant, he was eager to acquire the superior soil. According to his plan, once he obtained the Forest King's artifact and cultivated Xiao Shitu to the 8-star peak, he could achieve the breakthrough. Teacher Ranjing once mentioned that with Xiao Shitu's potential, it could break through on its own in 10 years, even without intentionally preparing breakthrough materials. While walking home, Fang Shihao's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Feng Shichin. Hey Shihao, I've organized a gathering with elite students from our school who participated in the four-school exercise, along with some close friends, about 200 people. It's at the Haitang Villa this weekend. Do you have time to join us? Initially, Fang Shihao wanted to decline since he planned to purchase the superior soil over the weekend. However, he reconsidered, realizing that shopping would only take an hour or two, leaving plenty of time. Besides, it had been a while since he last appeared in front of his classmates. With his focus on private lessons with Juan Dancio, he seldom attended public classes, which indeed reduced his presence at school. After weighing his options, Fang Shihao replied, I'm not free in the morning, but I can come by noon. Great. Shihao, feel free to come whenever you like. We'll be waiting for you, Feng Shichen quickly responded. Thus, Fang Shihao's tasks for the week were narrowed down to 3: completing the final match at the King of Beasts Arena, purchasing the superior soil, and attending the classmate gathering. Considering the match limitation where each participant could only compete once a week to prevent winning streaks and reckless betting, this rule was set by the arena. Friday's match at the King of Beasts Arena was exceptionally fierce. The opponent, hoping to win money, heavily bet and sent their main beast, the bloodthirsty Grey Wolf, to battle Fang Shihao's Mo Yunvine. After an intense fight, Mo Yunvine emerged victorious, earning 1,800 life essence points. Unlike the Shenwei Arena, which deliberately arranged weaker opponents to cultivate star players, the King of Beasts Arena's opponents were completely random, sometimes putting Fang Shihao in precarious situations. Before the much-anticipated weekend arrived, a shocking tragedy quietly unfolded in the city. The hunting team led by Xie Mingqing, which set out to capture the 9-colored deer, returned in failure. On their way back, a convoy of armored vehicles recklessly barreled down the streets like uncontrollable beasts, causing severe casualties. The most horrific incident involved a taxi that was crushed by multiple armored vehicles, killing a family of 3 and the driver instantly, leaving no remains. In response to this tragedy, the major media outlets fell silent. Media controlled by the Xie family quickly launched a public relations campaign, using the flimsy excuse of slippery roads due to snow to absolve the Xie family of blame. What should have been a national scandal was easily covered up in a society dominated by imperial power and aristocratic families. Fang Shihao learned about the incident through a group chat with his classmates from Binghuang University and angrily questioned, "Do ordinary people even count as human beings in the eyes of the aristocracy?" He was promptly kicked out of the chat. This incident reflected the deep-rooted fear of the Xie family, to the point where people didn't dare to discuss them even in private. Fang Shihao vowed to himself that if he ever gained power, he would use the harshest laws to punish these heartless aristocratic families. Ironically, at that moment, he was also reliant on the power of these families, a contradiction that stirred waves of conflict within him. On Friday night, Fang Shihao sent his driver, Yang Fa, to line up at Wanshufeng. However, when the doors opened on Saturday, those who had queued early were met with a harsh reality. The first-come, first-served policy at Wanshufeng only applied to the elite, while ordinary people were left waiting outside. One by one, the arrogant servants of the wealthy entered the store under the obsequious smiles of the new manager, while hundreds of ordinary beast tamers were kept outside by barriers. Yang Fa found Fang Shihao, who had arrived at 7 o'clock, among the crowd and reported the situation with frustration. Fang Shihao told him to go home and stayed to witness the blatant discrimination. With over 30 people already inside and the limited supply of 500 grams of superior shirong nearly sold out, the dissatisfaction among those waiting grew. Finally, Fang Shihao could wait no longer. He pushed to the front and leaped over the barrier. Several security guards immediately raised their stun guns, sternly warning that trespassers would be disqualified from purchasing and handed over to the authorities. Fang Shihao glared at them with fierce eyes and shouted, "Are you blind? Take a good look at who I am." The security guards took a closer look and immediately felt a chill down their spines. Wasn't this the confidant of Miss Cui, who last time caused a scene at Wanshufeng with Fang Shihao, demanding 50 billion in compensation? Just the thought of the formidable Cui Xie behind Fang Shihao made their hair stand on end. "Sorry, it's so crowded today that I didn't recognize you. They'll notify the manager right away." One of the guards quickly apologized. "No need." Fang Shihao brushed past the guards and barged in, just in time to see a new manager bidding farewell to a distinguished guest. The moment the manager saw Fang Shihao, his pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but recall the terrifying Fengshen pterosaur, capable of unleashing a devastating storm with a single flap of its wings, and the former manager Yang Fan, who perished in that disaster. "What brings you here? If you need the superior Shihuang, just let us know," the manager said, forcing a smile as he approached. Fang Shihao replied calmly, "No need for flattery. I'm here to purchase the superior Shihuang in my personal capacity today." Despite Fang Shihao's words, Wanshufeng dared not show any negligence. As a close associate of Cui Xie, he was not someone they could afford to offend. The manager personally led him to the counter, displaying the remaining 30-odd superior Shihuang. These black spheres appeared ordinary, yet they contained an alluring power. Seeing this, Fang Shihao silently rejoiced at his timely arrival and immediately decided, "He'll take 11. He completed the transfer of 11 billion on the spot. One of these Shihuang would be used for Little Stone's advancement, while the remaining 10 would expand his beast taming space to 20,000 square meters. As he was about to leave, Fang Shihao casually inquired about how the remaining Shihuang would be distributed among the beast tamers waiting outside. The manager revealed a shrewd smile. "To be honest, we'll auction off each remaining one. The highest bidder wins. The more people outside, the more intense the bidding, allowing us to recoup more of our losses." Fang Shihao left in silence. As a beneficiary, he had no right to judge. Watching the anxious crowd waiting in the cold wind, he contemplated. If he were just an ordinary beast tamer, he probably couldn't afford even one. This real world is indeed too realistic. Leaving Wanchufeng, Fang Shihao hailed a cab and headed straight to the Haitang Villa, a popular spot for beast tamers, known for its farmhouse experiences. The reason is simple. Haitang Villa is located on the outskirts of Jingchuan City, 20 kilometers from the main urban area, right next to a wilderness area. There are often roaming beasts nearby, posing a serious threat to ordinary people. Upon hearing the destination, the taxi driver immediately increased the fare tenfold, demanding 1,200, and took special care to explain the dangers of the area to Fang Shihao. Fang Shihao quietly paid the fare. As the car approached the villa, he could see Feng Shichen leading a group of students lined up at the entrance. "Welcome, Senior Fang." The synchronized shout made the driver realize he was transporting someone important. "Hello everyone. It's been a while, and I've missed you all." Fang Shihao looked around and recognized two-thirds of the familiar faces. Among them were Shen Wanwen, Yu Xiaowei, and Xiang Wanqing, with Yu Xiaowei energetically waving at him. After entering the villa, Fang Shihao patiently greeted everyone he knew and made sure to chat with unfamiliar classmates. Maintaining good relationships with classmates was an important task he had set for himself, as these were his potential future allies. Feng Shichen had chosen a location with stunning scenery. Despite the cold winter, the hardy crabapple trees stood tall, their branches bowed under the weight of bright red fruit. Inside, the fireplace was ablaze and the floor heating was on full blast, with classmates enjoying billiards or card games, making the most of their holiday. Their beasts were let loose to frolic in the snow, and even the usually reserved Xiao Guai joined in the fun with its kin. Those who had fought alongside Fang Shihao proudly introduced the seemingly ordinary red fox as actually being a three-tailed fire fox. After the greetings, Fang Shihao headed towards the corner where Shen Wanwan and the others were. A few unfamiliar girls stood up nervously as he approached, softly saying, "Hello, senior. Please, stay seated. I'm just here to catch up with my old friend Shen Wanwan from high school," Fang Shihao said with a smile, sitting at a respectful distance from the girls. "So, Wanwan and Senior Fang have this connection?" "She never mentioned it," one of them remarked. "Wanwan's always been modest," Fang Shihao said, coming to her defense. Lively Yu Xiaowei immediately lightened the mood. "We were just discussing whether we might encounter any beast attacks. Many of us are visiting the wilderness for the first time, so it's natural to be worried. No need to be overly concerned," Fang Shihao reassured them. "We're not far from the city, so high-tier beasts rarely appear. As for the lower-tier beasts, with so many beast tamers here, they should be the ones afraid of us. You'll protect everyone, won't you?" Yu Xiaowei asked eagerly. "Absolutely," Fang Shihao replied confidently. Fang Shihao made a solemn promise to step forward in times of crisis. This is not for fame or fortune, but out of a commitment to traditional virtues respecting the elderly, caring for the young, and protecting the vulnerable. As someone who has lived 2 lifetimes, he understands that even in an era where many have forgotten these traditions, this responsibility must never be neglected. At the gathering meticulously organized by Feng Shichen, everything was carefully planned. He wanted to make up for the disappointment of the last survival exercise, where everyone was too tense to relax or appreciate the natural beauty. This time, he paid special attention to the food, accommodation, and scenery. Lunch was expertly prepared by the hotel's chef, featuring exotic meats and delicacies from land and sea. In the afternoon, Fang Shihao and key team members, including Feng Shichen, enjoyed a soak in the hot springs. Amidst the falling snow, the steam from the hot springs complemented the surrounding mix of red and green crabapple trees, creating a stunning scene. Just as everyone was enjoying the leisurely time, Bowen hurried back from a smoke break, handing Fang Shihao his phone. "Brother Hao, your phone's been ringing non-stop." Fang Shihao took the phone, which showed several missed calls from Cui Xia. Just as he wondered about it, the phone lit up again with another call from her. He answered immediately. "Sorry, my phone wasn't with me earlier. This is urgent. Where are you?" Cui Xia spoke rapidly. "At a class reunion in Qingqiu, at Haitang Villa on the outskirts of the city. Don't return to the city, and don't tell anyone where you are. Wait for my message. What's going on?" After a brief silence, Cui Xia asked seriously, "Be honest. Did you capture the 9-colored deer during the exercise?" "No, I didn't even catch a glimpse of it," Fang Shihao replied, puzzled. "I believe you, especially since you even let me have the treks. But Xie Mingqing doesn't. He couldn't find the 9-colored deer and checked everyone's beast spaces, except yours. Now he's convinced you took it, and is looking for you to settle the score." Fang Shihao finally realized the trouble he had caused by avoiding the check back then. With a furrowed brow, he said, "I can't just hide forever, can I? Don't come back yet. I'll find a way." "All right," Fang Shihao sighed, resigned to relying on Cui Xia. Noticing Fang Shihao's serious expression, Feng Shichen asked with concern, Brother Hao, is there a problem? Yeah, a big one, Fang Shihao replied, his face darker than the overcast sky. Can you talk about it? Sensing Fang Shihao's hesitation, Feng Shichen quickly understood and sent the others away. I need to discuss something with Brother Hao. You guys head back first. After Fang Shihao finished explaining the situation, Feng Shichen's brow furrowed deeply. He said in a low voice, it's hard for you to argue your innocence. With the Xie family's domineering nature, mere suspicion is enough for them to act. Brother Hao, it all depends on how strong your backing is now. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shichen suggested, I could disrupt the nearby signal tower, so no one will know you're at Haiteng Manor this weekend. No need, Fang Shihao replied firmly. Running away doesn't solve problems. If they truly have the ability to find me, then let them come. Since we have to face these powerful families eventually, we might as well test their strength now. Seeing Fang Shihao's resolute attitude, Feng Shichen could only shake his head helplessly. This unexpected turn of events cast a shadow over Fang Shihao's mood. As night fell, the classmates gathered around the campfire, enjoying barbecues and laughter. Yet, Fang Shihao felt out of place in this cheerful atmosphere and went back to his room to rest alone. Just as he reached his door, a student who had been waiting for some time eagerly approached him. Brother Hao, it's quite cold at the manor at night. Do you want me to get a girl to warm your bed? Just say who you like, and I guarantee she'll come willingly. Get lost. Fang Shihao coldly spat out a word. The student, seeing his lack of appreciation, left sullenly. At 9 in the evening, Cui Xie called again. Couldn't reach an agreement. Even offering him a 9-colored deer didn't work. Do you have some personal grudge against Xie Mingqing? I questioned the Xie family today about their disregard for human life. Does that count as offending them? Yes. Fang Shihao fell silent. The Xie family had become a taboo subject, something not even to be mentioned. I have 7 more days before I can leave the secret realm, Cui Xie urgently advised. You must hide well during this time and wait for my return. I will. Focus on your cultivation and don't worry too much. After hanging up, Fang Shihao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yet this insomnia turned into an unexpected blessing at 2 in the morning. When everything was silent, the Xie family's beast tamers arrived. A few dog barks echoed from the foot of the mountain and then abruptly stopped. The little creature lying at the head of Fang Shihao's bed suddenly awoke, its ears perked high, clearly sensing the presence of powerful beasts. Fang Shihao quickly put on his coat and, with his little companion, went to the manor's entrance. Along the winding mountain path, 4 professional beast tamers were approaching side by side. Leading them was Xie Qin, an ancient beast tamer from the Xie family, whose beast, the hairy Ghost King, was feasting on 2 bloody dog legs. The other 3 were Xie family subordinates, each controlling a golden knife fireball, a storm war eagle, and a man-eating giant tree. Roaming around at night instead of sleeping? You deserve to die. Xie Qin coldly glanced at Fang Shihao, as if he had already sentenced him to death. The indigo-skinned, red-haired, disheveled Ghost King approached Fang Shihao, who was holding a small fox, with long strides. A thirst for slaughter gleamed in his eyes, as if he had found new prey. Fang Shihao instantly recognized the intruder, disheveled Ghost King, from the Xie family. Visiting at midnight means he's here to take my life. In the face of danger, he swiftly launched an attack. 8 thick Mo Yun vines erupted from the ground, tearing the asphalt apart. The vines coiled like serpents, quickly weaving into a death cage that trapped the disheveled Ghost King securely. Fang Shihao knew the Mo Yun vines were best for control and prolonged battles, but for a swift victory, he needed Xiao Guai. Understanding its master's intent, Xiao Guai unleashed a fiery storm. A wave of intense heat engulfed the area, swallowing both the disheveled Ghost King and the Mo Yun vines. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was distracted by the inferno, Xiao Guai transformed into its celestial fox form, growing to a towering height of 15 meters, larger than a rock giant. Its 3 flaming tails lashed like whips, striking the disheveled Ghost King with the force to split mountains and rocks. Amidst the hellish screams echoing through the fire, the disheveled Ghost King met his end. A system notification immediately chimed. Beastmaster 3-tailed Fire Fox has defeated the disheveled Ghost King, gaining 3,125 life essence points. This number far exceeded the 2,700 points from the Forest Anaconda Queen, undoing the formidable power of the disheveled Ghost King. My disheveled Ghost King! Xie Qin cried out in agony upon seeing his beloved beast perish, shouting hysterically, Bastard! All of you, attack! Kill him! The other 3 beast masters dared not defy him and promptly deployed their beasts. The golden blade fire ox charged first, hooves igniting the ground, its golden horns sharp as blades, muscles bulging. Unlike the wild golden blade fire ox Fang Shihao encountered in the underground beast arena, this one had undergone comprehensive training and enhancement. The plated iron magneton had sharpened its horns, The shadow phantom wielded a ghostly blade hidden within its shadow ready to strike, and the healing mist from the nine-joint bamboo bolstered it further. Such a fully armed golden blade fire ox could likely only be matched by a rock giant. In the beast's space, the rock giant stood poised like a wrestler, ready to leap across the boundary between the small world and the real dimension, its legs firmly planted. The golden blade fire bull charged directly, its sharp horns piercing the stone surface of the rock giant. Although the giant managed to hold the bull's head, its 100-ton body was still pushed back 20 meters by the bull's powerful momentum, and the two creatures crashed to the ground like an out-of-control train colliding with a heavy truck. As the rock giant lay on the ground, a golden flame erupted around it, signaling the activation of the rare auxiliary skill, Wrath of the Mountain King. Little Stone had already given it his all, and the outcome would be decided in the next 3 minutes. At this moment, the Shadow Phantom launched a surprise attack from the shadow of the Golden Blade Firebull, wielding a dark blade aimed at the rock giant's throat. However, things didn't go as planned. The giant's stone body was too hard, and the phantom slashes only chipped off some stone fragments, causing less damage than the fallen bull's horn thrusts. On another battlefield, the Storm Eagle rolled within the thunderclouds, gathering energy, its body crackling with electricity as it dove towards Fang Shihao like divine retribution. In a critical moment, Fang Shihao roared, "Cloudvine, grow!" The cloud vine responded immediately, surging to form a wall of vines in front of him. Though the Storm Eagle clawed and pecked, it couldn't break through at once, but its agility also rendered the entangling tactics of the cloud vine ineffective. In the third battlefield, the three-tailed fox had the upper hand against the cannibal giant tree. The 8-meter-tall tree moved slowly on thousands of thick roots, appearing like an ordinary tree when still, but evoking an ancient god's terror when in motion. Below its dull yellow eyes was a gaping mouth lined with wooden spikes, exuding a strong stench of decay. The cannibal giant tree's 3 major attacks were distinct. Its roots ensnared enemies, its massive wooden arms pummeled with force, and most deadly of all, it injected paralyzing sap into prey before consuming them. However, its fatal weakness was its lack of long-range attack capabilities and sluggish movement. To compensate for this flaw, the Beastmaster chose the highly offensive but poor in close combat bomb, Squirrel, as a secondary main force, making it the best choice against such cumbersome beasts. Anyone who becomes a professional-level Beastmaster must have some serious skills. Xie Qin managed to raise an extraordinary-level explosive squirrel into a Lord-level Thunder Squirrel. At this moment, the evolved Thunder Squirrel was agilely moving through the treetops, hurling 3 more powerful pinecone bombs along the charging path of the three-tailed fire fox. Xiaoguai, nimble and agile, easily dodged all the explosions without a scratch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the giant man-eating tree swung its massive arm down at it. Unfazed, Xiaoguai used the arm as a springboard, leaping 5 meters into the air and launching a fireball directly at the Thunder Squirrel in the treetop. The fireball exploded midair, transforming into a shower of fiery rain. The startled Thunder Squirrel screeched and darted about, unaware that this was merely a diversion. The true attack was Xiaoguai's piercing gaze that had already locked onto it. In a flash, Xiaoguai charged into the treetops and delivered a fatal blow, flattening the Thunder Squirrel. A Lord-level beast only providing 120 life essence points? What a disgrace to all lords. Its vitality is way too low, Fang Shihao mocked to himself. With the most threatening Thunder Squirrel dealt with, the giant man-eating tree was nothing more than a punching bag in front of the three-tailed fire fox. Xiaoguai dexterously maneuvered through the treetops, flames enveloping its body and igniting branches wherever it went. Despite the sage land turtle's continuous rejuvenation spells from behind, the fire spread uncontrollably. The noise of the battle roused the students. Feng Shichen, already sleeping restlessly, was the first to arrive on the scene, rushing over with his roommate Lin Di, both in their pajamas. Where did these bandits come from? Daring to raid Qingqiu University's base, let's wipe them out. Feng Shichen intentionally framed it this way, leaving room for explanation if they harmed Xie's people. The two summoned their own fire foxes, unleashing flames from a cliff vantage point to aid in the battle. Under the assault of the 3 fire foxes, the giant man-eating tree was completely engulfed in flames, and not even the combined efforts of the sage land turtle and the 9-section bamboo could sustain it. Seeing more and more students gathering, Xie Qin finally realized the situation was unfavorable. There were over 200 Beastmaster students here, some of whom could briefly hold their own against professional-level Beastmasters. This completely overturned his perception of Qingqiu University as useless. Such strength was rare even at Binghuang University. No, if this continues, our entire team will be wiped out. Xie Qin decisively abandoned the assassination plan, suppressing the pain of losing his main beast, and shouted to the opponent, "Brothers, hold your fire. I am Xie Qin, a Beastmaster of the Xie family. I'm not here to oppose Qingqiu University, but because someone named Fang Shihao offended our young master, and am under orders to capture him. I am Fang Shihao." Fang Shihao was so furious he could barely speak, leaving the scene in an awkward silence. No wonder the resistance was so fierce. Turns out you're Fang Shihao. Xiaqin's voice pierced through the night like a sharp blade. He scanned the area, issuing a cold warning. All bystanders, leave at once. We're only after Fang Shihao. Anyone who helps him will be making an enemy of the Xie family. This statement hit like a heavy blow. Feng Shichen and Lin Di immediately commanded their beasts to halt. They knew all too well the consequences of opposing the Xie family certain death within 7 days. Although Feng Shichen had been strategizing for Fang Shihao all along and was the first to come to his aid, risking his life for friendship was too steep a price. Everyone go back. Tell the others to stay inside. I'll handle this. Fang Shihao offered them a way out, seeing their dilemma. Feng Shichen gave Fang Shihao one last deep look before disappearing into the night. Seeing this, Xiaqin became even more triumphant, sneering. Now that no one's helping you, it's time for you to pay for my Ghost King's life. Stop boasting. If you've got the skill, prove it, Fang Shihao retorted, focusing entirely on commanding his beasts in battle. On the battlefield, Little Gui's fiery attacks surged against the giant man-eating tree like a tidal wave. Ground fire eruption, fire seal, wildfire inferno, and exploding fireball came one after another. If not for the powerful healing support from the land turtle sage and 9-section bamboo, the naturally fire-fearing giant man-eating tree would have fallen long ago. Meanwhile, Little Stone was gradually gaining the upper hand in its duel with the golden knife fireball. The Shadow Phantom, finding its attacks ineffective against the rock giant, attempted to assassinate Fang Shihao but was effectively restrained by his cloud vine. Suddenly, the situation shifted. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone delivered a normal punch that shattered the golden knife fireball's horn and fractured a third of its brain. 9-section bamboo was forced to abandon treating the giant man-eating tree to save the golden knife fireball. Without treatment, the giant man-eating tree instantly became a colossal torch, blazing fiercely against the night sky. The three-tailed fire fox has killed the giant man-eating tree, absorbing 1,795 life essence points. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Just as the battle seemed to be turning in Fang Shihao's favor, an albatross with an 8-meter wingspan suddenly appeared in the sky. Following it, a 5-meter figure with a blue face and fangs descended from above an epic-level beast. The execution sword Ghost King, wielding a jagged punishment sword engulfed in azure ghostly flames, had officially entered the fray. Fang Shihao, do you remember me? A sinister voice echoed through the night. The man-eating giant tree was engulfed in flames, casting a fierce light on the albatross and its master, Xiamingguang. His face, which left a deep impression on Fang Shihao, was marked by narrow eyes and lips as thin as a blade, exuding a sense of treachery and malice. The Xie family had a strict hierarchy, dividing its members into 3 classes. At the lowest tier were marginal figures like Xiaqin, whose parents lacked power and influence, and who had mediocre talents himself, only able to receive subpar Ghost Kings. These individuals had no voice in family meetings, and were only fit to run errands for the young masters. Sharing a common trait, they had 2 character names, and were not listed in the family genealogy. Mid-level individuals like Xiamingguang either came from prominent backgrounds or possessed exceptional talents, allowing them to be included in the family genealogy with voting rights, making them core members of the Xie family. They received ordinary Ghost Kings, which, if nurtured properly, had a chance to ascend to epic levels. The top tier consisted of heirs like Xie Mingqing. Only the direct descendants of the family head or elders who had served as family heads were eligible to compete for this position. They could obtain 3 high-quality Ghost Kings in preparation for cultivating a supreme 3-headed, 6-armed Ghost King, with the ultimate victor becoming the next family head. Xiamingguang and Xiaqin had already pledged allegiance to Xie Mingqing, with Xiamingguang holding a position far superior to Xiaqin within this small group. Young Master Mingguang, avenge me! Xiaqin cried out. Fang Shihao has no sense of honor. He ambushed and killed my Ghost King. Silence! Xiamingguang shouted sternly, you useless fool. You've brought disgrace to the Xie family. Your Ghost King was killed so easily, and you dare to plead for justice? It's as if Ghost Kings are some third-rate beasts. After reprimanding Xiaqin, Xiamingguang turned to Fang Shihao, saying coldly, you knew the Ghost King was a Xie family beast, yet you dared to strike it down. You have no regard for your life. The oppressive aura of the punishment sword Ghost King left Fang Shihao's 3-tailed fox and rock giant on high alert, even prompting Little Stone to prepare for the worst. Father, let me hold off the punishment sword Ghost King. You and Little Gui must escape. Live together, die together, Fang Shihao replied softly, if today is the day I meet my end, I hope to fight alongside you again in the next life. A quick death or a slow one, it's all the same. Fang Shihao sneered, I really don't see anything special about your Xie family's Ghost Kings. Let me tell you, this is the 2nd Ghost King I've killed. The one your young master gave to Wan Zhongwei didn't last 3 moves. Ignorant fool. Xiemingguang scoffed. Xie Ghost King was defective, and the one given away was even worse. What's there to boast about killing two useless creatures? Today, I'll show you the true power of a Ghost King. Punishment Sword Ghost King. Attack? The Punishment Sword Ghost King moved at the command, its sword blazing with ghostly fire, charging forward like a leopard and easily breaking free from the death grip of the underground Emoyun vine. The entanglement of the Mayun vine bought Little Stone a precious opportunity. He quickly gathered dozens of massive boulders, each over 2 meters tall, forming a rolling stone array on the mountain road to launch an attack against the charging Xingjiang Ghost King. However, the Xingjiang Ghost King did not slow down at all. Its indigo ghostly body was harder than the rocks themselves, causing the boulders to shatter upon impact. Little Stone then set up a quicksand trap along the inevitable path, but the Xingjiang Ghost King easily leaped over it. When the distance shrank to 10 meters, the Xingjiang Ghost King launched its attack. It bared its fangs, raising the punishment greatsword, and swung it down in a decapitating strike. Little Stone roared as he unleashed his ordinary punch once more, but this time he faced unprecedented defeat. The punishment greatsword, cold with ghostly fire and serrated edges, sliced through his proud stone fist effortlessly. The Xingjiang Ghost King moved faster than the giant of rock, severing Little Stone's stone arm with a single horizontal slash. The several-ton right arm crashed to the ground, collapsing a section of the mountain road. Never having suffered such a grievous injury, Little Stone furiously kicked out, only to lose half of his foot. Seizing the opportunity, the Xingjiang Ghost King leaped into the air, driving the punishment greatsword into Little Stone's chest, with ghostly flames smoldering at the wound. A ferocious charge followed, knocking Little Stone to the ground. Injuring my companion is unforgivable. Having just defeated the Golden Blade Fireball, Xiaoguai rushed to aid, turning orange flames into a sinister blood red as he ran. This was the blood flame he had seized from the blood flame Triceratops, a desperate move that harms both the enemy and himself. Activating the blood flame, Xiaoguai's blood ignited, granting him greater strength and fiercer flames. The duration of his fox transformation extended from 1 to 5 seconds. With each meter he advanced, his size increased. By the time he reached the Xingjiang Ghost King, he had grown to a third of the 9-tailed fox's size, and his massive fox paw, carrying 1,000 tons of force, swatted the Xingjiang Ghost King 100 meters away. As the Xingjiang Ghost King flew back, merely brushing against the land turtle sage caused half of its body to explode, shattering its heavy shell. A king's strike repels the epic. Even if gained by burning one's life, such power is astonishing. With this talent, you cannot be allowed to live. Xiemingguang was determined to kill, summoning his core auxiliary beast, the 8-star King Drum Wombat. The drumming wombat is 3 times the size of a normal wombat, standing taller than a person and walking upright. Its pouch has evolved into a war drum, and its face is painted with striking colors. Whenever it pounds its fists on its abdominal drum, allied units experience a significant boost in strength, speed, and resilience, while also igniting an unyielding fighting spirit. Amidst the drumming sounds, the Sword Ghost King, knocked down in a pile of rubble, roared deafeningly at the sky and charged forward. Little Guai's fiery tail whip struck again, but this time the Sword Ghost King only staggered back 10 meters before regaining its balance, clearly having adapted to its opponent's rhythm. Despite Little Guai using every trick in the book, it couldn't shake the Sword Ghost King in the slightest. No tactical maneuvers could bridge the gap between a king level and an epic level entity, and this terrifying adversary hadn't even sustained a scratch. Inside the cage woven from Emoyun vines, Fang Shihao, clad in golden lion knight armor, felt an unprecedented sense of despair. As the battle entered its 5th second, the principle of momentum, decline, exhaustion began to manifest, and Little Guai was entering a state of exhaustion, with no hope of victory. At this moment, the rock giant lay gravely injured, Little Guai was retreating, and the Golden Blade Firebull and Storm Eagle were poised to tear apart the Emoyun vine cage. Fang Shihao gazed down at the green vine bracelet on his wrist, thinking to himself, I have no choice now. Let me see your true power when you unleash it, Emoyun vine. 1,000 vines extinguish attack? This was a trump card he had never used before, with side effects more severe than burning blood as fuel. If an awakening level Immortal Thorn executed 1,000 branches extinguish, it could instantly cover a 100-meter radius. What kind of power could a 7-star king level Emoyun vine wield? The answer soon became clear. Time seemed to freeze as countless vines grew frantically at the cost of their life force. In an instant, the entire mountain was covered with thick vines, swallowing the Golden Blade Firebull and Storm Eagle. Haitang Manor transformed into a sea of vines, spreading wildly downhill. Xiemingguang, riding a large albatross, watched in shock. In just 3 seconds, the entire mountain was consumed by vines. Xie and his companions, along with the Sword Ghost King, were trapped beneath the vines. Although the Sword Ghost King was desperately hacking away with its punishment sword, it would take at least 5 minutes to break free from the heavy sea of vines. Xiamingguang realized that the lifelink of a professional beastmaster was not omnipotent. Once all the beasts were defeated, the beastmaster would revert to a vulnerable flesh and blood state. The sea of vines, as thick as telephone poles, had completely concealed Fang Shihao's whereabouts. At least a 10-star Mo Yun vine could have such power. Fang Shihao, who are you really? Xiamingguang had to repeatedly raise his assessment of Fang Shihao. Even surrounded and outmatched, Fang Shihao managed to break through. He gave up pursuing further and instead assisted the Sword Ghost King in carving an escape route through the vines. After circling the mountain without spotting Fang Shihao, Xiamingguang decided not to press on. He rode the large albatross back to Jingchuan City to report the failure of the operation to Xiamingshi. The students, awakened by the sounds of a fight, gathered in the lobby of Haiteng Villa's guest house, peering through the windows at the dense sea of vines covering the mountaintop. No one but Senior Fang could pull off such a spectacle, one student remarked quietly. Brother Hao went easy on us, another pointed out, gesturing to the untouched guest house. If the vines hadn't intentionally avoided this place, we'd be in the same state as those shredded Haiteng trees. Voices of discussion rose and fell. The powerful families are like a mountain pressing down on the people, and even a talent like Senior Fang has to make sacrifices to survive. Anyone targeted by the Xie family never meets a good end. Brother Hao took a huge risk this time. Feng Shichen remained silent for a long time before finally speaking to dispel the increasingly pessimistic chatter among his classmates. Let's disperse and get some rest. Brother Hao has support. Once this crisis is over, the Xie family won't be able to touch him. After the others left, Feng Shichen sat alone in the lobby, lost in thought. Suddenly, the vines sealing the entrance shifted, creating a gap through which Fang Shihao's weary figure emerged. Brother Hao! Feng Shichen exclaimed in surprise, rushing to greet him. Keep your voice down. Don't let the others know I was here, Fang Shihao said in a low voice. Seeing Fang Shihao's haggard appearance filled Feng Shichen with guilt. He remembered how he could only watch from a distance during the battle, unable to help. Fang Shihao seemed to sense his thoughts. Some things are best left unburdened. Who isn't afraid of the Xie family? If I could, I would avoid clashing with them at this stage. Tomorrow morning, the vines will disperse, and you can lead everyone down the mountain. What about you? I have my ways, Fang Shihao said before disappearing back into the gap in the vines. With the reminder from Cui Siya, Fang Shihao knew returning to the city would mean certain death, and staying at the villa was equally dangerous. Paradoxically, the wilderness was the safest place for him now. Thanks to the survival skills he acquired during the college entrance exams and the joint exercises of 4 schools, he wasn't worried about surviving alone in the wild. The light snowfall was perfect for covering his tracks. After descending the mountain, Fang Shihao changed into outdoor gear and sprayed himself with scent-neutralizing spray to avoid being tracked, then ventured into the desolate mountains. Following a shallow stream, Fang Shihao finally stopped at a hollow in a slippery rock wall, which offered some shelter from the wind. Here, he set up quicksand traps with his battered little stones and didn't dare to light a fire, instead leaning against the rock wall to take stock of the battle's spoils. Though the crisis was perilous, it brought opportunity. The defeat of 4 professional-level beast tamers earned him 15,000 life essence points, bringing his total to 40,000 points, finally meeting the requirement for Xiao Guai to evolve into a 6-tailed firefox. Fang Shihao couldn't advance just yet. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Guai, he felt both worried and relieved. Although using the blood flame technique had caused excessive blood loss and led to unconsciousness, Xiaoguai would recover with a few days' rest. The real damage was suffered by the Mayun vine. Its once thick trunk, as wide as a utility pole, had shrunk to the thickness of an arm, lying lifeless on the ground. It would take at least 6 months to regain its vitality. Fang Shihao glanced gratefully at the Mayun vine. If it weren't for the vine and teacher Chu Yunji's recommendation of the 1000-branch obliteration, he might not have survived. He resolved to start advancing Xiaoguai to a 6-tailed fox as soon as it woke up the next day. There was no time to waste. In this wilderness, the Xie family's pursuers could find them at any moment. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The first half was spent on edge, followed by a 30-minute battle, and then a 5-mile night trek. It wasn't until 5 a.m. that Fang Shihao finished clearing the snow from the clearing and crawled into his sleeping bag to rest. The beast's space was semi-open, with the rock giant inside both feeding on stones and vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. As the primary authority holder, it was ready to respond to any potential threats. In this perilous wilderness, one had to sleep with one eye open. Meanwhile, in the city at the Fox Lady Cafe, the doors opened as usual at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Granny Hu followed her routine, heading to the end of the corridor leading to the secret realm of Qingqiu. She passed through the storage room's portal to the 9-tailed sanctuary, where she performed her unique cleaning duties. However, when she looked up at the pure gold statue of the 9-tailed fox, she was shocked to find 4 of its tails missing. Granny Hu immediately understood the significance. Xiaoguai had finally begun to comprehend the nine-tail secret skills. She closely examined the missing tails. The first tail represented the blood flame origin, the fourth symbolized the 9 stars alignment, the eighth contained the heaven seal, and the ninth signified heavenly law. Apart from the 9 stars alignment and heavenly law, which were inherited skills, the blood flame origin and heaven seal were skills Xiaoguai had comprehended independently. Filled with excitement, Granny Hu set down her cleaning tools and sat cross-legged on the sanctuary mat, observing intently. Soon, the fourth tail reappeared first, indicating Xiaoguai's shallow grasp of the 9 stars alignment. Then the eighth tail emerged, showing the heaven seal's understanding was also incomplete. The simultaneous return of the first and ninth tails proved Xiaoguai's profound mastery in blood flame origin and heavenly law. Could you become the first true nine-tailed of this world? Granny Hu murmured to herself, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. The skill panel of the three-tailed firefox had changed. Fang Shihao awoke from 6 hours of deep sleep, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The quicksand traps he set were intact, and it seemed that the beasts wisely avoided the area. He opened Xiaoguai's skill panel, and the changes delighted him. The original skills, Heavenly Fox Transformation and Blood Ignition, remained, but 2 rare skills had been added, Meteor Shower and Molten Mark. Meteor Shower. Fang Shihao's eyes lit up. This was a precursor to the 9-star alignment skill, indicating that Xiaoguai was advancing to a more powerful level. As for Molten Mark, he discovered it was an evolved version of the Fire Mark offering a wider attack range and a persistent fire poison burn effect. However, he hadn't realized that this seemingly ordinary skill was actually laying the groundwork for the eternal skill, Overturning Seal. Immersing his consciousness into the beast space, Fang Shihao saw a reassuring sight. Xiaoguai was quietly lying on the sand, its dull fur gradually regaining its sheen. Most strikingly, the original foxtail gently embraced Xiaoguai like a mother's arm, showing such tenderness for the first time. As Fang Shihao softly comforted Xiaoguai, a faint call reached his ears. Senior Fang? Father, there's someone outside. Xiao Shitu promptly alerted. Fang Shihao quickly withdrew his consciousness, opening his eyes to see Xiang Wanqing stepping into the quicksand trap. Don't move, he shouted. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Xiao Shitu, save her. The appearance of the rock giant startled Xiang Wanqing. Despite knowing it was harmless, the 10-meter-tall figure was still intimidating. Xiao Shitu carefully leveled the trap, safely moving the frightened Xiang Wanqing to solid ground. How did you find this place? Fang Shihao asked sternly, worried that his whereabouts had been exposed to the Xie family. Xiang Wanqing explained nervously. Actually, I overheard your conversation with Feng Shichen last night and followed you. After you fell asleep, I didn't want to disturb you, so I waited nearby. Her sheepish demeanor amused Fang Shihao. Following him silently all night without daring to speak, such a soft-hearted personality indeed. Fang Shihao glanced at Xiang Wanqing, who was nervously standing beside him, and sighed inwardly. He had never encountered such a hesitant personality before. She clearly wanted to help but couldn't bring herself to say it, as if it was something shameful. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Even if you want to leave now, I can't let you go. Just stick with me, Fang Shihao said softly. Xiang Wanqing nodded obediently, her eyes clear and bright. As dawn broke, the two continued deeper into the wilderness. Their previous night's campsite was still near the outskirts of Jingchuan City, and they could be discovered by the Xie family search team at any moment. Fang Shihao carefully cleaned up all traces of their camp and led Xiang Wanqing further into the forest. Their brush with death made him especially cautious, and he urgently needed to find a safe hiding place. During the four-school joint exercise last time, I wanted to team up with you, but I couldn't find you, Fang Shihao said as they walked, his breath forming white mist in the cold air. Xiang Wanqing walked silently for about 100 meters before timidly replying, I usually operate at night, so it's inconvenient to team up. Her voice was barely audible. I see. Then your beast must be good at night battles. Yes, she replied briefly after another 10 seconds. It seemed Xiang Wanqing wasn't much of a talker, so Fang Shihao wisely stopped trying to make conversation and focused on their journey. 2 hours later, around noon, they arrived at a peculiar area, the boundary between winter and autumn. It was as if an invisible barrier separated the snow-covered world behind them from the lush, autumnal forest ahead, dotted with occasional evergreen trees. Fang Shihao knew well that the snowfall in Jingchuan City was an omen of the impending birth of the ice crystal phoenix, not natural weather. The real dangers lay ahead in the wilderness. Suddenly, Xiang Wanqing halted. Her gaze distant. She was using her Nightwing Bat's echolocation to observe the situation ahead. Be careful. We've entered the territory of the king mandrills. There are 4 of them. It was the first time she spoke up on her own. Can we avoid them? Fang Shihao asked. I'm afraid not. They've sensed us. Before she finished speaking, a furious roar echoed from afar. The king mandrills, having caught the scent of humans, approached menacingly, led by their leader and its harem. Prepare for battle. Fang Shihao immediately activated his golden lion knight armor and summoned the monolith giant. Despite the giant's injured foot and the gaping wound left by the punishment greatsword on its chest, it could still muster 70% of its strength. Xiang Wanqing unleashed her entire beast lineup, the elegant appearance of the 6-star king-level moonlight spirit fox. Its dark fur blended perfectly with the night, and the tuft of white fur on its forehead shimmered in the moonlight, capable of absorbing the essence of the moon. This spirit fox was much larger than the same-level flame fox, showcasing its extraordinary close combat abilities. Following closely were the 3-star Lord-level shadow leopard and the 5-star Lord-level nightwing bat, fluttering back with its wings. As she mentioned, these beasts were specially trained for night battles, capable of unleashing 150 combat power in the dark. Suddenly, the mountains echoed with a series of roars as 4 mandrills called out to each other, weaving an invisible net of encirclement. Their menacing faces featured red nasal bones flanked by blue bony protrusions, a unique mark of the mandrill. The leader, the largest of the mandrills, stood at a towering 2.5 meters, approaching slowly but stopping 20 meters away, clearly testing the reaction of the 2 humans. Seeing the duo remain motionless, the mandrill leader, with fresh prey blood still at the corners of its mouth, let out a sinister laugh and hurled a stone at the rock giant's forehead. This provocative act infuriated Fang Shihao. Little rock, take down this arrogant creature. Even though the rock giant was only at 70% strength, it was more than enough to handle the mandrills. As it advanced, the mandrill leader retreated step by step, evidently executing a diversion tactic. Fang Shihao saw through this clumsy trick, but deliberately had Little Rock give chase. Just as the rock giant pursued the mandrill leader over the hill, 3 female mandrills came howling from the flanks. Hold them off for 20 seconds, Fang Shihao shouted. Xiang Wanqing immediately directed the moonlight spirit fox to engage in battle, and although its power was limited during the day, it was capable of a brief distraction. The moonlight spirit fox engaged 2 female mandrills, while the other targeted Fang Shihao, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged. Fang Shihao was prepared. The lion head relief on his golden armor suddenly roared thunderously, the golden sound waves instantly stunning the female mandrill. The shadow leopard seized the opportunity, pouncing with lightning speed, viciously biting its opponent's legs to immobilize it. Meanwhile, the rock giant, having crossed the hill, shed its disguise and instantly activated a quicksand trap and solidified mud into stone, trapping the overconfident mandrill leader. Subsequently, crushing walls and rolling boulders thundered from both sides, completely burying the arrogant opponent. The beast tamer's rock giant swiftly ended the ferocious mountain demon, earning 1,820 life essence points. Without delay, it turned back to confront the remaining 3 mountain demons. Get out of the way, Fang Shihao shouted as he grabbed Xiang Wanqing's arm, quickly pulling her out of the combat zone. Before his words had faded, an earthquake struck, paralyzing all land-based beasts. Little Stone seized the opportunity, accurately hitting 2 slowly climbing female mountain demons with consecutive rock throws. The rock giant gave no respite, quickly forming a stone club. Raising its weapon high, it unleashed relentless blows on the immobilized female mountain demons, each strike hitting a vital spot. The kill notification sounded continuously, bringing Fang Shihao another 4,000 life essence points. Let's use this place as a base for now and see how things go, Fang Shihao said, surveying the area. Though this mountain demon territory was on the edge of the wilderness, it was an ideal refuge. The presence of 4 king-level mountain demons deterred most wild beasts from approaching. Nearby, the shadow leopard discovered a low cave by the forest where the mountain demons fed. Inside, it was filled with trash, tattered human clothes, and bones, all emitting a foul stench. More importantly, there were 2 mountain demon cubs inside. Finders keepers, we each get one, Fang Shihao generously offered. Thank you, Xiang Wanqing whispered, her bold demeanor during the battle gone, replaced by her usual reserved nature. After cleaning and disinfecting the cave, the 2 entered to rest. The 50 square meter space, previously home to 4 large mountain demons, now felt particularly spacious. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Xiang Wanqing quickly fell asleep on the folding bed. Fang Shihao gazed at the bush-covered entrance of the cave, his consciousness entering the beast space. At the moment, he could only rely on the injured rock giant, as the cloud vine needed time to recover, and little trouble would take a few days to awaken. Without Xiang Wanqing's assistance, facing the 4 ferocious mountain demons alone would have been far more challenging. He urgently needed reinforcements, making it the perfect time to develop a 4th beast. After defeating the mountain demon family, he accumulated 47,000 life essence points. Reserving 36,900 points for Little Trouble's advancement, he had 10,000 points at his disposal, enough to revive the lightning elemental, though nurturing it to a high star level might prove difficult. Fang Shihao opened the system panel and selected the Thunder God path, spending 7,900 life essence points. Instantly, the walnut-sized lightning core in the bottle erupted with brilliant light, shattering the glass as the lightning elemental soared into the air. The beast space erupted with thunder and lightning, as the lightning elemental absorbed the power of the storm to strengthen itself. The system promptly notified, "Your relic, Bottled Lightning, has revived as King-level Lightning Elemental, gaining the innate skills Thunderbolt Arrow, Falling Thunder, Current Surge, Rare Lightning Spear, and Rare Divine Judgment Eye." In the thunderclouds, the lightning sprite darted back and forth, conveying feelings of joy to Fang Shihao through their mental connection. Each emotional wave filled Fang Shihao's heart with warmth, akin to the satisfaction of watching his own child grow. As the thunderclouds gradually dissipated, the lightning sprite, now the size of a basketball, slowly descended, circling around Fang Shihao incessantly. Its affectionate demeanor silently expressed its attachment to its master. Fang Shihao donned insulated gloves and gently caressed the electric glow of the lightning sprite, silently admiring its innate 5 skills, especially the 2 rare-grade ones. "Good child, your evolution isn't over yet." Fang Shihao calculated his resources. He discarded the useless scattered monarchs and reserved 36,900 life essence points, dedicating the rest to raising the lightning sprite's level. The points required for the first 4-star upgrades were 90, 230, 550, and 900 life essence points, respectively, which was more than sufficient. When he invested 550 points to elevate the lightning sprite to 3 stars, Fang Shihao suddenly felt a new connection. Besides the existing mental link, there was now a stronger bond with his 4-Biasa life link. This meant that as long as the beasts were alive, he would never die. "I've actually advanced to a professional beast master," Fang Shihao realized. The 3-tailed firefox, rock giant, and cloudvine each had 7 stars, combined with the 3-star lightning sprite, perfectly meeting the 24-star requirement for advancement. The system promptly notified, "Detected. Host's current level is Professional Beast Master. Enhancement module can be activated." The new module's function was to enhance existing relics, including the Awakening level Foam Pearl and the Monarch level Golden Lion Knight Armor. However, the life essence required for these enhancements was daunting. The essence was already insufficient for nurturing the beasts, making it impossible to indulge in relic enhancements for now. Finally, Fang Shihao invested 900 life essence points to elevate the lightning sprite to 4 stars. The sunset's glow painted half the sky red as Xiang Wanqing rubbed her sleepy eyes awake. "What time is it?" she asked softly. 5 in the afternoon, Fang Shihao replied, leaning against the cave wall on the other side, idly scraping the rock with a stick as dust gently fell. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trouble you," Xiang Wanqing said softly. Xiang Wanqing was startled when Fang Shihao suddenly responded to her self-talk, causing her to gasp and apologize hastily. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively asked, "I know it's not my place to ask, but since we have time to kill, I'm curious why you're so introverted. Did something happen in your childhood?" "No, nothing happened," Fang Shihao replied, a bit flustered. "You're not fooling anyone. It's clear something did. If you want to talk, I'm here to listen. If not, that's your choice and I won't pry." The cave fell silent, with only the sound of dripping water echoing. After a full 3 minutes, Xiang Wanqing took a deep breath and slowly shared her story. "I'm an illegitimate daughter of a prominent family. For the first 15 years of my life, I was just an unnoticed maid in the family, until the day of the family ritual when it was determined I might inherit the family's beast-taming abilities. Only then did life become a bit easier." She paused, her voice tinged with bitterness. "But that was only on a material level. My siblings looked down on me, and the maids were jealous of my sudden rise, gossiping behind my back. I've never really held my head high. That's the classic protagonist's fate." Fang Shihao chuckled lightly. "A highly talented, illegitimate child of a wealthy family, facing disdain and bullying. The story should lead to you overcoming all odds and proving everyone wrong." Xiang Wanqing shook her head. "I don't want to prove anyone wrong. I just want what's rightfully mine and to live a free life away from the family. In this world, freedom is both worthless and priceless. I wish you success in achieving it." While the two were opening up to each other, Cui Zhiyun, who was in the Jade Crown Resort Hotel listening to a quarterly financial report, received a call from her sister, Cui Xia. "Well, if it isn't my triumphant little sister. What made you call me?" "Fang Shihao has gone missing." Cui Xia's voice was icy. "I asked around, and his classmates said the Xia family sent people to attack Haiteng Villa last night, and Fang Shihao's whereabouts are unknown." "Hold on. First tell me why the Xia family would target Fang Shihao?" After Cui Xia explained the situation, she hesitantly asked, "Can you help find him and protect him until I return? If what you say is true, I'll help. But don't expect me to persuade Xia Mingcheng to stop hunting Fang Shihao. I've only worked with him once, and we're not close. I don't need you to mediate." Cui Xia's tone was sharp. "Xia Mingcheng dared to bully someone of mine in my absence, and I'll make sure he pays for it. As expected of you, declaring war against an heir of a family for a man. Cui Jiyun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I owe you, sister. Please, protect Fang Shihao. I'm begging you. It's rare to hear you say beg. Don't worry, Fang Shihao is practically family now. I'll go find him right away. With that, Cui Jiyun sprang into action, heading to the hotel's rooftop and taking off on her wind god wyvern. The first stop for Cui Jiyun was the ruins of Haiteng Manor. The scene before her was shocking. The once lush crabapple trees had been drained of life by the Mayun vine, leaving only bare branches. The few remaining buildings stood isolated, surrounded by rubble from landslides. As she moved forward, she discovered that the Xie family had deployed a large number of people to capture Fang Shihao. Dozens of beast tamers were conducting a grid search on the ground, while others on flying beasts patrolled the skies. This large-scale search puzzled Cui Jiyun. Xie Mingqing had no solid evidence that Fang Shihao had stolen the nine-colored deer, and certainly shouldn't be trying to kill him over a mere complaint. But the actions of a madman are often beyond logic. Stay away from here. All of you. Get lost. Cui Jiyun commanded as she descended on her wind dragon. Her black whip pointed at the beast tamers below. The wind dragon? It's the young lady from the Cui family. Xie Mingguang, squinting against the wind pressure, recognized her identity, his face still marked by a slap from Xie Mingqing earlier. Miss Cui, please forgive us, but we can't comply. The young master has given strict orders. If we don't capture Fang Shihao, we'll be punished. You have no right to bargain with me. Leave or face death. Cui Jiyun's fair face was taut with anger. Punishment is better than death. Brothers, retreat. Xie Mingguang weighed the options and ordered loudly. At nightfall, Cui Jiyun set up camp to rest. The next morning, after a quick wash, she rode her wind dragon through the boundary of winter and autumn, venturing into the wilderness to search. She deduced that although Fang Shihao had fled to the wilderness, he likely hadn't gone far. Wind dragon. Xiang Wanqing, hiding in a cave, exclaimed suddenly. My nightwing bat saw the wind dragon. Really the wind dragon? Fang Shihao was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's the exclusive beast of the Cui family. It must be reinforcements. Once confirmed, Fang Shihao no longer hid and emerged from the cave, waving and shouting at the sky. Hey, I'm here. The wind dragon quickly spotted them and landed in the clearing with Cui Jiyun. The gusts kicked up dust, and when the wind settled, Fang Shihao finally saw that it was Cui Jiyun. Thank you, miss, for your help. Fang Shihao quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't thank me, thank Xiaoyu, Cui Jiyun replied. Noticing Xiang Wanqing emerging from the cave and her expression turned slightly cold. You've got quite the nerve, being hunted and still bringing a woman along? Miss, you misunderstand. Xiang Wanqing is my classmate. Knowing I've offended the Xie family, she still chose to help me. I only have gratitude for her, nothing more. You'd better keep it that way. Cui Jiyun's expression softened slightly, and she signaled the wind dragon to lower itself, allowing the two to climb onto its back. In Fang Shihao's imagination, riding a dragon must be extremely uncomfortable. The biting cold winds at high altitudes combined with the violent air currents from supersonic flight would be enough to tear someone apart. However, reality surprised him. The wind god pterosaur expertly controlled the surrounding air currents and cleverly set up a gentle breeze zone at the riding position on the dragon's back. Even thousands of meters high, the breeze felt warm and refreshing. This is amazing. My next beast companion has to be a flying one. In just 2 minutes, they had flown from the wilderness to the bustling city, and Fang Shihao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was also Xiang Wanqing's first time experiencing such a wonderful flight, but faced with the graceful behavior of a noble lady, she couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious, bowing her head and softly saying, thank you. The three of them landed on the rooftop of the Emerald Crown Resort Hotel in the East King District. This was Cui Jiyun's establishment and base in Jingchuan City. Arrange a driver to take Miss Yang back to school, Cui Jiyun instructed the approaching lobby manager. Fang Shihao escorted Xiang Wanqing to the door. Thank you for helping me. Without you, I couldn't have handled the mountain demon family. I might need to lay low for a few days, but once things are resolved, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Xiang Wanqing responded as she got in the car and left. After watching Xiang Wanqing leave, Fang Shihao turned to Cui Jiyun. What's the arrangement from the second miss? She asked me to take care of you for a few days. Well, wait for her to come back before making any other plans. Can we contact her now? No, she can only leave the secret realm briefly at night. She'll contact you then. Am I free to move around? Cui Jiyun looked serious. No, you can't go anywhere until Cui Xie returns. Xie Mingqing's people wouldn't dare cause trouble on my turf. If you feel like I'm restricting your freedom, you can leave anytime. I won't stop you. But be aware, when I went to find you last night, dozens of beast tamers from the Cui family were scouring the mountains for you. Fang Shihao understood Cui Jiyun was looking out for him and immediately agreed. All right, I won't go anywhere. Although his movements were restricted to the hotel, with food, drinks, and internet access, it felt like a vacation. After school in the afternoon, Cui Jian appeared again at the door of Fang Shihao's room, a faint smile on her lips. Are you comfortable staying here? Would you like me to arrange a few maids for you? No need to test me, Mississippi. I'm not that desperate, Fang Shihao replied expressionlessly. But I heard that after your college entrance exams, you couldn't wait to get a girlfriend and were fooling around day and night. That doesn't quite match what you're saying. Cui Jian's sharp gaze seemed to pierce into his soul. Having a youthful crush isn't a crime, is it? Cui Jian's question was dripping with sarcasm. Why did you break up with that girl? Was it because she was holding back your future? Her words clearly insinuated that Fang Shihao had abandoned his old love in favor of a wealthy woman. Fang Shihao's expression darkened, his voice barely containing his rising anger. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you the truth, yes. Romantic entanglements won't hold back my progress. Anyone who can't keep up with my pace will be left behind. Is that the answer you wanted? He coldly retorted. And what role do you play in questioning me? Are you the concerned sister worried about her sibling being deceived by a scoundrel? Or the schemer trying to drive a wedge between your sister and her followers? Cui Jian chuckled lightly. Oh, don't get worked up. I'm just asking casually. She watched as Fang Shihao seethed with anger, yet dared not confront his benefactor. That evening, when Cui Siye called, Fang Shihao reported his situation in detail. The two chatted for half an hour until Cui Siye's break ended, reluctantly returning to their own secret worlds. The next day, the school gates were bustling with people. Xie Mingqing leaned against a dark silver Lamborghini Aventador, playing with a butterfly knife, and blocked Cui Jian's path as she was about to enter the school. Are you really set on protecting that guy? And are you really set on killing him? Is it worth it? Cui Jian countered. I have my reasons for needing him dead. And I have my reasons for needing to protect him. Xie Mingqing's face twisted into a devilish grin. We'll see. I won't go against you directly. But you'd better keep an eye on him 247, because the moment you're not there, he's as good as dead. Meanwhile, Cui Siye sensed something was off. She checked her phone and saw the signal was at 0. She immediately realized something might be wrong at the hotel. Did you notice? Too late. Fang Shihao must die today, and not even the King of Heaven can save him. 15 minutes earlier, Fang Shihao was lying on the bed watching TV when he heard a commotion downstairs. The broadcast system announced an urgent message from the front desk. Attention all guests, several unidentified explosive devices have been found in the hotel. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion immediately. The staff had begun evacuating guests from the presidential suite area on the 19th floor using the VIP elevator. The hotel manager was in a panic and was about to knock on Fang Shihao's door when he opened it himself. The manager grabbed his arm, urging him to the emergency elevator. But Fang Shihao suddenly became suspicious. Why did this explosion incident happen today of all days? It was likely a trap set by the Xie family. He realized that staying in the hotel might be safer. Leaving could lead him straight into their trap. He shoved the manager away. I'm not going. Mr. Fang, the bombs are about to go off. You'll die if you don't leave. Let them explode. They can't kill me. Fang Shihao knew he had a lifelink, and even if the whole building collapsed, he wouldn't die. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and grabbed the manager by the collar. You've been trying to get me to leave. Are you one of them? The manager maintained a professional calm in the face of Fang Shihao's stubborn attitude. Knowing his persuasion was futile, he sighed and took the elevator to leave. Once in a secluded spot, the manager immediately took out his phone to contact Xie Mingguang. Young master, Fang Shihao refuses to leave. It seems he has grown suspicious. On the other end, Xie Mingguang's voice was icy. Since he won't cooperate willingly, he can't blame us for being ruthless. Once everyone is evacuated, detonate it directly. At this moment, Fang Shihao remained at the window on the 19th floor, looking down at the chaotic evacuation below. He mistakenly believed the bomb threat was merely a ploy by the Xie family to lure him out, unaware that Xie Mingguang had already placed real explosives throughout the hotel. The police had sealed off the area, dispersing nearby crowds. The entire hotel was deserted, leaving Fang Shihao alone with the building on the brink of collapse. Detonate. As Xie Mingguang pressed the button, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. Flames surged like a tidal wave from the first floor to the top, with shattered glass and burning debris flying everywhere. More terrifying was that Xie's demolition experts had meticulously planned to destroy the building's foundation. Within seconds, the majestic Emerald Crown Resort Hotel collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the dust it raised covered a quarter of the sky over the Dongguan district. Amidst the smoke and dust, Xie Mingguang let out a triumphant laugh. He was convinced that Fang Shihao was dead, and there were more traps planned by Xie Mingqing waiting to close the net. However, in what seemed like certain doom, Fang Shihao survived thanks to his skills as a professional beast master. Through a lifelink, he transferred the fatal damage to his resilient beast, the rock giant Little Stone. When Little Stone emerged from the beast's space, It bore only a few scorched marks. "Father, I'm here to save you." Little Stone cradled Fang Shihao and leaped from the ruins. Fang Shihao wiped the dust from his face, surveying the devastated scene around him with a look of solemn determination. The shared pain from the life link awakened the sleeping Xiao Guai, and the slight discomfort roused the beautiful fox from its long slumber. Fang Shihao's spirit immediately entered the beast's space, hugging the newly awakened Xiao Guai tightly. A near-human smile appeared on Xiao Guai's fox face, and its three fluffy tails gently wrapped around Fang Shihao, caressing him tenderly. Their moment of comfort was interrupted by a low warning from Xiao Shitu. Enemies are approaching. The threat from the Xie family was still present, but the newly awakened Xiao Guai was eager to fight. "Master, my injuries have healed. Let me join the battle." "No," Fang Shihao firmly refused. "The most important thing now is for you to evolve. We've waited too long for this moment. We can't delay any longer. Xiao Guai, I need an epic-level beast to overcome the current crisis. As my first beast, you're destined to become my first epic-level beast. Are you ready?" "Ready." Xiao Guai let out a sharp, melodious fox cry. Fang Shihao immediately infused 36,900 points of life essence to initiate the evolution process. After completing this, his spirit swiftly returned to his body. Danger was approaching. Xiemingguang, accompanied by the executioner Ghost King that had once left Fang Shihao in a dire situation, strode confidently into the center of the ruins. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, well, you've managed to become a professional beast master after 2 days on the run, and yet you're still alive. So it was your Xie family behind all this?" Fang Shihao's voice was as cold as ice. "Such a grand scheme, just to see me dead. If I survive this ordeal, there will be a reckoning. Unfortunately, you won't have a future. This will be your burial ground." Xiemingguang's words barely finished when he began setting up the battlefield. The drumming wombat enhanced the executioner Ghost King, while the great albatross circled high above, keeping watch. The bone necromancer, who had yet to reveal himself, emerged from the beast space, clad in a tattered black robe. Underneath, a stark white skeleton was visible, its hood obscuring the skull, with eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. It gripped a bone staff adorned with a ram's skull. Xiemingguang held nothing back this time, deploying all 4 beasts, the main force executioner Ghost King, the bone necromancer as a half-output, half-control support, the core support drumming wombat, and the reconnaissance specialist great albatross. "Hold them off, give Xiao Guai time." Fang Shihao gritted his teeth and ordered. The silent Xiao Shitu stood firmly at the forefront, while the newborn lightning spirit launched the first attack. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the drumming wombat at the rear, leaving the core support beast foaming at the mouth. Xiemingguang had not anticipated that Fang Shihao would have such a trick up his sleeve. Without a healing-type beast, he could only watch helplessly as the drumming wombat was stunned, forcing him to recall it to the beast's space to prevent further damage. The sound of the drums ceased, and the powerful enhancement effect vanished, causing the speed of the Xingjiang Ghost King to noticeably decrease. Amidst the ruins, the Thunder Spirit unleashed a bolt of lightning, but with only a 4-star power, it posed little threat to the Xingjiang Ghost King. If it were an 8-star Thunder Spirit, a single lightning bolt might have been enough to strike down the average drum battle bear. "So, you're playing dirty with me, huh? Let's see how you handle my Xingjiang Ghost King." Before Fang Shihao finished speaking, the Xingjiang Ghost King had already clashed with the rock giant. Little Stone activated the Mountain King's fury but did not launch any attacks. He focused all his energy on creating rock constructs, raising stone walls from the ruins that quickly connected at the dome, forming a massive, impenetrable tomb. He was prepared to sacrifice his life to complete the task entrusted by his father. Nearby, a battle unfolded between the 6-star Monarch Bone Sorcerer and the Thundercloud Spirit, but both Fang Shihao and Xiemingguang kept their eyes fixed on the ever-strengthening tomb. Before it was finally sealed, Xiemingguang clearly saw the Xingjiang Ghost King sever the rock giant's arm with a single stroke, yet the latter did not resist, persistently reinforcing the stone walls. "Oh, I see now," Xiemingguang sneered. "What a loyal but foolish rock giant, willing to sacrifice himself to buy you time to escape." Even as an enemy, he couldn't help but applaud the rock giant's spirit of sacrifice. Too bad his sacrifice is destined to be in vain. Xiemingguang mocked. This is the Eastern King District, home to dignitaries and experts, families of master beast tamers. You've broken the law by releasing your beast without permission. The police at the local station are all in our Xie family's pocket. Once you're in jail, not even the Chui family can save you. Go ahead and try to escape. I won't stop you. Despite Xiemingguang's taunts, Fang Shihao's anger turned icy cold. Inside the tomb, Little Stone was enduring the torturous punishment of the Xingjiang Ghost King, its punitive greatsword burning with cold ghostly flames, relentlessly hacking at the rock giant's body. Fang Shihao dared not look. unable to imagine the pain little stone was enduring. His body trembled violently, eyes wide with rage, as blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, trailing down in crimson tears. You will die, Xie Mingxing will die, your entire family will perish, and the family you rely on will vanish because of you, Fang Shihao said with an eerie calmness, his fury reaching its peak. Oh, I'm so scared. Xie Mingguang laughed maniacally. So you're threatening to wipe out the Xie family? They say a man's last words are wise, but you're doing the opposite. Even at death's door, you dare to boast. I'll have the Xingjian Ghost King keep the rock giant's head, and I'll grind it to dust with a file right in front of you. Killing my brother and insulting my master is unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Inside the beast space, Xiao Guai, who was undergoing a painful transformation, could clearly sense everything happening outside. The sacrifice of Xiao Shitu and the humiliation of Fang Shihao by Xie Mingguang pierced his heart like daggers. The mental anguish was far greater than the physical pain of his current transformation. Meanwhile, in the Fox Maiden Cafe, the hurried footsteps of the young Fox Maiden Bebe shattered the calm. Granny Hu, look quickly, 2 more tails have disappeared from the 9-tails statue, she reported breathlessly as she rushed out from the storeroom. Which tails? The first and the 8th. Granny Hu frowned slightly. The first is Bloodfire Origin, and the 8th is Fantion Seal. Has Xiao Guai entered the state of enlightenment so soon? Unaware of the life and death trial her promising 3rd-generation 9-tails and its master were enduring, she remained secluded. Inside the beast space, Xiao Guai let out a heart-wrenching scream. He tore at his own fur, shattered bones, and forcibly pulled out underdeveloped tailbones in an attempt to accelerate the evolution process. Time was life, and he could no longer wait, as Xiao Shitu was dying. Through the beast heart link, Fang Shihao felt the excruciating pain as if it were his own. He knelt on the ground, pounding his fists against the earth. No one can help me. No one can be anyone else's support. I must become stronger, stronger than any beast master. I want all those who bullied me to die. The suppressed hostility from the past 3 months of school life erupted anew, and the fierce aura sent a chill through Xie Mingguang's heart. He even entertained a ridiculous notion. If Fang Shihao died, he would surely become the most vengeful ghost seeking revenge. Useless rage won't help. You must die today. Xie Mingguang ordered the great albatross to attack, channeling the damage through the life linked to the already dying rock giant and thunder spirit. Fang Shihao lay on the ground, allowing the great albatross's sharp beak to tear at his flesh. The giant bird stood triumphantly on his head, spreading its snow-white wings as it devoured the flesh it ripped away. Master! Master! Xiao Guai, with shattered bones, mirrored his master's blood-soaked tears. Master, just wait a little longer. Xiao Guai will be there soon. Suddenly, the life flame within Xiao Guai turned from orange-yellow to blood-red. On his skill panel, the inherited skill Burn Blood to Flame vanished, replaced by the blurred characters Bloodfire Origin in the eternal skill slot. In an instant, Xiao Guai's restructuring speed increased 100-fold. His body strengthened visibly, fractured bones reassembled into a more resilient framework, and repeatedly torn muscles became more robust, each muscle fiber containing enough power to snap steel. Behind him, 3 newly formed tails grew to their full length alongside his original ones. From a 3-tailed fox to a 6-tailed fox, the evolution was complete. Fang Shihao was never one to boast, but deep down, he believed he was destined for greatness, and that his reincarnation would change the landscape of the beast-taming world. This belief was what kept him confident in the presence of noble ladies and prodigies from prestigious families. Even though he wasn't as powerful as others at the moment, he was certain that one day, they would all look up to him. However, this mindset unknowingly caused him to lose his drive to improve. It wasn't until Xie Mingxing struck him down that everything he prided himself on came crashing down. The sharp blow pierced through the comfort that had corroded his spirit, throwing him into the depths of despair. In his agony, Fang Shihao couldn't think straight, and even the system's notifications were automatically blocked out. All he could wish for was for the punishment to last longer, to buy more time for Xiao Guai. Release my master! The roar of the 6-tailed fox thundered in his ears. Having evolved, Xiao Guai was now enveloped in blood flames, stretching 16.8 meters from head to tail and weighing 12 tons. Its voice had changed too, and its threatening roar was like the rumble of an engine, instilling fear. A 6-tailed fox? Impossible! Xie Mingguang was shocked and pale. Just 2 days ago, Fang Shihao's main beast was a 3-tailed fox, yet it evolved during the battle, something unheard of. Xiao Guai's power had increased across the board, with strength and speed advancing in tandem. Just as the giant albatross was about to take flight, Xiao Guai pounced with lightning speed. Its sharp claws cut through, tearing the albatross to shreds with immense force. Its blood and flesh became fuel, and the eerie blood fire incinerated it to ashes in an instant. Master, are you okay? Xiao Guai withdrew the flames and gently nudged Fang Shihao with its nose. Don't worry about me, kill. Fang Shihao struggled to his feet, knowing that only slaughter could quell his pain and humiliation. The six-tailed fox swept through like the wind, casting a shadow over the necromancer battling the lightning spirit. Looking up, the necromancer saw the enormous fox head looming overhead before being bitten to pieces. Xiao Guai chewed and spat out the bone fragments, killing 2 king-level beasts in 5 seconds. When it turned to Xieming Wang, its eyes burned with a furious hatred, ready to tear him apart. Forget that useless stone. Get back here. Xieming Wang was terrified, summoning the Execution Sword Ghost King through their mental link. At that moment, the Ghost King was in a dark tomb, following its master's orders to disable the rock giant's limbs, slashing through layers of stone with its sword. Who dares harm my master? Suddenly, flames erupted on the Execution Sword Ghost King's body, bruises appearing on its skin as it shared Xieming Wang's pain. The lifelink, while ensuring the survival of professional beast tamers, also becomes a vulnerability for enemies to exploit. Fang Shihao learned from Xieming Wang's approach and had the six-tailed fire fox grab Xieming Wang's head and smash it repeatedly into the ground. Each impact caused the surrounding concrete to shatter, sending debris flying. Stop! You hot-headed, foolish fox, face your doom. The Execution Sword Ghost King finally struggled out of the tomb, dragging the remains of the severely injured rock giant with one hand and gripping the heavy execution sword with the other. It took 2 full minutes to carve a path out. As it howled to the sky, its condition was dire. Thick, black, oil-like blood poured from its mouth, its skull was severely deformed, and its face was charred beyond recognition, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The little fox, having previously effortlessly defeated the great albatross and the bone necromancer, was unable to quell its bloodlust. Upon seeing the Execution Sword Ghost King, its eyes flared with ferocity. Die! Suddenly, a vividly real flaming crimson gold seal formed above the Execution Sword Ghost King's head and crashed down like a mountain. The arrogant Ghost King was instantly pinned to the ground, the ancient script on the seal searing its ashen skin, leaving black scars amidst its agonized screams. This astonishingly powerful strike was the inherited skill, Dan Fire Seal. When the little fox advanced to a six-tailed fire fox, it once again entered a state of enlightenment, temporarily upgrading its burning blood to flame skill to the eternal skill blood fire homology. Although the characters of blood fire homology were gradually becoming blurred, indicating its impending regression from the eternal skill category. Meanwhile, the rare skill Molten Fire Seal evolved into the inherited skill Dan Fire Seal, marking its first use with the opportunity for further evolution. From the initial version, Over Fire Seal, to the advanced Molten Fire Seal, and now the Dan Fire Seal, the power of this skill has skyrocketed. The Over Fire Seal's power was barely comparable to an explosive fireball, offering a slight advantage by being able to target directly above an enemy. The Molten Fire Seal upgraded to imprint enemies with scalding lava. The current Dan Fire Seal is even more formidable, with pure energy forming a tangible shape, delivering a single strike with the force of 100 tons, enough to instantly crush an average beast tamer. If it fails to kill immediately, the Dan Fire Seal leaves a mark on the enemy, capable of causing a secondary explosion upon activation. When the power of the Dan Fire Seal was fully expended, the back of the Execution Sword Ghost King was covered in horrific burn scars. This 100-ton blow nearly destroyed its spine, and even as it used its serrated execution sword to stand, its sturdy legs trembled uncontrollably. Xieming Wang understood why the Execution Sword Ghost King was in such a sorry state. The close-quarters battle with the rock giant in the tomb had left it severely weakened. The rock giant, far from being a pushover, launched a desperate counterattack after completing the tomb structure, causing significant trouble for the Ghost King. The six-tailed fire fox had previously been able to instantly kill the great albatross and bone necromancer because they were not combat-oriented beasts. Even the less powerful bone necromancer could hold its own against a 4-star thunder spirit, let alone the formidable Execution Sword Ghost King. It had barely managed to subdue the rock giant, renowned for its melee prowess among peers, and had endured significant damage transferred from its master while dragging the giant's corpse out of the tomb, even suffering a deformed skull in the process. Just as he managed to step out, the Dan Fire Seal struck him heavily. The triple-layered injuries revealed the first signs of defeat on the once mighty 9-star epic punishment Sword Ghost King. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaoguai launched a lightning-fast attack at the critical moment when the Bloodfire synergy was about to fade. A blood-red comet, trailing blazing flames, roared towards the enemy. 6 fiery tails rose high, resembling the tentacles of a mythical sea monster poised to destroy everything in its path. Feel the wrath of the 6-tailed fire fox. Sixfold, Firetail Whip. The Ghost King's body was engulfed in dark, ghostly energy, bracing for impact. At that moment, the Dan Fire Seal on his back suddenly erupted, engulfing him in fierce flames. The six-fold fire tail whip struck down, shattering his already deformed skull, causing black, oil-like blood to gush out. With the fire tail whip in front and the Danfire seal behind, the once invincible punishment sword Ghost King finally fell to the ground, his robust body charred and twisted, exhaling one last breath of malevolent energy before dying. A system notification appeared. Your beast, the six-tailed firefox, has killed the punishment sword Ghost King, plundering 9,880 points of life essence. Current available skill slots, 5. Skills available for plunder. Execution slash, Nether Ghost Fire, Blood Drinking Blade, Rare, Clan Annihilator. 9,880 points of life essence credited. Fang Shihao showed no signs of victory on his face. He knelt beside the broken body of Xiaoshitu, holding the cold form tightly, tears streaming down his face. I will never let you bear this alone again. Never. Father, be proud of me. I completed the mission. Xiaoshitu had been a step away from death. If the punishment sword Ghost King hadn't delayed the killing blow due to orders to torture, Fang Shihao would have lost the steadfast giant willing to die for him. With a heavy heart, he sent Xiaoshitu back to the beast space to heal, wiped away his tears, and gripped his fish-killing knife as he approached Xiamingguang. Under the intimidation of the six-tailed firefox, Xiamingguang was trapped in indecision. I'm from the Xie family, you can't kill me. His tone shifted from calm to frantic, finally becoming hysterical. Give me a chance. I swear I'll plead with the young master. Killing me means your death too. Do you want an endless feud with the Xie family? Fang Shihao advanced step by step. His clothes were in tatters, his internal organs severely injured and bleeding, his back muscles gone, exposing stark white bones, and traces of blood and tears remained on his face. His blood-red eyes filled Xiamingguang with dread. I remember your drumming wombat is still alive. Alive. In his desperation, Xiamingguang complied. Good. Fang Shihao sneered, driving the blade into Xiamingguang's abdomen. This way, you can die a little slower. The white blade went in, the red blade came out, and that bitter smile was etched deeply in Xiamingguang's eyes. Ugh. Another stab. Xiamingguang felt the cold blade slicing through his organs, the pain sharp, and he begged in terror. Please, don't kill me. Shua, don't speak. Fang Shihao gently silenced him with another stab. The excruciating pain was unbearable, yet he couldn't die. His beast was still sharing the damage. Xiamingguang wanted to end his drumming wombat's life to seek a quick death, yet instinctively feared death itself. How tragic. If only he had known it would come to this. This is the Imperial Royal Police. I order you to cease your attack immediately and recall your beast. Surrender peacefully. Elite officers armed with submachine guns closed in from all directions, as the voice of Chief Inspector Lu Guangji from the Eastern District echoed through the streets via a loudspeaker. These officers had actually arrived long before. When Xiamingguang was toying with Fang Shihao, they watched from afar with cold indifference. It was only when the tide turned and Fang Shihao gained the upper hand that these officers, who had taken bribes from the Xie family, appeared in the name of justice. Fang Shihao ignored the police's calls. The knife in his hand was steady and powerful, just like it was 10 years ago in the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, his companion, the drum bear, succumbed to its injuries and quietly passed away while unconscious. Release young Master Xie. This is your last chance. Lu Guangji continued to shout. Xiamingguang was barely alive, blood gushing from his mouth, his murky eyes flickering with a desperate desire to live. Fang Shihao remained motionless, delivering a final precise stab from beneath the chin, piercing through to the top of the head. As he let go, Xiamingguang's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Infuriated by this blatant provocation, Lu Guangji swallowed his anger when he met the fierce gaze of the six-tailed fire fox. You are the prime suspect in the Emerald Crown Hotel bombing, and now you've committed murder in public. Recall your beast and surrender immediately. The court will give you a fair trial. Armed police officers summoned their beasts, but they trembled under the oppressive aura of the six-tailed fire fox. None dared to make a move, fearing they would be the first casualty. Ridiculous, Fang Shihao sneered, a sinister grin stretching across his face. You accuse me of heinous crimes, and then ask me to surrender? Isn't that contradictory? Anyone who dares to move dies. The six-tailed fire fox erupted in flames, the scorching heat forcing the police to retreat. Lu Guangji, under the intense gaze of the fox, struggled to maintain his grip on the loudspeaker. Mounting his companion Xiaoguai's back, Fang Shihao looked like a triumphant general. This has always been a vendetta between me and the Xie family. I know you took their money, but what good is money if you're dead? With that, he left, unchallenged by the silent officers. Turning the corner, an exhausted Fang Shihao could no longer hold on and collapsed onto Xiaoguai's back. Without its master's command, Xiaoguai acted on instinct, trusting its bloodline kin, and carried its unconscious owner towards the Fox Lady Cafe. Half an hour later, A wind dragon landed on the ruins of the Emerald Crown Resort Hotel. The site bore the marks of a fierce battle. Deep craters from boulders, charred earth from flames, silently telling the story of the recent events. Cui Jiyun stormed up to Lu Guangji, her voice harsh and her eyes piercing like daggers at this police representative. She had long anticipated that the police would side with the Xie family. Under her questioning, Lu Guangji dared not hide anything, nervously recounting the events. He had already been noted by the Xie family for his incompetence, and at this moment, he dared not offend Miss Cui, silently regretting taking on this hot potato. When he described how the six-tailed fire fox killed the executioner Ghost King in just 15 seconds, Cui Jiyun's pupils contracted slightly. Such astonishing speed left even the police unable to react, and Fang Shihao's potential amazed her. It turned out that Cui Jiyun had a reason for being late. On her way home, she witnessed the shocking collapse of a hotel, with dust blotting out the sky. A thought struck her instantly. Something had happened at home. Just as she summoned the wind dragon to rush to the scene, Shinamo suddenly blocked her path. As one of the top 10 campus goddesses at Binghuang University, Shinamo was always low-key, rarely appearing on campus and never participating in group activities. Her place among the campus goddesses was largely due to her family background. Her father was Shen Outyan, one of the three kings of Jingchuan, known as the Rat King. The three kings of Jingchuan each commanded tens of thousands of beasts, leading them with their king-level beasts. Whether in solo combat or on the battlefield, the king-level beast masters were always the most dazzling presence when the hordes of beasts appeared. However, strictly speaking, the three kings were not true aristocratic families, as king-level beasts were too rare to form a stable lineage. Shen Outyan was fortunate that his daughter Shenamo inherited the talent for king-level beasts, continuing the Rat King's legacy. Are you sure you want to team up with Xie Mingqing against me? Cui Jiyun's face darkened as she realized she might be too late to rescue Fang Shihao. Think what you want, Shinamo replied calmly. I just need to hold you off for half an hour. After that, you can go wherever you want. But for now, you must stay here. Can you really keep me? Cui Jiyun sneered, riding the wind dragon straight into the sky. However, upon reaching an altitude of 500 meters, the wind dragon collided with an invisible barrier. The entire space had been sealed. Seeing the golden-furred mouse in Shenmo's palm, Cui Jiyun's eyebrows twitched. It was the legendary space beast, the treasure-hoarding mouse, evidently a gift from Shen Outyan. I advise you not to act recklessly, or the detention time might be extended, Shen Imo warned as countless ferocious rats surged from the sewers, occupying the streets. Nearly 1,000 gliding squirrels appeared on the surrounding high-rise buildings, their green eyes fixed on the wind dragon, ready to launch a suicide attack at any moment. These rats, mainly at the awakening level with a few at the extraordinary level, were not strong individually but were overwhelming in numbers. If they swarmed together, even a dragon couldn't withstand them, provided they could bite through dragon scales. Cui Jiyun had no choice but to wait. Although she had the power to annihilate the rat swarm, doing so would only increase her enmity with Shinamo and still fail to break through the treasure-hoarding mouse's spatial blockade. Half an hour later, Shinamo kept her promise and lifted the spatial restriction. By then, whatever happened to Fang Shihao was already determined. To Cui Jiyun's relief, Fang Shihao not only survived but also turned the tables on his opponent after a breakthrough, then disappeared without a trace. She knew that most families did not possess legendary beasts. Only top-tier families had beasts above the legendary level. If Fang Shihao had obtained the six-tailed fire fox earlier, Xie Mingqing wouldn't have dared to act against him. Now that Xiao Guai had advanced to the six-tailed fire fox, Fang Shihao was considered safe. Unless Xie Mingqing was willing to pay any price, it would be difficult to threaten Fang Shihao's life. After all, Xie Mingqing was just one of the many heirs of the Xie family and not yet the head of the family. The explosion at the Emerald Crown Hotel acted as a trigger, instantly igniting the undercurrents lurking in the Dongwang district. Following this, 3 banks were looted, and a gruesome murder at a millionaire's mansion shocked the entire city, casting a pall of unease over the streets. The wailing of sirens pierced the silence as a 2-story tall, six-tailed fiery fox raced down the deserted streets, its red form like a shooting star, finally stopping in front of the Fox Maiden Cafe. Most shops had shut their doors due to the tense situation, but the cafe remained open, offering refuge to startled passers-by. The adorable little fox maidens were serving steaming drinks to the shaken customers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a massive fox head peeked into the doorway, its fierce eyes scanning the interior. The unexpected presence of such a giant creature sent the hiding patrons into a frenzy of screams. It's Xiaoguai. Don't be afraid, everyone, Xiaoguai is our friend. The little fox maidens exclaimed in delight, recognizing their kin. Xiaoguai is as majestic as the legendary Zhulong now. Xiaoguai used its celestial fox transformation to shrink down to the size of a horse. Only then did the crowd notice Fang Shihao on its back. His back was gruesomely wounded, spine exposed, drenched in blood, and his clothes in tatters, presenting a shocking sight. Beibei, The fox maiden closest to Fang Shihao burst into tears and dashed towards the office. Granny, Brother Fang is in critical condition. Granny, who appeared at the doorway in an instant, her sharp gaze assessing the swaying six tails of Xiaoguai and the severely injured Fang Shihao. The injuries are severe, but not critical, she concluded, recognizing that Fang Shihao had reached a professional level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. For a professional level beast tamer, as long as there's a breath left, any injury can be healed. She retrieved a relic blood vial, and the crimson essence dripped onto Fang Shihao's wounds. The flesh regenerated at a visible rate, organs settled back in place, and the injuries rapidly healed. This potent remedy could only be withstood by beasts, but a professional-level beast tamer's physique was akin to that of a beast, making such a strong medicine accelerate recovery. Take him back to the dorm to rest. A good sleep will suffice. Granny, who determined Fang Shihao was merely exhausted. Xiaoguai let out a soft whimper of gratitude. No need for formalities with me. Now, tell me what happened. As Xiaoguai recounted the events, though the cafe's patrons couldn't understand fox language, they could clearly see Granny, whose expression growing more serious. The arrogance of the Xie family is astounding, daring to treat the juniors of Qingqiu University like this. You all stay here, and let's see who dares to cause trouble in my establishment. The appointed third-generation nine-tailed flame fox owner had nearly perished, and Granny, who could no longer contain her anger. After comforting Xiaoguai, she returned to the office and dialed a special number that required a password to connect. Old lady who, are you nearing your end? Why are you calling me out of the blue? Even if you die, I won't. Enough with the nonsense. I just need to ask you something. Do you care about the third-generation nine-tailed flame fox owner being assassinated by the aristocratic family? On the other end of the phone, Ji Beixian, the white-haired and bearded prince of Hailu, suddenly stood up, his brows furrowed. Don't try to scare me, old woman. It's been over 100 years since a nine-tailed flame fox appeared. As a legendary figure from the founding era, Ji Beixian's name shines brightly in history books. The nephew of the first emperor and cousin of the second emperor of the Tunglong Empire, he fought alongside top-tier mythical creatures like the nine-tailed flame fox and Zhu Yin with his 15-star mythical azure dragon, battling against the archaic gods. In times of disaster, heroes will emerge. The archaic gods of the third generation are stirring, and it's time for the third generation of the nine-tailed to appear. The voice on the other end said firmly. All right, who has upset your promising young one? Ji Beixian asked thoughtfully. A brat from the Xie family. The Xie family again. Ji Beixian sneered. Why is it that every time something happens in Jingchuan City, it involves the Xie family? Xie Ping'an, that old ghost, mustn't think the empire can't do without them. I'll make sure the Xie family behaves. You focus on nurturing that child. The empire needs the third-generation nine-tailed flame fox. Okay, Granny, who replied, hanging up the phone, her expression still somber. She had hoped to use the royal family's power to make the Xie family pay, but Ji Beixian was only willing to give them a light warning. People change, and times are fickle. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao finally awoke from his deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark. He's awake. Brother Fang is awake? The three little fox girls immediately gathered around the bed. Brother Fang, have some water. Do you need anything to eat? Fang Shihao looked around and found himself lying on three children's beds pushed together, in the little fox girls' dormitory. Bei, Ying, Zhu, thank you for taking care of me. He sipped some water to moisten his throat and asked, where are Granny Hu and Xiaoguai? In the nine-tailed sanctuary, Bei explained. Granny Hu said Xiaoguai's breakthrough was rushed, and his foundation is unstable, so she took him to the sanctuary for recuperation. Suddenly remembering his current status as a bringer of misfortune, Fang Shihao hurriedly tried to leave, fearing he might bring trouble to the little fox girls. But Bei gently reassured him, it's okay, Brother Fang Shihao. Granny Hu said the Xie family won't bother you anymore. You can rest here in peace. Meanwhile, at the Xie family mansion, a harsh punishment was underway. Xie Mingqing knelt in the courtyard, his father Xie Wanjian wielding a whip, striking him repeatedly. After 10 lashes, Xie Mingqing collapsed on the ground, his body bloodied and battered. Do you know why I'm punishing you? Xie Wanjian wiped the blood off his face, looking coldly at his son. Yes, I failed to kill Fang Shihao. Xie Mingqing replied, panting. Today, I received hundreds of calls, all pressuring me for an explanation. Xie Wanjian growled, lowering his voice. I don't blame you for causing chaos in the East King district. I blame you for causing chaos without achieving your goal. When Xie Mingqing promised to take his enemies more seriously next time, Xie Wanjian cut him off. There won't be a next time. I don't know who that boy is connected to, but he managed to summon Ji Beixian, who hasn't appeared in 200 years. This ends now. But, no buts. You damn fool. Do you want to cost me my position as head of the family? Xie Wanjian roared, delivering a few more lashes until Xie Mingqing passed out. Then he coldly ordered, take this worthless son away. The city was engulfed in chaos as fires blazed everywhere. Rioters had damaged the power station, plunging most of the area into darkness. Beneath the facade of peace, long-suppressed discontent erupted like a volcano. Some took advantage to make a fortune, while others lost their lives due to their ambitions. The world was never fair. Those who did good deeds were not always rewarded, while the wicked reveled atop piles of corpses. Amid this turmoil, Fang Shihao's cafe was a cozy haven. In the flickering candlelight, a group of young fox girls sat in a circle, resting their chins on their hands, their fluffy fox ears twitching with the story's plot. Fang Shihao was narrating the tale of the hunter who cut open the wolf grandmother's belly to rescue Little Red Riding Hood, ending with her living happily ever after. All right, the story is over. Time for bed, Fang Shihao said, closing the storybook. No, no, tell us another one, Brother Fang Shihao, the little fox girls pleaded in unison. Then I'll tell you a story about a little fox who got eaten by a bad guy for not going to bed on time. Humph, you're mean. A little fox girl, half as tall as Fang, pouted with hands on her hips, looking even more adorable. Suddenly, the sound of the rolling shutter being tampered with rang out as someone tried to force their way in with a crowbar. The fox girls, who should have been extraordinary beast tamers, were terrified like ordinary children, clinging to Fang Shihao's leg or hiding behind him, trembling. Get lost if you don't want to die. Fang Shihao summoned a lightning spirit, illuminating the entire cafe with its blinding light. A bolt of lightning struck down near the intruders. There's a beast tamer. Run. The criminals dropped their tools and fled in panic. Don't worry, I'll sleep outside tonight. No one will harm you. Fang Shihao reassured the fox girls, gently patting their heads. Then we're off to bed. Good night, brother, Bebe said, standing on tiptoe to kiss Fang Shihao's cheek. The other fox girls followed suit, making it their bedtime ritual. Watching this, Fang Shihao's smile grew even brighter, silently vowing to raise 100 little fox girls in the future. Lying in bed, having slept all day, Fang Shihao felt wide awake. His consciousness entered the beast space to check on the recovery of Little Stone and Ma Yunvine. Ma Yunvine still appeared exhausted from the side effects of the Thousand Vine extinguish, requiring at least a month to recover. Little Stone's injuries had partially healed, with 2 arms reconstructed, voraciously consuming stones to speed up recovery. Every time Fang Shihao recalled Little Stone's sacrifice, his heart ached. He resolved to acquire the Forest King's artifact to help Little Stone ascend to epic level, or use life essence if necessary. Before dawn, the riot was finally suppressed. The sounds of gunfire and fighting gradually subsided, and sanitation workers began their shifts, cleaning up the aftermath and the victims' bodies. In the morning, the diligent little fox girls rose early to open the cafe. Standing at the entrance, Fang Shihao frowned, sensing someone watching him. A telescope was set up on the rooftop across the street, and the newsstand owner kept glancing over. Fang Shihao walked straight to the newsstand with a cold smile. If you have any tricks left, just bring them out. You dared to blow up a building. What are you afraid of now? Why hide and disgust people like this? You've got it wrong, sir. We're the young lady's subordinates, here to protect you. The newsstand owner was taken aback and quickly waved his hand to explain. Even if you're working for the young lady, please leave. I don't need protection. I'll ask the young lady for instructions. There's no need, you can all leave, said an elegant female voice. Cui Jiyun appeared, dressed in a smart office outfit with her hair neatly tied in a bun and wearing thin-rimmed glasses, walking towards them. I wanted to find you last night, but the news wasn't confirmed yet, so I didn't want to disturb you. What news needed confirmation? Of course, it's good news. Cui Jiyun smiled slightly. Xie Mingxing has been punished for his reckless behavior and is now confined at home for reflection. He won't be troubling you anymore. Fang Shihao suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Cui Jiyun asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" He thinks he can kill me whenever he wants and call a truce whenever he wishes. Where in the world does that happen? Fang Shihao wiped the tears from his eyes, his voice turning cold. It's not about him coming after me now. I won't let him go. All right, you have the right to seek revenge, Cui Jiyun said gently. But let me offer you some advice. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. There's no need to go head-to-head with the Xie family now, or you'll be the one at a disadvantage. In the following conversation, Cui Jiyun apologized for not arriving in time yesterday and offered to make amends. Fang Shihao, understanding her situation, calmly expressed his wish to know the exact method to obtain the Forest King's artifact as compensation. Cui Jiyun readily agreed. Over the next week, Fang Shihao focused on restoring his beast at the Fox Maiden Cafe. Visits from Principal Xuejing and Ruan Danqiu, as well as classmates' inquiries, did not disrupt his plans. Life Elixir revitalized the Ma Yun Vine. Little Guai healed its hidden injuries, and Little Stone regained its combat strength. Finally, Cui Jiyun brought important information about the Forest King's artifact. It serves as proof of specific beasts, including the Moss Giant, War Treant, Tiger Mountain Lord, Bear Mountain Lord, and 100 Flower Fairy. Only by defeating these specific beasts can one obtain the Forest King's artifact, and it is also a necessary condition for these beasts to advance to epic level. The sea breeze was humid, the coconut groves lush, and on the endless sandy beach, two six-tailed fire foxes were fiercely battling. Flames reddened the sky, and the surging waves reflected the firelight, transforming the once peaceful vacation spot into an apocalyptic battleground. After recovering from his injuries, Fang Shihao witnessed this rare duel firsthand. With only about 10 six-tailed fire foxes across the country, seeing two of them engaged in a life-and-death struggle was a spectacle that held his gaze. So this is the true power of Zhulong. You really held back during our first spar, Fang Shihao said, unable to hide his astonishment. In the battle, Xiaoguai only briefly gained the upper hand when using the Danhua seal, while Zhulong dominated for the rest of the time. The gap between a 10-star epic and a 7-star epic was evident aside from the Danhua seal. Electric Flash and Blood Flame evolved from Blood Fire. Zhulong not only knew all of Xiaoguai's skills but mastered them to a greater degree. Coupled with its size advantage, Zhulong's dominance was expected. Xiaoguai has improved a lot since joining, Ruan Danqiu remarked candidly. His combat experience is richer, he sees his opportunities accurately, his minor skills are threatening, and his core skills are outstanding. Once he reaches 10 stars, even Zhulong might have to concede. That's all thanks to your guidance, Fang Shihao replied humbly. Undeniably, Ruan Danqiu's advice had helped him avoid many pitfalls. After the battle, the two foxes playfully chased each other into the distance. Ruan Danqiu suddenly turned to Fang Shihao. Have you considered letting them mate? They're both exceptional six-tailed fire foxes. They might produce an innate three-tailed fire fox. It depends on Xiaoguai's wishes. I don't want to force him. I think the key lies with you, Ruan Danqiu teased, lifting Fang Shihao's chin, her breath fragrant. If you agree, Xiaoguai will naturally follow. Sounds like you're planning to have your way with both master and servant, Fang Shihao said with a half-smile, not pulling away. That's exactly my intention. Ruan Danqiu's fingers traced to his chest, giving a gentle push, and Fang Shihao lay back on the sand. She immediately embraced him. In the distance, the two foxes noticed their owner's actions, blushing in response. After a moment's hesitation, Zhulong gently stroked Xiaoguai's cheek with a paw. Already fond of Zhulong and influenced by their owner's emotions, Xiaoguai let go of his shyness. The transition from passive to active took only an instant, as instincts embedded in their DNA quickly took over. Human endurance is indeed no match for beasts. 10 minutes later, Fang Shihao lay on the beach, panting heavily, beads of sweat mixed with sand clinging to his back. Ruan Danqiu lazily leaned against him, one leg casually draped over him, whispering softly in his ear, "No one has ever touched me before. You're my first man. Consider yourself lucky." This was far more enjoyable than I imagined. Looking back, I was really foolish to waste 10 years. Fang Shihao was surprised that the seemingly worldly Ruan Danqiu had such purity. Recalling the recent experience, he realized her words were true. Really? Why would I lie? People my age don't compare to me, and I'm not interested in older ones. Among the younger generation, you're the one I like best, Ruan Danqiu said frankly. Fang Shihao was momentarily speechless, hesitant to make any promises of commitment, yet unwilling to seem indifferent. Ruan Danqiu seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly. Consider this a reward for escaping the siege from the Xie family. After today, I won't acknowledge any of this. Don't think about dating me. When I graduated from college and became a teacher, you were still in elementary school. We're not suitable. You've said it all. What else can I say? Fang Shihao replied with a wry smile. You cheeky boy, just enjoy the moment, Ruan Danqiu said, her eyes twinkling, before she affectionately entwined herself with him again. In the calm that followed, Fang Shihao finally understood Ruan Danqiu's intentions. With her qualities, she could have settled down long ago if she wanted an ordinary marriage. Clearly, she was pursuing the path to becoming a top-tier beast master, rather than a mundane life of marriage. She neither needed Fang Shihao to take responsibility nor wanted to be bound by marriage. Yet, by giving him her first time, she left a pure memory in his heart. In the afternoon, Fang Shihao went to class at Ice Phoenix University as usual. Only a few well-informed noble scions knew about his feat of defeating Xie Mingqing and escaping. Those who previously disregarded the retainer of the second Miss Cui now nodded politely when they saw him. Surviving repeated attacks from the Xie family's beast masters and escaping unscathed was a testament to his strength and background, earning their respect. At 1 o'clock, the class with elemental teacher Ranjing was about to start. An eye-catching figure approached Fang Shihao and sat beside him. It was Li Pinglan, the scion of the Wucai Jinjili family, who had shown goodwill towards Fang Shihao multiple times. I've been inquiring about you recently. To be honest, I intended to help you, Li Pinglan said. Whether true or not, I appreciate it, Fang Shihao replied sincerely. The Li family was well regarded in Jingchuan City, with 8 out of the last 10 mayors coming from their family. The Wucai Jinji was known to be extremely demanding of its master's character, punishing any wrongdoing. Every master of the Wucai Jinji adhered to the virtues of wisdom, courage, trust, benevolence, and righteousness. Congratulations on turning the tide and finding a way out of certain death. Now with the six-tailed firefox, unless the Xie family elders intervene, your peers can't touch you. Li Pinglan continued. Do I have the capability to kill my peers? Fang Shihao said, his face expressionless, uttering the chilling words. Li Pinglan immediately became alert, glanced around, and lowered his voice. You're thinking of taking revenge on Xie Mingcheng. He didn't want anyone else to hear such rebellious remarks. I advise you not to act recklessly. Xie Mingcheng has trained 3 epic-level Ghost Kings, making him the strongest in our generation. Who can take on 3 at once? He continued his analysis. Even if you manage to kill Xie Mingcheng, you'll still have to face the entire Xie family. Even if you marry Cui Xie, the Cui family won't risk going to war with the Xie family for your sake. You'll end up facing the Xie family elders, a dozen or so masters of legendary and epic-level beasts. Do you think you can handle that? Seeing the fierce light in Fang Shihao's eyes gradually dim, Li Pinglan breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Wait until you advance to a master-level beast tamer, and Xie Mingcheng hasn't yet become the head of the Xie family. Then you can settle the score. Li Pinglan's sincere attitude made Fang Shihao suspicious. I don't understand. Why are you helping me? The reason is simple, Li Pinglan said frankly. You're a rare talent from a humble background, and even more rare is that you haven't forgotten your roots and dare to speak up for the common people. I've seen your criticisms of the Xie family in the student group, and it was exhilarating. Li Pinglan became more animated as he spoke. This world is so distorted. 1% of people hoard 99% of the wealth, while the rich indulge and the poor freeze to death in the streets. Our nation's resources could support billions, yet people still starve to death in the Blackwater district. In Jingchuan City, at least the noble families keep each other in check, but in remote areas, some families treat commoners like livestock, committing all sorts of atrocities. That's a bit inappropriate, Fang Shihao reminded. Your Li family is also a beneficiary of the system. To betray a decaying class, so be it. Without the ambition to teach the sun and moon to renew the heavens, how can one deserve the colorful phoenix? Li Pinglan said with determination. His beast space echoed with a high-pitched crow, which Fang Shihao interpreted as the resolute cry of a martyr. I understand. You want to dismantle the family system. Not that extreme. I just want to see some change in this murky world. Fang Shihao nodded. I agree with your ideals, but right now the most important thing is to improve our strength. Without power, everything is just empty talk. I thought I could persuade you to join me in something big, but you're so calm. Li Pinglan smiled wryly. But being grounded is good too. Great things require people like you. Fang Shihao remained silent. If he hesitated even to kill Xie Mingcheng, how could he challenge the entrenched families of 200 years? It was too soon. As a commoner, he was well aware of the family's sins, but he also knew he was not yet powerful enough to change anything. Reach out if you ever need anything, Li Pinglan said. It's rare to find a like-minded friend, and I don't want you to die young. I will. After Li Pinglan left with a carefree demeanor, Fang Shihao remained seated in the classroom, lost in deep thought. It wasn't until the bell rang that he snapped back to reality. In the evening, as the library's closing announcement echoed, Fang Shihao gathered his books and prepared to head home. On the path near the school gate, he noticed a familiar figure, Professor Wu Ying, pacing back and forth. Good evening, Professor. You're still here? Fang Shihao greeted him first. You're here, Professor Wu Ying replied with a hint of amusement in his deep voice. I heard you're back at school, so I waited here for you. No need to wait so long, Professor. You could have just come to the classroom, Fang Shihao said, scratching his head, feeling slightly embarrassed at the thought of the professor waiting for hours. Professor Wu Ying waved his hand dismissively. No. If other students see you getting too close to me, there might be more gossip. The gentle professor was well aware of his odd reputation at the school and didn't want to cause trouble for Fang Shihao. Don't worry about that, Professor. My reputation at school isn't great anyway, Fang Shihao replied with a self-deprecating smile. From being seen as a freeloader to defeating Xiao Weijia and clearing his name, and then becoming a pariah for offending the Xie family, he felt isolated at Binghuang University, reminiscent of his high school days. Professor Wu Ying then turned to more serious matters. There are 2 important announcements from the school. After the faculty's expedition to the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm on Wednesday, it has been confirmed that the Ice Crystal Phoenix will hatch in a month and a half, during winter break. To prevent underprepared students from taking dangerous risks, the school has decided to hold a year-end exam to select 1,000 students from the 5,000 enrolled. Although the exam format is still being discussed, given your abilities, passing shouldn't be an issue. However, you might not have an advantage in the competition for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, so use this calm period to strengthen yourself. Fang Shihao nodded earnestly. Thank you for letting me know, Professor. I'll do my best. After Professor Wu Ying left, Fang Shihao felt grateful for the professor's candidness. On his way home, Fang Shihao sat in the car, thinking about how everything at home would be just as usual. The kitchen would already be preparing dinner, and the maids would have cleaned the house spotless. He dialed Jean Tao's number and asked, "When will the second miss return?" Fang Shihao and Cui Xia had been out of touch for exactly a week. After confirming that he had safely overcome his ordeal, Cui Xia focused on nurturing the young Tyrannosaurus, spending her days in the Jurassic sanctuary that was most conducive to the dinosaur's growth. According to Jin Tao, it seemed that her retreat would last at least half a month. Fang Shihao relayed the information he had received from Professor Crow to Jin Tao. "When you see the second miss, let her know about these matters. Also, remind her to resolve the issue of the fourth beast in the Jurassic sanctuary soon, so she can advance to the professional level as a beast tamer." For ordinary beast tamers, reaching the professional level was a significant hurdle, but for the naturally gifted heirs of noble families, it was merely a matter of time. They could either spend more time building a perfect lineup or compromise slightly to advance sooner. That evening, Fang Shihao read for a while before going to bed, sleeping dreamlessly through the night. The next morning, a burgundy Ferrari pulled up in front of the garden villa. Through the car window, Fang Shihao saw Cui Zhiyun in the driver's seat. "What are you doing here? We shouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore." As a retainer of Cui Xia, Fang Shihao was well aware of his position. "You certainly stick to your principles," Cui Zhiyun chuckled. "Don't worry, I have no intention of coming between you and Xia. Get in the car. I have something to discuss with you." Cui Zhiyun, appearing openly at Cui Xia's doorstep, surrounded by Xia's informants, demonstrated her lack of ill intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shihao got into the car. Cui Zhiyun deliberately slowed down, clearly wanting more time to talk. "You met with Professor Crow last night, didn't you? He must have told you about the recent events. Your information is quite up to date. There are things even Professor Crow doesn't know, like the format of this year's final exams," Cui Zhiyun confidently stated. "Last weekend, Vice Principal Wu Minzhong went to the capital and will return tomorrow morning. As far as I know, he went to request the use of the Tongtian Tower Sanctuary from the royal family." "Sanctuaries can be borrowed?" Fang Shihao asked in surprise. Cui Zhiyun explained the nature of sanctuaries in detail. "They are dimensions separate from Earth, accessible in various ways. Initially, one must enter through a fixed entrance, but once a beast tamer imprints their spirit to control the sanctuary, the entrance can be converted into a beacon. Those with the beacon or permission from the owner can enter, though there are restrictions. If one knows the coordinates of a sanctuary, they can even use a spatial beast to open a portal and enter." Recalling his own experiences with sanctuaries, Fang Shihao found it to be true. "What kind of sanctuary is the Tongtian Tower? How does the assessment work?" The Tongtian Tower, also known as the Tower of Myriad Beast Spirits, is where the souls of beasts go when they die in battle or of old age. Over 2 centuries, it has accumulated the souls of countless beasts. It's primarily used for the coursework assessments of royal family members, requiring examinees to climb the tower. The 100-story Tongtian Tower becomes increasingly difficult with each level, but is completely safe. If you can't continue, you can exit at any time. With 5,000 students climbing the tower, the number of levels ascended determines the results, making it both efficient and fair. Not bad. The results are fair and transparent, safe and risk-free. Climbing the tower is indeed a good choice, Fang Shihao thought to himself, approving the decision made by the leadership of Binghuang University. Cui Zhiyun, driving the vehicle, calmly explained, "The main concern is safety. Given the current turbulent times, the school doesn't want students losing their lives in unnecessary battles." The car soon reached the school's main gate, but Cui Zhiyun didn't stop and continued driving. Fang Shihao frowned slightly. "Where are you taking me?" "Relax," Cui Zhiyun said with a slight smile. "I won't harm you. I'm taking you to meet someone who can help you achieve your dreams." Trusting the Cui sisters, Fang Shihao didn't question further, and instead asked about something else that caught his attention. "What did you mean by turbulent times earlier? Is something significant happening? Didn't Cui Xia tell you?" Seeing Fang Shihao shake his head, Cui Zhiyun's gaze deepened. "She probably hasn't learned about it yet. If she knew, she would definitely tell you." She paused briefly. "Do you know about the Desolate God?" "I do. I've read about it in some Beast Master travelogues." Fang Shihao began to explain in detail. "The Desolate God is the strongest among Beast Kings, a terrifying creature that surpasses the 15-star mythological limit. Every time a Desolate God is born, it causes a massive impact on the civilized world." He continued, "There have been 2 occurrences of the Desolate God in the history of the Tunglong Empire. The first was during the founding period, when the Desolate God continuously encroached on human living space, eventually being defeated by united human beast masters. The second was during the Empire's peak, when we had reclaimed 80 of our territory and were preparing to completely drive out the beasts. But the Desolate God suddenly appeared, leading a beast horde that pushed the Imperial army back to Jingchuan City, forcibly redefining the national borders. You're right, Cui Jiyun sighed softly. The Empire has faced the desolate god twice, with one victory and one defeat. In the defeat, our borders were reduced by 3,000 miles. Now, with the birth of the third desolate god, we don't know if this battle will end in victory or defeat. I'm surprised you have such concern for the nation and its people. I must say I admire that. It's simply lamenting the hardships of the people. Regardless of victory or defeat, the common folk will suffer. Fang Shihao remained silent at these words. He was well aware that this noble lady's seemingly sincere words were likely meant to win his favor, clearly intending to recruit him. But sometimes, it's better to understand without speaking out, and they could still be friends. After a brief silence, the car stopped in front of a building. We're here, Cui Jiyun said. Qingxin Tea House. The elegant green sign of the tea house had a striking contrast with the bright red ghost head logo printed in the corner, making it particularly eye-catching. This was the symbol of the Xie family, and any shop bearing the ghost head logo enjoyed a special immunity. Tax officials, health inspectors, and police officers all avoided investigating, and even gangs collecting protection fees would steer clear, fearing deadly consequences. You're leading me to a dead end, Fang Shihao murmured softly as he looked at the shop. His unresolved grievances with the Xie family made entering the shop akin to walking into a trap. Do you dare to enter? Cui Jiyun asked, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Why wouldn't I? Fang Shihao tossed his head and strode up the steps. Inside, the decor was elegant and exquisite. Dry ice mist rose like fairy mist from fountains, koi swam leisurely in the pond below, and dragon incense burned slowly in an antique copper incense burner. A tea master, dressed in a simple white cheongsam, knelt at a root-carved tea table, gracefully preparing tea. 3 teacups were placed on the table, 2 clearly prepared for Fang Shihao and Cui Jiyun. Please have a seat, the host said, his voice warm and courteous, while sitting with his back to the entrance. Fang Shihao and Cui Jiyun took seats on either side. With Fang Shihao staring directly at the host and asking coldly, "Who are you?" "Your man lacks manners," the host remarked, turning to Cui Jiyun, who simply raised her teacup and blew gently, appearing indifferent. "I have no reason to be polite to the Xie family," Fang Shihao retorted bluntly. "Are you implying that you're ready for a fight to the death with us?" The host chuckled derisively. Fang Shihao remained silent, refusing to answer. "You're a tough one, just the right person for the job." The host adjusted his posture. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xie Mingyun, Xie Mingqing's cousin. I've invited you here to hire you to kill Xie Mingqing in the ancient glacier secret realm." The proposal left Fang Shihao momentarily speechless. Seeing Cui Jiyun's calm expression, he began to understand the situation. Xie Mingyun and Xie Mingqing were both heirs of the Xie family, known for their ruthless succession battles. "I'm 5 years older than Xie Mingqing and more talented. In a normal course of events, the one to cultivate the supreme ghost king should have been me, and there would be no need to act against him." Xie Mingyun's refined facade gradually crumbled, revealing a more sinister nature, but he has a covetous desire for the ice crystal phoenix. "This is a top-tier beast that can rival the supreme ghost king. Even if I cultivate the supreme ghost king before him, with the ice crystal phoenix, he could still challenge me. If he also cultivates a supreme ghost king, the position of family head would surely fall to him." I advised him to give up, but he stubbornly refused, so he can't blame his elder brother for being ruthless. "Why should I help you?" Fang Shihao sneered. He had no fondness for the Xie family. If he were to kill Xie Mingqing, it would be of his own accord, not at the Xie family's behest. "That's a huge mistake." Xie Mingyun's voice suddenly rose. "You're not helping me, you're helping yourself. Your existence is a disgrace to Xie Mingqing. Once he gains power, the first thing he'll do is kill you to wash away that shame. The only reason you're still safe is because Xie Mingqing is just one of many heirs and doesn't hold enough weight yet. Do you really think the people backing you will still protect you once he becomes the head of the Xie family?" Seeing Fang Shihao remain unmoved, Xie Mingyun took out 2 relics from her spatial ring and placed them on the table. The Thunder God's Sword of Heavenly Punishment, gleaming with silver light, and the Radiant Sunlight Cloak, shining with golden brilliance. Your 4th beast is a lightning spirit. With the Thunder God's Sword of Heavenly Punishment, it has a chance to master a legacy-level skill. The Radiant Sunlight Cloak's blazing sunlight skill is highly effective against dark attributes, countering the Ghost King. Xie Mingyun smiled confidently. "If you're willing to assassinate Xie Mingqing in the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm, these 2 relics are yours. As a reward, you'll also receive a Ghost King egg. Even if you fail to kill him, as long as you prevent him from obtaining the 2 relics of the Ice Phoenix, you can keep one of them." Fang Shihao's gaze was deeply drawn to the 2 relics. The Thunder God's Sword of Heavenly Punishment was of epic level, and the Radiant Sunlight Cloak was of monarch level, both top-tier equipment. "Aren't you afraid I'll take the relics and disappear?" His tone softened noticeably. "Ha ha ha," Xie Mingyun laughed heartily. "No one can take the Xie family's possessions for free. Trust me, Offending me is 10 times scarier than offending Xie Mingqing. All right, Fang Shihao agreed. The best outcome is you'll have one less competitor forever, and at worst, I can't prevent Xie Mingqing from threatening you. I promise to do everything I can to thwart his plans and make sure he doesn't get the Ice Phoenix. In addition to that, I want to receive my reward in advance. I want the Ghost King egg. Fang Shihao seized the opportunity to up the stakes. Xie Mingyun was slightly surprised, but still took out the Ghost King egg from her beast space. The egg, about 80 centimeters tall, was deep black with twisted green energy patterns on its surface, emanating a strong aura of malevolence. It's almost time for class, let's leave it at that. Cui Jiyun stood up. I'll be responsible for supervising Fang Shihao. I look forward to your good news, Xie Mingyun said with significant meaning as she looked at Fang Shihao. I won't disappoint you. Back in the car, Fang Shihao's face turned grim instantly. This time, I'm truly at odds with the Xie family. Isn't Xie Mingyun being quite sincere? Whatever you want, she gives it to you. Cui Jian remarked. That's exactly the problem, Fang Shihao sneered. She's being too generous. This isn't how a negotiation should look. She's throwing money at me to make me greedy and forget the cost of killing an heir of the Xie family. You're quite perceptive. A sparkle of admiration flashed in Cui Jiyun's eyes, secretly praising Fang Shihao for maintaining clarity of mind despite the allure of great rewards. It's okay. Cui Jian chuckled softly. This way, I don't have to worry about you being sold off and counting money for others. She analyzed seriously. Just now, Xie Mingyan promised to give you the Scorching Sun Cloak, but there's a hidden danger. As soon as you complete the task, he'll come after you to reclaim the cloak and gain a reputation for righteous vengeance within his family. I don't get it. Fang Shihao frowned. Isn't the Thunder God Sword of Heavenly Punishment more valuable? Artifacts aren't just about their level, Cui Jiyun explained. The Thunder God Sword is only useful for Thunder-type beasts, but the Scorching Sun Cloak is different. It effectively restrains the Xie family's Ghost Kings. She then revealed a shocking secret. Ghost Kings are unlike ordinary spirits and demons. Energy attacks like fire and lightning are useless against them. The only thing they fear is sunlight. Low-level Ghost Kings become weak under sunlight, and only sunlight-based skills can severely damage those at the Lord level or higher. These are tightly guarded secrets of the aristocratic families. Ordinary beast tamers have no idea, she continued. The Xie family has a century-long plan to eliminate sunlight-type beasts within the empire. Whenever they discover a tribe that controls sunlight, like the Sun Elf clans or the Solar Flame pool formed by the fall of the three-legged Golden Crow, they spare no effort to annihilate them. The Scorching Sun Cloak was a trophy from exterminating the Sun Elf tribe, and the Xie family has only a few, used specifically for internal conflicts. Fang Shihao leaned back in his chair, eyes closed with a light smile. I knew that old fox had ulterior motives, trying to use me as a pawn and then cut me down. But he underestimated me. I'm like a mythical creature that only takes in, never gives back. Once something's in my hands, it's not leaving. Cui Jiyun turned to him, a sly glint in her eyes. There's a way you can complete the task and still keep the reward safely, making Xie Mingyun dare not betray you. Let's hear it. Work with me. I'll help you kill Xie Mingsheng, and afterwards, I'll have your back. I refuse, Fang Shihao replied solemnly. A loyal minister doesn't serve two masters, and a good woman doesn't marry two husbands. Cui Jiyun seized on his words, smiling charmingly. But you're a man, and men like you enjoy having multiple wives, don't you? Fang Shihao sat up straight, his expression serious. Miss, from the first time we met, you've been testing me. You know who I am. I won't betray Xie. What if she betrays you? She won't. Fang Shihao answered firmly, then added, even if she doesn't choose me, I'll accept it. I owe her. I've always overshadowed Xie since we were young. I matured earlier, had greater talent, and was the perfect heir in the elder's eyes. I had privileges she didn't. She always envied me. Cui Jiyun gazed out the window, a look of envy in her eyes. I find myself envious of her now, envious of her willingness to do anything for her goals, and even more envious that she has someone as loyal as you by her side. Her smile was tinged with bitterness and self-mockery, recalling how she once mocked Cui Xie for being devoted to a poor boy from a humble background. As it turned out, Cui Xie had made the right choice. Fang Shihao was indeed worth it. On the way back to school, Cui Jiyun remained silent. It wasn't until they were almost there that she couldn't hold back any longer, her tone laced with resentment. Fang Shihao, remember, you owe not only her, but me as well. Because of you, I parted ways with Xie Mingsheng, who should have been my partner in the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm. Fang Shihao merely blinked, his face expressionless. Get out. Cui Jiyun's patience wore thin, and she assumed the demeanor of a young lady of privilege. Thank you, miss, Fang Shihao replied, bowing slightly, his tone calm. After all, she was indeed a lady of status, entitled to her outbursts. That afternoon, deviating from his usual routine of visiting the library, Fang Shihao drove to the Beastmaster Guild. The guild in Jingchuan City was bustling, with thousands of Beastmasters gathered there. In the spacious task hall, 3 massive LED task panels, each over 100 meters, updated every few minutes. Beastmasters came and went, accepting and submitting tasks in an orderly fashion. Within the beast space, the usually reticent rock giant was unusually excited. Fang Shihao had promised the night before to begin searching for the Forest King's artifact today, filling it with anticipation. Ever since Little Guai evolved into a 6-tailed fire fox, its strength had completely outclassed Little Stone, able to defeat it within 10 moves in a duel. The gap between epic and king level was immense, driving Little Stone's eagerness to break through. Having not visited the Beastmaster Guild for months, Fang Shihao had 2 objectives this time: to post a task and to accept one. He posted a bounty on the task board, a reward of 3 million for specific locations of beasts like Moss Giant, 100 Flower Fairy, War Treant, and Tiger Mountain Lord that could drop the Forest King's artifact. After posting the task, Fang Shihao began searching for a wilderness hunting task. With the epic level 6-tailed fire fox and having advanced to a professional beastmaster himself, the risks were greatly reduced as long as he didn't venture too deep into the wilds. With final exams approaching, and a subsequent entry into the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm to compete for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, strength was essential. It was crucial to elevate Little Stone to epic level during this time, while also increasing the star levels of Mo Yunvine and Thunder Spirit. While Fang Shihao was contemplating future plans, his phone vibrated. A message from the Beastmaster Guild staff informed him that someone had accepted his task and requested him to discuss it at the Skylark Pavilion on the 2nd floor. Fang Shihao went there immediately. Upon opening the private room door, he found 3 Beastmasters in their late 20s dining, appearing to have recently graduated. Sorry to interrupt, but may I ask who accepted the task I posted? Fang Shihao asked directly. Gao Guyu, sitting at the head of the table, elegantly dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and shook hands with Fang Shihao. She got straight to the point. I know the exact location of Tiger Mountain Lord. Is the information accurate, and how timely is it? With a confident smile, Gao Guyu replied, absolutely accurate. I just returned from Tiger Mountain Lord's territory 3 days ago. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Give me the coordinates, Fang Shihao responded decisively, showcasing his straightforward and efficient style. You're really planning to go? Aren't you afraid for your life? Mo Zedong couldn't help but laugh, clearly intrigued by the young man's reckless demeanor at their first meeting. Brother, you might not fully understand, Gao Guyu said seriously. Tiger Mountain Lord is an epic-level beastmaster with a dozen king-level followers. Going in solo might be too dangerous. Fang Shihao scratched his head awkwardly. I was just thinking about challenging Tiger Mountain Lord Unknown and forgot it has subordinates. That's definitely not easy to handle. Mo Zedong leaned her elbows on the table, resting her delicate face on her hands. So you're saying you could take on Tiger Mountain Lord Unknown? I should be able to manage. Fang Shihao cautiously left room for doubt. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Gao Guyu continued, to be honest, our hunting target is Tiger Mountain Lord. Counselor Renchitsai is offering 2 billion for its Tiger Whip. Our team accepted the task, but after exploring the territory, we found the opponent too strong and are looking to recruit new teammates. And then you wanted to invite me to join the team, Fang Shihao interjected. But after meeting me, you thought I was too young and not strong enough? It's true we judged by appearance, and that's our fault. We apologize, Gao Guyu admitted sincerely. Changing the subject, Mo Zedong teased. Judging by appearance is human nature, like choosing who to share an elevator with. Most people would choose a beauty over someone less attractive. But Lu Jiming would definitely choose the latter, because he gets so nervous, he can't speak around beautiful women. Ha, indeed. I wouldn't dare speak in front of a beauty, Lu Jiming retorted quickly and sharply, subtly implying Mo Zedong wasn't a beauty. Go to hell. Mo Zedong feigned anger, raising an emperor crab leg as if to strike, but stopped when Lu Jiming shrank back. Ignoring their playful banter, Gao Guyu turned to Fang Shihao and asked, Brother, do you want to join us? The Tiger Whip is the mission target, but any other spoils are yours. Could you share some details about your main beasts? Fang Shihao asked cautiously. Of course. I have an 8-star king-level golden sand fox. Xiaomo has 2 6-star lord-level terraclaw dragons. Jiming's main beast is a 6-star lord-level gargoyle, with a 7-star king-level astral dragon as support. We're all professional-level beast masters. You'll see them in action once we enter the wilderness. The 3-member team consisted of Gao Guyu, whose main beast was at the king level, while the other 2 had main beasts at the full-star lord level. Fang Shihao observed the trio calmly, calculating in his mind. Professional beast tamers have a well-established combat system, and under such a system, even a lord-level beast could potentially challenge a king-level opponent. Moreover, any professional beast tamer has the capability to single-handedly defeat a solitary king-level beast. Alright, I agree to join your team. As long as you can hold off Tiger Mountain Lord's subordinates, I'll handle Tiger Mountain Lord himself, Fang Shihao said in a deep voice. Wow, that's bold. Mo Zedong's eyes sparkled. I like guys with your kind of confidence. Gao Guyu's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. May I ask what your main beast is that gives you the confidence to take on the epic Tiger Mountain Lord alone? Six-tailed fire fox. Those simple words made Gao Guyu gasp. As a graduate of Qingqiu University, he knew all too well what a six-tailed fire fox represented. It's a true master of land battles and a top-tier presence even among epic beasts. As long as the star level difference isn't too great, the six-tailed fire fox is fully capable of going toe-to-toe with Tiger Mountain Lord. Is your surname Fang? Gao Guyu probed. As a graduate from 3 years ago, he kept up with the happenings at his alma mater. It was said that this year, Qingqiu University had recruited a prodigious talent with the potential to cultivate a third-generation nine-tailed flame fox, and his name was Fang Shihao. Fang Shihao. It's really you. Gao Guyu exclaimed excitedly, standing up. I'm a graduate of Qingqiu University too. We're like family. The two quickly started reminiscing about their university days, and the atmosphere became lively. Gao Guyu suggested waiving the mission commission, but Fang Shihao insisted on paying 3 million, believing that the location of Tiger Mountain Lord was worth the price. Before setting off, Fang Shihao remained cautious and called Yuan Danqiu to verify Gao Guyu's identity. After confirming that Gao Guyu was indeed an outstanding graduate from his alma mater, who had achieved 7th place in the 4-school joint exercise, he was completely reassured. After arranging his affairs at home and taking leave, at 1 p.m., Fang Shihao and Gao Guyu's team set off in an armored vehicle heading into the mountains. The best mode of transportation for a beastmaster is an armored vehicle. This car is not only affordable and robust, but also capable of withstanding attacks from low to mid-level beasts. Inside the spacious rear compartment, 2 rows of luxurious leather sofas are neatly arranged, and the various drinks in the transparent cooler glisten enticingly under the soft interior lighting. The constant 23-degree air conditioning adds to the comfort. Choosing seats was quite interesting. Gao Guyu and Lu Jiming naturally sat together, and just as Fang Shihao was about to join this men's group, Mo Zedong beckoned him alluringly to the empty seat beside her, saying, "Come, sit with me. I'll treat you to some candy. Go ahead. What are you waiting for?" Gao Guyu teased with a wink. "Then I'll graciously accept the invitation," Fang Shihao replied, choosing the more pleasing seat next to Mo Zedong, charmed by her beautiful face and graceful figure. Once the armored vehicle was on the move, Gao Guyu put on a serious face and said, "Even among close friends, we should be clear about the split. Let's decide on the bounty distribution now. The 2 billion bounty will be divided into 5 parts. Our 2 temporary teammates will each get a share, and the remaining 1.2 billion will be split among the 3 of us. Shihao, with your strength, you deserve 2 shares, which is 80 million. You said before that the 3 million was my due, so don't refuse it now. Everyone gets what they deserve. Gao is fair, and we all agree with his allocation plan," Mo Zedong quickly added, worried that Fang Shihao might decline. Lu Jinming, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Looking at his teammates who wanted him, still a student without a stable income, to take more money, Fang Shihao solemnly promised, "For this hunt, I'll give it my all to take down Tiger Mountain Lord." "That's the spirit, little brother. Here's a candy as a reward," Mo Zedong laughed, pouring a glass of whiskey and dropping a fruit hard candy into it, then taking a sip. Her lips parted slightly, revealing the glistening, liquor-coated candy. Fang Shihao was taken aback. "Wow, you're really intense. I'm no match for you. She just likes to mess around." "Don't worry, Shihao is a serious person." Gao Guyu immediately assumed a leader's stance. "As if anyone here isn't serious. Just teasing the little brother." Mo Zedong sighed dramatically, swallowing the candy. Throughout the journey, Gao Guyu was lively and engaging, Mo Zedong witty and entertaining, and though Lu Jiming spoke little, his occasional comments were perfectly timed, filling the trip with laughter. As the armored vehicle left the smooth road and hit a bumpy dirt path, everyone's expressions turned serious. Entering the wilderness required constant vigilance, as any lapse could lead to danger for professional beastmasters. After half an hour of bumping along, the road ended. The 4 disembarked, and Gao Guyu instructed the driver, "Come back to pick us up at this time tomorrow afternoon. If we don't arrive, set off a firework. If there's no response within 5 minutes, assume we've met with misfortune." Even the most powerful beastmasters can't guarantee survival in the wild. Encountering an archaic god is certain death. To date, no one on Earth has ever defeated an archaic god in an unknown battle. After confirming their direction, Gao Guyu led the team southwest, with Fang Shihao closely following, and Mo Zedong and Lu Jinming bringing up the rear. In the wilderness, it's easy to lose your way, so it's important to use a compass to check your direction after walking some distance. Gao Guyu, while leading the way, shared his years of survival experience with Fang Shihao in the wilderness. Look for unique markers in the seemingly identical forest landscape, such as a uniquely shaped ancient tree or a prominent boulder. Use these as memory points to easily find your way back. The four-person team moved at an impressive pace. As professional beast tamers, they possessed extraordinary physical abilities, effortlessly traversing mountains and hills. Even the hidden poisonous creatures in the environment posed no threat to them. This is why professional beast tamers are the main force in exploring the wild. Unless faced with a formidable enemy, nothing can stop their progress. Along the way, they cautiously avoided the territories of powerful beasts. The dangerous areas that couldn't be avoided had already been cleared by Gao Guyu and the others a few days prior. The ultimate goal of this journey was the Tiger Mountain Lord, and Fang Shihao was well aware of the priorities, restraining his urge to hunt along the way. By evening, the team reached their previous campsite. The defenses were still intact. Dozens of freshly cut logs formed a hexagonal fortress, with the ashes of a campfire in the center. Gao Guyu checked the limes spread around the area to ensure no wild animals had visited. Prepare for the night, Gao Guyu commanded, and the three team members immediately sprang into action. He first released two beasts. A long-tentacled earthworm burrowed underground to monitor large creatures within a 10-mile radius, while a red-armored drought centipede patrolled the camp, drying the damp ground. Mo Zedong released a swarm of ghostly blue glowworms into the night sky. These mutated fireflies quickly formed a defensive network within a kilometer radius. With a strong territorial instinct, they collectively attacked any intruding beasts, even those below the lord level. Lu Jinming placed net sky green vines at the four corners of the camp. Despite its intimidating name, this awakened plant beast is essentially a fortified version of a common houseplant, capable of purifying air and toxins while releasing healing mist. Watching the three showcase their skills, transforming the wilderness into a comfortable camp in no time, Fang Shihao was amazed. Seeing this, Gao Guyu smiled and explained, "Many beast tamers overly pursue combat power, overlooking these seemingly weak yet highly practical low-level beasts. Although not strong in battle, they can create a comfortable resting space in the harshest environments. Moreover, they don't occupy the precious beast slots, and with proper cultivation, they can become reliable assistants." Fang Shihao suddenly understood. As a beast tamer well-versed in literature, he was familiar with these low-level beasts, but never thought to utilize them effectively. He realized he was exactly the type of tamer Gao Guyu described, one who focused too much on combat power. In the future, when I have some time, I should also cultivate some utility-type beasts, Fang Shihao thought to himself. This will not only enhance the diversity of my beast space, but also make life in the wild more comfortable. Under the protection of multiple monitoring measures, he passed the night peacefully. As dawn broke, the four-member team had already washed up and was ready to go. Next, we head straight to the territory of Tiger Lord at Withered Poplar Ridge, Gao Guyu said with a serious expression. It's a dangerous mission. Shihao, are you confident? Rest assured, senior brother, Fang Shihao replied confidently. I've participated in the four-school joint exercises and have plenty of real combat experience. I won't hold the team back. Satisfied with this response, Gao Guyu nodded. With your assurance, I'm at ease. Let's move out. He had full confidence in his talented junior, who had gained quite a reputation at their alma mater. The four-member team marched quickly towards Withered Poplar Ridge, cutting through the underbrush. As they reached the base of the ridge, dense yellow miasma rose among the trees, mixed with a nauseating stench of decay. The poplar trees on the mountain were all dead, the sky dim, and the toxic miasma pervasive, with no birds or beasts in sight. This was the infamous and fearsome Withered Poplar Ridge. Do you see that crooked tree at the top of the mountain? Gao Guyu, hidden in the shrubbery, pointed towards the peak. Tiger Lord rests under that tree. Every day at 8 in the morning and 6 in the evening, he descends to patrol his territory. Around 8:20, he'll be in our vicinity. That's when we'll all charge in and take him down. As they waited, an unexpected event occurred. Around 6:30, a king-level one-eyed giant, carrying a broken-back wild buffalo, appeared in their view, making its way up the mountain. The one-eyed giant is the second-in-command at Withered Poplar Ridge, Tiger Lord's top enforcer, Gao Guyu whispered. Its paralysis ray is extremely dangerous. Taking it out would cripple Tiger Lord's forces. Let's eliminate the one-eyed giant first. Gao Guyu decided swiftly. We need to clear Tiger Lord's minions. Fang Shihao acted immediately, and the green bracelet on his wrist glowed as 8 vines burst from the ground. The six-ma-turtle, brown-skinned monster was caught off guard and had its limbs tightly bound by the vines, while the remaining 4 vines lashed at it relentlessly. Although the one-eyed giant was immensely strong, it struggled to break free from the sudden attack of the Mo Yun vine. From its eye, which occupied a third of its face, a green ray shot out, its most dangerous rare skill, the paralysis ray. Wherever the ray struck, the Mo Yun vine binding it instantly ceased its movement. The enraged Cyclops broke free with great effort, violently tearing the paralyzed Mayun vine from the ground and thrashing it around in a fit of rage. The Death Octagon has been destroyed just like that. That paralysis ray is truly something, Fang Shihao said, his eyes glinting with greed as he watched the Cyclops paralysis ray. It's so powerful that an opponent of the same level has no chance of resisting. Master, let me take care of that fat guy. Xiaoguai, eager and ready, sharpened its claws in the beast's space. Not yet. Your opponent is Hushan Jun, so conserve your energy for now. Fang Shihao commanded. Lightning Spirit, it's your turn. Once again, the portal of the beast's space opened, and a cloud-like lightning spirit, the size of a water basin and crackling with electricity, soared into the sky. It launched its attack immediately, sending a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel directly at the Cyclops' bald head. The thunder scattered the miasma, and the electric current easily pierced through its defenses, causing the Cyclops to convulse. Next, a lightning-fast thunderbolt arrow accurately struck the Cyclops' eye. The vitreous humor shattered instantly, and turbid fluid gushed out, rendering its most powerful weapon completely useless. Holy Judgment Thunder Eye, activate. At Fang Shihao's command, a deep purple lightning eye slowly opened atop the Cyclops' head. As the eye fully opened, terrifying lightning descended, precisely targeting its foe. The Cyclops was instantly charred, turning to ash and disappearing. Before the sandstorm stirred up by the Golden Sands fox could arrive, and while the gargoyle with a bronze double-head spear remained hidden in the dust, and the two frost-clawed terror dragons were still on their way, the Cyclops had already perished under the ferocious assault of the lightning spirit. This is the power of the lightning spirit, a perfect magical artillery. Let it comfortably attack from a distance, and opponents of the same level can't withstand it, Fang Shihao boasted. The Mayun Vine and the Lightning Spirit are a perfect combo, one for control and one for output. Plus the Mayun Vine is immune to electrical AoE damage. Wait, isn't your main battle beast the six-tailed fox? Mo Zitong suddenly realized something was off, staring at Fang Shihao in shock. You've trained 3 main battle beasts. Actually, it's 4, Fang Shihao said, releasing the rock giant to guard the main formation. Mo Zitong was speechless. Fang Shihao's lineup was unconventional, but each beast was exceptionally well trained. The rock giant alone, standing 12 meters tall, indicated it had reached an 8-star complete form. The lightning spirit and Mayun Vine were at 7-star levels, and the strongest six-tailed fox hadn't even joined the battle yet. Just last night, after confirming the potential to slay Hushan Jun and obtain the Forest King artifact, Fang Shihao decisively used over 10,000 life essence points, accumulated from defeating beasts like the Execution Sword Demon King, to upgrade the star levels of his beasts. He prioritized upgrading Little Rock and Xiaoguai to 8 stars, essential for the rock giant's advancement to a moss giant through 3 extraordinary items: the superior Breath of the Earth, Dragon Vein Carving, and Forest King artifact. The upgrade of these 2 main battle beasts consumed 5,000 life essence points. The remaining life essence was primarily invested in the lightning spirit. Although the Mayun Vine required 4,100 points to reach 8 stars, considering it didn't need additional consumption to enhance its status, Fang Shihao decided to boost the lightning spirit. After pouring all the life essence saved from the battle with Xian Mingguang into it, the lightning spirit smoothly advanced from 4 stars to 7 stars. This investment paid off immediately in today's first battle. The 7-star lightning spirit effortlessly defeated the Cyclops, earning 2,100 life essence points and the rare skill Paralysis Ray. Thunder cracked and rumbled across the sky, startling the demons lurking on the withered Yang Ridge. Lord Tiger awoke beneath the crooked tree, his fierce eyes snapping open. He tossed aside the half-eaten head of despair he held and gripped his tiger soul blade as he rose. Not far away, a bewitching woman in red emerged from a cozy pavilion nestled deep within the forest. She was the Plum Blossom Demon, known for using ground bones as pins, flesh as paste, and human blood as paint to dye plum blossoms red. Beneath her pavilion lay countless worker bones, a bloody secret known to none. In the graveyard, a massive corpse began to stir. This was the coffinless corpse demon, growing gigantic without a coffin to confine it. Its ghastly white eyes gazed down the mountain, stumbling forward with each step shedding a torrent of writhing maggots. The Fire Monkey King held a ladle of monkey wine, watching 2 strong monkeys and his troop fight for amusement. His blood-red eyes narrowed, and with a shriek, he led his monkey army to the battlefield, fists ablaze. The Bloodwing Vulture was the first to arrive. This fierce bird, nesting in bones, took to the sky only to be met by a sandstorm conjured by the Golden Sands fox. Yet, with a flap of its wings, it summoned a crimson hurricane, easily cutting through the sand. At that moment, a gargoyle burst from the swirling sands, wielding a bronze double-head spear shimmering with fiery hues, striking at the Bloodwing Vulture. The spear was swift and precise, piercing the vulture midair, and flames consumed the mighty creature in an instant. Encircling the gargoyle was a 3-meter-long astral serpent, a regal companion. With the activation of astral energy infusion, the gargoyle's power surged, and the blessing of the stars added a fiery enchantment to its weapon. Lord Tiger's forces arrived next, led by the 6-star King Ground Tiger. This 5-meter-long giant tiger exuded a menacing aura. Following closely were the celestial white tiger, green-eyed black tiger, golden silk tiger, bloodfang sabertooth, and the largest, the ferocious northeastern tiger. These beasts, known as his adopted sons, were in truth his minions, leaving the surrounding lands devoid of wildlife. Little Stone watched the gathering beasts, longing to summon a meteor to obliterate them. But he restrained his urge, waiting for Lord Tiger to appear. The perfect moment to unleash chaos would be when Lord Tiger faced Little Cute. Fang Shihao gently stroked the head of the red fox in his arms, asking tenderly, "Little Cute, are you scared? Afraid he can't handle it?" Little Guai shook his head with disdain in his eyes. "Even the executioner Ghost King fell by my hand. What is Lord Tiger Mountain to me?" As a six-tailed fire fox, this display of arrogance was perfectly fitting. Lord Tiger Mountain's forces revealed themselves one by one. A peach blossom demon draped in a sari and exuding allure appeared first, followed closely by a bloated coffinless corpse demon. The demon soldiers and generals under Lord Tiger Mountain were now all assembled. Finally, the main character appeared. Lord Tiger Mountain was not an ordinary tiger but a demon that had cultivated from an earthly tiger spirit. Having absorbed malevolent energy over many years, it had shed its tiger form, becoming a terrifying bipedal creature. It exuded immense power, with eyes flashing like lightning and a roar like thunder. Its jagged fangs protruded from its mouth, and its sharp canine teeth were exposed on its cheeks. Its body was adorned with resplendent stripes, sparse whiskers resembling steel needles, and claws sharp as frost. Such a presence would instill fear in even the Yellow Duke of the East Sea and the white-browed king of the Southern Mountains. Another group of beast tamers unafraid of death, Lord Tiger Mountain growled, speaking human words through its protruding tiger mouth. "Your heads will become my collection, and your hearts and livers will be a feast." "What the heck, it can talk?" Fang Shihao exclaimed. "Can you speak English? If you can, that would be quite modern." Among all the epic-level beasts he had encountered, only Lord Tiger Mountain could speak human language, leading him to wonder if it was the legendary refinement of a transverse bone. "You sharp-tongued brat, I'll pluck your tongue out for a drink." Lord Tiger Mountain raised its tiger soul blade, pointing it at Fang Shihao, exuding murderous intent. "Big cat, do you know who you're talking to?" Little Guai bristled instantly, emitting a low growl like distant thunder. This seemingly unremarkable red fox leaped from Fang Shihao's arms, growing with each step until revealing its true form. "The six-tailed fire fox, at your service. Today we settle this, for victory or death." "How could it be a six-tailed fire fox?" Lord Tiger Mountain muttered, clearly feeling the immense pressure. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat descended from the sky. Lord Tiger Mountain reacted swiftly, summoning immense strength to wield the tiger soul blade in defense. The blade, forged from the remnants of its transformation, struggled to withstand the 3-meter-wide Dan fire seal crashing down. Unable to hold, Lord Tiger Mountain fell to one knee, cracking the rocky ground beneath it. "For the master, we relieve his worries." The boxing king fire ape led a charge of over a dozen leader-level fire fist apes. Lord Tiger Mountain's adopted sons rushed to battle, turning the area around the main combatants into the most perilous battlefield. Seeing its kin suppress Lord Tiger Mountain, the golden sand fox felt a surge of pride, manipulating the earth into a towering wave of yellow sand to engulf the enemy army. The boxing king fire ape leaped high, launching hundreds of fireballs to blast open a breach in the sand sea. Yet, as it led its troops through the gap, the boxing king fire ape suddenly turned traitor, savagely slaughtering its own subordinates, each punch shattering a skull. Faced with their leader's sudden betrayal, the fire fist apes were panic-stricken. "If you're switching sides, at least give us a heads up. We serve you, not Lord Tiger Mountain." Only the peach blossom demon saw the truth. The boxing king fire ape had fallen under a bewitching spell. Her gaze locked onto the enemy ranks, focusing on the king's beast, the jade-faced demon fox. As an outstanding graduate who left a deep impression on Ruandanqiu, Gao Guyu not only possessed a powerful main beast like the Golden Sands fox, but also had a formidable supporting beast. His lord-level beautiful fox, evolved from a little fox maiden, was nurtured into a jade-faced demon fox within just 2 years after graduation, only a step away from becoming the legendary fox immortal. On the battlefield, the jade-faced demon fox displayed a unique supporting style. Unlike traditional support beasts that offer healing and buffs, it disrupted enemy lines with sophisticated illusions and charm techniques. Despite having zero combat power itself, it could throw the enemy into disarray. The Peach Blossom Demon had hoped to spar with this fellow illusionist, but was unfortunately unable to do so. On Fang's side, the tactical coordination was impeccable. The support stayed securely at the rear, the main beast held the front, and 2 agile Terraclaw dragons roamed the flanks, capable of assaulting the enemy's rear or swiftly retreating to protect their support. In contrast, Lord Hushan's side was in chaos. The Boxing King Fire Ape, although strong enough to contend with the Sand Burial, focused solely on self-preservation and shielding its allies. Other beasts were swallowed by the sands, and the cumbersome coffinless corpse demon was trapped in quicksand, unable to move. The Peach Blossom Demon, despite having a strategic overview, attempted to dispel the illusion on the Boxing King Fire Ape but received no assistance. At that moment, the thunder eye above slowly opened, sealing her fate. Her desperate cries for help were drowned out by thunder as the Holy Judgment Thunder Eye locked onto her. Two divine thunderbolts, enough to challenge even a Cyclops, were unleashed, let alone a frail Peach Blossom Demon. The first bolt left her barely alive, and the second ended her life. Though the Sand Burial of the Golden Sands Fox did not inflict fatal damage, it created a perfect opportunity for the rock giant to strike. The Earth Tiger, having just escaped the Sand Sea, was about to attack the Golden Sands Fox when the rock giant intercepted it. A green paralysis ray shot from the giant's eyes, immobilizing the Earth Tiger. Amid the astonishment, Fang Shihao explained that this ability awakened when the rock giant ascended to the king level, not exclusive to Cyclopes. Despite its slow movements, the rock giant's control skills were devastating. A heavy punch shattered the Earth Tiger's skull, killing it instantly. A meteor then obliterated the coffinless corpse demon. The Boxing King Fire Ape, upon regaining its senses and realizing it had slaughtered its own allies, lost all reason and attacked everything around it, even killing the Golden Silk Tiger. Seeing this, Fang Shihao immediately ordered the rock giant to prioritize dealing with the Boxing King Fire Ape while controlling the Cloud Vine to stealthily move beneath the Sand Sea, strangling or suffocating Lord Hushan's adopted sons. A series of kill notifications sounded, with a wealth of life essence gained. Fang Shihao roughly estimated that even without obtaining the Forest King's artifact, the gains from this battle would be sufficient to elevate Little Stone to the epic level. Hunting Tiger Mountain Lord proved to be less challenging than expected. Even as a 10-star creature, he was slightly outmatched in the confrontation with the 8-star six-tailed Fire Fox. Among his renowned 5 generals and 7 righteous sons, only the One-Eye Giant, Fist King Fire Ape, and Earth Demon Tiger possessed formidable combat strength. At this moment, Tiger Mountain Lord was locked in an intense duel with the 6-tailed Fire Fox, while his subordinates were being taken down one by one by the Beastmaster team. Fang Shihao seized the opportunity, determined to kill Tiger Mountain Lord before he lost all his support. Several teammates had already claimed a number of victories, but the most coveted prize, the head of Tiger Mountain Lord, was what he aimed for. Xiao Guai launched a ferocious assault, yet Tiger Mountain Lord handled it with ease. The Dan Fire Seal was barely executed before Tiger Mountain Lord blocked it, only inflicting the first heavy damage and missing the key mark needed to trigger the second explosion. A rapid combo of fiery tail whips followed, but Tiger Mountain Lord wielded the Tiger Soul Blade, flawlessly blocking with an unbroken wheel of defense. The 2-star difference became apparent, as Xiao Guai's attributes had not yet peaked. If they were at the same star level, Tiger Mountain Lord would struggle against this relentless combo. Even so, Xiao Guai maintained a clear advantage in the ensuing close combat. Flames licked Tiger Mountain Lord's glossy fur. Each claw and bite landed with immense force, and the fiery tail whip repeatedly staggered him. Despite his immense strength and the razor-sharp Tiger Soul Blade, Tiger Mountain Lord was forced into a passive defense, unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. In this critical moment, the sky flickered with lightning, and dark clouds coiled like a dragon. The clouds slowly rotated into a funnel, and a silver-white bolt of lightning sliced down like a sword, turning the world into black and white. Behind the lightning spirit, the epic relic, the Sword of Thunder God, hovered, executing the Yeto-bemastered inherited skill, Heavenly Punishment. After the One-Eye Giant, Tiger Mountain Lord was to be its next target. Fang Shihao had informed Xiao Guai in advance to coordinate with the lightning spirit's attack for a swift victory. Although the Sword of Thunder God charged slowly, once ready, its attack would strike in an instant. Tiger Mountain Lord, engaged with the 6-tailed Fire Fox, suddenly felt a pang of unease and looked up just as the Sword of Thunder God struck his crown. The penetrating lightning shattered all defenses in an instant. Tiger Mountain Lord's head smoked, his skull caved and deformed, leaving him teetering and his defense wide open. The terrifying aspect of the Sword of Thunder God lay in it being an ultimate move unleashed by an epic relic. If the lightning spirit relied solely on its own strength, with its limited rank and star level, it could never produce such formidable lightning. The opportunity has arrived to defeat the Tiger Mountain Lord. Xiao Guai skillfully opened its mouth, releasing a golden red meteor that shot straight at the Tiger Mountain Lord's chest. With a loud boom, the meteor exploded upon contact, causing the Tiger Mountain Lord to stagger back, his chest instantly charred and rotting. This evolved technique, the flaming meteor, not only retained its devastating power but also overcame the slow flight speed of the previous explosive fireball. Seizing the moment when the Tiger Mountain Lord lost his balance, Xiao Guai dashed forward like lightning, piercing his chest with precision. The Tiger Mountain Lord fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. A system notification sounded. Your beast, the six-tailed firefox, has killed the Tiger Mountain Lord, absorbing 13,215 life essence points. In the current 3 empty skill slots, the skills Majesty of the King, Python, and Rare Annihilation Slash had been recorded. The system suggested the plunder of skills: Rare Ghostly Transformation, Rare Evil Wind, Rare Endless Blade Wheel. Fang Shihao silently chose the Endless Blade Wheel, aligning perfectly with his choice for the 5th beast. With thunder flashing and earth fire burning the mountain, he fulfilled his promise to single-handedly defeat the Tiger Mountain Lord. The Fire Ape King, having lost its master, immediately lost its morale, barely holding on through sheer willpower. The rock giant seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. The cloud vine followed closely, its tendrils wrapping around its neck like snakes, lifting it off the ground. The lightning spirit's lightning spear mercilessly pierced its chest. The combined efforts of the 3 beasts led to the demise of the Fire Ape King. The battle concluded, and the demons of Withered Willow Ridge were completely vanquished. Well done, Shihao. Gao Guyu enthusiastically wrapped an arm around Fang Shihao's shoulder. Capturing Withered Willow Ridge was your achievement. Inviting you was the best decision I ever made. It was thanks to everyone creating opportunities for me, Fang Shihao humbly replied. You're too modest, brother. Without you, we couldn't have taken down the Tiger Mountain Lord so smoothly, Mo Zedong said with a smile, while directing the Terror Claw Dragon to clean up the battlefield, specifically instructing it to carefully cut off the Tiger Mountain Lord's Tiger Whip. At that moment, Xiao Guai came over carrying the Tiger Soul Blade. It turned out that at the moment of the Tiger Mountain Lord's defeat, his dissipating power infused the nearly broken Tiger Soul Blade, turning it into a precious relic. Fang Shihao immediately showed it to everyone. Look, this is the relic dropped by the Tiger Mountain Lord. I've been training in the wilderness for 4 years, slaying nearly 100 mid-level beasts, but I've never obtained a relic, Mo Zedong sighed. According to our agreement, everything except the Tiger Whip belongs to you. An epic beast relic is worth at least 2 billion, Gao Guyu stated firmly. According to our agreement, the Tiger Soul Blade is yours. Lu Jinming nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone's steadfastness, Fang Shihao accepted and stored the Tiger Soul Blade in his beast space. The previously acquired Forest King's device, Superior Earth, and Dragon Vein carvings had been settled, just waiting to return to the city for Little Stone to begin its evolution. The battlefield was thoroughly cleaned, with no other relics appearing. Given the low drop rate of relics, obtaining the Tiger Soul Blade was indeed a stroke of luck for Fang Shihao. On the way back to the city, Fang Shihao gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the window, feeling a tinge of regret. Despite Hu Shanjun's abilities to summon winds and spirits, he remained on the defensive throughout the fierce battle and was defeated before he could reveal his ultimate form. However, his powers did not perish with him. The imprisoning blade was added to Fang Shihao's blank skill slot, and the Tiger Soul Blade transformed into a sinister black wind that would persist. As the armored vehicle entered the city outskirts, the phone signal was restored. Fang Shihao received a message from home and immediately sat up straight. Shixiong, Sister Zedong, Brother Jinming, I have to head home for something. Do you need us to give you a ride? Gao Guyu asked with concern. No, you all go ahead and complete the mission. Let's meet up over the weekend if we have time. Gao Guyu held Fang Shihao's hand tightly. There are no feasts that never end. Parting is for a better reunion. I hope we have the chance to fight side by side again. Don't forget to call your sister when you get home. She's really worried about you, Zedong reminded him. I will. Take care. Take care, Brother Jinming. Take care, all of you. A luxury car was already waiting by the roadside. Fang Shihao was in a hurry for one reason: Cui Xia had returned. Though only half a month had passed since their separation, the longing felt like a flood that could not be contained. In this unfamiliar city, Cui Xia was the person he felt closest to, having formed an unbreakable bond over time. The immaculate streets and elegant garden houses were nestled among evergreen plants. At the entrance of the garage's slope, a graceful figure was anxiously looking out. As soon as Fang Shihao opened the car door, Cui Xia rushed into his arms. Just then, gentle snowflakes began to fall, cloaking the embracing lovers in a silver veil. I missed you so much. How have you been over there? Fang Shihao asked softly, feeling the warmth of Cui Xia's tears soaking his shoulder. Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone to face all this, Cui Xia sobbed, her heart aching at the thought of Fang Shihao's struggles, filled with regret. Fang Shihao comforted her. A tumor not removed in time only grows larger. Your leaving was actually a blessing, forcing Xia Mingqing to reveal his murderous intent early, giving me a chance to respond calmly. These words were meant to console Cui Xia, though in truth, he had been on the run, narrowly escaping death, fighting for a sliver of hope. Stop it. My heart hurts. If anything happened to you, I would regret it forever. Chui Sia's tears froze into tiny ice crystals as they hit the ground. It's snowing. Let's not catch a cold. Let's go inside, Fang Shihao said, guiding Chui Sia back into the warm, spring-like interior. Jin Tao had already sent the maid away, leaving the two of them alone. Over time, Jin Tao had come to realize that the young lady's heart was already tied to Fang Shihao, with all her emotions revolving around him. It's all over now, Fang Shihao gently reassured Chui Sia, carefully wiping away her tears with a wet tissue. See? I'm doing just fine. Little Gue has advanced to a six-tailed firefox, and I've become a professional beast tamer. Everything is moving in the right direction. Chui Sia nestled against Fang Shihao like a lazy cat, enjoying his care. Fang Shihao continued, as for Xie Mingcheng, you don't need to worry. The Xie family isn't as united as it seems. His brother, Xie Mingyun, has already hired me to assassinate him when the ancient glacier secret realm opens. This feud will soon be settled. At the mention of Xie Mingcheng's name, a fierce hatred flashed in Chui Sia's eyes. Xie Mingcheng must die. I don't care about anything else as long as he dies. He will die, Fang Shihao promised solemnly. Oh, and there's some good news. Fang Shihao changed the subject. I successfully obtained the Forest King's artifact during my trip out of the city. Now, we have all the elements needed for Little Stone to advance to a moss giant. He'll be advancing soon. That's great. Chui Sia's eyes lit up, then she suddenly shifted the topic. With two epic-level beasts, you can propose to my family? What? Propose? Fang Shihao was so startled by the sudden topic change that he nearly lost his balance. Chui Sia blushed slightly, but continued to look directly into Fang Shihao's eyes. Yes, you now have the qualifications to marry me. I like you. Do you like me? They discussed the possibility of marriage, with Fang Shihao expressing his affection but feeling the timing wasn't right. Eventually, they focused on Little Stone's advancement. Chui Sia leaned into Fang Shihao's embrace, as close as true lovers. She explained that advancing to a moss giant was significant for Little Stone, elevating him from a top-tier king to an unparalleled land battle beast. When Chui Sia mentioned that the West considers mountain giants the top land battle beast, Little Gue, in its small fox form, jumped out of its nest, playfully biting her slipper, as if both threatening and acting coy. Only when Chui Sia changed her tune and declared Little Gue is the strongest, did it contentedly leap into her arms, exposing its soft belly. Fang Shihao closed his eyes, focusing his mind into the beast's space. Watching Little Stone seated thoughtfully before three mystical objects, he smiled slightly. It was time for Little Stone to become a moss giant. The moment of evolution finally arrived for the rock giant. Standing tall and majestic, he watched as three mystical objects floated before him, each seeking its rightful place. The Forest King's artifact soared into the air, casting vibrant green rays that wove into a chalice-like barrier. Wherever the light touched, vegetation flourished, and a forest sprang to life. The superior earth essence delved into the earth's veins, no longer expanding the beast's space but instead drawing power to nourish the rock giant's ascension. Dragon vein carvings gradually merged into the giant's body, and under the catalyst of dragon energy, layers of stone skin began to peel away. The surrounding forest, blessed by the Forest King's artifact, started to give back to the rock giant, infusing his newly formed body with strands of plant essence and the earth's strength. Pure plant essences wove a network of meridians within the giant, adding a 5% plant attribute to this stone giant composed of pure earth elements. This seemingly minor change was the key to becoming a mountain giant. Feeling bored, Xiao Guai lightly jumped onto Fang Shihao's lap and then passed through the rift in the beast space portal. As the only beast capable of mastering the heavenly fox transformation and freely entering and exiting outside of combat, Xiao Guai was astonished by the spectacular scene of the rock giant's evolution, exclaiming, "Wow, Little Stone's evolution is really impressive." The earth continued to surge, and the Forest King's artifact cast thousands of auspicious lights as the entire small world worked hard to assist the rock giant's ascension. Fang Shihao remarked in a deep voice, "Your ascension was quite a spectacle too. It's a pity I wasn't able to witness it firsthand." Xiao Guai whimpered softly, jumping onto Fang Shihao's shoulder to gently lick his cheek. Fang Shihao comforted, "It's okay, don't worry. Hardships and trials only make me more resilient." Having confirmed that the rock giant's ascension was proceeding normally, Fang Shihao withdrew his consciousness from the beast's space. As soon as he came to, he felt a soft hand caressing his chest. "What are you doing?" "Ahem, just checking your heart rate to make sure it's normal," Chui Sia replied nonchalantly, caught in the act but continuing to pinch Fang Shihao's chest muscle. She then asked, "Is Little Stone's ascension going smoothly?" "Very smoothly. The beginning is always the hardest, but once on the right track, everything goes smoothly," Fang Shihao replied, catching her mischievous hand. He continued, "By the way, I've recently acquired a fourth beast, a thunder spirit, and I'd like to give you the naming rights." "Really? It's an honor. Let me see it." Fang Shihao summoned the thunder spirit, about the size of a wash basin. Though much stronger than when it was born, its size hadn't changed much. For a spellcasting beast, this was actually advantageous, as a larger size makes it an easier target. Chui Xie looked at the round thunder spirit and laughed. It looks like a ball. Let's call it Ball. Chui Xie pondered for a moment, gently stroking her chin before giving an answer. I thought you might come up with a better name than me, but it turns out you're just as much of a naming genius, Fang Shihao teased. No sooner had he finished speaking than the newly named Chochio, the lightning spirit, excitedly dashed around the living room, sparks flying everywhere. The furniture and appliances fell victim to this frenzy, but from the spirit's actions, Fang Shihao could genuinely sense its joy at finally having a name. All right, Chochio, calm down. At this rate, the house will be in ruins. Fang Shihao quickly called out to stop it. These creations of human civilization were far too fragile in the presence of a beast with the power to destroy worlds. No worries, let the child play to its heart's content. If things break, we can buy new ones. If the house gets destroyed, we'll rebuild it, Chui Xie said nonchalantly. That's just like you, sounding like a parent spoiling their child. No way, Chochio can't take after you. Come back home. Fang Shihao summoned the lightning spirit back and then asked, have you decided on your fourth beast? Not yet. Why not choose? The ancient glacier secret realm is so dangerous. Just surviving there is tough without being a professional beast tamer. Chui Xie held Fang Shihao's hand and explained seriously, don't rush, listen to me. Ever since you gave me the Trex, I stopped yearning for the Ice Phoenix. Both the Wind God Pterosaur and the Trex have the potential to advance to legendary levels as top-tier ancient beasts. I come from the Chui family and have mastered the Wind God Pterosaur's advancement path. I also apprenticed under Master Tan Hongjue, who taught me how to advance the Trex. Simply put, these two beasts reaching legendary status in my hands is a certainty. I've decided to form an all-dinosaur lineup, and have already arranged for my family to buy a contract-breaking flower to dissolve the pact with the rock-digging mountain demon and focus on nurturing the two dinosaur beasts. An all-dinosaur lineup? What's the reasoning behind that? It's significant. You know that the talents you acquire as a beast tamer from apprentice to professional level are fixed, right? Fang Shihao responded in textbook fashion, yes, as an apprentice, you gain a mental link. At the beginner level you open the beast space, at the intermediate level you learn to multitask, at the advanced level you master spiritual possession, and at the professional level, you awaken the life link. The world laws have laid out a well-defined path for our advancement. Chui Xie laughed, exactly. From apprentice to professional level is like the ancient imperial exams, hierarchical and clear-cut, but it mostly produces a bunch of book-smart, inflexible fools, like factory-made weapons powerful but soulless. Beyond the professional level, at expert, master, and grandmaster levels, beast tamers can gain 3 additional talents, which vary from person to person. The world laws will grant the most suitable talents based on your beast lineup. Chui Xie patiently explained the key to awakening field-type talents for beast tamers. If a beast tamer mostly trains plant-type beasts, they are very likely to awaken a field-type talent like Evergreen Forest during their promotion. In this environment, plant-type beasts not only have strong self-healing abilities, but their nature-based skills are also significantly enhanced. Fang Shihao suddenly understood, realizing why all of Ruan Danqiu's beasts were fire-type. So, to awaken a field-type skill, you must train beasts of the same type or attribute? Exactly, and that's why I chose the Stone Mountain Demon as my second beast, Chui Xie continued, detailing 2 training strategies for the Chui family's Wind God Dragon. One is to make it the main force with ample support beasts, and the other is to use its excellent attributes as a surprise element, focusing on training other beast combinations. Training the Wind God Dragon is extremely costly, making it difficult for ordinary family members to train multiple main beasts simultaneously, Chui Xie admitted. Initially, I planned for the Wind God Dragon to stand alone, paired with the Earth-type Golden Stone Mountain Demon, Water-type Lake Fairy, Fire-type Flame King Guardian, and Ice-type Ice Crystal Phoenix. Together, these 4 elemental beasts would surely awaken the most powerful field talent, Elemental Furnace. She sighed. But now the situation is different. If I greedily try to capture all high-tier beasts, my beast types would become too scattered, preventing the awakening of field-type talents. So, you're not planning to compete for the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Fang Shihao felt a pang of disappointment, having worked hard to improve his strength for the Ice Crystal Phoenix in the ancient glacier secret realm to help Chui Xie. Chui Xie smiled, her eyes forming crescents. Of course, I still plan to compete, but the Ice Crystal Phoenix isn't very useful for me. However, it's perfect for you. You already have the Earth-type Rock Giant, Lightning-type Thunder Spirit, and Wood-type Cloud Vine. If you acquire the Ice Crystal Phoenix, you can complete the 4-element beast set and awaken the Elemental Furnace. Although Fang Shihao still had doubts about the importance of field-type talents, he didn't ask further. Taking the opportunity while using the restroom, he messaged Chui Zhiyun to inquire if the Chui family was looking for the Dissolution Flower. The Dissolution Flower and Heartfelt Grass are 2 extremely powerful rare items. The dissolution flower can dissolve the contract between a beast tamer and their beast without harm, while heartfelt grass can make any beast immediately submit and remain loyal for life. Both are extremely rare, with heartfelt grass being 10 times more expensive than the dissolution flower. In comparison, forcibly killing a beast can also free up a beast slot, but this can cause other beasts to become disloyal and inflict permanent mental harm on the beast tamer, with frequent use potentially leading to mental collapse. When Cui Jian replied that he hadn't heard of the Cui family acquiring dissolution flowers, Fang Shihao immediately understood Cui Xia's intention. She was deliberately helping him. Terrain talents can only serve as a cherry on top, Fang Shihao pondered to himself. Although such abilities can indeed help defeat opponents of similar strength, when faced with a significant power disparity, relying solely on terrain advantages is not enough to turn the tide. He clearly understood that Cui Xia intended to use this as a reason to give him the chance to obtain the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Despite appreciating her kindness, Fang Shihao had no intention of accepting it. The opportunity for a fifth beast companion was too important, and the compatibility with the Ice Crystal Phoenix was not ideal. He acknowledged her goodwill but decided not to expose it for now, as acquiring the Ice Crystal Phoenix was still uncertain. Time passed, and afternoon arrived. Every 10 minutes, Fang Shihao would enter the beast space to check on Little Rock's progress. Little Rock's size continued to grow, and after 6 hours, it had reached a height of 20 meters, with a physique twice as robust as before, and it was still developing. By 7 in the evening, it had been 12 hours since Little Rock began its evolution. Fang Shihao suddenly sensed something, and quickly immersed himself in the beast space. Little Rock had grown to 30 meters tall, with significantly increased body density and hardness, weighing 600 to 700 tons. A casual punch from it carried the force of 100 tons. Its appearance had also changed, shifting from the resolute look of youth to the dignified demeanor of middle age, symbolizing its growing abilities and maturity. In the shaded areas like its flanks and the insides of its thighs, a layer of green moss had grown, and emerald grass sprouted from its shoulders. These plants, connected through a network of veins within its body, endowed it with the ability to nurture life, hence its title as the Moss Giant. A system notification confirmed Little Rock's advancement to Moss Giant, having acquired the common talents, nature affinity, and photosynthesis. Its rare skill, Wrath of the Mountain King, had evolved into Wrath of the Mountains. You did it, Little Rock! Fang Shihao exclaimed excitedly. The enormous Little Rock couldn't hug its father, so it carefully lifted Fang Shihao above its head, letting out a roar that resonated throughout the beast space. Among Little Rock's new skills, Wrath of the Mountains retained its original effects while adding the ability to harness the power of surrounding peaks in mountainous areas. Nature Affinity allowed it to control plants and animals, easily gaining favor with natural creatures, while Photosynthesis gave it the power to heal itself by basking in the sun. When Fang Shihao opened his eyes, he discovered that the living room outside was decorated with colorful lights, flowers, and balloons everywhere, with maids holding champagne waiting in anticipation. As Fang Shihao opened his eyes, the champagne cork popped with a loud bang, and cheers erupted all around. Cui Xia walked up to him with a beaming smile, clearly having meticulously arranged this celebration. Congratulations to Little Stone for advancing to epic level, and congratulations on your further improvement in strength. Faced with such a grand scene, Fang Shihao felt a bit uncomfortable. Isn't this a bit over the top? It's perfectly normal, Cui Xia winked. Advancing in beast mastery is a rare opportunity that many can only dream of, yet you take it in stride. Miracles happen to you all the time, but you've become so used to them that you don't notice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Are you interested in having Little Stone spar with my Trex? Isn't your Trex still young? Not anymore. It's a 7-star epic in its adult stage, thanks to the special training I received from my teacher. All right, Fang Shihao nodded slightly. Little Stone is itching to spar with Xiao Guai, so we can start with the Trex. Don't be too cocky, we don't know who will win yet. They needed a suitable venue for their sparring. Although Binghuang University had a dedicated beast arena, returning to campus in the middle of the night was impractical. Fortunately, Cui Xia had her own secret realm. She led Fang Shihao outside, retrieved a silver seal from her beast space, and with a gentle wave, the door to the secret realm opened. This is the Silver Mine's secret realm, a gift from my mother when I last went home, Cui Xia explained as they walked. There's an open-pit rich mine inside that produces 300 kilograms of unrefined silver daily, with about 60 lost in refining. I haven't calculated it precisely, but the monthly income is around 10 million. The silver mine's secret realm spans 60 square kilometers, filled with barren hills and rocky terrain, except for the radiant open-pit silver mine. Groups of zombie laborers tirelessly mined the ore, moving slowly but working around the clock. They drove a jeep past the rich mine area and stopped in a barren field. Ready? Bring it on. The Trex appeared first, a colossal creature 15.6 meters long, 7.7 meters tall, and weighing over 20 tons. But when the 30-meter-tall moss giant descended, the entire ground of the secret realm trembled. The seven-star epic Trex only reached the moss giant's thigh, its thick neck no wider than the moss giant's wrist. The Trex recognized Fang Shihao, who had given it new life, and bowed its head slightly in acknowledgement, its eyes filled with battle spirit. It wanted to prove its strength in front of Fang Shihao. With an earth-shaking roar, the Trex charged forward with the gait of an ancient predator. The moss giant remained expressionless, but reacted swiftly, its massive palms striking out. In the clash of strength, the Trex was clearly at a disadvantage, knocked to the ground with a single blow. Yet this ancient beast was incredibly resilient, rolling over only to be pinned down again, struggling in vain to budge the moss giant. What terrifying power! The stone giant truly is the king of land battles, Cui Xie remarked with her arms crossed, still confident. But don't underestimate the Trex. After all it's been through, it won't be defeated so easily. The long-repressed Tyrannosaurus finally erupted. With an earth-shattering roar, two powerful buffs hunting rhythm and primal roar were simultaneously activated. The Tyrannosaurus's blood boiled rapidly, its light gray skin turning dark red as it unleashed astonishing strength. With a sudden movement, it broke free from the moss giant's grasp, flipped, and caught its opponent's wrist in its jaws. With a fierce tug, the Tyrannosaurus managed to make the several hundred-ton moss giant stumble a few steps. Such brute strength would have easily defeated an ordinary rock giant. After dozens of more intense exchanges, the Tyrannosaurus finally showed a weakness. Little Stone seized the opportunity and delivered a sharp kick to its jaw, knocking it out cold. Cui Xie applauded Little Stone's victory, while Fang Shihao fell into deep thought. In just 1 month, his strength had surpassed that of Cui Xie, who possessed an epic-level Tyrannosaurus. His rate of improvement was truly astonishing. After leaving the secret realm, they bid each other goodnight. The next morning, on their way to school, both received notifications from their instructor about the upcoming final exams. The finals are almost here, and I've returned just in time, Fang Shihao remarked. Yes, the first half of freshman year has gone by so quickly, Cui Xie replied, holding Fang Shihao's hand. I understand what you mean, but don't worry, with your abilities, you'll make your mark sooner or later. Upon arriving at school, they went to their respective classrooms. When Fang Shihao entered the elemental class, the lively chatter among classmates suddenly fell silent for a few moments. He was accustomed to this cold shoulder treatment ever since he had overthrown the class monitor of the elemental class. Soon, teacher Ranjing entered the classroom in high heels, announcing a major change to the final exams. This year's exams will take place in the Sky Tower Secret Realm, a venue personally borrowed from the royal family by the vice principal. The secret realm opens in 10 days, and your final scores will be determined by the number of floors you climb. The top 1,000 will also qualify to enter the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm. The classroom buzzed with excitement at the news. Some sighed, thinking they needed to finish quickly to go home, while others regretted their lack of strength due to their young age. Many were eager to try for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the spiritual emblem of Ice Phoenix University, as obtaining it promised a bright future. With just 10 days left before the final exams, Fang Shihao made every second count as he completed 3 crucial tasks. First, he participated in 5 underground arena battles in a row. Although the prize money for each was not substantial, he understood that every little bit helps, and these earnings were vital for the challenges ahead. Second, he attended the annual year-end party at Qingqiu University, where he personally informed Ruan Danqiu and others who cared about him that he would be fully dedicating himself to the upcoming battle for the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm, with the Ice Crystal Phoenix as his target. Lastly, and most importantly, he teamed up with Cui Xie to recruit allies. At this time, many descendants of prominent families were secretly forming alliances, especially the more experienced juniors and seniors who had been planning for this for years. Cui Xie took the most straightforward approach, offering a 5 million reward to attract talent. This offer was quite tempting. Rather than risking everything for a chance at the elusive Ice Crystal Phoenix, one could secure a guaranteed 5 million by working for her. This strategy quickly paid off. Cui Xie successfully assembled a formidable 5-member team. Senior Liang Bing, who excelled at using her Dream Eater to plunge enemies into slumber. The junior twins Chu Jinji and Chu Yuya, one controlling the Earth Vein Rock Snake, the other commanding the Steel Golem, both capable of directing each other's beasts. Fellow junior Wei Bingquan, who used his epic-level healing Tai Sui for support, and sophomore Luo Qiu, whose all-ice beast lineup and glacier links made her particularly adept for battles in the icy secret realm. The night before the exam, Cui Xie hosted a dinner at Yubingtai restaurant to help the team members get acquainted. Fang Shihao personally introduced each member, secretly evaluating the team's potential. While their combat experience might not match that of Gao Guyu's team, their chances of successfully hunting a Tiger Mountain monarch were over 80%. On the morning of the exam, Cui Xie, lightly made up, expressed her eagerness in the car on the way to school. 2 days of finals, 3 days off, and then the secret realm opens on Saturday. The schedule is really tight. The Ice Crystal Phoenix should have hatched by now, and just thinking about facing the prodigies from Binghuang University gets me excited. Seeing her eager demeanor, Fang Shihao was somewhat surprised. Excited at the prospect of battle? That's not like you. Cui Xie replied seriously. Our classmates only recognize the Xie family of the Ghost King and the Xiang family of the Titan Python, but they don't know the name of my Cui family. I intend to rectify that in this battle. No matter what you choose to do, I will always be your strongest support, Fang Shihao promised earnestly. The luxury car stopped at the school gate as students gradually filed into the campus, the pride of their generation stepping confidently toward their final exams. At the entrance of the teaching building, the portal to the Tower of Babel's secret realm was anchored in place, while the electronic screen above continuously displayed the exam rules. For the next 48 hours, students can freely enter and exit the Tongtian Tower secret realm, attempting multiple challenges with only their best score being retained. After the 48-hour period, the realm will close, and scores will be audited. Students flocked eagerly to the Tongtian Tower, racing to be the first to enter. Fang Shihao and Cui Xie exchanged a glance and, with a mutual understanding, stepped into the realm together. They were greeted by a thick gray fog that enveloped both the sky and the ground. Amidst this haze stood a colossal tower, its top disappearing into the clouds. Each of the tower's 8 sides had a door, allowing 8 individuals to challenge it simultaneously. Look, Senior Xiang Tianqing has reached the 300th floor, came the excited shouts from the crowd. The Tongtian Tower was uniquely designed so that each floor would light up as a challenger ascended it. At that moment, only Xiang Tianqing had surpassed the 300th floor, while most others were forced to exit around the 40 or 50 mark. Some first-year students, lacking the necessary strength, couldn't even get past the 20th floor, lasting only 3 minutes. After exiting the tower, challengers needed 2 to 3 hours to recuperate before attempting another round. Xiang Tianqing, like a force of nature, battled through the tower for half an hour straight to reach the 300th floor, whereas his peers could only endure about 10 minutes. Fang Shihao silently calculated, estimating that reaching the 80th floor would secure a spot in the top 1,000, while breaking through the 100th floor would be a sure bet. Miss Second, Brother Fang. You're here early, Wei Bingquan said, hurrying over with soy milk and jianbing in hand. There were people in line earlier than us, Fang Shihao replied with a smile. Old Wei, do you think you can pass? Absolutely, Wei Bingquan said confidently. My sick mother Taishui is an epic-level beast with strong healing abilities and decent combat skills. I'm off to queue now, wish me luck. Time passed, and Xiang Tianqing continued to break through, reaching the 450th floor and striving towards the 500th. Half an hour later, Wei Bingquan returned, beaming. 95 floors, not bad, right? I suggest you try again. Breaking 100 floors would be more secure, Cui Xie advised. True, the first attempt wasted some energy due to unfamiliarity. A second try should get me past 100, Wei Bingquan agreed. What's it like inside the Tongtian Tower? Fang Shihao asked curiously. It's filled with undead Yin beasts, Wei Bingquan explained. The higher you go, the stronger they are. Odd-numbered floors are solo battles, even-numbered are group fights. Every 10 floors there's a checkpoint with particularly tough guardian beasts or tricky combinations. Got it, Fang Shihao said. See ya, I'm going to check it out. Just as he was about to step forward, a sharp, mocking voice came from behind. Haha, this is funny. A nobody like you dares to challenge the Tongtian Tower? I'm afraid you might die in there. Xie Mingsheng walked slowly, his face as gloomy as ever. Fang Shihao clenched his fists upon seeing him, barely restraining himself from throwing a punch. He spoke coldly. Keep pretending, you scoundrel. Let's see how long you can keep it up. He had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with Xie Mingsheng and decided to confront him directly. You took advantage of my absence to harm my people. You'll pay for that. Cui Xie turned her head as well, staring icily at Xie Mingsheng. Just you wait and see. Standing nearby, Wei Bingquan was too shocked to speak. He hadn't expected the two to openly berate Xie Mingsheng. While it was one thing for Cui Xie, being a family heir, to do so, Fang Shihao's audacity as a commoner was truly surprising. Xie Mingsheng let out a cold laugh, addressing Cui Xie alone. TSK. Are all the women of the Cui family blind? Falling for a commoner reeking of lowliness is a disgrace to our noble families. I'm not wasting my breath on a dead man. Just make sure I don't see you in the secret realm. Let's see if you can stop me, Xie Mingsheng replied, shaking his head. Stubborn fool. With that, he pushed his way to the front of the line, leaving the others too intimidated to protest. After entering the Tongtian Tower, Xie Mingsheng reached the 120th floor in just 5 minutes before voluntarily exiting. It wasn't his limit. He simply didn't see the need to continue. Passing the qualifying mark was enough for him. He didn't share Tianxing's obsession with proving himself. Before leaving, he gave Fang Shihao a taunting glance. Humph. Only reaching the 120th floor in 5 minutes? Watch me break his record, Fang Shihao scoffed, unimpressed by Xie Mingsheng's feat. Hearing others praise Xie Mingsheng's speed, He chuckled derisively and joined a less crowded queue. 15 minutes later, it was Fang Shihao's turn to challenge the tower. Cui Xie waved at him. Encouragingly, good luck. As Fang Shihao stepped into the Tongtian Tower, he gasped at the sight before him. 3 king-level Cyclops monsters stood on the mist-covered floor. Though formed from energy, they retained 90% of their original strength. This can't be right, Fang Shihao muttered, dumbfounded. Didn't Wei Bingquan say there was only one monster on odd-numbered floors? How did 3 Cyclops monsters appear all at once? Clearly, things were not as he had expected. The Tower of Babel has 2 modes: normal mode and boss battle mode, a secret known only within the royal family. Ji Qianqian used her knowledge of the tower's hidden mechanisms to secretly switch Fang Shihao's challenge to the boss battle mode. This meant he would face a boss on every level, a challenge that other competitors only encounter once every 10 levels. Xie Mingqing stood outside the tower, watching the first level light up. With a malicious glint in his eyes, he licked his lips and sneered, "Let's see how that lowly peasant dares to oppose me. Today, he'll learn what retribution truly means." Endless boss battles were like fighting through the entire tower in one breath, a challenge as difficult as climbing 1,000 floors in normal mode. This intensity almost eliminated Fang Shihao's chances of entering the Eternal Glacier secret realm. Dugu Qinxue emerged from the shadows and suggested, "Isn't it possible that he has the strength to conquer 1,000 floors?" "Impossible. Even Xiang Tianqing could only reach the 950th floor," Xie Mingqing scoffed. "He doesn't need to surpass Xiang Tianqing. Reaching 800 floors would suffice. The cutoff is 80 floors. We can find a way to lower the tower's difficulty, boosting all challengers' scores by 20 floors." Ji Qianqian shook her head. "Only the tower's master can adjust the difficulty. I can only use hidden mechanisms to cause him trouble." Meanwhile, Fang Shihao was fully engrossed in the battle, unaware of the schemes outside. He decisively opened his beast space, deploying 4 beasts simultaneously. The moss giant charged forward, taking the paralyzing rays from the Cyclops directly. After being struck by 3 green beams, Little Rock's movements froze. But this played right into Fang Shihao's hands. While the Cyclops was distracted, the wild vines lashed out, leaving the 3 monsters in disarray. Seizing the moment, Little Cute, the 6-tailed fire fox, darted out with lightning speed, its claws tearing the Cyclops into gray mist. A system notification popped up. "Your beast, the 6-tailed fire fox, has slain the Cyclops dark beast, seizing 70 life essence points." 3 consecutive kill notifications brightened Fang Shihao's eyes. Though each dark beast provided little life essence, the tower allowed repeated challenges, and small gains would accumulate significantly. With this thought, his fighting spirit soared, and he swiftly initiated the second-level boss battle. As Fang Shihao was challenging the levels of the Sky Tower one by one, the crowd waiting outside was getting restless. "This is taking way too long," a student complained impatiently. "Others can clear 5 or 6 levels in a minute, and he's only reached the 9th level after 6 minutes? No wonder there are fewer people here. I'm going elsewhere," another student said, turning to leave. "What a waste of time," someone mocked. "The first 10 levels are as easy as a kiddie ride. Any high schooler could pass them. Is this guy doing it on purpose to annoy us?" At that moment, Wei Bingquan stepped forward on orders from Cui Xie, his expression stern as he shouted, "Can't you wait a bit longer? If you can't stand it, then get lost." "Stop whining like that. Who do you think you are to lecture us?" someone retorted defiantly. Wei Bingquan sneered, "I may not be a top expert, but if you want to unknown, I'm game." Wei Bingquan, known for his epic-level beast, the diseased Mother Taodai, wasn't just anyone at Binghuang University. 2 years ago, during a wilderness training exercise, senior students vied to team up with him, earning him a reputation. As he revealed his identity, the grumbling students immediately quieted down. Those willing to wait stayed, while the impatient ones quietly left. Half an hour later, Fang Shihao emerged from the Sky Tower, looking exhausted. Surprisingly, he had reached the 71st level. Once he surpassed the 50th level, the outside chatter had long ceased. After all, 50 levels were beyond the average student's capability. "What happened? Did you encounter something unusual?" Cui Xie and Wei Bingquan hurried over. With Fang Shihao's skills, he shouldn't have stopped at the 71st level. Fang Shihao frowned. Every level was a boss battle, from 3 Cyclops in the first level, to a two-legged dragon in the second, and a combination of a manticore and steel-jawed crocodile in the third. None of them were easy. Cui Xie was about to report this to the school authorities, but Fang Shihao stopped her. "There's no need. Even if every level is a boss battle, I'm confident I can reach 100 levels. I just lacked experience this time. I only realized I needed to conserve energy by the 40th level. With better planning, I can definitely pass the 80th level, and there's hope for 100. Plus, the Sky Tower only allows solo entries, so there's no way to prove I faced unusual circumstances." This challenge earned Fang Shihao over 5,000 life essence points. If he could attempt it 5 times a day, he could accumulate 50,000 life essence points in 2 days, enough to elevate both his Cloudvine and Lightning Sprite to epic levels. Ever since Fang Shihao acquired his epic level beast, defeating king level beasts has become a breeze for him, often taking less than 10 moves to vanquish them and greatly enhancing his efficiency in obtaining life essence. This newfound prowess instilled confidence in Cui Xia, prompting her to embark on her own challenges. With her full control, the Wind God Wyvern transformed into a killing machine, breaking through 200 levels in just 10 minutes with unstoppable momentum. At 10 a.m., after a 2-hour break, Fang Shihao re-entered the Tower of Ascension. His unique slow-paced challenge approach had become famous, and the crowd waiting at the entrance dispersed as soon as he stepped in, knowing that they would have to wait at least half an hour for this level. Other paths saw long queues, while Fang Shihao's route remained empty, becoming a distinctive feature of this year's exams. During his second challenge, Fang Shihao struggled to reach the 93rd level. Although this achievement was enough to secure a spot on the top 1,000 list, he knew he could push further. After lunch, he embarked on his third round of challenges and finally broke through to the 100th level. As he exited the tower, his classmates greeted him with enthusiastic applause and congratulations. Some tried to imitate his slow-paced strategy but found little success. Fang Shihao's slowness wasn't deliberate. Each opponent he faced was exceptionally challenging. Through 3 rounds of challenges, Fang Shihao realized his limitations. Beyond the 100th level was the legendary group battle, designed for master-level beast tamers, far beyond his current capabilities. Prolonged exposure to the tower's dark energy left both his beast and himself exhausted, with his head throbbing in pain. The day's 3 battles earned him a total of 18,000 life essence, but he needed to rest before continuing. In the shadows, Xiamingqing's informants quickly relayed the news of Fang Shihao breaking the 100th level. Unable to challenge him on qualifications, Xiamingqing began plotting how to deal with this thorn in his side within the secret realm. The next day, Fang Shihao maintained remarkable consistency, reaching the 100th level in 3 consecutive attempts, earning 21,000 life essence. Over 2 days, he accumulated a total of 40,000 life essence, turning the final exams into his point-earning spree. Meanwhile, the 5-member group led by Cui Xia shared their battle results in their group chat. All members successfully broke through the 100th level, securing their positions on the top 1,000 list. 3 days later, the results were announced, and Cui Xia's team all made the cut. They agreed to meet before entering the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm. As universities gradually went on break, students from Ice Phoenix who didn't make the cut headed home. In contrast, those who secured a spot on the top 1,000 list began preparing for their next goal, winning the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the guardian beast of Ice Phoenix University. During the 3-day holiday, Fang Shihao spent nearly all his time catching up on sleep. The effort to acquire 40,000 life essence in just 2 days had left him utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Cui Xia was busy procuring equipment for the team. The natural environment of the Eternal Glacier Secret Realm is extremely harsh, with temperatures as low as -40 degrees in the warmest areas and dropping to -70 or 80 degrees in colder spots. Such extreme cold is deadly for humans, necessitating thorough preparations for warmth. As the team leader, Cui Xia found herself in an awkward position. Although she was powerful, her rank as a beast master was the lowest in the team. All the others were already at the professional level, while she remained at the advanced beast master stage without the protection of a lifelink. Fortunately, Cui Xia had ample financial resources and could afford even the most expensive equipment. She spared no expense in acquiring a remarkable sun bug, an extraordinary beast that continuously emits heat, and borrowed a precious relic, the snow bear coat, from her family's treasury. This thick, white bear skin coat provided warmth as if by magic, impervious even to the knife-like northwest wind. How do I look? That evening, Cui Xia donned the snow bear coat with a tiny sun bug glowing like a golden sun above her head and sought Fang Shihao's opinion. Not particularly stylish, the snow bear coat is quite bulky. Fang Shihao chuckled, but very cute, like a baby polar bear. I better keep an eye on you, or a mother bear might mistake you for her cub. Then I won't wear it. Cui Xia pretended to take it off. No, you should keep it on, Fang Shihao said seriously. The extreme conditions in the secret realm won't care how you look. If you're underdressed, nature will make you pay for it. He had also prepared the thickest cotton clothing, even though he wasn't afraid of frostbite or hypothermia, to avoid unnecessary discomfort. The last peaceful night passed, and students flocked back to school. The portal to the secret realm was set up on the football field, and the school was on full lockdown, prohibiting non-students from entering to prevent any intruders from slipping into the realm. Luxury cars filled the parking spaces outside the school, with many influential parents, well aware of the impending hatching of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, accompanying their children, hoping to seize this opportunity for their family's advancement. At 7 in the morning, once all the students had gathered, the reluctant parents were asked to leave the campus. Principal Ding Yushir addressed the students. Looking at you fills me with joy. You are the future of our nation and the pride of Ice Phoenix University. I know that as beast masters, everyone desires the ice crystal phoenix, but there is only one, and only one person will emerge victorious. So, I hope you can take success and failure lightly. Don't push yourselves too hard. If you can't continue, light the rescue flare, and our teachers and professors will assist you at once. Each student is the most valuable asset of Ice Phoenix University. I wish you all clarity of mind and fulfillment of your desires in the secret realm. The students began to enter the secret realm in an orderly fashion. The Eternal Glacier secret realm has no time limit. It will only conclude when someone obtains the Ice Crystal Phoenix. One by one, 1,000 students pass through the portal, leaving the football field silent once more. Old Ding, who do you think will get the Ice Crystal Phoenix this year? Vice Principal Wu Minzhong asked as he approached. As the two strongest master-level beast tamers at Binghuang University, Principal Ding Yushi owned 2 full-star legendary beasts, while the vice principal was just 1 ice crystal phoenix short. Ding Yushi pondered for a moment. The strongest contenders are the young man from the Xiang family and the girl from the Dugu family. Their Titan Python and Six-Dust White Elephant are top-tier beasts without any weaknesses. The second tier includes the young man from the Xie family, the Chui sisters, Shen Emo, the daughter of the Rat King, and Li Pinglan from the Five-Colored Pheasant family. It was evident from the principal's tone that he held a bias against Xie Mingqing. However, in the face of the deeply entrenched power of the Xie family, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, despite their dissatisfaction. Oh, Old Ding, don't you believe in the talent of commoners? After all, you yourself come from a humble background, Wu Minzhong remarked, not as a slight, for at their level, one's origins mattered little. It's precisely because of my humble beginnings that I understand how difficult it is for commoners to break through the ranks surrounded by powerful families. Ding Yushi replied with a heavy heart as memories of the past flooded his mind. Let's not dwell on it. The outcome doesn't concern us. Let's just fulfill our final duties. Wu Minzhong wisely shifted the topic. Inside the secret realm, the newly arrived students were awestruck by the majestic scenery of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. From the snow-capped, sacred mountain at the base, to the swirling clouds in the middle, and the blue-purple auroras at the summit, the mountain offered 3 layers of breathtaking beauty. However, the spectacle was short-lived, lasting only 10 seconds before the biting cold pierced through their down jackets, making everyone shiver. Wow, it's freezing. Liang Bing shivered, his breath condensing into white mist in the air. My fingers are about to fall off. Luo Qiu quickly summoned an ice lynx and tucked her cold hands into its warm fur. The snow-white lynx glanced helplessly at its timid owner. Second miss, where should we head next? Wei Bingquan asked, his voice trembling. Chui Xie replied, according to the records, the ice crystal phoenix resides at the top of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. To climb the mountain, we must first find the wind-stabilizing pearl to pass through the white blizzards at the mountain's base. These pearls might form inside the local beasts, so we need to hunt for them before attempting to scale the mountain. The group of 7 split into 2 teams, preparing to light the luring incense in the east and west to attract their prey. Chui Xie, well prepared for the cold, appeared at ease. I'll team up with the Chu siblings and Wei Bingquan, while Fang Shihao, Liang Bing, and Luo Qiu form the other group. Any objections? Chui Xie proposed. We've only got 3 people on our side, and no healer, Luo Qiu hesitantly pointed out. Although he didn't directly question Fang Shihao's abilities, his lack of confidence was evident. As a member of a 5-person mercenary group, Luo Qiu saw Fang Shihao merely as one of Chui Xie's ordinary retainers, unaware that a retainer rumored to be romantically linked with their leader was far from ordinary. No worries, we won't need healing. I'm good at frontal assaults, Fang Shihao replied nonchalantly. He knew that once the battle commenced, his skills would speak for themselves. With that, he led the 2 others toward the west. Despite his dissatisfaction, Luo Qiu could only follow with a frown. The trio stepped onto the solid ice, their cleats crunching with each step. Fang Shihao lit the luring incense, the peculiar fragrance dispersing with the wind. In this icy wilderness, who knows if there are any beasts nearby? Liang Bing said softly. Let's hope not, or we're in trouble. Luo Qiu continued sarcastically, still skeptical of Fang Shihao's capabilities. Fang Shihao simply smiled silently. Suddenly, the ice beneath them began to thud, as if something massive was approaching from below. Wow, the luring incense works so well, even the big guys under the ice can smell it, Fang Shihao joked lightly. A monstrous Arctic killer crab, its armor as white as frost and limbs stretching 5 meters long, burst through the ice. Water from its body instantly froze, only to shatter as it moved swiftly. Its massive claws were raised high, exuding an intimidating presence. Prepare for battle, Luo Qiu shouted, readying himself alongside the glacier lynx. He seemed to forget that Chui Xie had hired them for coordinated combat, not solo heroics. Fang Shihao stepped forward, and the fiery red fox in his arms leaped gracefully to the ground, transforming into a streak of red light racing toward the Arctic killer crab. As the red light neared its target, It revealed the towering form of a six-tailed fire fox, which overturned the crab with a single strike, severing its 8 limbs with a sweep of its tail. In the crab's bewildered, beady eyes, the red light grew brighter. Blazing meteor burst. With a single strike, the rock-hard shell was shattered, spilling its bluish-green blood everywhere. The Arctic killer crab was defeated. In the ancient icy realm where droplets freeze into ice, a massive Arctic killer crab suddenly burst from the ice, causing Luo Qiu to break out in a cold sweat. The sweat instantly froze in the frigid wind, forming a fine layer of frost on the hairs of his forehead. Man, your nerves aren't great, huh? Fang Shihao teased. My nerves are fine. It's my skills that are lacking, Luo Qiu admitted frankly with a sigh. He never shied away from acknowledging his shortcomings, which was precisely why he longed to be part of a strong team could manage to blend in, but handling things solo was beyond his capability. Sensing the situation, Luo Qiu quickly found his position, maneuvering his beast to stay close to Fang Shihao, ensuring his safety. The Arctic killer crab seemed to have unleashed Pandora's box, as the scent of the beast lure spread in the cold wind. Vicious ice lake eels and spear-riding lobsters broke through the ice one after another. Polar ice foxes and frost-armored polar bears appeared on the snowy plains, and even ice elemental golems were drawn in, with wave after wave of beasts surging forth. The combat strength of the six-tailed fire fox was clearly insufficient to handle such a scale of beast tide. Fang Shihao made a quick decision, opening the portal to the beast space, and all 4 main forces emerged. The moss giant, weighing hundreds of tons, landed heavily on the ice, nearly shattering the meter-thick ice layer. Seeing the danger, Little Stone quickly lifted Fang Shihao away from the perilous ice lake. A reckless mammoth blocked the path, and the moss giant delivered a powerful kick followed by a punch that shattered its skull. This strike not only earned 2,000 points of life essence, but also unexpectedly acquired the mammoth's exclusive skill, War Stomp. This skill could not only crush enemies into pulp, but also knock down survivors with its shockwave, leaving them at the mercy of others. It's worth noting that even Chui Xie's stone-digging mountain demon, with the help of the mammoth legacy, took half a year to master this move. The moss giant immediately used this newly acquired skill to confront the beast tide. Its massive 1,000-ton body stomped heavily, causing the frozen ground to explode with chunks of earth flying like bullets. The frost-armored polar bear at the forefront had its ice armor shattered, its limbs numbed by the shockwave, and before it could recover, was knocked out by the giant's punch. The giant wielded the bear's leg as a weapon, sweeping it through the herd of snow yaks, resulting in a scene of flying flesh and anguished cries. Meanwhile, Little Guai focused on dealing with the underwater threats. The lightning sprite hovered above the ice hole, delivering electric judgments to any creature attempting to surface. Weaker creatures like biting shells and archerfish didn't even make it past this barrier before meeting their end at the bottom of the lake. Lastly, the main force, Ma Yunvine, initially appeared droopy upon arriving in the extreme cold but quickly adapted to the environment. It energetically dove into the ice lake, beginning to siphon the life force of aquatic plants. In this chaotic battle, Luo Qiu and Liang Bing were not idle either, as they guarded Fang Shihao, seizing opportunities to slay wild beasts and contributing their part to the team. The incense slowly burned out, and the ice lake had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Piles of snow beasts' corpses lay strewn about, their stench permeating the cold wind. I found it, Luo Qiu exclaimed, retrieving a semi-transparent amber-colored bead from the mouth of a dead yak. He rolled the bead in the snow to clean it and held it up for everyone to see. Do you think this is a wind-stabilizing bead? Can't tell, let's just assume it is. Keep searching, and we'll regroup afterwards, Fang Shihao instructed while mimicking Luo Qiu's method, checking the beast's mouths. Sure enough, he also found a similar wind-stabilizing bead. Wind-stabilizing beads weren't particularly rare. Any creature that endured the fierce winds at the base of Blue Moon Snow Mountain for long enough would naturally form these beads inside. However, they only worked within the ancient glacier's secret realm and would lose their effect once outside. When the two teams regrouped, they found they had collected several wind-stabilizing beads each, enough for their ascent of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. Let's go, we need to reach the mountain's base before nightfall, ordered Chui Xie, and the group began their arduous trek. Though the mountain seemed close, it was actually 40 kilometers away. The secret realm's terrain was uneven, and the snow was deep, making each step exhausting. On foot, reaching the mountain's base would take 2 full days, assuming no dangers were encountered. At this pace, the flowers will have wilted by the time we reach the top. Fang Shihao halted the group. We need to speed up and ride beasts. That's feasible. Riding a wind god wyvern, we could reach the summit in minutes, Chui Xie agreed, but given the group size, she couldn't just fly off alone. Fang Shihao promptly summoned a moss giant. This colossal creature, standing 30 meters tall, cast a shadow that startled the Chu siblings and Wei Bingquan, who were seeing it for the first time. With the wind god wyvern in the sky, my moss giant will handle ground transport. Its steady strides cover the equivalent of 100 hours, and it can traverse mountains effortlessly. We'll definitely reach the mountain's base before dark. Chu Jinji was thrilled. Amazing. Riding on the shoulder of a top-tier land beast like the moss giant is such an honor. She praised Fang Shihao enthusiastically. In the world of beast tamers, strength was the ultimate authority. Previously talkative, Luo Qiu became more reserved after witnessing Fang Shihao's beast and eagerly took on menial tasks, showing unusual diligence. Cui Xie pulled Fang Shihao onto the back of the wind god wyvern. You all follow the moss giant. Ahao and I will scout ahead. The Fengshan wyvern has a naturally proud nature and has never allowed Cui Xie's friends to ride it. Even Fang Shihao, who was close to Cui Xie, was no exception 6 months ago. Now, the wyvern's attitude towards Fang Shihao has changed, not only because of his close relationship with its master, but also because he is a beast master of the six-tailed firefox and the moss giant. This opportunistic mindset is not uncommon among beast companions. The Fengshan wyvern soared straight into the sky. It transformed the bone-chilling north wind into a gentle breeze, providing ample oxygen to the two riders on its back even in the thin air of high altitudes, showcasing its true power as the god of wind. Flocks of birds in the sky made way, not daring to infringe upon the territory of this aerial overlord. Cui Xie and Fang Shihao gazed down at the earth below, where faint signs of battle were visible. Through the eyes of the Fengshan wyvern, Cui Xie could clearly see the ground situation. However, they did not intervene, as these students would signal for help with fireworks if in danger, requiring no concern from them. As they drew closer to Blue Moon Snow Mountain, the cold became increasingly biting. Thick icicles formed on the wyvern's wings, slightly affecting its speed. After passing through the gale barrier that blocked ordinary flying beasts, they arrived at the peak of Blue Moon Snow Mountain, known as the Throat of the World. At the highest point of this eternal glacier's secret realm, the sky was clear and the ethereal aurora seemed within arm's reach. Cui Xie sighed at the beauty, leaning back into Fang Shihao's embrace. The poignant aurora moved even Fang Shihao, who wrapped his arms around Cui Xie's slender waist, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, both tensed up as their sixth sense sounded an alarm. Looking down, they saw an icy breath mixed with frost particles and ice blades surging towards them. Fortunately, the Fengshan wyvern reacted swiftly, dodging in time, and the breath only grazed past, leaving a trail of extreme cold in the air that could freeze life instantly. After regaining their balance, they saw the scene on the mountaintop platform. Beneath an inconspicuous snow pile emerged the head of a massive dragon covered in snow-white scales, with backward extending horns and bone spurs radiating a lethal intent. Retreat. Cui Xie decided decisively. The two of them alone could not handle this legendary dragon. This challenge required multiple experts working together for a chance at success, and they had arrived too early. Frostwing was about to pursue but hesitated, wary of being lured away, and instead unleashed a blizzard, concealing itself once more. The two passed through the gale barrier that ordinary flying beasts could not cross. Ahead, another Fengshan wyvern approached, carrying Cui Zhiyun. Cui Xie laughed. My dear sister, you were born 3 years before me. Yet I'm one step ahead in exploring the secret realm. That's not how it should be. Qingqiu University has made significant efforts to ensure student safety by deploying over 30 teachers and 8 professors to wait at the safe houses within the Eternal Glacier secret realm. Whenever a student sets off a distress signal, the nearest teacher will swiftly come to their aid. In the safe house near the intermittent waterfall, 6 teachers were cramped into a space less than 10 square meters. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast dancing shadows on the walls. The group included elemental teacher Ranjing, water teachers Murong Lan and Du Chao, subdragon teachers Mengkong and Li Guangyuan, and Crow Professor from the flying department, each finding a spot for themselves. Crow Professor's immense form occupied nearly a quarter of the safe house, and his distinct odor became more pronounced in the confined space. Murong Lan wrinkled her nose, spraying a pungent disinfectant into the air while complaining, just my luck to be grouped with the stinky crow. I hope I don't catch anything. Don't say that, Ranjing gently advised. Crow Professor is the fastest among us. His presence offers the students extra protection. Even as one of the few who were friendly to Crow Professor, she didn't know his real name was Feng Qin. This melodious name had been buried deeply with an incident from 10 years ago. The groupings were arranged by the school leaders, so let's just accept it, Du Chao said, trying to ease the tension, though his tone betrayed his dislike for Crow Professor. At that moment, a distress signal burst into the sky. I'll go. You all rest, Crow Professor volunteered, stepping out of the safe house with heavy strides. Once he left, the atmosphere inside lightened considerably. The other teachers gathered around the fire, chatting and brewing tea, as if they were on a snowy retreat. 20 minutes passed, and Crow Professor had not returned. Isn't Crow Professor taking too long? Ranjing asked, looking worriedly at the door. Oh, it's fine. Murong Lan dismissed her concern. He probably knows he's not welcome. so he's smart enough not to come back. Just as Ran Jing was about to suggest going out to check, the door swung open. Crow Professor walked back in through the wind and snow. Close the door behind you. You're letting the cold in? Murong Lan scolded in a tone usually reserved for students, ignoring both Crow Professor's seniority and expertise. This time, the usually patient Crow Professor did not silently endure. He shut the door firmly, his eyes behind the tinted glasses glinting with a cold light. 10 years. I've waited 10 years for this day, pretending all the while. Finally, it's over. Professor Wuya's sudden declaration sent a wave of unease through the crowd. Professor, what about the student? Did you find them? Ranjing asked urgently about the student who had signaled for help with fireworks. Rest assured, Teacher Ran. The student has been taken to a safe place, Professor Wuya replied calmly. He remembered how Ranjing had often spoken up for the student when they were marginalized, so he maintained a degree of politeness towards her, even as his true intentions were revealed. Now, I must ask all of you teachers to come with me. Professor Wuya's tone suddenly turned commanding. Just because you say so? Why should we? Did the cold wind outside make you lose your mind? Who do you think you're ordering around? Murong Lan retorted sharply, oblivious to the dangerous aura emanating from Professor Wuya. You foolish woman, always mocking me. Today, you'll pay for that. Professor Wuya's eyes flashed with menace as he pointed with his gloved hand, a cloud of black smoke rising from his shoulder. Within the smoke, 2 red lights flickered, and his epic-level crow, the Deathbringer, cast a spell of torment on Murong Lan. Her fair skin erupted with pustules, which burst, oozing a foul-smelling yellow liquid identical to the stench emanating from Professor Wuya. She screamed in agony, her painted nails clawing at her skin until it was raw and bloody. As a professional beast tamer, the curse spread through her life linked to her beast, and both writhed in pain. Do any of you dare to oppose me? Professor Wuya flicked his sleeve, and 500 sulfur-breathing Lord-level fire crows burst through the windows. The epic-level Deathbringer and Yatagarasu hovered behind him, intimidating the entire room. The other 4 professors, witnessing Murong Lan's plight, exchanged nervous glances, hesitant to act. Professor, what is it exactly that you want? Ranjing mustered the courage to ask. Professor Wuya did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly removed his gloves to reveal hands as smooth as a woman's and surprisingly unblemished arms. I've endured for 10 years, pretended for 10 years. Do you know why? Could it be for the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Mingkong, the dragon faculty teacher, ventured cautiously. Professor Wuya smiled enigmatically, tossing out 4 specially made handcuffs. These cuffs contained metal that blocked spatial abilities, rendering any beast space unusable once worn. Put them on, and you'll live. Refuse and you'll die. Under Professor Wuya's threat, the teachers reluctantly donned the handcuffs. Meanwhile, Murong Lan had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, writhing on the ground like a worm, saliva foaming at her mouth. Her stench forced everyone to keep their distance. Professor Wuya clearly had no intention of letting Murong Lan survive. He led the other 4 teachers out of the safe house, as the cries of 500 fire crows echoed outside, spewing flames in unison. Murong Lan and her beast companion were reduced to ashes in the flames, as the excess damage surpassed the limit of the life link. This competition for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which was originally intended for students only, had inexplicably been infiltrated by unknown forces, and the betrayal of Professor Wuya and his motives remain a mystery. High above, the Chui sisters unexpectedly crossed paths. Chui Xia, with a smile in her eyes, remarked, Dear sister, although you were born 3 years before me, you've fallen behind in exploring the secret realm. That's not like you. You little brat, gloating after gaining an advantage, Chui Zhiyun replied, her face flushed with annoyance. If that little man of yours hadn't crippled my most loyal retainer, how could I have lagged behind you? She secretly regretted the resources she had expended to cultivate Wanzhongwei, even trading with the Xie family for a ghost king egg. However, this carefully nurtured confidant had turned traitor against Fang Shihao, ultimately meeting his demise. Noticing her sister's displeasure, Chui Xie changed the subject. We just returned from the mountain summit. There's a particularly cunning legendary white dragon there. Be cautious when passing through the storm layer. I'll remember that. The sisters exchanged farewells, and their mutual discontent and resentment seemed to dissipate somewhat with the wind. On their way back, Fang Shihao mused, according to the school's plan, the proper way to acquire the Ice Crystal Phoenix is to first obtain the wind-stabilizing pearl to reach the mountain's base, then overcome numerous obstacles, and finally defeat the legendary white dragon. Any other path is considered a deviation. Chui Xia nodded in agreement. Indeed, past winners have all followed this path. Whether they're beastmasters adept at stealth or flight, those attempting shortcuts have all failed. Let's stick to the rules, then. Retracing their steps, they soon saw the moss giant standing tall in the distance. The wind god pterosaur slowly descended before the giant, with Liang Bing and Chu Yuye seated on its left shoulder, and 3 men standing side by side on its right, their feet resting on the soft mossy turf. Once back on the ground, Cui Xie mounted her Tyrannosaurus, while Fang Shihao had Xiao Guai revert to its true form, riding on the warm back of the 6-tailed fire fox. The appearance of this powerful beast did not surprise the Chu siblings and Wei Bingquan, as it was already well known. By 3 p.m., the group arrived at the foot of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. Fierce winds swept up swirling snow, obscuring vision with a white haze. Fang Shihao took out the wind-stabilizing pearl, immediately calming the raging snowstorm and creating a safe passage for the group. As they passed through the wind belt, the true face of Blue Moon Snow Mountain finally revealed itself. Looking up, the sea of clouds churned, auroras danced vividly, and even the darkening sky took on a softer hue. Cui Xie suggested setting up camp here to rest and prepare for a concerted effort to reach the mountainside tomorrow, and everyone agreed. The moss giant set aside the blueprints and traced intricate patterns in the air with its hands. As it moved, the ground's rocks seemed to come alive, automatically stacking and forming into shape. In no time, an 800-square-meter 2-story villa rose from the cold permafrost. This villa was entirely constructed of granite, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of human craftsmanship. Each room's glass was specially made by the moss giant, and the drainage and underfloor heating systems were fully equipped. The layout, with 8 rooms, 3 living areas, and 4 bathrooms, was cleverly designed, grand yet refined and elegant. Amazing! Building a luxury house in just a minute, this is truly a miracle in architecture. Everyone marveled at the spectacle before them, relieved that their worries about accommodation for the night were solved effortlessly by the moss giant. This ability was something the moss giant possessed even when it was still a rock giant, but at that time, Fang Shihao's power was limited, and he dared not be too conspicuous in the wild. Now, in the relatively safe ancient glacier secret realm, with the protection provided by his and Cui Xie's strength, such luxury was no longer something to hide. As night fell, the group divided their tasks. Wei Bingquan and Liang Bing took charge of the perimeter watch, while Fang Shihao and Chu Jinji gathered firewood. Chu Yuye and Liang Bing busied themselves in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Cui Xie relaxed by the fireplace, a warm blanket over her legs, cradling a cozy little fox enjoying her leisure as the employer paying their wages. Inside the stone villa, it was as warm as spring. The combined heating from the fireplace and underfloor system made the harsh cold outside almost forgettable. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms to rest and gather strength for the challenges ahead. That night, fireworks lit up the entire ancient glacier secret realm. Between 5 and 7 p.m. alone, more than 20 bursts of fireworks illuminated the sky, signaling the exit of many participants. Fang Shihao estimated that only about 20% of the students would reach the Blue Moon Mountains, and fewer than 10 had the strength to contend for the Ice Crystal Phoenix. The next morning, as the 7-member team prepared to set out, 3 exhausted students arrived. Cui Xie generously invited them to rest in the villa. They expressed their gratitude, vowing to repay the favor in the future. After bidding farewell to the 3, the team continued on their journey. However, after just a few hundred meters, a fierce full-star king-level snow leopard suddenly leaped from the side. With a leap, it swatted 2 girls off Fang Shihao's left shoulder and then opened its massive jaws, biting Chu Yuye's shoulder, intending to drag her into the snow. Chu Yu directed her iron golem to attack, and with a powerful punch like a rocket launcher, it landed forcefully on the ground. Simultaneously, a Mo Yun vine burst from the snow, tightly binding the snow leopard. The iron golem's punch hit its mark, reducing the snow leopard's health by half. A fiery meteor then followed, its scorching flames consuming the snow leopard's remaining life in an instant. Before Fang Shihao could check the kill notification, a deafening roar swept through the area. It was an avalanche. The seemingly light snowflakes, under the force of gravity, amassed into a devastating force of tons, with destructive power comparable to a tsunami. This avalanche was not a natural occurrence. While they were dealing with the snow leopard, an epic frost giant stood on a high ridge, observing coldly. This giant, with blue skin and snow-white hair and beard, merely stomped lightly to unleash the catastrophic avalanche. The frost giant descended like a skilled skier, his icy blue eyes locked onto the moss giant. Although both were giants, their nature differed. The moss giant was a pure elemental being, while the frost giant was a creature of flesh and blood harnessing the power of ice. Despite his 6-meter height appearing diminutive next to the moss giant, his agility and coordination were his winning assets, evident from his ease in surfing the avalanche. "Let me handle him," Xiao Shirtu said in a deep voice, excited like a warrior encountering a worthy opponent. The frost giant seized the opportunity, instantly forming a long sword of solid ice, aiming to slash at the moss giant's thigh. However, the blade shattered upon contact. Xiao Shitu's upgraded body was as hard as diamond. Yet, there was more to this seemingly failed attack. The shattered ice fragments formed massive ice blocks on the moss giant's leg, severely restricting its movement. The frost giant struck again, targeting the knee this time. He then leaped up, his elbow like a spear aiming for the moss giant's nape. However, this seemingly lethal strike revealed a misjudgment. Pure elemental beings have no vital points. The moss giant remained unscathed, only swaying slightly. Its head eerily rotated 180 degrees, emitting a grinding noise like millstones. Emerald beams shot from its eyes, hitting the descending frost giant. The moss giant then swung a powerful punch, blasting its opponent into a mist of ice. But the frost giant was prepared, using a sacrificial ice body to teleport 10 meters away, evading the fatal blow. Realizing he couldn't defeat the moss giant, he swiftly changed tactics, turning his attack toward Cui Xia, who rode atop the Tyrannosaurus. This action infuriated the Tyrannosaurus. The ancient predator opened its massive jaws, crushing the frost giant and his weapon into pieces. Once again, it was a substitute ice body. 2 consecutive failures made the frost giant realize that his opponent was formidable. He suddenly whipped up a blizzard, and taking advantage of the sudden drop in visibility, he vanished into the storm. With his retreat, the raging avalanche abruptly stopped. In just 30 seconds, the avalanche had buried the moss giant knee-deep in snow, while the Tyrannosaurus was half buried. That was dangerous. The frost giant doesn't play fair. What kind of skill is ambushing? Remarked the Chu siblings. Thank goodness Hao was with us. If it were just us, we'd probably be done for. The siblings, known for their flattery, seized the opportunity to praise Fang Shihao, who indeed enjoyed the compliments. Let's not dwell on the frost giant. Fang Shihao shifted the topic. Have you noticed that the beasts on this snowy mountain are much stronger than those lower down? Take that snow leopard. Just know it dared to ignore the intimidation of an epic-level beast and forcibly abduct someone, which is truly rare. Cui Xia explained. The Blue Moon Snow Mountain is rich in spiritual energy. A place that can nurture an ice crystal phoenix would naturally make the creatures here extraordinary. This explanation convinced everyone, as certain special beasts indeed require specific environments to be born. Having overcome the frost giant, the 7-member team continued their ascent. It was like the legendary 81 trials, with fierce beasts attacking every few steps. The most dangerous moment came when they were ambushed by a pack of icefang sea lions, with a frost giant lying in wait at the flank. Fortunately, Xiao Guai unleashed incredible power in that battle, not only carving a path through but also intimidating the frost giant. In the first half of the climb, the frost giants were the most troublesome opponents. By noon, they had encountered 3 of them. These creatures were not only powerful but also extremely cunning, striking to kill when they had the chance and retreating swiftly when they didn't. If not for the fact that each frost giant occupied different territories and rarely joined forces, their situation would have been even more perilous. Lunch was a simple affair of compressed biscuits with hot water, and the team continued their climb. Only a quarter of the journey remained to reach the mist-shrouded mountain zone, but each step was fraught with challenges. Various formidable beasts appeared one after another, including a full-star epic-level ice thorn beast that even suppressed the moss giant. It was only with the coordinated efforts of Cui Xia's wind god pterosaur that they managed to repel it. As they ascended, the air grew thinner, and a thick mist enveloped them. Cui Xia led the 7-person team to be the first to reach the mountain zone on the northern side of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. Standing there, Fang Shihao felt a surge of pride. They had climbed over 10,000 meters from the base to this point, surpassing Earth's highest peaks, and their arduous journey to this position was indeed a reason to be proud. Set up camp and rest. We summit tomorrow. Cui Xia's command sparked cheers from the entire team. Tomorrow, they would conquer Blue Moon Snow Mountain and vie for the totem beast of Ice Phoenix University, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. As the team led by Cui Xia aimed for the mountain peak, Pei Zhiyuan's group of 3 had just woken up in a stone villa at the foot of the mountain. Being novices at wilderness camping, they didn't dare sleep in the rooms last night and instead unrolled their sleeping bags on the floor, warmed by the lingering heat. Around noon, the slight movement of their leader, Pei Zhiyuan, woke up Li Bin and Yang Xiaoya. All 3 were alumni of Redwood High School, and their local roots and shared school experiences made them particularly close. Pei Zhiyuan, a senior, was a year ahead of the other 2 and the strongest, naturally becoming the leader. Their goal was simply to try their luck in the ancient glacier's secret realm. It's great to have a stable base, Yang Xiaoya said as she walked around the villa, her eyes full of envy. At least we don't have to eat and sleep in the open. We don't have such luxury, Pei Zhiyuan replied with a wry smile. They're here for camping. We're here to survive. It's a whole different story. My uncle used to be a counselor at Ice Phoenix University, Li Bin suddenly suggested. He said Blue Moon Snow Mountain is hard to climb. But if we move fast, we might catch up with Xia and her team. It's better to team up than go solo. Initially, they intended to compete for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but after witnessing the strength of top teams, they realized they could only hope for a lucky break. However, reality was harsher than expected. After just a few hundred steps forward, they encountered an ice giant. In the blizzard, each blow from the giant severely injured their beasts. Within 30 seconds, Yang Xiaoya's iron-bone falcon was decapitated by an ice blade. Pei Zhiyuan immediately commanded his duo of Beast Stonehide Boar and Snow Mountain Boar to step up, but they were gravely injured after one round of attacks. Set off the flares. Pei Zhiyuan shouted desperately. Li Bin and Yang Xiaoya acted quickly, and two flares pierced through the storm, blooming in the sky. The situation grew increasingly dire. Yang Xiaoya's lava lizard soon followed the iron-bone falcon in death, and the main beasts of Pei Zhiyuan and Li Bin were also badly battered. They had to keep sending in support beasts, sacrificing them to buy more time. Please, let reinforcements come? Yang Xiaoya cried out, her tears freezing instantly. Just at that critical moment, hundreds of fire crows burst through the sky, their collective flames dispelling the surrounding blizzard. In an instant, the wind ceased and the snow stopped, and the menacing frost giant turned and fled without looking back, its long legs carrying it away swiftly. Professor Crow descended from the sky, stepping on a flock of fire crows that arranged themselves into a staircase, highlighting his kingly and imposing presence. Woohoo, Professor Crow, you finally came. Yang Xiaoya collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her savior was, ironically, the very professor she had once despised the most. Memories flooded back. Following the school's trend of flattering the high and stepping on the low, Yang Xiaoya had once, like others, looked down on this professor who was covered in sores and emitted a foul odor. Although she initially admired his gentle nature and engaging teaching, after learning about his awkward position at the school, she joined in the ridicule to avoid being ostracized by others, even going as far as causing disruptions in class and mocking his frantic demeanor. Oh, it's Yang Xiaoya. Professor Crow's voice was colder than the polar wind. How did you end up in such a state? Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the professor, Yang Xiaoya immediately lowered her head and admitted her mistake. We underestimated the dangers of Blue Moon Snow Mountain. Thank you, Professor, and I'm sorry. This timely apology saved her life. Otherwise, she might have met the same fate as Morong Lan, reduced to ashes along with the safe house. Come with me. Professor Crow snorted coldly, indicating his acceptance of the apology. Although Pei Zhiyuan verbally agreed to follow the professor's arrangements, he kept exchanging wary glances with Li Bin and Yang Xiaoya. They all sensed something amiss with Professor Crow, but the disparity in strength left them no choice but to be led to a warehouse beneath the secret realm. Here, 15 teachers, 2 professors, and nearly 100 students were already imprisoned, all those he had discovered. You three, put these on. Professor Crow tossed 3 pairs of handcuffs to them, and they obediently wore them. Pointing to 5 still steaming charred corpses in the corner, he said, provide me with tokens that prove your identity. I need to write ransom letters to your families. If they can accomplish tasks for me, you'll survive. These 5 local students were burned to death as an example because no one completed tasks for them. Terrified by the gruesome sight, the 3 hurriedly handed over their tokens. Yang Xiaoya's pendant, Pei Zhiyuan's birthday watch, and a photo of Li Bin's birthmark. Let's hope your families love you enough. Professor Crow said with a sinister smile beneath his beak-shaped mask. If I don't receive news of completed tasks by tomorrow, you'll die. With that, he locked the warehouse door and continued his hunt with the tokens in hand. The dimly lit underground warehouse was filled with despair and sorrow. The elite students of Binghuang University, now prisoners, huddled in the corners, unable to suppress their sobs. These young individuals, once brimming with potential, now awaited an uncertain fate like lambs to the slaughter. Their guards, Professors Wang Weijia from the Defense Department and Yin Ming from the Insect Department, wore similarly grim expressions. Despite being expert beast tamers, they had been defeated by the cunning Professor Feng Shihao. His true power was far beyond what was apparent aside from his well-known epic-level Deathbird. He secretly nurtured an epic-level Yatagarasu and a formidable army of fire crows, each at the Lord level. Hundreds of these fire crows could launch a simultaneous attack, challenging even epic-level beasts. Professor Feng Shihao was extremely cautious in his actions. He targeted only those who had sent distress signals, avoiding the scions of noble families who had reached the mid-mountain level. Every strike he made was precise and successful. In stark contrast to the despair in the underground warehouse, a newly built villa in the mountains was filled with laughter and cheer. Chui Sia's team of 7 gathered around a campfire, enjoying roasted meat and drinks, savoring a brief moment of joy. However, after the celebration, they faced a harsh reality. The climb to the summit would begin the next day, presenting not only treacherous terrain but also the challenge of the legendary white dragon, Frostwing. Fang Shihao harbored an additional worry. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered Xiang Tianqing, Xia Mingqing, and others, but as they neared the summit, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Before the final showdown, Fang Shihao needed to elevate his beasts to their peak potential. He had accumulated 90,000 life essence points from various battles: the Battle of Tiger Mountain, the Sky Tower Challenge, the Beastler Ambush, and the Climb Battle. The previous night, he had spent 6,500 points to advance his Cloudvine and Lightning Sprite to 8-star full form. Now he faced a decision. Should he enhance his beast's status or their level? In the past, Fang Shihao would have chosen to enhance their status, but the battle with the Ice Thorn Beast had taught him a valuable lesson. The Moss Giant, despite being epic level, nearly lost to the Ice Thorn Beast due to a difference in star level. In high-level confrontations, star level proved crucial. Rather than pursue status enhancement, Fang Shihao decided to push the current combat power of his beasts to the limit. With his growing ability to acquire life essence, his beast's potential would eventually be fully realized. The immediate priority was to ensure his current strength reached its peak, preparing for the imminent ultimate battle. Fang Shihao quietly contemplated the strategy for resource allocation. Instead of elevating all his beasts to an epic level for appearances, he decided to focus on enhancing the combat abilities of the Six-Tailed Fox and the Moss Giant. He decisively pulled up the attribute panel for the Six-Tailed Fox. The system indicated that its rank couldn't be elevated for now, but its star level could still be increased. Advancing to the third-tier rank required a strict prerequisite first. The star level had to be maxed out. To upgrade the Six-Tailed Fox from 8 stars to 9 stars required 15,000 life essence points, and from 9 stars to 10 stars required 23,000 points, totaling 38,000 points. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao injected the life essence. The little creature by the fireplace immediately sensed the influx of immense energy and instinctively curled into a furry ball, entering an upgrade state. Subsequently, Fang Shihao also infused 32,000 life essence points into the Moss Giant, allowing it to leap from 8 stars to 10 stars. The giant conveyed its gratitude, and then fell into an energy transformation slumber. After calculating the remaining life essence, subtracting the 6,500 points used previously to elevate the Cloudvine and Thunder Spirit to 8 stars, he was left with 14,000 points, which was insufficient for further star upgrades for the Cloudvine, or to support the Thunder Spirit's rank advancement. In less than half an hour, both primary beasts completed their upgrades. Although Little Guai's size didn't change much, its core strength, speed, and flame intensity were significantly enhanced, instilling confidence in its ability to defeat Zhurong and Unknown. The transformation of the Moss Giant was astonishing, with its size surging from 30 meters to 40 meters, and its weight easily surpassing 1,000 tons. With anticipation for the impending battle, Fang Shihao went to sleep peacefully. However, at dawn, the underground warehouse doors thunderously opened, and the long-absent Professor Wu Ya finally appeared. The imprisoned students trembled involuntarily. In just 2 days, you'll be able to leave the secret realm. I promise to release you once the task is done, and I, Feng Qiyun, keep my word, Professor Wu Ya's voice echoed in the dim space. Unfortunately, some of you couldn't keep your word. Kong Yang, Li Xijian, and Wang Zixing stepped forward. The 3 students stepped out, trembling, fully aware of the terrifying consequences of defying Professor Wu Ya. It would be a torment worse than death. I gave your families a chance, but unfortunately, they didn't value your lives. Professor Crow's voice echoed in the basement, the black mist behind him swirling violently. Li Xijuan, Wang Zixing, your families failed to complete my task. I sentence you to death. Before he finished speaking, dozens of fire crows burst forth from the black mist. The flames they spewed instantly engulfed the 2 of them, and amid their harrowing screams, Li Xijuan and Wang Zixing quickly turned to ashes. Kong Yang barely had time to feel relieved before Professor Crow turned his gaze on him. Kong Yang, you deserve to die the most. Your family dared to call the police, completely disregarding me. Do they think I won't kill? You'll die after enduring endless torment. A full-star epic-level deathbird appeared out of nowhere, its obsidian-like beak opening to release a cloud of plague miasma. Kong Yang's body immediately began to decay, black blood gushing from his mouth, his face contorted in agony, and he finally succumbed to unimaginable torment. After executing the 3, Professor Crow left leisurely. The remaining trio exchanged glances, their eyes revealing relief. They silently thanked their local connections and family influence for completing Professor Crow's task and escaping death. What do you think Professor Crow is really after? Pei Zhiyuan whispered. At first, I thought he wanted to seize the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but now it seems his ambitions lie outside the secret realm. I think I understand. Li Bin gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his eyes. He captured us to use us as hostages, controlling our families to do his bidding. I want to go home. Yang Xiaoya, now without her beast and with her freedom restricted, began to defend their captor. Professor Crow will let us go, right? He only kills those who deserve it. He'll keep his word. Are you suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, or something? What do you mean, those who deserve it? Who among the dead deserve to die? Li Bin glared at her. Am I wrong? If their families had completed the task, they wouldn't have died. All right, Let's all say less and not affect our unity. As they prepared to set off, Wei Bingquan suddenly frowned and said, "Why do I feel like the moss giant has grown taller? It wasn't this tall yesterday. It has grown." Luo Qiu clapped his hands and laughed. "The moss giant's strength has increased again. That's good news. After days of tough battles, both the six-tailed fox and the moss giant have improved. It's nothing to be surprised about." Fang Shihao halted the discussion. "Let's move out. We have a long way to go today. The latter half of the mountain path is more dangerous than the first, but there are few beasts along the way. Not many have the ability to survive in the second half." The path grew increasingly narrow, and the howling wind threatened to hurl the climbers off the towering cliffs. In this harsh environment, a massive ice thorn beast blocked their way. The creature was intimidating. Its limbs were short but extremely sturdy, with claws deeply embedded in the ground. Its back resembled that of a stegosaurus, bristling with thousands of icy spikes gleaming menacingly. Its head was a hybrid of bear and tiger, with tusks as sharp as blades. The distinct fist mark on its left shoulder indicated it was the same beast that Little Stone had driven away the day before. Recalling how he had barely repelled it yesterday as a moss giant, even with the help of a tyrannosaurus and a six-tailed fox, Little Stone felt a sense of shame. "Everyone, stand back. I'll handle this," he said in a deep voice. The moss giant set down the passengers from his back and unleashed the fury of the mountains. The surrounding majestic snow-capped peaks seemed to lend him strength as golden flames rose from his body. When the ice thorn beast swung its club-like tail, the moss giant's paralyzing ray struck first. Though the powerful beast was only immobilized for a second, it was enough. The moss giant seized the beast's tail and, with a roar that shook the mountains, he used his immense strength to hurl the ice thorn beast over his shoulder, slamming it heavily into the ground. The impact caused the earth to crack and an avalanche to thunder down. As the avalanche rushed toward them, inspiration struck Little Stone. He positioned his hands forward and backward, palms facing each other, and suddenly brought them together. A giant vacuum blade materialized out of thin air, slicing the massive avalanche in two. This was the Mountain God Slash, a skill passed down from the mountain giants. "What kind of move is that? It's so powerful," Wei Bingquan exclaimed, growing increasingly envious of Fang Shihao's formidable beast. "Wow, Stonehead has gotten stronger again. I want to spar with him tonight," Xiao Guai said excitedly, even though the move posed a significant threat to him as well. Before anyone could react, Little Stone turned to the still-dazed ice thorn beast. A simple straight punch landed precisely on its forehead, turning its brain to mush. The system notification followed. "Your beast, the moss giant, has killed the ice thorn beast, plundering 11,820 life essence points." After easily defeating the ice thorn beast, the team of 7 continued their ascent up the mountain. The path grew increasingly treacherous, and the dense mountain fog obscured their vision, making it difficult to determine their direction. However, for climbing, as long as they kept moving upwards, that was enough. Standing on the shoulder of the moss giant, Wei Bingquan suddenly spotted something. "There are people up ahead." In the distance, a group of more than a dozen figures was divided into 2 factions, gathered around the corpse of a crystal python. "They don't seem to be together," Liang Bing quietly pointed out. "Let's go and take a look." Cui Xie was riding a tyrannosaurus, Fang Shihao was on a six-tailed fox, and the remaining 5 were on the shoulders of the moss giant. The 3 epic beasts moved forward side by side, exuding an intimidating presence. This was the second group they had encountered on the road, apart from the trio led by Pei Jian. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. Wei Ziying bit her lip, glaring angrily at the opposing side. "I suggested splitting the loot evenly, but you refused. Now that outsiders have shown up to take a share, are you satisfied?" Facing her was Dugu Qianxue, accompanied only by Ji Qianqian, while the others stood with Wei Ziying. Dugu Qianxue sneered. "Ridiculous. Without me, could you have taken down the crystal python? Talk about splitting the loot evenly, you think you deserve it?" Her words were sharp, but those who knew her understood that this noblewoman never lied, even if the truth often hurt. Seeing the impressive strength of the newcomers, Wei Ziying quickly changed her demeanor, adopting a pitiful look. "You're just in time. Please judge fairly. We discovered the crystal python first, but Dugu Qianxue came and hijacked it, then tried to claim all the spoils. Is there any justice in that?" At this moment, 4 of the campus's top 10 beauties were gathered in one place. Dugu Qianxue and Cui Xie were heirs of prestigious families, their status even surpassing Ji Qianqian, who was from a royal branch. Although Wei Ziying was a commoner, her relationship with Pei Ziyu, the heir of the Southern King, had earned her an epic beast, the Hydra, allowing her to join the ranks of the beauties. Ji Qianqian turned away in disgust, muttering under her breath, "Green tea bitch." Seeing Fang Shihao made her uneasy, as she felt guilty about accepting a bribe from Xie Mingqing to sabotage Fang Shihao during the finals. "I suggest you mind your own business. Go your own way," Dugu Qinshue snapped, her usual unfriendly demeanor unchanged. Cui Xia, accustomed to her temper, was unfazed. Why so fierce? With all of you blocking the path, how are we supposed to get up the mountain? Wei Ziying seized the opportunity to criticize Dugu Qianxue, her voice tinged with feigned helplessness. See, she's so overbearing. She just took the monster without permission. Her words immediately sparked whispers among the onlookers like Wei Bingquan. Dugu Qianxue is indeed too much. Does being from a prominent family allow her to bully others? Both are campus goddesses, but the difference in character is striking. Observing the reactions around her, Wei Ziying's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and she pretended to be magnanimous. How about this? Let's split the crystal python into 3 parts. Miss Dugu Qianxue can have the head, Miss Cui Xia the body, and I'll take the tail, even if it's a loss for me. This proposal was a huge win for Wei Ziying's team. They hadn't put in any effort, yet they stood to gain a third of the crystal python, which contained a jade heart and agate gall. Her strategy was clear. Team up with Cui Xia, and together they could overpower Dugu Qianxue. However, before Cui Xia could respond, Dugu Qianxue clenched her fists and shouted angrily, I killed the crystal python, and you think you can just take it without earning it? Dream on. Six-tusked white elephant, glazed golden flame. At her summons, a giant elephant 10 meters tall appeared, draped in a brocade cassock, with 18 golden monk skulls hanging from its neck, and 3 pairs of tusks growing from its mouth. The elephant raised its trunk, releasing hundreds of lamps burning with golden flames. As these lamps gently descended, the supposedly indestructible crystal python's corpse began to melt rapidly in the golden fire. Strangely, there was no smell of burning. Instead, the air was filled with the scent of sandalwood from a temple. As the north wind howled, the faint sound of monks chanting could be heard. This six-tusked white elephant was no ordinary beast. In Buddhist texts, it is associated with the birth of Shakyamuni. Buddha legend has it that Buddha's mother dreamt of a six-tusked white elephant entering her womb. It is also the mount of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and appears in Journey to the West as one of the 3 demons of the Lion Camel Ridge. Although Dugu Qianshue's elephant was only 8-star, its legendary status made it a formidable opponent, even against full-star epic beasts. If I can't have it, neither can you. Qianqian, let's go. After destroying the source of the conflict, Dugu Qianxue felt content and continued her ascent with Ji Qianqian. Wei Ziying was left speechless with anger, not expecting such decisiveness from her opponent. Cui Xia watched the spectacle with a cold eye, gaining deeper insight into their characters. Dugu Qianxue was stubborn and willful, but backed by strength. Wei Ziying, despite leading a capable team with talents like Lu Yiming and Han Haiba, was overly scheming and tainted by her past as a mistress, making her unappealing. Ridiculous. Let's continue climbing, she said softly. The team of 7 led by Cui Xia continued their journey, the mountain winds howling around them. Wei Ziying and her group caught up, her voice deliberately friendly. The path ahead is steep and wild animals are common. Why don't our teams travel together for mutual support? That's not necessary, Cui Xia replied bluntly. We're all here for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which makes us rivals. There's no need for pretenses. Unfazed, Wei Ziying persisted. Miss Cui, you're overthinking it. Even if we're enemies, that's only after we find the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Right now, reaching the summit is our shared goal. Lu Yiming, standing by, quickly agreed. Exactly, Miss Cui. There's strength in numbers, and reaching the summit first is what matters. This young man from a prestigious family controlled a legendary phantom thorn dragon. Hatched from a dinosaur egg his grandfather Lu Bolin had bought for 5 billion from the old Jinyang mine. The family hoped he would advance with this power, but his focus was on ingratiating himself with Wei Ziying. Cui Xia turned to Fang Shihao, silently seeking his opinion. She knew his capabilities well. 2 months ago, his rock giant had defeated Zhou Weijia, the class leader of the elemental class. Now, he had upgraded the rock giant to a moss giant and tamed a 6-tailed fire fox, making him a dual epic beast master on par with any heir from a noble family. We can agree, Fang Shihao replied in a low voice. Understanding our opponents in advance can work to our advantage. Thus, the 2 teams merged. The moss giant led Cui Xia's team, its long legs covering great distances with each stride, both steady and swift. Wei Ziying's group traveled on a sled pulled by Wang Ye's flying reindeer. Though not particularly strong in battle, this lord-level beast boasted incredible endurance, able to run for hours without tiring. The towering flying reindeer marched proudly, pulling the sled filled with Wei Ziying's team, closely following the moss giant towards the mountain's peak. Ostensibly for mutual support, Wei Ziying's true target was likely the exceptionally gifted Fang Shihao. Watching Fang Shihao riding on the back of the 6-tailed fire fox, a glint flashed in Wei Ziying's eyes. She coughed a few times, her body beginning to tremble slightly, as though unable to bear the jostling of the sled on the rugged mountain road. Ziying, are you catching a cold? Han Haiba, who had been keeping an eye on her, immediately asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Wei Ziying replied, just as the sled hit a particularly uneven stretch, causing her to cover her mouth and retch. The sled is indeed uncomfortable. We rough men can handle it, but someone as delicate as you can't possibly endure it. Han Haiba anxiously looked around, his gaze landing on the steadily moving Tyrannosaurus, moss giant, and six-tailed fire fox. Hold on, everyone stop for a moment. Han Haiba shouted loudly. Fang Shihao immediately reined in the six-tailed fire fox. What's going on? The sled is too bumpy, and Goddess Ziying isn't coping well. Could she possibly ride one of your beasts? Han Haiba explained. No problem, there's room on the moss giant's left shoulder. Fang Shihao agreed readily. Han Haiba frowned. That doesn't seem appropriate. Goddess Ziying is our team leader. Sharing a ride with a member of your team might not be fitting. What do you suggest then? Fang Shihao chuckled. These folks sure have a lot of conditions. I noticed your six-tailed fire fox seems quite comfortable to ride. How about you come and join us on the sled, and let Goddess Ziying ride it for a while? At these words, the six-tailed fire fox's fiery red tail immediately raised and swayed menacingly. Fang Shihao's expression turned cold. What did you say? Say it again. Seeing this, Wei Ziying quickly intervened to smooth things over. Cough, cough, that's not suitable. After all, Fang Shihao is the owner of the six-tailed fire fox. How can a beast master be separated from his beast? Perhaps I could ride with Fang Shihao. Fang Shihao considered for a moment. That seems reasonable, but wouldn't riding with another woman make Cui Xia uncomfortable? Cui Xia, sensing Wei Ziying's intentions, was secretly annoyed. She cleverly chimed in. Han's suggestion makes sense. After all, Goddess Wei is the team leader, and riding with our team members would be beneath her. It wouldn't be an issue for you to ride the Tyrannosaurus with me. Yes, that makes sense. Han Haiba's eyes lit up at her words. Realizing she couldn't decline further, Wei Ziying said, Thank you, Miss Cui, for taking me in. She knew that refusing again would only reveal her true intentions, which would be counterproductive. On their journey to the summit of Blue Moon Snow Mountain, the two teams encountered danger twice. The first threat came from an attack by ice thorn beasts, which Wei Ziying and Lu Yiming managed to fend off together. Fang Shihao took this opportunity to test Wei Ziying's team's strength by sending out a six-tailed fire fox. However, he deliberately held back, only displaying power equivalent to that of a 7-star epic Phantom Thorn Dragon. Notably, Lu Yiming had acquired the Phantom Thorn Dragon just 2 months prior, and had yet to fully unleash its potential. The second threat was an ambush by the Cold Sky Ice Silkworm. This psychic beast was adept at hiding and launched a sudden mental assault that knocked out the flying reindeer pulling their sled, causing it to overturn and leaving everyone in disarray. At this critical moment, Liang Bing's dream-eating tapir played a vital role. This psychic beast, skilled in manipulating dreams, pulled its attacked companions into a protective dream state while other team members released their beasts to search for the enemy. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the Cold Sky Ice Silkworm wisely allowed them to pass. After a simple lunch, they continued their ascent. In this secret realm where days are short and nights are long, dawn barely breaks at 7 in the morning, with full daylight not until 8, and darkness setting in by 3 in the afternoon, with complete nightfall by 5. This left them with only 9 hours of actual activity time. The advantage of the two teams working together became increasingly apparent as the presence of 5 epic-level beasts deterred wild creatures. The main challenge in the afternoon came from the increasingly treacherous terrain. Several cliffs required the use of flying beasts to shuttle back and forth. After a grueling trek, the teams finally reached the world's throat at 4:30 in the afternoon, a vast area spanning about 30 hectares. The extreme cold and thin air made it a forbidden zone for most living beings, with only the strongest beasts able to survive. Although it was known that a legendary white dragon resided there, Fang Shihao and Cui Xia were wary of other potential threats and decided to postpone further exploration until the next day. The moss giant used its powers to summon a 3-story villa with over 20 guest rooms. Observing this, Wei Ziying secretly calculated that conquering Fang Shihao could greatly increase his chances of obtaining the Ice Crystal Phoenix. As night fell, everyone retired to rest. Fang Shihao was in his room reading EC Travels, remaining highly vigilant with his pet, Xiao Guai, guarding Cui Xia. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Fang Shihao asked warily. It's me, Wei Ziying. A suspicion crossed Fang Shihao's mind, and after a moment of hesitation, he opened the door. Wei Ziying wore a pink cotton nightdress with strawberry prints, her slender and graceful figure hidden beneath it. As she moved lightly, her snow-white legs occasionally peeked out from under the hem, creating a tantalizing allure that was more captivating than complete exposure. Miss Wei, what brings you to me at this late hour? Fang Shihao asked coldly, deliberately maintaining a distance. It's too early to sleep, and I wanted to talk to you, Wei Ziying said casually, sitting by Fang Shihao's bed as if it were her own room. Heh, with so many admirers, Why would you want to talk to me? Fang Shihao replied. Wei Ziying sighed softly. Even though they pursue me, they don't understand the turmoil in my heart. I don't quite understand what you mean. Fang Shihao raised an eyebrow. As the campus goddess, you have everything you want. What troubles could you possibly have? Tears welled up in Wei Ziying's eyes as she began to tell her story. My father was tricked by a young master from a prominent family who pursued me, and now he owes a gambling debt he can't repay. To settle the debt, he sold me to the young master, and I'll be taken away to marry him after I graduate next year. Her voice choked with emotion. I don't want to get married, and even if I did, I wouldn't want to marry a pompous young master. My only way out is to obtain the Ice Crystal Phoenix and gain the power to stand against their family. She looked at Fang Shihao pleadingly. Will you help me? You should be seeking Cui Sia's help, not mine. She's more capable of helping you. Fang Shihao replied impassively. Seeing his indifference, Wei Ziying bit her lip, slowly stood up, and loosened her waist tie. The pink nightdress slipped from her fair shoulders, revealing her alluring figure in the warm room. That's impossible. She's a young lady of a prominent family and can't empathize with the hardships we commoners face. Wei Ziying said softly. You have the power to help me. If you're willing, I will be yours. From today onwards, my body and soul will belong to you. Will you help me? I'll serve you well. Please, Miss Wei, have some self-respect. Fang Shihao frowned, turning his head away. He had long seen through her ploy using fabricated sob stories and physical allure to gain his assistance, a tactic Wei Ziying frequently employed. Many talented commoners had been won over by her physical offerings. Look at me. I don't believe you can resist. Wei Ziying dropped her pretense, seductively approaching Fang Shihao with feline grace. Forgive my bluntness, Fang Shihao said directly. I know your past and what kind of person you are. Even if I were willing to help, I'd take the Ice Crystal Phoenix myself before helping you with your troubles. I admit you have some charm, but what gives you the confidence to think you can compare to the Ice Crystal Phoenix? These words extinguished all of Wei Ziying's hopes. She resentfully put her clothes back on and left in anger. The allure of the campus goddess had failed against Fang Shihao, leaving her feeling more defeated than ever before. After seeing Wei Ziying off, Fang Shihao had barely settled back into bed for 5 minutes when there was another knock at the door. Opening it, he found Cui Sia standing there in her snow-white pajamas, holding little Guai in her arms. Who was just here? Cui Sia sniffed the air twice, keenly detecting the scent of another woman. It was Wei Ziying. If you had come a bit earlier, you would have seen quite a show, Fang Shihao teased. What show? Cui Sia rolled her eyes at him and pressed on. What did she want with you? Think about it. What could she possibly want with me in the middle of the night? She's obviously infatuated with me, Fang Shihao started to explain, but seeing Cui Sia's angry face, he quickly changed his tone. Just kidding. She tried to seduce me, but I didn't fall for it. That wicked woman trying to steal my man. Unforgivable. I'm going to find her. Cui Sia turned, ready to confront Wei Ziying. Fang Shihao quickly stopped her. Calm down. She didn't succeed, did she? If you really want to get back at her, let's capture the Ice Crystal Phoenix and ruin her plans. That'll surely drive her crazy. Changing the subject, he added, by the way, did you notice that Han Haiba from Wei Ziying's team hasn't made a move yet? They're clearly holding something back. I was just going to mention that, Cui Sia said, her mood settling. I just asked senior sister Liang Bing about it. She knows Lu Yiming and Han Haiba. Though they're not from prestigious families, they do have some influence. Lu Yiming's grandfather is an expert beastmaster with his own mercenary team. Han Haiba's family is military. His father is a major general in the army. Cui Sia continued. Han Haiba's beast is the devouring pelican. It's neither good at aerial nor land combat, but it has a powerful unique skill called Voracious Devour. It can swallow any beast with a lower star rating than itself in one gulp, regardless of size. That powerful? Fang Shihao was surprised. Don't worry, Cui Sia reassured him. The devouring pelican's combat ability is weak. The devoured beast doesn't die immediately. It takes time to digest. During that time, if we defeat the pelican, the swallowed beast will be saved. Fang Shihao smiled confidently. My six-tailed fox and moss giant are both 10-star. At most, it can only be 10-star too, so it can't swallow beasts of the same level. Honestly, I'm looking forward to Wei Ziying and her team turning against us. She relies on sneaky tricks, and her beast training skills are mediocre. Look at her Hydra. It's only 6-star and relies solely on innate skills for fighting, without learning any common skills. Fang Shihao calmly analyzed the current situation. Lu Yiming hasn't had the Phantom Thorn Dragon long enough to fully master its abilities. Han Haiba's devouring pelican is powerful, but it has obvious weaknesses. If they're not hiding any strength, I can take them down on my own. He considered the causality skill Voracious Devour, possessed by the devouring pelican, which was indeed tempting. However, his moral code prevented him from targeting innocents just for a skill. He could only hope the other side would break the alliance first, allowing him to retaliate openly. No matter what Wei Ziying says tomorrow, I'm going to part ways with her, Fang Shihao resolved internally. I think she should know better by now. As night deepened, and seeing that Cui Xie showed no intention of leaving, Fang Shihao reminded her, it's time to rest. Tomorrow might be the final battle. Getting enough rest will give us an edge. No way. Cui Xie blurted out. What if that nasty woman comes back once I'm gone? I'll lock the door after you leave and won't open it for anyone. No, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist, Cui Xie insisted. Either way, you're not getting rid of me tonight. Fang Shihao chuckled softly. Having Cui Xie stay was an unexpected delight for him. Then stay, but don't blame me if things get out of hand. Do as you like, Cui Xie retorted, trying to sound tough. But her body trembled slightly with nervousness, causing the whole bed to shake gently. Fang Shihao turned off the light and got into bed, but did nothing and soon fell asleep. Cui Xie's emotions shifted from nervousness to anticipation, and finally to embarrassment. What's with this guy? How can he sleep with a beautiful woman like me next to him? It's so disrespectful. In a fit of anger, she pinched Fang Shihao's arm twice before she felt at ease and closed her eyes. What she didn't see was the slight smile on the lips of the sleeping Fang Shihao. He understood that Cui Xie was acting on impulse and wasn't truly ready. Such a beautiful moment shouldn't be rushed, so he chose to pretend to sleep. In the morning, they both woke up at the same time. Remembering her impulsive action from the night before, Cui Xie blushed. After a simple morning conversation, they freshened up and went to the main hall to join the others. Cui Xie regained her usual composure and announced, the collaboration between our two teams ends here. From now on, we're competitors. Next time we meet, we won't hold back. Her gaze fixed directly on Wei Ziying. As you wish, Wei Ziying replied coldly, her plan having failed, and she led her team out of the villa. What happened? Everything seemed fine yesterday. How did things turn sour so quickly? Luo Qiu, still seeing Wei Ziying as a goddess, felt a bit reluctant. Hehe. Chu Yuye reminded him, know your place. Miss Cui is our boss, not Wei Ziying. I'm just expressing my feelings. Luo Qiu chuckled awkwardly, changing the subject. When are we heading out? I can't wait. Right now, Cui Xie immediately ordered. We'll split into two groups and quickly investigate the distribution of monsters at the world's throat. Meet back at the villa in 2 hours. Cui Xie and Fang Shihao have devised a joint plan. They will be the first to reach the summit and quickly scout the situation at the world's throat. If there's only a single legendary white dragon and no others have arrived, they will immediately engage in combat. However, if they encounter other powerful creatures, or if individuals like Xiang Tianqing, Du Gu Qianxue, and Xie Mingqing have already arrived, they will need to alter their strategy to avoid being caught between two opposing forces. The north wind howled as it swept across the world's throat, pelting Fang Shihao's face with ice particles. His eyebrows were frosted white, and the surroundings were vast and silent. To avoid the territory of the legendary white dragon, Fang Shihao chose a roundabout route, encountering no traces of life along the way. In this desolate snowy expanse, Fang Shihao spotted a vivid splash of color in the distancia, telltale sign of Li Pinglan's signature beast, the multicolored brocade chicken. Before he could ponder further, Li Pinglan's hearty laughter pierced through the wind and snow. From afar, I saw a giant silhouette and thought I had encountered the primordial frost giant. Li Pinglan approached with large strides. Turns out it's your moss giant, brother Fang. A Fortima Turtle full-star moss giant. You really gave me a shock. It was Fang Shihao's first time seeing the multicolored brocade chicken up close, and he couldn't help but examine it closely. Standing at 1.85 meters, the beast was compact and agile. Beneath its towering comb were eyes as sharp as a hawk's, accentuated by blue eyeshadow that added to its fierce look. The multicolored feathers extending from its head, though slightly muted under the dim aurora sky, still exuded an extraordinary aura with their long tail feathers. You got here pretty fast, reaching the summit in just 3 days. Fang Shihao nodded in acknowledgement to Cui Ziyun beside Li Pinglan, secretly pleased that the young lady had found such a capable teammate. We can fly, you know, so we can bypass a lot of dangerous terrain, Li Pinglan explained with a smile. Both the wind god wyvern and the multicolored brocade chicken had exceptional flying abilities. Even more impressive was the brocade chicken's ferocity in battle. It was said to have chased a frost giant for 10 kilometers until the giant had to sever its own limb to escape, and it could even hold its own against the Xiang family's titan anaconda. Where's Xia? Why isn't she with you? Cui Ziyun inquired about her sister's whereabouts. Fang Shihao respectfully asked, I've arranged with the second miss to explore the situation in the world's throat and meet up in 2 hours. Would you like to join us, first miss? No need, Cui Ziyun replied indifferently. Sometimes it's better not to meet at all. She shared the same sentiment as Cui Ziyu in the world's throat. There are no friends, only foes. Cui Ziyun walked forward slowly, catching a familiar scent from Fang Shihao. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, things are progressing quickly, aren't they? Already living together? Make sure to take precautions. You don't want a scandal from an unplanned pregnancy. Are both you sisters part bloodhound? Fang Shihao replied helplessly. Nothing's happened between us. It's just you men who are insensitive to sense, Cui Jiyun said coolly. Besides, you don't need to explain to me. Your personal matters are none of my business. Just don't bring shame to the Cui family. Rest assured, Xia marrying me is an honor for your family. Fang Shihao said confidently, standing tall. He was no longer the pretentious youth he once was. His strength gave him confidence. Wrong. Cui Jiyun corrected immediately. Not marrying, but taking in. The Cui women don't marry out. Fang Shihao shrugged silently, thinking to himself that someone would eventually break this century-old rule, and he was that person. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Cui Jiyun and Li Pinglan, the three parted ways. As Fang Shihao walked, he pondered that these two were also probing the world's throat. Ultimately, they might have to join forces to defeat the legendary White Dragon. White Frostwing, the final boss they must conquer to see the Ice Crystal Phoenix. 2 hours later, the two teams regrouped at the villa. Fang Shihao informed Cui Xia about meeting Cui Jiyun and Li Pinglan, and that he hadn't found any signs of beasts. Cui Xia also reported only encountering Wei Ziying's team and no other creatures. It seems there's only one legendary white dragon guarding this place, Fang Shihao analyzed. There are 3 human teams, ours, the first Mrs., and Wei Ziying's. Acting rashly would only benefit others. They probably think the same. The only way is to join forces against the legendary white dragon, then rely on our own abilities. Cui Xia hesitated. We just said this morning that we would end our cooperation with Wei Ziying. Wouldn't this be contradicting ourselves? What's more important, saving face or the Ice Crystal Phoenix? The Ice Crystal Phoenix, Cui Xia pouted, convinced only by Fang Shihao's words. That's more like it, Fang Shihao said with a smile. Just as he was about to reach out to others, a visitor arrived at the villa. The visitor was Li Manjiang, an unassuming member of Wei Ziying's team. He came to invite Fang Shihao and Cui Xia to discuss strategies for dealing with the legendary White Dragon. Seeing that Cui Xia had no objections, Fang Shihao accepted the invitation. Led by Li Manjiang, Cui Xia's team of 7 set off for Wei Ziying's new base. As they neared their destination, the sound of fierce combat reached them through the blizzard. They quickened their pace and arrived at the scene to find a clear situation. Dugu Qinxue and Ji Qianqian were fiercely attacking Wei Ziying's team, evidently aiming to eliminate them completely. Hurry up, Qinxue, Ji Qianqian urged anxiously. My Jiaolong is being digested by the swallowing pelican. The Jiaolong she had just released was swallowed whole by the swallowing pelican, a creature specifically adept at neutralizing potential rising stars. It could instantly defeat any beast with a lower star level that hadn't fully realized its potential, though it had its limitations. It couldn't handle beasts of higher star levels or greater stature. On Wei Ziying's side were several civilian prodigies, Lu Yiming, Han Haiba, Sun Yin, Ding Zhaoan, and Wang Yi, all outstanding students from Binghuang University. While most of them lacked epic-level beasts, their king-level main forces had fully realized their potential, making them formidable opponents. In the center of the battlefield, Du Gu Qinshue's 6-tusked white elephant was dominating the scene. This legendary beast charged through the enemy ranks with unstoppable force. With a swing of its trunk, it shattered Sun Yan's golden silk tiger, breaking its bones, and then pierced through the silverback giant ape, which was in a state of enhanced power, trampling it into the ground. This 6-tusked white elephant is invincible, Fang Shihao remarked. Only the multi-headed serpent and the phantom thorn dragon can hold it off, but probably not for long. The phantom thorn dragon used its innate ability to blend into the snowstorm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. On the front lines, only Wei Ziying's multi-headed serpent remained in the fight. Despite being a 6-star epic-level beast with only 4 heads, it struggled to entangle the 6-tusked white elephant, but the power gap was too great, and it soon lost 3 of its heads. At that moment, Lu Yiming's phantom thorn dragon launched a surprise attack from behind. Its sharp claws gripped the 6-tusked white elephant's back, and its fanged head bit deeply into the elephant's neck, sending blood spurting out. The Spinosaurus was a fierce carnivorous dinosaur that lived during the mid-Cretaceous period. This massive creature, with its low and elongated body, stood 4 meters tall at the shoulder and could reach a length of 15 meters. Its most distinctive feature was the sail-like spines on its back, which not only helped regulate its temperature and store fat, but also served to intimidate rivals and protect its back. As the only amphibious carnivorous dinosaur, wetlands, rainforests, rivers, and lakes were its hunting grounds. On the battlefield, the epic phantom Spinosaurus displayed a terrifying prowess. It could use its camouflage pattern to become invisible, and when it suddenly appeared to attack, it not only targeted weak points but also inflicted double damage. With a single strike, it tore through the defenses of the 6-tusked white elephant, causing blood to gush out like a high-pressure hose, with the hot liquid taking a long time to freeze on the ground. This phantom Spinosaurus combined the stealth of an assassin with the strength of a warrior, and with its amphibious advantage, it rightfully held a top 10 position among ancient dinosaur beasts. However, in the face of the severely injured six-tusked white elephant, Dugu Chinchue remained calm. Under her command, the elephant activated the Buddha's light skill. The once agonized beast suddenly became serene, its lowered head exuding a monk-like tranquility. In an instant, the elephant transformed into the battlefield's sole light source, enveloping the area in golden light. The phantom Spinosaurus, biting the elephant's neck, was immediately burned by the Buddha's light, causing the thick armor on its head to melt, forcing it to release its grip. The terrifying wound on the elephant's artery healed rapidly under the Buddha's light. The nearest phantom Spinosaurus suffered severe injuries, its scales melting and flesh charring, leaving it to roll in the snow to alleviate the agony. Other beasts weren't spared either, as a dozen low-star auxiliary beasts caught fire under the light, their organs incinerated before they could be recalled by their masters. I give up, I won't fight anymore. Miss Dugu, I surrender. With his main beast slain and his auxiliary beasts burned to death, Sun Yen, sensing the threat of death, quickly pleaded for mercy. His surrender triggered a chain reaction, with others also laying down their arms, particularly those who had been discontent with Wei Ziying. Seeing the team fall apart, a desperate Wei Ziying could only seek help. Master Xiang, please act quickly, I can't hold on much longer, she said with a deliberately coquettish tone, as if seducing men was her life's mission. To Fang Shihao's surprise, Wei Ziying's plea for help was directed at Xiang Tianqing. It was only then that he noticed Cui Zhiyun and Li Pinglan standing on a distant hill, while Xiang Tianqing stood alone opposite him, exuding extraordinary confidence. Are you sure you want my help? Xiang Tianqing asked with a cold sneer, his tone full of mockery. Wei Ziying was blinded by the Buddha's light, rendering her unable to open her eyes. With her vision impaired, her other senses became remarkably sharp, allowing her to clearly catch Xiang Tianqing's deep voice. Yes, as long as young Master Xiang is willing to help, I'll do anything, Wei Ziying implied almost blatantly in the critical moment, afraid that Xiang Tianqing wouldn't understand her meaning. You asked for it yourself, Xiang Tianqing sneered, fine. I'll help you go home and rest early. As Xiang Tianqing's words fell, a gigantic titan python appeared on the battlefield. This colossal beast stretched over 100 meters long, with even its thinnest tail section requiring 3 people to encircle. Its size was enough to shock any first-time observer, akin to the awe of witnessing a moss giant for the first time. The Titan python's first target was the phantom thorn dragon. Its 1,000-ton body crushed the frozen ground, leaving cracks in its wake, yet its astonishing speed remained unaffected. A massive shadow flashed by as the Titan python accurately bit the phantom thorn dragon's throat, simultaneously coiling its enormous body around its opponent. In the face of the Titan python, the once formidable phantom thorn dragon seemed as fragile as a young rabbit, tightly constricted and unable to move. Its throat was crushed, and the oxygen within its body was being squeezed out, its bones creaking under the strain and threatening to snap at any moment. Death coil, Fang Shihao thought to himself. This was a common skill among pythons. Even his Mo Yun Vine could perform it, but the power of the Titan python's execution was suffocating. Why does young Master Xiang treat me like this? Wei Ziying's voice choked with emotion. She had originally asked Xiang Tianqing for help, not expecting him to team up with Dugu Chinchue against her. Do you really think I'd oppose Dugu Chinchue for a worn-out plaything like you? Xiang Tianqing's smile was chilling, foolish. At this moment, Fang Shihao noticed the situation and said to Cui Siya, make a move, help Wei Ziying. All right. With their tacit understanding, Cui Siya immediately grasped Fang Shihao's intent. Blades unsheathed, the wind god wyvern joined the fray. A fierce wind arose as the wind god wyvern charged into the battlefield at supersonic speed, its sharp beak easily piercing the Titan python's defenses, biting and tearing at its flesh. A strip of scaly flesh was ripped off, and the wind god wyvern swallowed it, its cold vertical pupils showing contempt for all living things. Cui Siya, how dare you oppose me? You're courting death. Xiang Tianqing roared in anger, abandoning the near-death phantom thorn dragon to launch an attack on Cui Siya. Fang Shihao had seen through Xiang Tianqing's character from the start of school, extremely arrogant, dismissive of others. At Xiamingqing's welcome banquet, Xiang Tianqing showed disdain for the other noble heirs, leaving early and only conversing with Xiamingqing, Dugu Chinchue, and Li Pinglan, treating even the first-class heirs like the Cui sisters with indifference, clearly looking down on outsiders. Knowing how troublesome Xiang Tianqing could be, Fang Shihao didn't dare to relax for a moment, immediately sending the moss giant to confront the Titan python. Only a giant can stop a giant beast. Fang Shihao watched the battle before him with a cold gaze as the Titan python and the moss giant clashed in a titanic struggle. The Titan python kept its eyes fixed on Cui Siya, dismissively shaking its head to attack the moss giant standing in its way. This arrogance played right into Fang Shihao's hands. The moss giant seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch squarely on the python's head. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, scattering the snow within a 100-meter radius. The blow left the titan python dazed, and before it could recover, the moss giant delivered another heavy punch. Then, extending its long arm, the giant grabbed the snake's tail and executed a textbook over-thresholder throw. The massive serpent, over 100 meters long, arced through the air and crashed into a nearby glacier. The collision shattered the ice, burying much of the titan python beneath the debris. Yet, the titan python's vitality was formidable, and it soon emerged from the rubble, glaring at the moss giant as if the earlier damage had left it unfazed. Xiang Tianqing was furious. "You wretched insect, filthy farmer, I'll make you pay. Generations of farmers, and a few years of new money make you think you're nobility?" Fang Shihao retorted sharply. "Little stone, hit it hard." The clash of the two giant beasts shook the world's core, causing mountains to crumble. The moss giant relied on close combat, and its newly mastered mountain gods slashed to contend with the titan python. At that moment, Fang Shihao unleashed the six-tailed fire fox, its flames illuminating the frigid sky. Even in the extreme cold of -80 degrees, the fox's fire was undiminished, melting snow and turning frozen ground into slush. This move forced Xiang Tianqing to reveal his other trump cards, the lightning ray and the platinum hunter. The lightning ray was a rare flying ray, with the platinum hunter, crafted from liquid metal, standing on its back. This immortal archer was an exceedingly rare king-level beast, with fewer than 5 existing worldwide. From high above, the platinum hunter drew its bow, each arrow weighing a kilogram and packing tremendous power. The six-tailed fire fox had to halt its charge, looking up warily at the aerial duo. On the battlefield, Fang Shihao and Xiang Tianqing were locked in a tense standoff, while in the sky, the wind god wyvern, under the control of Cui Siya, was providing support to Wei Ziying's team. Li Pinglan furrowed his brows in confusion, unable to understand why Cui Siya and Fang Shihao had chosen to intervene in this conflict. Logically, it would have been better to let Xiang Tianqing eliminate Wei Ziying, as it would mean one less competitor for them. Such a decisive move, it must have been Fang Shihao's decision. Siya doesn't have such a clear grasp of the situation. Cui Ziyun suddenly spoke, her sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. "Look over there." In the center of the battlefield, the six-tusked white elephant's Buddha light was illuminating the entire area. This Buddha light inflicted indiscriminate damage on enemies while healing allied units. Not only were the injuries of the six-tusked white elephant healing, but even the dragon being corroded by stomach acid inside the swallowing pelican was recovering. More crucially, Xiang Tianqing's titan python was also receiving healing from the Buddha light, indicating that the six-tusked white elephant did not consider it an enemy. It seems Du Gu Qianxue and Xiang Tianqing have formed an alliance, and Fang Shihao realized this and decided to take them both out simultaneously. Cui Siya was right, but the situation was more complicated. Although Du Gu Qianxue regarded Xiang Tianqing as an ally, she saw Fang Shihao and his team as enemies. The moss giant, exposed to the Buddha light, was enduring a needle-like burning pain. This hostility might have stemmed from the crystal python incident, where Cui Siya did not support Du Gu Qianxue, or perhaps for some other reason. The battle intensified. The moss giant and the titan python were locked in a stalemate, while on the other side, the fight between the six-tailed fire fox and the lightning ray along with the silver hunter was reaching its climax. Xiaogui opened its fox mouth, spewing flames as a feint, while the real attack came from above with the Dan fire seal. The enemy's attention was focused on the flames below, completely unaware of the threat overhead. The crimson jade seal-shaped Dan fire seal crashed down, instantly melting the silver hunter, while the lightning ray was roasted on the spot, its white flesh peeling away. The intense heat penetrated its organs, and even the Buddha light couldn't save it. The Dan fire seal exploded a second time, killing the lightning ray completely, while the silver hunter was blown apart, unable to resume fighting anytime soon. A system notification immediately sounded. "Your beast, the six-tailed fire fox, has killed the lightning ray, plundering 2,850 life essence points. You currently have 2 empty skill slots available for plundering. Forked lightning, thunder arrow, rare lightning chain." Defeating the lightning-attributed lightning ray indeed brought abundant rewards. The rare lightning chain is an exceptionally powerful AoE damage skill, which upon hitting a target, automatically locks onto the next enemy, delivering lightning strikes to all enemies within range. The more enemies there are, the higher the damage. Plunder lightning chain. Fang Shihao quickly equipped the lightning spirit with chain lightning, freeing up a skill slot. His skill arsenal was already impressive. King's Might, Anaconda, rare clan extermination slash, and rare endless blade wheel occupied 3 slots, leaving only 2 spaces in his 5-slot skill bar. Young master of the noble family, what do you have besides the titan python? Kneel and meet your end. Fang Shihao had already slain the lightning ray and neutralized the platinum hunter, and the battle was clearly tipping in his favor. Xiang Tianqing's face darkened, clearly not expecting to be pushed to this point by a commoner. Fine, fine. You forced my hand. Medusa, attack. He snarled through clenched teeth. It turned out that Xiang Tianqing's trump card was Medusa. His complete beast lineup included the Titan Python, Medusa, Lightning Ray, and Platinum Hunter, with a slot reserved for contracting the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Normally, he only showcased the Titan Python, Lightning Ray, and Platinum Hunter, keeping Medusa's existence a secret. This ace, meant to shock the audience at a critical moment, was forced out prematurely by Fang Shihao. Medusa, like the six-dust white elephant and six-tailed fire fox, was a mythical beast, possessing 3 forms. The headless humanoid snake-tailed form wielding serrated swords was clearly epic level. Fang Shihao knew that the legendary level Medusa would wield Perseus's sword and have the petrifying gaze skill, while the mythical level was the complete form, wielding the Gorgon bow. In the European Sacred Mountain Empire, Medusa's status was comparable to the nine-tailed flame fox and Zhu Yin of the Tunglong Empire. Once Medusa appeared, she didn't rush to attack. Instead, she crossed her swords, creating 2 identical phantoms, and all 3 figures charged at the six-tailed fire fox. No matter how many there are, I'll kill them all. Fang Shihao showed no fear, commanding the six-tailed fire fox to unleash a flame storm, engulfing the entire snowy field in searing flames. Amidst the firelight, the six-tailed fire fox keenly identified that 2 Medusas were heavily injured with scales curling, while the third had only minor scorch marks that was the real body. Eliminate the clones first? Fang Shihao decided swiftly. Although the clones had similar attack power, their defense was noticeably weaker, and recklessly engaging them could lead to a dangerous 3-sided encirclement. The six-tailed fire fox darted forward with lightning speed, sweeping its fiery tails to shatter one clone, then concentrated the flame storm to obliterate the second, turning it into nothingness. The intense showdown between the six-tailed fox and the Gorgon is about to commence. Xiang Tianqing gazes at the battlefield, witnessing the fierce entanglement between the Titan Python and the moss giant 1,000 meters away. These colossal creatures tumble and wrestle in the snowstorm, evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. Both possess formidable offensive and defensive abilities and astonishing vitality, making it likely that their battle will take a long time to resolve. On another side of the battlefield, Dugulo Qinshue's 6-tusked white elephant is locked in a difficult fight. The relentless assaults from the Fengshan pterosaur have left the white elephant covered in wounds, with blood continuously seeping out, and its once magnificent robe is now tattered. Chui Sie's Tyrannosaurus is launching frontal attacks, while the Fengshan pterosaur keeps striking from the flanks, leaving the 6-tusked white elephant in a dire situation. Am I really going to be humiliated by these commoners? Xiang Tianqing thought anxiously. He knew that the Gorgon was unlikely to defeat the 6-tailed fox. Although the Gorgon had reached its full potential, it had not mastered other crucial skills beyond its phantom clone ability. Only the Sacred Mountain Empire had the complete training regimen for the Gorgon, and to truly enhance this beast, one would have to invest heavily in studying there. With the Titan Python already in his possession, Xiang Tianqing was reluctant to go to such lengths. In the midst of the fiery storm, the situation for the Gorgon became increasingly dire. She not only had to endure the scorching flames that rapidly dehydrated her body, but also faced the overall superior strength of the 6-tailed fox. In contrast, the 6-tailed fox seemed to grow stronger in the flames. Dugulo Qinshuo, can you handle it? I've already put everything on the line to help you. Xiang Tianqing snapped impatiently at Dugulo Qinshuo as he watched their beasts fall one by one. Qinshuo, my connection with the dragon is about to break. He's nearly consumed. Please, help me. Ji Qianqian pleaded tearfully. Under immense pressure, Dugulo Qinshuo finally revealed her trump card. Heaven and Earth, open. A carrier pigeon carrying a crimson elixir flew to the mouth of the 6-tusked white elephant. The moment the elixir was consumed, a surge of life energy erupted within the white elephant, using this indigestible energy as fuel to activate an eternal level skill. Upon hearing the words Heaven and Earth, Fang Shihao felt a chill down his spine. In an instant, the white elephant's body expanded to hundreds of meters tall, its 4 legs as towering as the pillars of heaven. The Tyrannosaurus appeared insignificant in comparison and was sent flying with a single kick, crashing heavily into the frozen ground, unable to rise for some time. The giant elephant's trunk swept across the sky, and the Fengshan pterosaur, with its remarkable flying skills, narrowly avoided the heavenly whip by diving swiftly and then ascending sharply. Time was of the essence, and Dugulo Qinshuo quickly turned to Ji Qianqian. The gigantic 6-tusked white elephant took exaggerated strides, reaching the devourer pelican in just 2 steps. Spit out the dragon now. In this life-or-death moment, Han Haiba made a quick decision, using his mental connection to force the devourer pelican to go against its instincts and expel the dragon, which was severely corroded by stomach acid. Han Haiba quickly realized that the charging 6-tusked white elephant was aiming to rescue Ji Qianqian's beast. He acted decisively, dodging just in time. Otherwise, the swallowing pelican would have been crushed under the elephant's massive foot. After saving the dragon, Dugu Qianxue gave Han Haiba a meaningful look, filled with a warning. The white elephant then changed direction, charging towards the battlefield where the Titan Python and the Moss Giant were engaged. At this critical moment, Han Haiba gave a firm command, Xiao Guai, activate the Celestial Fox transformation and stop it. In its empowered state, the six-tusked white elephant was nearly invincible, rendering even the Moss Giant, which could wrestle with the Titan Python, ineffective. Although Xiao Guai's Celestial Fox transformation was a prerequisite skill for this empowered state, it clearly hadn't mastered its full potential yet. The six-tailed fire fox pushed the transformation to its limits, growing 5 times its original size, even surpassing the Moss Giant's height. Despite this, it still seemed insignificant compared to the elephant, whose size had increased 100-fold in its empowered state. However, the fire fox maintained an impressive speed advantage, becoming a streak of crimson lightning as it swiftly closed in on the elephant's flank. Watch out! Dugu Qianxue's warning came too late as the fire fox unleashed a barrage of fiery tail whips, striking the elephant's side. The heavy thuds sounded like drums, leaving scorch marks on its grayish skin. Yet, the elephant, enhanced by its empowered state, remained unmoved, its once gentle eyes now filled with hostility, as it swung its trunk to force the fire fox back. Amidst this tense standoff, Cui Zhiyun, watching from afar, seized the moment to signal Li Pinglan, take action. Faced with Li Pinglan's hesitation, she made it clear she intended to assist Shiyu. After weighing his options, Li Pinglan decided to follow his teammates, though he was careful not to take the lead, considering his future in Jingchuan City. Cui Zhiyun understood Li Pinglan's reluctance. She only needed to apply pressure on Xiang Tianqing and Dugu Qianxue. Her wind god wyvern soared into the sky, harnessing the vastness of the cosmos and the fierce winds of the heavens to forge a sword of heavenly retribution. This powerful attack was formidable enough that even the six-tusked white elephant, with its enhanced defenses, might struggle to withstand it. Almost simultaneously, Cui Siye's wind god wyvern ascended, executing the same sword of heavenly retribution. The 2 divine swords descended from the heavens, one after the other, with a mighty roar. The decisive moment had arrived. The Moss Giant clearly understood the situation before him. The daring efforts of the six-tailed fire fox to block the six-tusked white elephant, and Cui Zhiyun's decision to abandon neutrality and join the battle, were all to create an opportunity for him. In the face of the six-tusked white elephant in its formidable state, other beasts could rely on agility to evade the strongest attacks, but his massive size meant he had to confront it head-on. Retreat would mean death. Seeing his companions fighting desperately for him, the Moss Giant was deeply moved. He fought to break free from the Titan Python's grip, raising his hands in a sweeping motion from sky to earth, quickly unleashing his most powerful move, the Mountain God Slash. 2 wind god pterodactyls coordinated their attack alongside him. Fang Shihao seized the moment, ordering Little Guai to ignite its blood as fuel for a full-force strike. Beside him, the long-dormant lightning elf joyfully leaped out of its beast space, wielding a sword shimmering with lightning. Divine Punishment's transforming Thunder God Sword. Strike? Cui Zhiyun's wind god pterodactyl launched its attack first, diving like an osprey into the sea, its sharp beak piercing deep into the six-tusked white elephant's body. Its folded wings sliced repeatedly, leaving a massive cross-shaped wound on the elephant's back, with fine wind blades continuously tearing at the injury, making it difficult to heal. Following closely, the second thunder sword struck with equal precision, achieving the same remarkable effect. From a bird's-eye view, the elephant's back appeared as if it had 2 enormous bloodletting grooves, with blood gushing out incessantly. In the sky, dark funnel-shaped clouds gathered, with thunder rumbling and rolling within. Just as the Thunder God Sword was about to descend, the Mountain God Slash had already cleaved through the air, striking the front of the six-tusked white elephant. The elephant swung its trunk to block, but the vacuum blade imbued with the power of mountains severed it completely, leaving a deep, bone-revealing scar on its forehead. With the loss of its trunk, the six-tusked white elephant's strength was immediately reduced by 30%. As the 2 wounds on its back continued to bleed, the immense vitality it had gained from consuming the blood essence pill was rapidly depleting, making it difficult to maintain its formidable state. Seeing the six-tailed fire fox engulfed in a blood-red demonic flame and the thunderclouds swirling above, Dugu Qianxue finally recognized the reality of the situation. She was bewildered as to how a seemingly assured victory had turned into this outcome. Ultimately, she blamed Xiang Tianqing for his delayed action. I concede, and withdraw from the contest for the Ice Crystal Phoenix. I will descend the mountain immediately, without delay. With Dugu Qianxue's concession, Fang Shihao also ceased his attack. His goal had been achieved. Forcing Dugu Qianxue out of the competition was enough, Truly slaying the six-tusked white elephant would mean forging a deadly enmity with the Dugu family. The consequences of offending Dugu Qianxue go beyond personal grievances, as her position as one of the family heirs means the entire Dugu family would pursue the matter. Fang Shihao understood this well and, having no enmity with Dugu Qianxue, saw no need to escalate the situation. True to her word, Dugu Qianxue dispelled the Fatan Xiang D state and returned the six-tusked white elephant to her beast space. At this point, Ji Qianqian's dragon had long retreated to its beast space for healing, leaving both women unable and unwilling to continue fighting. Xiang Tianqing stood in place, his expression fluctuating. Being defeated by a commoner was hard for him to accept as a scion of a noble family. But the situation was clear as Platinum Hunter had yet to regain its form, and the snake-haired Medusa was nearly killed by the six-tailed fox, forced to rest in the beast space. The Titan Python was being held by the Mosh Giant, and if the Wind God Pterodactyl and the six-tailed fox joined the battle, it would be a total defeat. After much deliberation, Xiang Tianqing finally recalled the Titan Python and silently turned to walk towards the edge of the world's throat. This silent act signified his surrender and abandonment of any claim to the Ice Crystal Phoenix. For an heir of a top family, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was not indispensable. Brother Xiang, I apologize, but I must stand with my allies, Li Pinglan explained to Xiang Tianqing. In reality, he hadn't even made a move. Yet the Chui sisters and Fang Shihao had already turned the tide, demonstrating their formidable strength. Xiang Tianqing did not respond, only continued walking with his head down. On the way down the mountain, he and Dugu Qianxue walked together, ensuring the safety of the two injured women on the treacherous path. It looks like this Ice Crystal Phoenix will fall into the hands of the Chui sisters. It's frustrating to see outsiders benefit, Xiang Tianqing said coldly, his arrogance showing as he inherently looked down on commoners and outsiders. Did you notice someone missing? Dugu Qianxue suddenly asked. Xie Mingqing? I've been wondering where he went. He invited me to team up before. I should have agreed. Yes, with him. We would have had help, Dugu Qianxue said, dropping her aloof demeanor with regret. Isn't Xie Mingqing the one who got demoted by his family for causing trouble in the Eastern Qing district while dealing with a commoner? I don't want to get too close to someone like that, Xiang Tianqing said bluntly. Do you even know who he was dealing with? Dugu Qianxue looked at him incredulously. Just a lowly commoner, right? If he couldn't handle that, he's useless. You're belittling yourself. You both lost to the same person, and he's stronger than you. At least he failed because of his subordinates. Xiang Tianqing's face darkened, and he remained silent for the rest of the journey. Back at the world's throat, the defeated and surrendered soldiers awkwardly stood by Wei Ziying. Who would have thought that under the siege of Dugu Qianxue and Xie Mingqing, Wei Ziying would emerge victorious? Thank you, Chui sisters, for your help. From now on, I will regard you as my sisters, Wei Ziying said, ignoring the Fairweather friends and focusing on flattering the Chui sisters. There's no need for that. We saved you only to eliminate Xiang Tianqing and Dugu Qianxue. Until the Ice Crystal Phoenix's ownership is decided, we're still enemies. Chui Xie replied coldly. Chui Zhiyun was more diplomatic. You should rest and recover first. Once you're better, we can face the final guardian boss, the legendary White Dragon, together. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the Ice Crystal Phoenix. My sister is right. I wanted to join forces against external threats, but Dugu Qianxue still holds a grudge against me, Wei Ziying said tearfully, while Chui Zhiyun comforted her with kind words. Xie Mingqing, whom Xiang Tianqing and Du Guiyangsu had been eagerly anticipating, had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. It took him 3 whole days to finally show up, moving at a pace more leisurely than a vacation. Standing at the base, Xie Mingqing looked up at the mist-shrouded blue moon snow mountain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I imagine those clueless fools are fighting over the Ice Crystal Phoenix by now. I can't wait to see the victor's expression. The Ice Crystal Phoenix is destined to be ours. Whoever claims it now is just a temporary owner. Beside him, Shen Imo merely nodded. This taciturn partner was someone Xie Mingqing had hastily teamed up with a month before the opening of the ancient Glacier Secret Realm. Originally, Xie had chosen Chui Zhiyun as his partner, but due to Fang Shihao's involvement, he had to find someone else. In hindsight, it was a wise decision. Only Shen Imo was willing to join him in committing these heinous acts against humanity and society. During the time Xie Mingqing procrastinated at the mountain's base, he was collaborating with Professor Crow to deliver ransom notes to the families of Ice Phoenix University students. Although Professor Crow was unrestrained within the secret realm, he needed the cooperation of local aristocratic families to achieve his goals outside. I hear it's chaos outside, with wars raging. Won't we be held accountable for this? Shen Imo expressed concern. He was fully aware of the pressure they had put on these wealthy families, sabotaging river bridges and railways, planting bombs in the municipal building, and poisoning the military reservoir, all acts that threatened the foundation of Jingchuan City. Xie Mingqing dismissed the worry with indifference, saying, as long as we get what we want, who cares about the consequences? Our country is so strong. What's a minor test from a god of calamity? Meanwhile, others atop the mountain were still caught up in the excitement of preparing to hunt the legendary white dragon, oblivious to the chaos outside. Wei Bingchuan's diseased mother Taishui had just demonstrated its power, healing all the beasts in Wei Ziying's team within half an hour with its gray-black, slime-like form. Having a healing beast in the team is crucial, Fang Shihao remarked sincerely. It may not stand out usually, but it's invaluable at critical moments. On the way to the Frostwing's lair, Wei Bingquan deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside the core members of Wei Ziying's team. Wei Ziying assumed he was trying to be friendly and was about to say something pleasant when Wei Bingquan spoke up. Wei Bingchuan's warning was firm and resolute. If it weren't for the second young lady's intervention, Dugu Qinxue and her team would have already taken you down. In the upcoming battle, I expect you to give it your all to repay her kindness. His sharp gaze swept over the group. As for the Ice Crystal Phoenix, don't even think about it. Perform well, and there might be rewards afterward. Lu Yiming's face twitched, and Han Haiba glared angrily, yet neither dared to confront Wei Bingquan. Wei Ziying forced a smile and said, "Understood. Remember, before you have any wicked thoughts, think about what happened to Dugu Qinshua's six-dust white elephant." Wei Bingquan left them with those words and turned to catch up with the leading troops. The group soon arrived outside the lair of the Frostwing. Before them was a snow-covered mound concealing the Frostwing, which guarded the cave of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Defeating the Frostwing would grant access to the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Before the battle, Cui Jian sternly reminded them, defeating the six-dust white elephant and repelling the Titan Python doesn't mean we can easily conquer the Frostwing. Dugu Qinxue and Xiang Tianqing have been training their beasts for less than a decade, far from reaching their full potential. The Frostwing, however, has been a full-star legend since it came to guard the Ice Crystal Phoenix eggs. After decades of growth, it has reached the pinnacle of legendary beast power. We've come this far. Even if it's at the mythic level, we must fight, said Cui Xie decisively. That's right. We're just one step away from victory, and we must see it through, Li Pinglan declared firmly. Everyone's eyes turned to Fang Shihao, waiting for his opinion. Unknowingly, he had become a key figure. In that case, Fang Shihao said in a deep voice, there's no point in saying more. Let's get to it. Simple and straightforward, just like your style. Cui Xie chuckled lightly and was the first to release her beast. In an instant, dozens of beasts appeared in the lair, and the powerful aura of epic-level beasts awakened the slumbering Frostwing. It opened its ice-blue eyes, seemingly containing an entire world of ice and snow. You reckless insects dare invade my territory again? Then become ice sculptures. The Frostwing roared, its dragon call echoing through the air. The weather changed in an instant, with a howling north wind and heavy snow falling like a storm. Attack! With Fang Shihao's command, the moss giant was the first to charge, striding towards the Frostwing with its thick arms ready to deliver a crushing slam. The Frostwing flapped its wings, unleashing a freezing gale. Frost and snow covered the moss giant, slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the Frostwing pushed off the ground with its hind legs, leaping into the air. Even a legendary dragon would avoid close combat with the moss giant. Two wind god pterosaurs immediately ascended to pursue, engaging in fierce combat with the Frostwing high in the sky. Prepare for healing. Fang Shihao turned and instructed Wei Bingquan. Always ready. Wei Bingquan responded. Flying is a rare ability, and once the Frostwing took to the air, the ground-based beasts below were rendered helpless. The wind god pterosaurs, with their unparalleled speed and excellent aerial combat capabilities, were rightfully known as the top aerial combat beasts. At this moment, a fierce three-dragon battle erupted in the sky. Two Fengshan wyverns and Baishuangji were locked in a violent struggle high above, with dragon scale fragments falling like rain and blood streaking across the sky. The Fengshan wyverns of the Cui sisters coordinated seamlessly, attacking Baishuangji from both sides. Cui Jiyun's Fengshan wyvern, being the stronger one with sharp fangs and claws, targeted Baishuangji's wings, quickly tearing them to shreds. Though Baishuangji maneuvered to evade, it couldn't escape the pincer attack. Enraged, it spewed an icy dragon breath at Cui Jiyun's wyvern while furiously clawing at Cui Xia's wyvern. The intense close combat lasted a mere 10 seconds before all three dragons lost their ability to fly and crashed into a nearby snowy mountain, causing it to collapse. Even though the Fengshan wyverns had accomplished their primary mission, they continued the battle on the ground, relentlessly biting and clawing at Baishuangji. It wasn't until all parties were severely wounded that the Fengshan wyverns were forced to retreat. Fang Shihao and Li Pinglan then arrived with their team. Confronted with the bloodied and menacing Baishuangji, they unleashed a moss giant, a six-tailed fox, and a five-colored phoenix for an assault. The five-colored phoenix struck first, diving from low altitude and tearing into Baishuangji's head with talons like steel hooks, leaving it a bloody mess. In a critical moment, a phantom Spinosaurus launched a stealth attack, its fangs piercing Baishuangji's throat. However, in a final counterattack, Bai Shuangji cast an icebound curse, freezing the phantom Spinosaurus. Then, using its throat as a cannon, it unleashed a devastating death beam. As the white light swept across, most of the phantom Spinosaurus vaporized instantly, and the snow mountain was pierced with a massive tunnel. Lu Yiming watched in tears as his beloved dragon was destroyed. Flashes of his family's hopeful faces crossed his mind, and he finally realized the folly of sacrificing his future to please Wei Ziying. Unfortunately, it was too late. His cherished phantom Spinosaurus was gone forever. The moment the wings of White Frost unleashed its destructive death beam, Fang Shihao's heart tightened. This ferocious beam was powerful enough to severely injure the moss giant, but fortunately, the phantom thorn dragon stepped in just in time to take the lethal blow on its behalf. The white dragon is too dangerous. We can't give it a second chance. Fang Shihao's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. The strategy originally planned for the six-dust white elephant was immediately redirected. The cloud vine burst from the ground, its 8 thick tendrils wrapping around the wings of White Frost like iron chains. Simultaneously, Little Guai ignited its blood into flame and dashed towards the white dragon like lightning. In the cold dragon eyes of the wings of White Frost, the reflection of the approaching multi-tailed fire whips grew larger. Bound tightly, it had no way to dodge. Little Guai's 6 tails lashed out simultaneously, striking the dragon's head with the force of a mountain-splitting blow. The dragon's head was instantly charred and its flesh burned, the brain boiling, and its remaining eye burst from the heat, dangling out of its socket like a ruptured grape. The once mighty white dragon could no longer roar. Its burning head crashed heavily to the ground as its consciousness faded. The 6-tailed fox bit the dragon's head, spewing flames that surged into the white dragon's body, scorching its throat bright red. Seizing the opportunity, the moss giant moved to the side of the wings of White Frost. It spread its arms wide like a great rock unfurling its wings, then brought them together to unleash a vacuum blade mountain god slash. The blade sliced past the white dragon's scorching throat without losing any energy, severing the dragon's head cleanly. Thus, the wings of White Frost fell. The system notification immediately sounded. Your beast, the moss giant, has killed the white dragon, plundering 91,960 points of life essence. You have 2 empty skill slots available. You may plunder the following skills. Rare Ice Dragon Breath. Rare Blizzard. Rare Ice Seal. Unbelievable. Fang Shihao could hardly contain his excitement, almost bursting into laughter. Slaying a legendary beast yielded nearly 100,000 points of life essence, enough to elevate both the Cloud Vine and the Thunder Spirit to epic levels. With 4 epic-level beasts, he would be unmatched among his peers. The only regret was not acquiring the wings of White Frost's legacy skill, the destructive death beam. Impressive, you took down the wings of White Frost, and I ended up just playing a supporting role. You deserve the most credit for this battle. Li Pinglan sincerely praised, amazed by Fang Shihao's strength. The main credit should go to the young ladies. If they hadn't brought down the wings of White Frost first, we would have been bombarded to a crisp. Next is Lu Yiming, thanks to his Phantom Thorn Dragon for blocking the fiercest counterattack from the wings of White Frost. Fang Shihao said, his gaze falling on Lu Yiming, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Let's go reap the rewards of victory. Li Pinglan sighed softly, draping an arm over Fang Shihao's shoulder as they headed towards the cave. At the entrance, Chu Jinji and Chu Yuye stood ready with their earth vein serpent and iron golem, both exuding an intimidating presence that even the multi-headed serpent dared not approach lightly. Wei Ziying, what are you doing here instead of being on the front lines? Fang Shihao strode up to the cave entrance, witnessing Wei Ziying and Han Haiba in a standoff with the Chu siblings. Brother Hao, young Master Li, Chu Jinji immediately complained. Wei Ziying just threatened us, saying she would use her devouring pelican to eat our spirit beasts. Wei Ziying looked surprised. She had planned to sneak into the cave after inciting Lu Yiming to act, hoping to pick up the spoils unnoticed, but the battle on the front lines had ended much sooner than expected. At that moment, the Chui sisters arrived on the scene, their wind god wyvern just treated by the sick mother Taishui. Upon hearing Chu Jianji's words, Chui Xia immediately chastised. How dare you plot against me after I saved you? The White Frost Wing has been slain, hasn't it? Congratulations. Wei Ziying attempted to change the subject, her mind racing for an escape plan. You were hoping the White Frost Wing would take us all out so no one would hold you accountable for betraying your allies. Chui Xia scoffed, exposing her intentions. Wei Ziying quickly explained, Sister Chui, you've misunderstood. I was worried that your subordinates might have ulterior motives, so I came to supervise them. Fang Shihao, uninterested in her excuses, turned to Chui Xia and asked, how should we deal with her? Chui Xia immediately ordered. Lu Yiming sacrificed his spirit beast for us, which was worth 5 billion. You and Han Haiba each owe 25 billion. 25 billion. Wei Ziying's voice rose sharply, that's impossible. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be enough. Either pay up or hand over an epic-level spirit beast. Your choice, Chui Xie stated firmly. As Wei Ziying hesitated, Lu Yiming approached with swollen eyes. Wei Ziying was relieved to see him and put on a pitiful demeanor. Brother Yiming, I'm sorry. But Lu Yiming interrupted coldly. Are you paying or compensating with a spirit beast? The death of his phantom thorn dragon had revealed Wei Ziying's true nature to him. Brother Yiming, I only have a few million in savings, but I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Wei Ziying whispered, attempting to negotiate with her last bargaining chip her own body. Lu Yiming remained unmoved. If you can't pay, give me the multi-headed snake. It's wasted in your hands. Wei Ziying's expression changed instantly. The multi-headed snake is a gift from the Prince of Zhennan. Are you sure you want to do this? She couldn't afford to lose this ticket to high society. As expected, the mention of the Southern Duke's heir immediately silenced Lu Yiming. Everyone knew that even someone as reckless as Xie Mingxing wouldn't dare provoke a powerful figure like the heir, Pei Ziyu. Chui Xie, filled with rage, commanded the recently healed wind drake to launch another attack. The drake swooped down and tore one of the Hydra's heads to shreds. Please, Miss Chui, show mercy. Han Haiba intervened, unwilling to let Wei Ziying face it alone. We are willing to compensate, but we can't immediately come up with 2.5 billion. Once we leave this secret realm, we will definitely gather the funds to compensate Lu Yiming's losses. Chui Xie turned to Lu Yiming. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yiming nodded in agreement. I'll be watching this matter closely. If you dare go back on your word, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now leave. Chui Xie said coldly. Han Haiba repeatedly expressed his gratitude and quickly left with Wei Ziying. He thought to himself that as long as they stayed alive, the 5 billion, though substantial, was not unattainable. Lu Yiming, with tears in his eyes, said, Thank you, second miss, for standing up for me. I'm willing to serve under you as a small soldier to repay your great kindness. Stay with Wei Bingquan for now, and don't make any hasty decisions. Think it over, and then come find me. Chui Xie comforted him gently. Next came the distribution of spoils. Chui Xie was straightforward. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. In terms of contribution, I've surpassed you. Sis, let's not argue this time. Her tone was both conciliatory and slightly threatening. Reluctantly, Chui Ziyun nodded, casting a resentful glance at Li Pinglan. She knew it wasn't so much losing to Chui Xie as it was Li Pinglan being outmatched by Fang Shihao, with too great a gap between allies. Let's go see your prize. Chui Xie smiled, pulling Fang Shihao into the cave. The others followed eagerly, all wanting to witness the moment of the Ice Phoenix's contract. Inside the cave, the ice crystals sparkled like a crystal palace, and the temperature plummeted to minus 150 degrees. Even the light from Chui Xie's sunbug dimmed. The professional beast tamers immediately used their life links to have their beasts share the deadly cold. Xie, Fang Shihao began, thank you for offering the Ice Phoenix to me, but I can't accept it. I already have a plan for my beast lineup, and intend to nurture a Ghost King as my 5th beast. A Ghost King? Where did you get that? Is it worth passing up the Ice Phoenix? Chui Xie was puzzled. The Ghost King's origin is a story for another time. You know I'm good at creating miracles, and every beast I choose must have a potential of 15-star mythic level. The Ghost King's potential surpasses the Ice Phoenix and is significant to me. Since you put it that way, the Ice Phoenix will be mine then. Don't regret it. Never. However, when the two of them saw the true state of the Ice Phoenix, they were both stunned it hadn't even hatched yet. The soft, frost-laden branches of the rime trees wove into a snowy nest, within which stood a sapphire-blue phoenix egg, more magnificent and enchanting than the aurora. Chui Xie reached out to touch the ice nest, only to withdraw her fingers from the biting cold. She frowned at the phoenix egg before her face flushed with cold and disappointment. This isn't right. Snow in October, and it has been snowing continuously for a month. This is supposed to be the precursor to the ice crystal phoenix hatching. The professor said the secret realm of the ancient glacier would only open once hatching had begun. Could it be a dead egg? Li Pinglan remarked nonchalantly. He had little interest in the ice crystal phoenix and appeared particularly unfazed. Chui Ziyun shot him a glare and quickly stepped forward to examine the phoenix egg closely. Don't say such things. The egg is alive and brimming with vitality. But from the looks of it, it will take at least another year to hatch. She added with a frown. The ice crystal phoenix egg can only hatch atop Blue Moon Snow Mountain. If moved recklessly, a live egg will quickly become a dead one. Fang Shihao suddenly pulled Chui Xie aside to a secluded corner and whispered, we might have been set up. Xie Mingxing has not shown up at all. Something is definitely wrong. Someone deliberately created the illusion of hatching. Chui Xie immediately ordered the area to be cleared. The hired 5-person team quickly withdrew. Though puzzled, Chui Ziyun had no choice but to leave the ice crystal cave with Li Pinglan. Inside the chilling cave, Only Fang Shihao and Cui Xia remained. Fang Shihao placed his hand on the phoenix egg, and the system immediately displayed 3 evolution paths. Traditional path. A minuscule chance of evolving into a true phoenix, but there has never been a successful case. Quick path. Sacrifice potential for immediate hatching, but the ultimate power would be lower than that of an ice crystal phoenix. Path of the Death Bird. Extracts 20,000 life essence, but turns the phoenix egg into a dead fetus, nurturing a skeleton crow. Fang Shihao shook his head at the last path. It was a sheer waste, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After careful consideration, Fang Shihao decided to abandon the Qingwan path. Although it seemed tempting, it required sacrificing too much potential, which was not a wise choice. He chose to follow the orthodox route, preparing to use 54,000 points of life essence to hatch the ice crystal phoenix ahead of time. See ya, I have a way to hatch the ice crystal phoenix early, but the cost will be significant, Fang Shihao said, looking directly into Cui Xia's eyes, speaking honestly. He didn't want to be a selfless giver. He wanted his contributions to be acknowledged. Will it harm you? Cui Xia asked with concern. No, it won't. Then go ahead, Cui Xia said softly. I keep all your kindness in my heart. If you need a promise. As she spoke, she gracefully knelt on one knee and took out an exquisite jewelry box. Inside lay a ring adorned with a diamond the size of a dove's egg, sparkling brilliantly. Fang Shihao, will you marry me? We've known each other for a short time, but in my brief life, apart from my father and the servants, you are the man I've spent the most time with and want to spend the rest of my life with. Fang Shihao's heart raced. In his 40-plus years across 2 lifetimes, this was the first time a girl had confessed to him with such sincere feelings. The words "I do" almost slipped out, and his hand instinctively reached for the ring. Wait, this isn't right, he suddenly realized. I should be the one proposing to you. I don't care about those details, Cui Xia said as she placed the ring in his hand. If you want to propose, then go ahead. You little girl, Fang Shihao said with a resigned shake of his head, dismissing the inappropriate thought. Let's wait until you're of legal marriage age. He immediately chose the first evolution path, and 54,000 points of life essence were consumed in an instant. Fortunately, he had previously defeated the White Frost Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gather enough life essence. Cui Xia's sincere confession had made her feelings clear, and helping her now was akin to helping himself. Why wait until 18? Doesn't the government advocate for early marriage and childbirth? Cui Xia grumbled discontentedly. Be content. In the 21st century, women had to wait until they were 20. It's almost the 24th century now. Who cares about those outdated laws? While Cui Xia was lamenting her failed proposal, she didn't even notice the ice crystal phoenix egg beside her starting to crack. The cracks spread quickly, covering the entire shell in a delicate ice pattern. With a resounding cry, the ice crystal phoenix finally emerged. Outside the cave, Cui Zhiyun and Li Pinglan exchanged glances. What kind of magic did she use? She actually succeeded in hatching it. Wei Bingquan and the others were ecstatic, confident that the second miss would be richly rewarded for her achievement. Lu Yiming sighed privately. Fortune favors the virtuous. The second miss truly deserves this. The newly hatched ice crystal phoenix was about the size of a peregrine falcon, roughly 50 centimeters long. Its entire body was ice blue, crystal clear, and even its inner elemental core was visible through its translucent form. The ice crystal phoenix and the moss giant, both elemental beasts, draw their energy from an elemental core. As long as this core remains intact, they can live eternally. However, for the ice crystal phoenix to evolve into a true phoenix is far more challenging than the ember nine-tailed fox ascending to the nine-tailed flame fox. The latter only needs to ignite the fire of evolution, while the former must undergo a transformation from an elemental creature to a being of flesh and blood, a daunting cross-species evolution. This is why Fang Shihao hesitates about the ice crystal phoenix. Its starting point is high, but reaching the true pinnacle is incredibly difficult. The newly hatched phoenix, however, shows a strong attachment to Fang Shihao. It flutters its unsteady wings, clumsily flying into his arms and nestling its cold little head against his warm elbow, chirping softly. This deep bond stems from Fang Shihao personally incubating it. Just like the Tyrannosaurus before, these creatures may obey their master's commands, but if their master opposes Fang Shihao, they would become indifferent, or even switch allegiance to him. The little one likes you so much, you should take her, Cui Xia sincerely advised. Fang Shihao gently stroked the phoenix's cold little head and firmly placed it in Cui Xia's arms. She is yours, he said, never taking back his words. Cui Xia closed her eyes and focused, extending her mental tendrils to imprint a contract in the phoenix's pure, blank mental world. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao opened his system panel and used the remaining 50,000 life essence to upgrade the cloud vine. This essence was only enough to elevate one beast to full star epic level, and between the cloud vine and the lightning spirit, he chose the former since the cloud vine only required a star level upgrade, not a change in rank, making the process faster. He sensed an impending crisis and urgently needed to enhance his combat power. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Chui Siye showcased the young ice crystal phoenix. The little phoenix soared gracefully, effortlessly summoning a flurry of snowflakes manipulating ice and snow came as naturally to it as breathing. Although even in its juvenile stage it could defeat a full-star lord-level beast, it still appeared immature compared to a high-star king-level opponent. Its journey of growth was just beginning. First the Tyrannosaurus, now the ice crystal phoenix, Chui Zhiyun remarked with a professional smile. My dear sister, at this rate, the position of the Chui family head seems within your grasp. The power dynamics between the sisters had shifted once more, potentially intensifying their relationship. Chui Xia embraced her sister and whispered in her ear, Brother How doesn't want to marry into our family, and if I become the head, I would lose him. When the time is right, I will break the rule that Chui daughters cannot marry outside. The position of family head is yours. I hope you can lead the family to new heights. Is it worth giving up the position of family head for a man? Chui Jian asked, her expression complex. If it's Fang Shihao, then it's worth it. Chui Xie replied with a smile, signaling the team to descend the mountain. Having acquired the ice crystal phoenix, there was no reason to linger at the world's throat. Descending the mountain was much easier than climbing up. The path had been cleared, and any wild animals that once roamed had been dealt with, reducing the journey from 2 days to a mere 2 hours. At 9 a.m., the defeated Xiang Tianqing and Dugu Qianchua happened to encounter the tardy Xie Mingqing and Shinamo on the mountain path. Seeing Xie Mingqing's leisurely pace, Xiang Tianqing couldn't help but sneer. You're here to witness the Chui sisters claim the ice crystal phoenix, aren't you? Have you prepared your congratulatory gift? You're too late, Dugu Qianchua chimed in, her tone unfriendly. The Chui sisters defeated us and have gone to challenge the White Frostwing. By the time you reach the summit, everything will be decided. Xie Mingqing flashed a wicked smile. Late? I think my timing is just right. He was secretly pleased, anticipating the moment when the Chui sisters, after exhausting themselves defeating the White Frost Wing and experiencing internal strife, would expectantly seek the ice crystal phoenix, only to find it unhatched. The thought of their expressions shifting from joy to despair amused him to no end. Arrogant fool. I'll enjoy watching the Chui sisters deal with you. Xiang Tianqing fumed. Xie Mingsheng was unfazed. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. My plan is beyond your understanding. With that, he continued forward with Shenamo. This guy must be up to something, Xiang Tianqing said with suspicion. Dugu Qianchua nodded in agreement. My second uncle always warned me to stay away from the Xie family. They're masters of manipulation. If he actually manages to trick the Chui sisters, I might have to re-evaluate him. Though I doubt he has the ability, Xiang Tianqing retorted, acknowledging his own defeat as they began their descent. Xie Mingsheng quickened his pace, with 3 ghost kings clearing the way, aided by a swarm of rats. He soon reached the world's throat. The vibrant auroras were close, and he encountered the Chui sisters and their group preparing to descend. Giving up already? Not going to try a bit harder? Xie Mingsheng taunted with satisfaction. Chui Xie glanced at Fang Shihao. As expected, it was Xie Mingsheng behind the mischief. She feigned ignorance. Try what? Don't play dumb. Xie Mingsheng laughed loudly. You must have been so disappointed when you saw the ice crystal phoenix hadn't hatched. Ha ha ha. The group looked at him as if he were a fool. As no one responded, Xie Mingsheng's laughter slowly faded. We're not speechless, Chui Xie said softly. You're blind? Look up. As Chui Xie finished speaking, an ice blue phoenix made entirely of ice crystals soared across the sky. Xie Mingsheng looked up, his expression shifting from astonishment to a fierce scowl. Professor Wuya, you deceived me. Xie Mingsheng's anguished shout echoed through the air. The Chui sisters and Fang Shihao immediately picked up on this crucial information. Was the failure of the ice crystal phoenix to hatch somehow related to Professor Wuya? This question lingered in their minds. What makes you say Professor Wuya deceived you? Chui Jian asked urgently. As one of Professor Wuya's prize students for 3 years, she couldn't tolerate such an accusation. Xie Mingsheng, his composure shattered, coldly replied. Hand over the ice crystal phoenix, let Fang Shihao atone with his life, and I'll let you descend the mountain. Dream on. Get out of here, or I'll make sure you have no place to rest in peace. Chui Xie shouted, eyes wide with fury. Whether he leaves or not, I want him dead. Fang Shihao, unusually decisive, declared with intent to kill. He added, if you dare harm my people, you'll pay with your blood. Chui Xie quickly gathered herself and summoned the wind god Pterosaur. Prepare for battle. Wei Bingquan shouted. Everyone followed Chui Xie into the fray, fearless with her leading. Leave the small fry to you. I'll deal with Chui Xie first, Xie Mingqing said. Leave it to me. Shin Mo responded quietly, whispering to the rat king hidden in his hair. Instantly, tens of thousands of ferocious rats poured out from the beast's space. Amidst the swarm, the iron-eating rats stood out, 3 times the size of regular ferocious rats, their gray fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. These iron-eating rats acted as both commanders and assassins, executing the Rat King's orders and controlling the swarm. Though regular ferocious rats were only at the awaken level and slightly larger than medium-sized dogs, individually they posed little threat. However, when they gathered in massive numbers, their power became terrifying. Online, there are still chilling videos of a million-rat swarm devouring a small town, the shaky phone footage capturing the scene of the rats consuming everything, leaving viewers uneasy to this day. The Chu siblings immediately counterattacked, with the earth vein rock snake creating countless spikes from the ground, skewering one ferocious rat after another like kebabs. The swarm of rats was overwhelming. The battle was imminent, and the iron golem's rocket punch carved a gruesome path through the horde. Beastmasters from all sides joined the fight, and even the weakest support beastmasters could easily slay these vicious rats. The six-tailed fire fox nimbly weaved through the swarm, its scorching flames instantly turning thousands of ferocious rats to ash. Fang Shihao's kill notifications kept ringing, 100 in total, earning him 202 life essence points. This had reached the kill limit, and no additional rewards would come from more rat slaughters. Xiaoguai's blazing onslaught was even more impressive, with fan-shaped flames engulfing the rats ahead. The ferocious rats turned to cinders before they could even scream. A few iron rats hidden among the swarm also met their fate, and Fang Shihao received their kill notifications. These iron rats, with their armor-piercing traits, weren't particularly strong but could penetrate the defenses of higher-level beasts. Within just a minute of the battle, the tide began to turn. Chu Jinji's earth-scaled pangolin failed to retreat in time and was quickly surrounded by the rat horde. Regular ferocious rats restricted its movement, while the swarm leader, an iron rat, bit through its thick armor. The bloodthirsty rats immediately burrowed into the wound, ravenously devouring fresh flesh. Although the earth vein rock snake came to the rescue and crushed the engorged rats, it could only watch as they burst like blood oranges, spraying undigested flesh. The lightning sprite, Qiuqiu, focused on releasing chain lightning, sending electric arcs leaping through the rat swarm, claiming large numbers with each strike. In just 2 minutes, Fang Shihao had already killed over 100 leader-level iron rats, not to mention countless regular ferocious rats. Yet, the rat tide continued to pour out incessantly from Shan Mo's beast space, increasing in number instead of dwindling. Cui Xie's team was steadily retreating, and beasts were falling one after another. However, Fang Shihao remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Xie Mingqing. To him, the rat tide, though terrifying, posed no real threat. The true danger lay in the 3 epic-level beasts behind Xie Mingqing's Executioner Ghost King, the Copper Hammer Ghost King, and the Judge Ghost King standing like 3 guardian deities. Among the 3 legendary Ghost Kings, Fang Shihao has only faced Xinjiang Ghost King. In that encounter, his newly acquired six-tailed fire fox easily defeated Xie Mingguang's Xinjiang Ghost King. However, Fang Shihao did not become complacent, understanding well that Xie Mingguang's Ghost King was not at full strength and was already severely weakened before the battle. More importantly, as the heir of his family, Xie Mingqing possesses talents and heritage far surpassing Xie Mingguang, making his Xinjiang Ghost King much more formidable in every aspect. In Fang Shihao's eyes, Xie Mingqing is the real formidable opponent, while Shanamo is not worth mentioning. He quickly deduced Xie Mingqing's tactical intent. If he were Xie Mingqing, he would definitely target the weakest, Cui Xie, aiming for a swift and decisive strike. On the battlefield, countless swarms of dark rats ravaged the pristine snowfield, creating utter chaos. Fang Shihao stayed close to Cui Xie, while the moss giant dutifully guarded from behind. Suddenly, the forms of Xinjiang Ghost King and Judge Ghost King eerily froze, as if they were soulless statues. Just as Fang Shihao was about to shout a warning, the 2 Ghost Kings appeared around Cui Xie. Xinjiang Ghost King, wielding a massive sword engulfed in blue ghostly flames, was about to cleave her in 2. Meanwhile, Judge Ghost King rapidly inscribed Moss Giant in the Book of Life and Death, causing the loyal guardian to fall into a stupor. With the giant's protection gone, Judge Ghost King aimed his pin directly at the back of Cui Xie's head. This was the Ghost King's race's pride, the Ghostly Step, a teleportation move allowing the soul to exit the body and relocate it simultaneously, making it the most unpredictable maneuver. Why isn't Little Stone reacting? Fang Shihao didn't have time to think further. He quickly took control of the Judge Ghost King behind him, leaving Cui Xie to handle the Xinjiang Ghost King in front. The six-tailed fire fox, Little Guai, understood the cue and immediately used the Dan Fire Seal to pin the Judge Ghost King to the ground. Although this spellcasting Ghost King emitted black smoke and resistance, it couldn't escape the intense heat of the flames. Fang Shihao had no time to finish off the enemy, anxiously watching the massive sword of the Xinjiang Ghost King about to fall. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix was still immature, the Wind Dragon circled too high to assist in time, and the Tyrannosaurus was engaged with the rat swarm at the front line. Cui Xie, left without support, was in a panic, her mind blank. In this critical moment, a beast everyone had forgotten was about to perform a miracle. The stone-gnawing mountain demon, gripping the phoenix feather, suddenly appeared before Cui Xia. This extraordinary object with spatial teleportation abilities allowed him to shield his master just in time, ready to take on the punishment sword of the executioner Ghost King. As one of the 7 Star Kings, he had long grown accustomed to being forgotten by his master. Recalling the past, when Cui Xia chose him, it was because of his quick formation and elemental species identity, with hopes of forming an elemental lineup with the Ice Crystal Phoenix and awakening the elemental furnace talent. However, fate had other plans. Among the same batch of stone-gnawing mountain demon eggs, Fang Shihao acquired a superior moss giant, leaving Cui Xia with a sense of disappointment. Initially, Cui Xia was somewhat attentive to him, but with the introduction of the Tyrannosaurus, the idea of an all-dinosaur lineup began to take shape, and his situation deteriorated. Cui Xia even sought the contract dissolution flower, intending to sever their bond. It was only the appearance of the Ice Crystal Phoenix that allowed him to remain in the lineup, albeit as a dispensable element. In Cui Xia's beast space, the wind god pterosaur enjoyed the majestic mountain peaks, the Tyrannosaurus roamed the vast rainforests and wastelands, with numerous low-level herbivorous dinosaurs available for hunting. Meanwhile, he could only remain silent in a quarry of less than 100 square meters. Watching other beasts showcase their might, the stone-gnawing mountain demon often felt dejected. Perhaps he would never gain his master's approval, serving only as a meat shield. Now, his nearly 6-meter massive body stood like a small mountain, resolutely in front of Cui Xia. The punishment sword, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, cleaved down from his head to his abdomen, splitting his body 2/3 of the way. Even the High Star King's body, known for its defense, struggled to fully withstand the full force of the executioner Ghost King's strike. With the punishment sword lodged within the stone-gnawing mountain demon, it instead became his opportunity. He extended his rock-forged arms, tightly restraining the executioner Ghost King. Meanwhile, the Dan Fire Seal suppressed the judge Ghost King. The Tyrannosaurus crushed countless ferocious rats as it swiftly returned, and the wind god pterosaur had already swooped down from above, the sword of heaven's punishment aimed directly at the executioner Ghost King. Xia Mingsheng witnessed all this, gritting his teeth in anger. Yet, he wasn't worried about the safety of the 2 Ghost Kings. As expected, the 2 Ghost Kings in distress used ghostly walk, their souls departing their bodies, and in an instant, they returned to his side. Why you? Cui Xia lay sobbing over the split body of the stone-digging mountain demon. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Facing this fatal blow, it would have made sense for her proud wind god pterosaur or Tyrannosaurus to take it, but it was this usually unnoticed little creature that stepped forward, using its not so sturdy body to shield its master from the deadly sword. Don't be upset. Fang Shihao quickly reassured her. The stone-digging mountain demon isn't dead yet. Indeed, for elemental beast species, as long as their elemental core remains intact, they can recover even if their bodies are split in half. This is their unique racial advantage. With the battle situation critical, Fang Shihao turned to the moss giant, questioning why it remained motionless earlier. Father, I felt the Judge Ghost King's Book of Life and Death pulling at my soul, the moss giant explained. Though it wasn't enough to strip my soul, it did cause me to lose focus temporarily. Fang Shihao recalled Cui Xia's previous descriptions of the 3 Ghost King traits. The Copper Hammer Ghost King excels in brute force, the Execution Sword Ghost King is a perfect template, and the Judge Ghost King is adept in sorcery, using the Book of Life and Death in the left hand to draw souls and the Judge's pen in the right to take lives. Xia, withdraw from the battlefield, Fang Shihao said seriously. The Ghost King has a kind of unstoppable displacement ability, and I can't guarantee your complete protection. Tears welled in Cui Xia's eyes. I'm sorry for causing you more trouble. I'll work to enhance the Ice Crystal Phoenix's strength, so I won't be a burden to you anymore. With that, she summoned the wind god pterosaur to fly into the sky, leaving the Tyrannosaurus with Fang Shihao. Although Xiamingqing's assassination attempt failed, war was now unavoidable. Cui Zhiyun, her expression icy, summoned her ultimate trump card, a legendary golden crown wind god pterosaur with a wingspan over 100 meters and a golden crown-shaped exoskeleton atop its head. Elder Biyun, please help me kill the Ghost King, Cui Zhiyun requested respectfully, indicating that this fully starred legendary beast was not her own. This made sense, as most beast tamers start cultivating their beasts around the age of 15 or 16. Although Cui Xia had already entered university as a high school freshman, she had been cultivating beasts for just over a year, and even with all her efforts, it was challenging to raise a fully starred beast. Cui Zhiyun's experience in training her beasts spans just 5 years, 3 years in high school and 2 in college. While this time may be sufficient to cultivate a full-star epic beast, reaching the level of a full-star legendary beast is virtually impossible. In fact, the full-star legendary golden-crowned wind god wyvern, Biyun, was lent to her by a family elder, and she only had one chance to use either for survival or to compete for the Ice Crystal Phoenix. As Biyun flew at low altitude, it accelerated to break the sound barrier, and the sonic boom created a shockwave that decimated countless rats. This legendary beast had a clear target: the three Ghost Kings. The Executioner Ghost King and the Judge Ghost King managed to evade the aerial assault using ghostly footwork, but the simple-minded Copper Hammer Ghost King chose to face it head-on. In the blink of an eye, as the golden-crowned wind god wyvern passed by, Biyun had already seized a blue-gray arm, holding a copper hammer in its mouth. In just one exchange, the Copper Hammer Ghost King lost an arm and, at this rate, would be dead within 10 rounds. Such was the power of a full-star legendary beast. Fang Shihao witnessed this astonishing scene, awestruck by the overwhelming strength of a full-star legendary beast over a full-star epic beast. Why didn't you reveal this earlier? Cui Xia doesn't stand a chance against you. She's my sister. This simple reply resolved all of Fang Shihao's doubts. It turned out that the apparent discord between the sisters was just a facade. Cui Xia respected her elder sister, and Cui Zhiyun was silently protecting her younger sibling. She could have revealed her trump card at any time to secure the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but she chose to act only when her sister's life was in danger. Shinamo, restrain the golden-crowned wind god wyvern. If I die, you won't have it easy either. Seeing the Copper Hammer Ghost King's imminent demise, Xie Mingxing finally showed signs of agitation. At that moment, the six-tailed fox seized the opportunity, and the Judge Ghost King flashed to the flank of Li Pinglin's colorful brocade chicken. However, Little Guai immediately detonated the Danfire mark attached to the Judge Ghost King, blasting him back. Following this, Little Guai executed a lightning-fast advance, unleashing the Celestial Fox transformation. Its size expanded several times, and its 6 flaming tails, like red-hot bronze pillars, crashed down thunderously. The battlefield saw 2 lines of attack, Biyun facing the Copper Hammer Ghost King head-on, while Little Guai threatened the Judge Ghost King from the flank. As Xie Mingxing found himself in a precarious situation, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and the golden-crowned wind god wyvern vanished, trapped within the mirrored space of Shen Mo's treasure-hoarding rat. Cui Zhiyun had anticipated this. She had previously been trapped by Shen Mo's treasure-hoarding rat in a similar situation for half an hour, preventing her from rescuing Fang Shihao in time. This time, although she intended to force out the mirrored space of the treasure-hoarding rat, the relentless rat swarm continued to thwart her efforts. Now, both sides were locked in a life-and-death struggle, each revealing their final trump cards. The pace of the battle suddenly accelerated, with victory needing to be decided within 5 minutes. This urgency was because the hoarding mouse could only restrain the golden-crowned pterosaur for that duration. As the hoarding mouse made its move, Shen Mo's core beast, the Rat King, finally revealed its mysterious nature. This fierce rat, the size of a calf, appeared with the demeanor of a gang leader. Standing upright on 2 feet, wearing sunglasses, a billowing red cape, and a half-burned cigar in its mouth. Fang Shihao immediately noticed that this seemingly rough and hefty rat was actually highly intelligent, completely overturning the stereotype of fierce beasts being low intelligence and brutal. Even more striking were the 12 gold-eating rat guards surrounding the Rat King, their golden fur shining brilliantly. These king-level beasts were an advanced form of iron-eating rats, gaining immense resistance to sharp, blunt, and elemental attacks by consuming gold. Having 12 was Shen Mo's limit, as their survival and growth required a supply of gold, a burden unsustainable without a gold mine. The appearance of the Rat King boosted the morale of the million-strong rat army, which charged at the Tyrannosaurus recklessly. Even as dragon scales shredded their flesh, they were determined to leave bite marks on the scales. At this moment, Fang Shihao couldn't focus on the rat army. His attention was entirely on the Judge Ghost King. Seizing the moment when it couldn't use its phantom walk continuously, Little Guai launched a full attack. With the Hammer Ghost King's arm severed at a distance and the Execution Sword Ghost King unable to support in time, the Judge Ghost King was in a dire situation. However, today's certain death seemed to always have a twist. Xie Mingxing played his trump card, the epic auxiliary beast, the 9-colored deer. Just as the 6-tailed fox's fiery tail was about to descend like a molten copper pillar, a 9-colored divine light burst from the 3 Ghost Kings simultaneously. The Hammer Ghost King's severed arm regenerated, the Execution Sword Ghost King's power surged, swiftly repelling the colorful pheasant, sending feathers flying everywhere. Most astonishing was the near-dead Judge Ghost King, revitalized under the 9-colored light. It grabbed its judge's pin and fiercely struck at the fiery tail whip. Although still crushed by the 6-tailed fox, with its skull collapsing and tendons and bones breaking, its injuries bizarrely did not worsen but instead healed rapidly. Each strike from Little Guai seemed to heal its opponent, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the 9-colored deer as a top-tier epic auxiliary beast. Witnessing all this, Fang Shihao was furious. He finally understood that Xie Mingxing had already captured the 9-colored deer, but pretended otherwise to use it as a pretext to hunt him down. He had always mistakenly thought Xie was driven by suspicion, But now the truth was clear. It was all a meticulously planned trap by Xian Mingqing. That monster wanted me dead from the start. Fang Shihao gritted his teeth, realizing there was no need to hold back any longer. He leaped onto the head of the moss giant, aiming directly at Xian Mingqing, determined to eliminate him. The moss giant strode forward, reaching Xian Mingqing in just 10 steps, and brought down its massive stone fist. The Copper Hammer Ghost King stepped in just in time, meeting the blow with its hammers. The clash of metal and rock was deafening, and the giant's stone fingers shattered, sending fragments crashing to the ground, crushing the mice below. However, the Copper Hammer Ghost King paid a heavy price. Its hand bone shattered, forearm broken, with white bones piercing the skin, and its hammers were flung dozens of meters away. The nine-colored deer immediately cast a healing light, repairing the Ghost King's injuries. This healing and enhancement skill was the key to its role as a top-tier support beast. Cut off the support first. Take down the nine-colored deer. Fang Shihao commanded. The lightning spirit activated its holy judgment eye and thunder god sword. A purple lightning eye slowly opened above the deer's head, while a dark funnel-shaped storm cloud swirled in the sky. But at the critical moment, the lightning eye suddenly closed, and the clouds dispersed. The lightning spirit hovered lifeless in the air. Fang Shihao realized with horror that the Judge Ghost King was triumphantly displaying the Book of Life and Death. It had claimed the lightning spirit's soul. In an instant, the Earth Vein Rock Snake, Iron Golem, and Glacier Lynx also lost their souls, leaving only Liang Bing's Dream Eater untouched due to its powerful spirit. The situation turned dire. Surrounded, the Wind God Pterosaur and Tyrannosaurus were forced to retreat. Wei Bingquan and the sick Mother Tai Sui struggled to maintain formation, but the Glacier Lynx had been devoured by the swarm of rats. In the midst of the rodent chaos, Fang Shihao stood isolated, with only the five-colored pheasant still battling the Executioner Ghost King on the field. Just moments ago, the situation was in his favor, but in just 15 seconds, Fang Shihao found himself in a perilous predicament. Surrounded by enemies, he faced an onslaught from Xian Mingqing and Shen Yimou with no one to aid him. The weakness of Cui Zhiyun is Cui Xie, and Cui Xie's weakness is you, Xian Mingqing said, looking at Fang Shihao with a sinister smile on his sullen face. You've got quite the charm, Fang Shihao, to win over the Cui sisters. I was going to kill you outright, but it seems I'll spare your life for now. However, Xian Mingqing's apparent advantage was only superficial. From the moment Cui Zhiyun unleashed the golden-crowned wind dragon, his fate was sealed. His treasure mouse could only contain the dragon for 5 minutes. Even if he managed to kill everyone within that time, he would still face certain doom when Bai Yun emerged. At this point, Xian Mingqing was only hoping for a stalemate. Capturing any of Fang Shihao, Cui Xie, or Cui Zhiyun would suffice, as they were the core of the team. You will die here, Xian Mingqing threatened. Fang Shihao's eyebrows shot up like drawn swords, his eyes blazing with fury. It's either you or me today. Overwhelmed by rage, he focused solely on taking Xian Mingqing down. The moss giant, undeterred by the risk of a landslide, activated the earthquake core. The peak of Blue Moon Snow Mountain trembled violently, paralyzing the swarming mice across the landscape. Golden flames enveloped the moss giant, giving it a divine glow. Then, the mountain's wrath was unleashed to control the power of the earthquake core. Suddenly, the light dimmed. Looking up, a massive meteor had formed in space, plummeting toward the world's throat. This celestial intruder tore through the aurora and swirling snow, carving a clear path across the sky, erasing everything in its wake. It was the first time Little Stone, having ascended to a moss giant, unleashed the meteor drop. The meteor, the size of a basketball court, was unstoppable and unavoidable. Boom! In a deafening explosion, over 300,000 mice perished instantly. The world's throat was struck by the meteor, causing countless stones to cascade from the mountain's peak. At the meteor's epicenter lay the barely alive Bronze Hammer Ghost King, whose life was barely preserved by the nine-colored deer, exerting its full power to sustain him. The Bronze Hammer Ghost King was exceptionally resilient, and with the healing abilities of the nine-colored deer, as long as he wasn't killed in one blow, he could quickly recover. But Fang Shihao, intent on killing, wouldn't give him that chance. Under the moss giant's control, the meteor shattered, leaving the Ghost King bloodied and surrounded by smoke in the crater. Try this, Fang Shihao said with a wave of his hand, the radiant golden cloak borrowed from Xian Mingyi fluttering behind him. As the scorching sunlight skill activated, boundless light erupted from the cloak. Empowered by the cloak, Fang Shihao shone like a miniature sun, radiating heat and light intense enough to melt the snowfields. The brilliant sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall. While it didn't do much harm to ordinary beasts, it was a lethal blow to ghosts and spirits. The moment the three Ghost Kings were touched by the sunlight, they let out piercing screams as their flesh dripped like melting wax, and their black blood vaporized into dark mist upon contact with the light. Even with the assistance of the nine-colored divine light released by the nine-colored deer, the Ghost King's wounds couldn't fully heal. Under the suppression of the blazing sunlight, they were significantly weakened, much like how the little fiery fox was when caught in a torrential rain. Mountain God slash, obliterate them, Fang Shihao commanded, and the moss giant immediately took action. It positioned its arms in a stance mimicking a sword between heaven and earth, forming a sharp blade of true energy. The Copper Hammer Ghost King, already battered by falling meteors and scorching sunlight, couldn't withstand this lethal strike, even with the protection of the nine-colored divine light. The mountain god slash sliced through, and the Ghost King's head fell, forever severed from its powerful body. A system prompt appeared. Your beast, the moss giant, has slain the Copper Hammer Ghost King, plundering 15,090 life essence points. There are currently 2 empty skill slots available. Skills you can plunder: Skull Crushing Blow, Thunderous Combo, Rare. Meat Grinder, detected that you possess the egg of extreme evil, allowing you to plunder relics. Grudge Against Heaven's Handle, Grudge Against Earth's Ring. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao chose the rare skill Meat Grinder and took both relics. The headless body of the Copper Hammer Ghost King continued to mechanically swing its hammer a few more times before collapsing with a thud. Xie Mingsheng, seeing one of the 3 Ghost Kings fall, glared with venomous hatred. Scorching Sun Cloak. Only a bastard like Xie Mingyun, raised by a stepmother, would hand over a relic that counters his own kin to outsiders. At that moment, the moss giant seized the opportunity and punched the distracted Xie Mingsheng into the ice field. This blow shattered his legs and severely damaged his internal organs. In the distance, the Judge Ghost King staggered, a crack forming in its leg bone, clearly suffering from the Beastmaster's shared damage. Rat King, go help! Shinamo shouted urgently. The situation on the battlefield was clear. The 6-tailed fox was hunting down the Judge Ghost King, which would have been dead if not for its ghostly stride. The 5-colored pheasant was fiercely battling the Sword Ghost King, who was already covered in wounds from the blazing sunlight. Xie Mingsheng could only rely on Shun Mo's Rat King and the remaining 10 gold-eating mice to hold on. The scales of victory had clearly tipped in favor of Fang Shihao. Fortune turned in Fang Shihao's favor just after he defeated the Copper Hammer Ghost King. The Mayun Vine underwent a groundbreaking transformation, rapidly advancing to a 10-star epic level. This evolution took a mere 10 minutes, perfectly timed for the decisive battle. Xie Mingsheng, you treacherous villain. Even the heavens demand your demise. Fang Shihao felt the unprecedented power of the Mayun Vine, filling him with unwavering confidence in victory. The transformation of the Mayun Vine was astonishing. It skyrocketed from 230 meters at the 8-star king level to a staggering 4,500 meters. If it unleashed the Thousand Vines Annihilation now, the entire Blue Moon Snow Mountain would be reduced to dust under its formidable force. This leap in power marks the distinction between the lower 4 tiers and the upper 3 tiers, where the king level rules the mortal realm. The epic level transcends ordinary understanding. Mayun Vine, attack! With Fang Shihao's command, a rift to the beast space tore open behind him. 3 massive vines, as thick as support pillars, surged out, targeting the core strength of the enemy. This formidable opponent, which had even bested the lightning spirit, was finally within reach of elimination. The Mayun Vine's assault was as fierce as a dragon, but Jusalu was not to be outdone. As a top-tier beast, it not only possessed comprehensive healing and enhancement abilities, but also impressive combat prowess. Facing the incoming vines, Jusalu immediately cast the 9-colored divine light to bolster itself in preparation for the onslaught. Yet, the battle was ever-changing. 2 colossal vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring Jusalu's waist tightly. Forced to its knees under this constraint, Jusalu was then battered by 3 more assaulting vines. Its antlers shattered, blood spurted, and despite the continuous healing from the 9-colored divine light, the situation was perilous. With Jusalu struggling, its allies were directly affected. The Execution Sword Ghost King, relying on its exceptional skills, could still contend with the 5-colored pheasant. However, the less resilient Judge Ghost King was not so fortunate. Not only did it suffer from the injuries transmitted through the life link with its master, but the loss of Jusalu's healing support further worsened its plight, leading to fractures in its leg bones. The Ghost King, who had been relentlessly pursued by the 6-tailed fire fox with no escape, finally met his doom. Each time he suffered severe injuries, the Ghost King relied on the invincible state of his ghostly walk to barely escape, but the 6-tailed fire fox always caught up with lightning speed. The powerful healing of the 9-colored divine light, combined with the invincibility of ghostly walk, had allowed the Ghost King to hang on by a thread. However, at this moment, without the protection of the 9-colored divine light, and with his shoulder crushed, the Ghost King activated ghostly walk once again in a desperate attempt to flee. As he reappeared on the other side of the battlefield, barely catching his breath, a scorching heat wave hit him. The 6-tailed fire fox had arrived like a shooting star. The Ghost King, no longer resembling a human and with his insides burning, could not withstand another blow. The massive fox paw came whistling down, shattering his skull. A system notification popped up. Your beast, the six-tailed fire fox, has killed the Ghost King, plundering 15,255 life essence points. Current blank skill slots, 2. Skills available for plunder. Mental Shock, Heaven's Judgment, Legacy. Ghostly Walk, detected possession of the Egg of Extreme Evil. Relics available for plunder. Book of Life and Death, Judge's Pen. Fang Shihao immediately commanded, plunder Ghostly Walk. Xiaoguai, bring back the relics dropped by the Ghost King. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Fang Shihao and the Moss Giant were locked in a deadly battle with the Rat King's group. The fall of the Bronze Hammer Ghost King had left Xie Mingqing without his strongest shield, and no one could withstand the Moss Giant's blows. Faced with the Moss Giant's heavy fists, the rat swarm formed a human wall, only to be easily pierced like paper. 6 gold-eating rats seized the opportunity to climb along the giant's arm, followed closely by a large number of iron-eating and ferocious rats. Just as the gold-eating rats attempted a lethal strike on the giant's shoulder, Fang Shihao's Cloud Vine intervened, transforming into a meat grinder and shredding these rodent enemies. With a lightning sword descending from the sky, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. The Rat King, who once sported a cigar and sunglasses with the demeanor of a mob boss, was now a charred corpse, surrounded only by 4 loyal gold-eating rats. The moment the Thunder Spirit Beast killed the Rat King, 3,185 points of life essence surged into Fang Shihao's body. The system notified him that he currently had an empty skill slot and could choose to acquire either the King's Might, Rat Beast Blood Rage, or the rare Group Frenzy skill. Without hesitation, he opted for King's Might, and the skill slot was immediately filled, automatically closing the acquisition interface. Fang Shihao looked at the now full skill bar and sighed inwardly. He had once thought the empty skill slots were useless, but now he had to consider nurturing a 5th beast to unlock more skill slots. However, this matter would have to wait until he dealt with Xie Mingqing. On the battlefield, Xie Mingqing was in dire straits. 2 of his Ghost Kings had perished, and the remaining Sword Ghost King was struggling under the fierce assault of the multicolored brocade chicken. His 9-colored deer was completely suppressed, barely surviving on its innate skills. His teammate Shinamo had lost combat capability, and although the rat swarm had dwindled to less than 200,000, without their leader, they were chaotically attacking everything around them. The Moss Giant's every step shook the ground as it steadily approached Xie Mingqing. I never expected that mongrel Xie Mingyun would conspire with outsiders to harm me. This time you've lucked out. Xie Mingqing's face twisted, spittle flying, resembling a mad dog. But this will be your last victory. You've been marked. They're coming for you. Haha. It's not me who wants you dead. It's them. Your end is near, fool. My fate today will be yours tomorrow. Is that your pathetic last word? As expected, nothing good comes from a dog's mouth, Fang Shihao sneered. With a thought, the Moss Giant immediately grasped Xie Mingqing in its hand, slowly tightening its grip. Xie Mingqing spat blood, and at the same time, the Sword Ghost King's bones cracked audibly in the distance. The multicolored brocade chicken seized the opportunity and tore its throat open, releasing a spray of black blood. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Stop, Shihao. Xie Mingqing has helped me a lot. Today is not his day to die. Fang Shihao glared around, spotting a myna bird standing nearby, its black eyes gleaming with intelligence. Is that, Professor? It's me. Cui Xie is with me. The myna spoke in the voice of the Raven Professor. The professor doesn't wish to threaten you, and hopes you understand my meaning. Fang Shihao's expression changed dramatically. Claiming not to threaten, while clearly doing so, how had the once amiable Raven Professor become like this? What dealings existed between him and Xie Mingqing? Despite his myriad questions, Fang Shihao knew he had only one choice. Little Stone, stop attacking Xie Mingqing. Let him live, he commanded, but his gaze had already shifted to the dying Sword Ghost King. Xie Mingqing could be spared, but he must claim this kill. The Moss Giant hurled a massive boulder with lightning speed, the sharp-edged rock whistling through the air like a cannonball and hitting Xingjian Ghost King with precision. The boulder, imbued with terrifying force, crushed and rolled the Ghost King for hundreds of meters, leaving a stark trail of dark ghost blood on the icy plain. The Danhua seal followed closely, descending from the sky to suppress and incinerate the Ghost King's remains. Your beast, the six-tailed fire fox, seized the opportunity to end the Xingjian Ghost King's life, earning 16,100 points of life essence. The system immediately alerted that an extreme evil egg was detected, suggesting the plundering of the relic punishment greatsword, and advised assigning a skill to the blank skill slot as soon as possible. At this moment, Xie Mingqing's situation was utterly desperate. The 3 epic-level Ghost Kings he had cultivated with 7 years of effort were completely annihilated, leaving only the 9-colored deer barely surviving under the fierce attack of the cloud-treading vine. These 3 Ghost Kings were his crucial leverage to compete for the position of family head, in conjunction with his strongest auxiliary beast, the 9-colored deer. They had all the conditions to advance to the supreme, 3-headed, 6-armed Ghost King. If successful, he would become the first heir among the young generation of the Xie family to possess a supreme Ghost King, just a step away from the head of the family position. However, with the Ghost King's demise, all these promising visions turned to dust. Xie Mingsheng was now ruined. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao recounted to Cui Zhiyun about the speaking human words. Cui Zhiyun, as the esteemed student of the Crow Professor, firmly denied that her mentor would use Cui Xie to threaten Fang Shihao. Yet, the truth soon proved her wrong. Hundreds of fire crows fluttered their wings as they flew from afar, and the robed figure with a birdbeak mask walked on air, with Cui Xie shackled in handcuffs by his side. It turned out that Cui Xie had coincidentally encountered the Crow Professor and, unsuspectingly, described the situation of the world's throat to him, only for the professor to suddenly strike, severely injuring the wind god pterosaur and capturing her. The harsh reality cut Cui Zhiyun like a knife. Her mentor, whom she had always admired, was in cahoots with Xie Mingqing and others. For the sake of past ties, release my sister, and I won't pursue your offense against the Cui family, Cui Zhiyun said. The 2 wind god pterosaurs beside her own, and the borrowed golden-crowned wind god pterosaur from Senior Biyun, both exuded full-star legendary pressure that unsettled the fire crow flock. The hidden Crow King cawed twice, stabilizing the formation. Zhiyun, you're overthinking, the Crow Professor began. Just hand over Xie Mingqing and Shinimo, and I'll let Xie go. I agree to the exchange, Cui Zhiyun responded without hesitation, then turned to Fang Shihao to explain. I know you have a deep vendetta against Xie Mingqing, but please understand my position as a sister. No need to explain, Fang Shihao interrupted. Revenge can wait for another day. Xia's safety is more important. The 2 sides, separated by 500 meters in the blood-stained icy battlefield, completed the hostage exchange. As they parted, the Crow Professor seemingly offered a kind reminder. Zhiyun, if you still trust the professor, don't leave the ancient glacier secret realm. It's safer here than outside. Stop calling yourself a professor. You're unworthy. Cui Zhiyun finally tore off the facade after retrieving her sister. Think what you want, came the cold voice from beneath the mask. Ask yourself. I've been more than benevolent to you sisters. If I intended to harm you, you'd be locked up with Xiang Tianqing and Dugu Chenchua right now. Take care of yourselves. Xie, are you hurt? Cui Zhiyun asked, her eyes red as she pulled her sister tightly into her arms. Seeing her sister's slightly disheveled state, Cui Xie realized just how much her sister had held back during their recent battle. The majestic presence of the golden-crowned wind god pterosaur was a testament to her sister's true strength. I'm fine, but the wind god pterosaur is severely burned and needs Wei Bingquan's help to heal, Cui Xie replied softly, feeling a pang of guilt. It is my honor to serve you, miss, Wei Bingquan said respectfully. Cui Zhiyun quickly regained her composure as a leader. We need to find a safe place to rest and recover before heading down the mountain. We might encounter attacks along the way. Hauga has a villa near the world's edge. We can rest there, Cui Xie suggested, following her sister obediently like she did in their carefree childhood days. All right, lead the way, yeah, Cui Zhiyun said affectionately, ruffling her sister's hair. When the group returned to the villa from the previous night, the moss giant was exhausted, and Fang Shihao couldn't bear to let it expend more energy. Li Pinglan slowed his pace to walk alongside Fang Shihao, who was bringing up the rear. Brother Fang, I didn't go all out in this battle. You won't hold it against me, will you? You've done more than enough. Holding off the Sword Ghost King was no small feat. Li Pinglan smiled wryly. Brother Fang, you underestimate me. If I had gone all out, the Sword Ghost King wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes. But I couldn't do that. Our family is in Jingchuan City, and we can't afford to completely fall out with the Xie family. Regardless, you helped us, and I won't forget it, Fang Shihao said sincerely. Without Li Pinglan's assistance, the battle might not have ended even by the time Professor Crow arrived. Back at the villa, the 2 sisters sat by the fireplace, deep in conversation, while the others rested. Fang Shihao returned to his room alone, his thoughts consumed by the 5th beast he planned to cultivate. Having defeated 3 Ghost Kings and the Rat King along with its guards, he had accumulated 60,000 life essence. This essence was enough to elevate the lightning spirit to a full-star epic level, but Fang Shihao had other plans. His blank skill slots were nearly full, and if he didn't release them soon, he might miss out on acquiring valuable skills. Given that Professor Crow, who commanded 500 fire crows, surely possessed a king-level beast, Fang Shihao needed just one more kingly aura to activate the forge system and create his ideal beast. In truth, Fang Shihao had long chosen his 5th beast. From the moment he touched the Ghost King egg gifted by Xie Mingyun, he had decided to cultivate a Ghost King. While the world believed the Ghost King's limit was the legendary 3-headed, 6-armed Supreme Ghost King, as it was a beast exclusive to the Xie family and never evolved to a mythic level. Fang Shihao knew the Ghost King's evolutionary path held much more potential. When Fang Shihao touched the Ghost King's egg, the system immediately displayed three distinct evolutionary paths. The first two paths shared the same starting point, beginning with the extraordinary level blue-faced Ghost King. The third path, however, was unique, starting with the epic level Sea Patroller Yaksha and culminating in the legendary level Flying Yaksha. Through ancient texts, Fang Shihao uncovered a little-known history. 300 years ago, the Xie family had Flying Yaksha as the exclusive beast of the family head, while the elders commanded the three-headed, six-armed Supreme Ghost King. At that time, the top-tier malevolent eggs could hatch into epic-level Sea Patroller Yaksha, which would naturally evolve into legendary-level Flying Yaksha. As a result, the finest malevolent eggs were always the privilege of the family head's lineage. However, as time passed, the locations capable of producing the highest quality malevolent eggs gradually disappeared, and the Flying Yaksha had not been seen for nearly a century. In response, the Xie family shifted to cultivating the three-headed, six-armed Supreme Ghost King and discovered a shortcut. The secret of this shortcut lies in the fact that the first three evolution stages of the legendary three-headed, six-armed Supreme Ghost King are identical to those of the mythical Azura King, blue-faced Ghost King, fanged Ghost King, and then the King-level disheveled Ghost King. The critical divergence point occurs in the late King level, where the disheveled Ghost King has three apparent evolutionary paths: Executioner Ghost King, Copper Hammer Ghost King, and Judge Ghost King. However, there is actually a hidden fourth path, the six-armed Azura. To unlock this hidden path, the conditions seemed stringent. The disheveled Ghost King needed to defeat three Ghost Kings and obtain their relics. In reality, this condition did not require the disheveled Ghost King to complete it personally. The Beast Master could use other beasts to obtain the relics. Yet, in the 300 years of beast mastery history, no one had achieved this feat, leaving the hidden path a secret. It wasn't until Fang Shihao's arrival that the system revealed all the evolutionary secrets to him. The Xie family's traditional breeding method, though capable of consistently producing legendary-level beasts, could never reach the pinnacle of power. They had long lost the pioneering spirit to explore the mysteries of beast mastery. Without Fang Shihao, the mythical Azura King might never have emerged. Ghost King, let me lead you to the pinnacle, Fang Shihao murmured, placing the malevolent egg on the floor and decisively choosing the second path. As life essence was infused, the hatching process began. A wisp of ghostly blue flame ignited at the top of the egg, resembling a blue nebula swirling around the deep cosmic malevolent egg, which slowly disintegrated into ashes in the fire. When the flames died down, a newly born Ghost King with indigo skin and a slightly youthful appearance emerged from the ashes, immediately kneeling on one knee to pledge allegiance to Fang Shihao. I name you Azura. Your mission is to grow into the mythical Azura King, Fang Shihao declared solemnly. As you command, Master. My blade will always be aimed at your enemies. Azura replied with intelligence surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Are you ready to begin your evolution? Thank you for your grace, Master, Azura replied, bowing respectfully. Fang Shihao promptly invested 4,000 life essence points, advancing the blue-faced Ghost King directly to the King-level disheveled Ghost King, and then expended over 5,000 more points to elevate the disheveled Ghost King to a max-star King level. Raising a beast from 0 to full-star Monarch requires up to 10,000 life essence, a figure that once seemed astronomical to Fang Shihao. However, it no longer troubles him. With his significant increase in power, slaying epic beasts has become effortless, and the speed at which he acquires life essence has greatly increased. The advancement from 0-star Extraordinary to full-star Monarch takes about 4 to 6 hours, with most of the time spent on transcending ranks. Fang Shihao estimated that he could begin the next phase of the Ghost King's evolution by the afternoon. After successfully hatching the Ghost King and attending to personal matters, he had just stepped out of his room when the villa's door was suddenly flung open. A terrified young man stumbled in. His tears crystallized into ice, and a layer of frost covered his hair and eyebrows. Fang Shihao recognized him as Duo Huai, a member of Wei Ziying's team and a fourth-year student specializing in elemental beasts. This beast tamer, who possessed a monarch-level storm guardian and a lord-level howling wind leopard, was now wailing in distress. Miss Cui, Sister Ziying and the others have been captured by Professor Crow. When did this happen? Cui Cs stood up abruptly. At 9:05. We were attacked just as we descended the mountain, Duo Huai replied, still trembling with fear. The sky was filled with fire crows. It was terrifying. Luckily, the howling wind leopard was fast enough for me to escape. At the same time we were battling Xie Mingqing and Shenimo, Cui Xie murmured to herself. She recalled the morning's intense events. First, they teamed up with Wei Ziying's group to defeat Xiang Tianqing's team. Then Wei Ziying tried to monopolize the Ice Crystal Phoenix during the White Frost Wing Hunt, but was overpowered. And finally, they encountered the determined Xie Mingqing and Shenimo, barely managing to win after a fierce fight. All of this occurred within just 3 hours. Cui Xie turned to her sister with a troubling hypothesis. Xiang Taixing's group and Wei Ziying's team went down the mountain one after the other. If Wei Ziying was attacked, Xiang Tianqing's group must have encountered Professor Crow too. It seems his previous threats were serious. If that's true, then his claim about a major upheaval outside the secret realm could also be true, Cui Ziyun said, avoiding mentioning Professor Crow's name. Based on past experiences, after forming a contract with the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the trial should end, and there would be a broadcast instructing all students to return to the nearest portal to campus. But there's been no such announcement, suggesting that, as he said, the outside world has changed dramatically, and we are temporarily forgotten. It's not just the outside world. Something is wrong within the secret realm too, Cui Ziyun added. Li Pinglin's distress signal received no response from the teachers. Her voice was filled with sorrow, as if they had truly been abandoned on this isolated island. The one who ties the bell must untie it, Fang Shihao said, his voice carrying a cold determination. All the mysteries point to Professor Crow. Finding him will provide all the answers. He harbored a murderous intent towards Professor Crow. From the moment Cui Xie was taken hostage, no matter how good the professor had been before, Fang Shihao and Professor Crow were destined to be enemies. Don't go. Please, don't go. Zhuo Huai urgently pleaded. Professor Crow is incredibly powerful. Even 10 years ago, he was already at a professor-level strength. His years of lying low have only made him even stronger than other professors. How could we, mere students, possibly be a match for him? Zhuo Huai couldn't understand Fang Shihao's proposal to take the initiative. Isn't it safer for everyone to stay at the mountain villa? Why risk going down the mountain and courting death? I support taking the initiative. Surprisingly, Cui Ziyun was the first to voice her support for Fang Shihao. Staying put is just waiting for death. We can't hand over the initiative to him. Whether we face it heat-in or hide, the risk is the same. I choose to take the initiative. The decision-making core of the team essentially consisted of the Cui sisters and Fang Shihao. Although Li Pinglan was also qualified to participate, he rarely voiced his opinions and was always willing to follow Cui Ziyun's lead. This wasn't about love. It was because his succession rank within his family was low, and he had long been accustomed to following the orders of the strong. This was in stark contrast to Cui Ziyun and Xiang Tianqing, who were almost guaranteed to become the heads of their families. Cui Xie nodded in agreement. I support it too. With that, the decision was unanimously approved. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest, preparing to descend the mountain by evening. The beasts needed to regain their strength, and by evening, Fang Shihao's fifth beast, the Ghost King, would advance to the epic level, presenting their best opportunity to strike. At 2 p.m., while resting with his eyes closed on the bed, Fang Shihao suddenly received a system notification. Since his beast lineup's total star level exceeded 40 stars, he had advanced to an expert-level beast master. The system then displayed 3 talent options. Elemental Furnace Compatibility, 66.6. Unlock conditions. Possess no fewer than 3 elemental beasts. Effect. Temporarily convert the elemental core of elemental beasts into an elemental furnace, allowing them to cast skills infinitely. Scorching Earth Compatibility, 20. Unlock conditions. Possess no fewer than 3 fire-type beasts, with the main beast having fire element attributes. Effect. Activate a flame domain where all beasts suffer from fire burns, and fire-type beast skills are enhanced in power. Unity of all things compatibility, 100. Unlock conditions. All beasts must be at the mythological level or possess mythological potential. Effect. Break the laws of confinement, channeling great power into oneself, allowing the absorption of any defeated beast to gain all its abilities and potential. Special note. Unity of all things can only be activated once, so choose wisely. This was the first time the system intervened in talent selection. The previous 5 talents were abilities most suited for beast masters, etched into the genes of modern humans, while talents after reaching expert level depended on personal choice. Without the system's display, a beast master would typically automatically awaken the talent with the highest compatibility. Fang Shihao also chose the talent with the highest compatibility, as the conditions to unlock unity of all things were unprecedented. He might be the only one capable of awakening this talent. I choose unity of all things. For Shihao Fang, choosing the all things return to one ability was a no-brainer. This talent was unparalleled in terms of both compatibility and strength. However, after making his choice, Shihao Fang had a lingering question. Once he fully acquired the abilities and potential of a beast through this talent, would he still be considered human or a beast? The innate response from his talent provided a clear answer. No matter what beast he assimilated, it wouldn't change his human identity. He could still marry and have children without any reproductive barriers. He simply gained a beast-like physique and the superpower to control elements. This meant his expert-level talent not only granted him an additional beast, but also endowed him with the strength of one. Unlike other beast tamers who could only command from a distance, he could join the battlefield and fight alongside them. Imagining these future possibilities, Shihao Fang couldn't help but smile. Although all things returned to one was a one-time opportunity with no regrets allowed, there was no suitable beast to use it on at the moment. Awakening this talent was undoubtedly beneficial, but it offered limited help in his current situation. The priority was to focus on cultivating Shura. 15 minutes later, the system notified him that the upgrade process for the Ghost King had been completed. As an 8-star king, Shura awakened 3 basic skills: Netherworld Ghost Fire, Intimidate Undead, and Skull Crusher. Although these were basic skills, they hinted at Shura's potential for future development. The Ghost King Egg Minion Xie gave sure how Fang had the worst talent. Following the Sea Patrol Yaksha path would require nearly 10,000 points of life essence to compensate for the talent gap, highlighting Shura's deficiencies. But these challenges were not a problem for Sure Hao Fang. He could enhance even 1% of potential to 100%. He immediately endowed Shura with 2 rare skills and 1 legacy skill. The legacy skill, Ghost Walk, was the Ghost King's core mobility skill, far surpassing the ordinary flash that Xiaoguai had mastered. When the system detected that Sure Hao Fang possessed the 5 key weapons, the Punishment Sword, Hate Heaven Blade, Hate Earth Ring, Judge's Pin, and Life and Death Book, it prompted that Shura met the upgrade conditions. The King Ghost King can be upgraded to Epic 6-armed Shura. Confirm? Sure Hao Fang chose yes without hesitation. This step would transform Shura from the weakest Ghost King to a 6-armed Shura, surpassing epic levels in both strength and potential. The entire upgrade process was expected to take 3 hours. Fortunately, Shura had just completed the King upgrade, so its bones and flesh were still relatively soft, making the reshaping process easier. When Sure Hao Fang awoke from his short nap, the upgrade was complete. In the beast space, he saw the 6-armed Shura, less than 7 meters tall, being trained by the 18-meter-tall 6-tailed fox, Xiaoguai. Despite the size difference, the imposing presence of the 6-armed Shura wielding its weapons ensured that even Xiaoguai, who was keen on maintaining its leadership status, dared not underestimate it. To this day, Fang Shihao has grown into a seasoned beastmaster. At this moment, he calmly observes the duel in the training ground, where the 6-tailed fire fox playfully maneuvers around the 6-armed Azura. Judging by the battle stance, if it were a fight to the death, the 6-armed Azura might not last even 10 seconds. This newly emerged 6-armed Azura is indeed not yet on par with opponents like Xiaoguai, who can battle the 3 great Ghost Kings. The issues lie in 2 areas. Firstly, the star level gap, as the chasm between an 8-star epic and a full-star epic is difficult to bridge. Secondly, the lack of experience, as the coordination of 6 arms wielding 5 weapons still needs improvement. Fang Shihao isn't worried. He smiles as he opens the attribute panel of the 6-armed Azura. Name: Azura. Height: 6.88 meters. Weight: 8.3 tons. Species: 6-armed Azura blue-faced Ghost King. Rank: Epic. Level: 8 stars. Skills: Common: Netherworld Ghost Fire, Deathly Intimidation, Skull-Crushing Blow. Rare: Annihilation Slash, Hand of Hell, Meat Grinder. Inherited: Ghostly Walk, Mastery of all weapons. Relics: Punishment Greatsword, Hate the Sky No Handle, Hate the Earth No Ring, Judge's Pin, Book of Life and Death. While reviewing the attributes, Fang Shihao recalls the information he missed last night. The unyielding blade wheel, due to insufficient compatibility, automatically transformed into the rare skill Meat Grinder. This was originally the signature move of the Copper Hammer Ghost King, capable of turning twin hammers into a death whirlwind sweeping the battlefield, leaving nothing but carnage in its wake. Upon ascending to the epic rank, the 6-armed Azura awakened 2 innate skills: the rare Hand of Hell and the inherited Mastery of all weapons. The Hand of Hell can summon a giant ghostly blue flame hand to control enemies, being its only control skill. Mastery of all weapons grants the ability to instantly learn any weapon. The 6-armed Azura's physique is quite distinctive. 2 arms as thick as thighs grow from under the ribs and behind the shoulders. The original pair of arms in the middle holds the Punishment Greatsword. The rib arms each wield a copper hammer, while the back arms control the Judge's Pin and the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death is adept at capturing spirits, and the Judge's Pin serves as an excellent stealth weapon. As the battle continues, the 6-armed Azura becomes increasingly adept at controlling its 6 arms, with attacks flowing like an unending tide and defenses as solid as a fortress. Fang Shihao is confident that once it fully masters this power, it will surpass the Cloudvine and Thunder Spirit, becoming a formidable force second only to the Moss Giant and 6-tailed Fire Fox. After all, the 6-armed Azura is essentially an advanced form of a Ghost King, just 2 heads short of the 3-headed 6-armed Supreme Ghost King. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.